Hello guys and welcome back to
Ôi
our
vãi trưởng ạ.
IVC playoffs of
Thì mẹ ông
Bank
Cốc Spy không cát trận bọn mình nữa à?
Best
Không
of
để thì mẹ mày
2000
hai bà này cát thì trận này còn cái gì để xem cho các bạn xem tiếng Anh.
Toto. Hello Toto.
Hi
And this
everyone. Hi Soy. And yeah, today I think
Hóa
there's
Cốc
like
Spy
maybe
không
50
không không
matches
có
in
tình
it.
yêu với bọn mình nữa à? Buồn thế.
Total of 8 teams, all the top 8 teams that will be coming in today. Today is the first day of the playoffs. So really excited to see what the teams are going to bring out today because the ones that we will be commentating, so it's pretty interesting. The first match being MP and Sugar team, and then afterwards it will be BL.
Ok, xin chào các bạn.
yes, both of them
Để ý trọng tài nó gọi cho mày được.
amazing and we have
Okay.
seen them grow towards this event and we've seen their strategy.
Hello. Team tôi đánh trận đầu luôn nhá các bạn ơi. Đánh trận 1 luôn. Đánh trận 1 xong là 3 team còn 3 cặp trận không, mới tổng cộng có 4 cặp BO3. Cho cái ngày thi đấu đầu tiên của vòng playoff này. Nói chung là cái lịch thi đấu nó rất là dài.
Yeah, exactly. And just tonight, just
Bên kia tụi nó mời không nè.
Vào đi.
This time around we are starting our stream much earlier.
Máy tắt máy để thằng Molo đánh xong rồi mở lại.
Đúng rồi.
Đó, cái máy để cho đỡ nóng.
We've seen them in
Lát.
the competitive scene for a long time already. BL
Về tại
into COAs, COA stages. Nor being a team since 2021 last year. And Sugar and MP Mad Penguins. Just I mean we've all known them already, but there have been like massive changes to the members.
Bắt đầu ban pick thì gọi ai nhá.
So we have MP with an inclusion of many new members like Ben and Ray. So I think that could be some people that we could anticipate a bit more because they haven't. I mean, they did come out already. Yeah, Acrobat, Mercenary, as well as Christis, but not.
Cảm ơn Vũ Tinh em ơi. Cảm ơn Thu Trang nhá.
Actually, I keep saying tonight, this afternoon, and for Sugar team, they also have new members like Nana as well as Bank, if I remember correctly. So I'm quite interested to see how the teamwork's gonna happen because I mean having new members just really means that you really have to cooperate with together and whether it's good or not. Like individually you guys might be really good, but cooperating.
Trên YouTube có thằng đặt tên đây là Sashim.
Vâng, bên em biết ạ.
Yes, but we're gonna first go to the promotional videos of the new hunter, the backstory, Alva. Who wants to get Alva in the essences? I really want to get him. I haven't even opened my essence yet, Toto. So we're gonna go to that video very fast. So let's go.
Creating a perpetual motion machine is like being trapped in a never-ending dream. Reality grows from these sketches, expanding through.
Ủa? Sao vậy vào trận xong rồi vào bình luận viên xong rồi lại ra chiếu CV này? Là sao ta? Cảm ơn Bạch Dực nhá. Ủa, rồi sao? Cái IVC buồn cười đấy nhỉ? À, chắc là nó chiều cái này để giới thiệu Hunter Survival mới. Hôm trước là giới thiệu QC đúng không? Hôm nay giới thiệu Hemit. Ok. À má, cái chiêu 2 của con này xài kết hợp với chiêu 1 được luôn này. Các bạn ngắm xong rồi các bạn bắn chiêu 1 được luôn này. Hay phết.
When the bell of absolution rings, virtue will be given new meaning on these icy plains. Perhaps it's to atone for the crimes of the past. Or perhaps it's to be exchanged for the promised freedom. But when you hold the key of judgment, the facade of the true shackles shall be lifted. A fool who thinks he holds the torch. If you can really see through that illusion,
Cảm ơn Thảo Vi nha. Cảm ơn Nhân nha.
you're nothing
Hello các bạn mới vào nhé.
but a deceived moth.
And right now we're back, and we actually see the essence tree for this season actually. So, the purple skins being the prisoner as well as the priestess skin. Mainly of the blue team, as we can see, is more of like snow and like avalanche kind of theme. And then after that, we could actually see the hermit skin as well, the S skin.
Yeah, that skin is so beautiful. He looks so tall actually. He's really tall, and I think some people playing him already, and he has like a mini stun and kind of can stun the survivor as well. So it's kind of like if the survivor stuns him, he will stun back. He can place like a blue circle on top of the survivor and just do the electric shock, and that is actually quite cool. I think it's a new way to play this hunter because it's gonna require a little bit more mind game from the survivor to counter.
I mean, Hermit right now, as we're seeing its gameplay, it seems like it's a pretty strong character. I mean, it seems
Ủa
like a
Hưng,
combination of
bán pick chưa?
and jumping over to survivors and stunning them, getting that hit. But and it's also like a compilation
Voilà.
of also like prisoner, like stunning like usually we see prisoners, the survivor character, stunning the hunter, but we see survivors getting stunned on the ciphers itself. So it's kind of strange. I'm still not too sure how Hermit is gonna be played against other survivors, and is there a way to counter Hermit still? I think it's still a debate right now, a discussion amongst all the survivors as well as hunters in Identity 5. So I think we could keep a lookout on this hunter once it comes out in quick matches as well as rank.
Yes, definitely. And now we're gonna see some little fun art that they have sent to IVC. This is art for IVC of a team fighting, and it is so cute. You see Patient, the Forward, Dream Witch, Fiona, Priestess, Entomologist, and Andrew. So adorable. It's like the team comp. One of the perfect team comps that we often see here. Support, there's rescue, and looks so cute. The art, it just makes it look like it's like from a Polaroid picture.
And the next one we see is a NP fan art, Mad Penguins fan art. We see Enchant, Elsie,
Cái fan art của team là phải mở to màn hình lên nữa.
Ray, Sup, Sam, as well as Shiru, all the new members that's in the team right now. I mean, this kind of shows how much support Mad Penguins fans are giving to the team itself, and yeah, and I think this is an amazing fan art. I mean, it looks pretty cute actually, and I think I saw Moru if I didn't. If I
Đây là
saw
của
right.
Noi.
And also we see Pianisa, a very
So
yeah,
cute.
pretty famous Nor fan artist actually. She has been drawing many fan arts for including others also, many fan arts for Nor, and actually see this one is kind of popular. It's been on my IG story as well. Kokwa, DDD, Glass, CCC, Night Owl, Aurora, Oxygen, as well as DDD. All the players that is currently in Nor N.
Yes, I really love this art too. You can see everyone is wearing their mains, so it looks so adorable. So yes, we're gonna talk a little bit about the teams so far. I'm gonna give you a little bit introduction about Sugar Team, or like some people like to call it SG. It's also a team from Vietnam, same as Mad Penguins. And SG has two hunters. One is called Cerberus, like the Greek mythology three-headed dog, like like Fluffy. And he's a main breaking wheel. And actually, I was so surprised to see him playing last time. He was not afraid to bring his breaking wheel into arms
Cảm ơn Từ
practice,
Lãng nhé.
which is actually one of the worst
Cảm ơn Mỡ nha
parts
em
of
ơi.
breaking wheel. But he went for it, and that was really impressive.
I mean, Cerberus must have been very confident of his pollen as well. I mean, it is a. I mean, at a point in time, he was very confident of his pollen, so bringing it out on Spectre was something that he really wanted to do. But if I remember correctly, and very unfortunately, he wasn't able to achieve as much of a good objectives for his team in the Arm Spectre match. So really unfortunate.
Yes, now gonna talk a little bit here about the bracket. Is going to be today the first matches MP versus SG, followed by BL versus Noir, and then later on Poch and Entity will be casting the matches for RYU, WP, ZT versus GH. So guys, there's a lot of action today, and it's going to be all in a row, starting from today until night. So guys, stay ready for all this IDV action coming to you.
I mean, just stay for the entire thing if you're rooting for. You're not too sure who to root. Maybe after this, you might know who to root for. You know, like see which teams are really like standing out. You know, being the strongest in the top amongst the 8 teams. And we actually see the timings also 2, 4, 6, 8 p.m. These timings are also GMT +7. So do take note if you're in other time zones.
Yes, definitely. I'm gonna see here a little bit of the stats for the hunters. Here we see CG Cerberus, Breaking Wheel, and MP Moru with his Galatia.
And Moru has been playing certain characters like Polun, Bonbon, as well as Geisha. Not so much of Sculptor, so I'm expecting to see if tonight he's gonna. It's in this afternoon. This afternoon he's gonna bring out his Sculptor. And for Cerberus wise, I think he has been playing.
Cảm ơn Thảo Vi nha. Cảm ơn Vi Lê nha.
Such as the Poland, X-Boy actually, X-Boy. His flame snites are pretty accurate. Wax Artist, Sculptor, as well as Bonbon. But they do have another hunter, right? Sorry.
Yes, they definitely have another hunter called Sugar Pow Pow, and he's actually known to play Dream Witch. So maybe we'll see some Dream Witch matches. And then continuing with the lineup, we have SG Cine, to known for being a Enchantress main and a main stunner of Sugar Team.
I mean, Seni has been known for his S badges, like for Enchantress, Perfumer, as well as Seer. So, I mean, we might be able to see a lot of strong kiting routes from Seni. So, maybe we can all learn from him. And then for Shiru's side, has been a long member inside Mad Penguins. Psychologist and Entomologist Seer has been this common characters that he has been playing throughout. So, more of those kiting characters for his team.
Yes. And then follow up with SG Nana. Nana is the main support of the team. He's also one of the main kiters. He usually plays Acrobat and Prospector, depending on the map and depending on his team lineup.
And then for MPLC, I mean, even before all this competitions today, we know that he has been a very support-heavy kind of OB character, caresser actually. So you might be able to see forward better tonight. And he has also shown to people that his acrobat kiting skills has been really, really good. I'm not. Was it the Ever Sleeping Town that I remember that he also kited all the way from Shack all around the map and went back to Shack again to continue his kite and died there. So, LC strong OB character, person as well as kiting person as well.
Yes, they're definitely going to have a different type of playstyle because SG is known to actually have an embalmer. So they like to use the embalmer in their gameplay. In this one, we're going to see SG Beloin. He's one of the main rescuers, and he plays mercenary and any other rescue character.
And for MP, we have Anomaly. Anomaly, I believe he is Enchant. So Enchant actually had, yeah, Enchant has been playing Explorer as well as Priestess. So, and I mean, from his Priestess, we could tell actually he's a very experienced one in terms of support. He can really give it to his teammates as well. For Beloin, right, I've seen him or her play already, and I can just say that her kiting for when she plays Priestess is very stable. I really like the way she kites as well as support for his teammates as well. So I'm excited to see what Beloin is gonna bring out this time for BO1.
Yes, I was saying SG has also known to have Embalmer in their lineup, and they have used Embalmer before just to achieve the tie because you know the Embalmer is one of the favorite characters to be used when the team wants to aim for a sure tie because he can place the coffin either in at the dungeon or at the gate, and that could help the team enormously to get the last survivor that they need just to get the tie. So that's something that Sugar Team is known to do. So expect some Embalmer gameplay as well.
And right now we'll see MP Ray in the introductions. I mean, recently has been playing Agrobet as well as Mercenary, so not I think it's kind of expected already because their team it seems to be that they have very few people that's playing rescuers, or MP is not really picking rescuer characters like mercenaries. So Ray has been have been taking up the role of the mercenary for his team and has been doing pretty good.
Yeah, and Yuepan in Sugar is actually the embalmer that I was talking about, and he also plays forward and mercenary. So he's very versatile with his survivor mains. And even though here you see mercenary, he has a very good forward and also an amazing embalmer gameplay.
I mean, I was quite surprised when I was really researching for Yuebang, because once I was looking through all the characters that he has picked before in his other maps, in other matches with the other teams, he has a whole like array of like things to pick. You know, like forward mercenary, rescue characters, embalmer, little girl, magician, as well as explorer. So he can play like pretty much everything: kiting, OB, decoding, and kiter role. Like he is like a four-in-one kind of survivor that people hasn't really been really appreciating. So just keep a lookout for Bang. I believe that Bang this time round, he might be hopefully he will be doing a kite that all of us might be able to remember.
Wow. Yes, actually, I totally agree with you because if you want to main some characters like Embalmer, you have to have amazing kiting ability because Embalmer, as itself, it doesn't really have much kiting ability like other survivors such as Priestess or Little Girl that they can stun or they can just find a way out. As Embalmer, you need to learn to roll kite and just use the map and the areas to loop the hunter, and it is very difficult. So I think that's why very looking forward to Bang's kite today.
And right now we see the ban picks on the hunt for the teams. MP has banned the Chinatown, and Sugar Team has picked the Secret Hospital, which is a Zero-sided map. I think when Sugar Team was picking this map, they probably has confidence in their own hunter. I believe Cerberus will be coming out first, so confidence in their hunter to really probably get a tie and above, probably hopefully this kind of situation, because sometimes it might be kind of difficult for hunters to get a tie, because we've seen ZT play in Secret Hospital. They have been almost consistently getting 4 escape in Secret Hospital. And it's making it really difficult for hunters to just find like the weak point in that team comp and just try to um, chase that thing, because one character, for example, that is really strong in Secret Hospital is actually Entomologist. Entomologist with its bees, the hunter can easily lose track of where Entomologist is in a hospital, and it's just GG from there, because hunter, you hit the Entomologist, and then suddenly the person that you're chasing disappear into thin air all of a sudden. So that could be really difficult for the hunter in this map, but I believe SG has already made their studies on this map and knowing what to do to really counter map penguins.
Yes, definitely. Secret Hospital, like you said, is one of the most. It could really work well for the survivors most of the time. But what happens if they ban entomologists then? Because as you say, entomologist is one of the strongest, if not the strongest survivors for this map, and especially going against any hunter nowadays, Dream Witch or Breaking Wheel, or even whatever they just bring in this map. Then I think it would be very scary if the hunter doesn't ban entomologists.
I believe entomologists might not be the first few picks, ban picks on the hunter side, mainly because as much as entomologists might be very strong in this map, it might be banned maybe like the second ban or the third ban. But what's more important for the hunters to ban right now is definitely the 3 main characters, Seer, Priestess, and Forward, as much as possible, because these characters, not only can they OB, they can support. Seer can also decode very fast, and it's just crazy. I believe even hunters that usually ban Seer first, I've seen them ban the Priestess first before the Seer. That's how scary
Wow.
Priestess can be in this map as well. So if you're talking about which one is more scary or should be in the banned category, it's definitely Priestess for the Secret Hospital.
Yeah, I can agree more because after seeing the combo that Priestess can make together with Psychologist and also Priestess Barmaid, Priestess Psychologist, those combos that we have seen, they work so well because one of them can just kite, the other one can make the portal, one make the long distance portal, while the other one is Wi-Fi healing everyone. So that is just so scary. So this is going to be the lineup versus SC versus MP today, guys. And again, like for the ones who just came to the stream, these are two teams from Vietnam, and today is the playoffs. And whoever gets the most points will take an advantage, and the team that gets the less points will go to the lower bracket. So that's why we need to keep in mind the points. And let's go right to the band phase. Yeah, we're talking about we have to give some shout outs, Chocho. Let's give some shout outs for the people in the crowd.
And maybe CEV, High V, Venus, the audience again. L, a very familiar person as well. You Goat, Vanilla Kin, Eli Clark, Maddox, Maney, hi Maney, Elia, and as well as Joe's DG. Yeah, and a bit shout out on the live chat itself. We see Chu Zibin has been here every time as well. MPLC Simp, yeah, and many others also. Thank you for coming for this live stream tonight, this afternoon, like 6 tonight, this afternoon. And we actually see right now going towards our van picks right now. Maru banning the priestess first.
Oh, just like Chocho predicted. Chocho, you are the seer of today because you also said the first.
Thôi chắc không cần làm tiên tri đâu các bạn nhỉ?
And you said it right.
Chắc tôi không cần làm tiên tri đâu nhỉ?
And look, the second one is going to be 4. That is definitely a survivor that you must ban as a hunter. And Moru is doing everything as like a textbook.
And it seems like survivors kind of know what characters Moru's gonna pick. Either the Bomber or the Sculptor, but I think it's Bomber because they're not even attempting to try and pick out the Seer this time around. They just pick the Acrobat as well as Enchantress, which are pretty good counters against Sculptor as well as Bonbons because of the curse as well as the balls. We see the last band pick on Moru's side, which is a mechanic, not as meta character as much as possible right now.
Yeah, they ban Mechanic, I think because they know that Sugar can play a Mechanic very well, and Mechanic is one of the survivors that can rush the ciphers with the robot, and instead of playing against 4 survivors, it's like you're going against 5 because of the robot. Because he's either decoding or just
Rồi, cảm ơn Uyên nha em ơi. Cảm ơn Uyên. Để xem cuối tuần này được đi ăn không. Nghĩa là thằng An Chan đánh thắng là em bao nó đi ăn à? Hay là như thế nào?
And we see that Magician might be picked this time. So SG is really going for a kiting kind of team comp this time around. Hopefully the kite lasts long. If it doesn't, we're just gonna sell. And because rescuing against a Bonbon or a Sculptor wise is gonna open second skill. Bonbon, there is a high chance you might even get a Terror Shock, a Double Down. So it's not really worth it. So the first kite has to make the kite count. If not, it really depends on how the second person is gonna kite. And actually quite an interesting band pick on Moru's side because the only person that I recall that played Mechanic was actually Sugar Daddy, and Sugar Daddy this time around will not be coming out onto the main lineup this time around. So not too sure why the Mechanic is banned here. So yeah, but I believe survivors also not really wanting to fall for the bait of picking the Seer. So
Ooh, yes. I totally agree with you because Moru, before we see him play Breaking Wheel, but at the same time he also is known for playing Bonbon, and some people even call him Moru Kuma or like Moru Blink God because he's known for every time he blinks, he's very likely to get a Terror Shock on the survivor. His blinks are always on point of Moru here with his Bonbon. So that's why I believe that if he brings Bonbon into this map, do you think it's a good option, counting that there is now Flywheel available?
I think regardless, right, if it's a Sculptor or a Bonbon, I believe the team wouldn't be picking Flying Wheel because it's okay. Firstly, it's very hard to, not that it's hard to predict, but against a Bonbon, Flying Wheel is not as effective. That's one. Against a Sculptor, much less. So I believe survivors might be picking maybe most likely a 3-9 because there is a lot of windows to vault over in this map. So it might be a 3-9. And
yeah, I totally agree with you. Yeah, definitely agree with you because nowadays we see actually we call it the double bullet persona, which means double dash. There is pallet dash and there is window dash. So I heard some pro players in IVL, they would call that type of build is double bullet because they can speed boost to the pallet or speed boost to the window. And that is a very common build that we see. And it's actually there's many builds that are very interesting. Like even in IVL we saw Explorer that had no borrow time. So imagine like playing that risky. I mean it did work for them, but they had extreme coordination, and also it was like a big risk for a high reward. So yeah, those builds can definitely change the match.
And right now, actually, the teams will be restarting their BPs. I believe there was a bit an error, so let's just wait it out for now, and let's just talk a bit about. I think right now the SG might have changed their picks, or I'm not too sure, but let's just take a look. Let's just look back at what Moru can play as a hunter.
Yes. Yes, Moru can definitely play Bonbon and Sculpture, but like you said, since even the flywheel is available, you said they might not pick flywheel because there's so many other better options for going against Moru in the first match because they already know how he plays. He knows he plays a Sculpture, chip damage hunters very well, and and sometimes those chip damage hunters can actually counter flywheel because nowadays hunters know how to bait the flywheel, and they will just trick the survivors to use it early, and then they will still get hit. So that
Yeah.
is something to take into consideration.
Talking about tricking survivor's flying wheel, I think one very olden book kind of trick, right? What hunters are actually doing right now is to do the long attack, because the moment the hunter lifts up their arms, right, survivors will think that they're gonna get hit immediately, so they fly wheel. Turns out, if it's a long attack, the flying wheel would have ended by then, and then the long attack would then register onto the survivor's side, and then the survivors will get the hit. So we'll see whether this afternoon we're gonna see such gameplays. And I was looking at what Moru has, what Moru, I mean MP's matches, and there was this match in BO1 MP versus WP. There was a Sigrid hospital as well, and Moru was the hunter, and he actually picked Bon Bon, and he got a 4 kill as
Ăn
well.
xong hai cái bánh mì rồi vẫn chưa thấy đánh.
So it was quite interesting why should you pick
Lỗi.
that kind of
Biết lỗi.
knowing that Moru,
Nói chung là chắc là bị lag đấy, không biết được.
excellent hunter, is able to continue Bonbon, get a 4 kill at Secret Hospital. Like it's just kind of weird because you know that that is that hunter's one of their better maps at countering survivors.
Yes,
So
I totally agree with you because I believe if Moru is actually going to choose to play Bonbon, he's banning that mechanic because Bonbon is one of the characters that because he has the small legs, he cannot really walk as fast as other hunters and he cannot have much cipher control. So he definitely will be against any decoder, such as mechanic in this case, and either prisoner or explorer. But I believe that mechanic is definitely the one that he's the most afraid of because not only she can go with the robot, she can also buy some time from him, and she can give a little bit of a decoding boost to the survivors as well. So I think those things are definitely a hint that Moro will actually bring in Bonbon.
I mean, let's just jog back a little bit back to memory lane. So just now, I believe I saw the 3 kiting characters were, yeah, you can see it right now, Enchantress, Acrobat, as well as Magician, I believe. So this kind of characters, right? If I were Moru, I would definitely pick I wouldn't say what I would pick, but definitely the skill would have to be big. Like, I feel like bring a teleport might kind of be a very hard kind of chase kind of situation because Enchantress, each time you get closer to her, she's gonna stun you once. Acrobat can pull distance with you with his balls, and then if you don't have blink, you might have to, if he puts a white ball over the vaulting place, the hunter is gonna like go over that window really slowly. So it might not be too ideal for Moru to actually pick teleport. Yeah, in this map.
Yes, we have seen that Bonbon works really well with keepers in this map. It's a little bit risky, but we have seen it before. It really just helps the hunter give the vision. And since a lot of survivors nowadays also choose as a last resort to use the hide and seek strategy, then definitely peepers will not only slow them down, it can also, if you place it at a cipher, then it can also slow down the decoding of the cipher machine. So that's why I think that peepers is actually a very good option. The question here is, will he bring trump card?
Trump card, most likely because I don't think Moru's gonna bring. Wait, let me think. If this was if it's Bonbon, okay, I think he might bring a maybe a confined space. Yeah, definitely confined space.
Yes.
Confined space as well as a either detention or trump card. I think detention might be better. Yeah, the confined space because there's way like I said just now way too many windows over here. If he doesn't bring blink, it's gonna be an endless rotation with a enchantress at the ruins area. So he definitely has to bring broken windows.
Yes, broken windows is a must for a hunter like Bonbon because he can be afraid of
Cái gì đấy?
getting looked around the ruins area or the hospital area. So yeah, it's a
Bây
must
giờ đứa
to
nào
bring him
làm gì đấy?
also as a fast pallet breaking. And detention nowadays, hunters with detention, either Breaking Wheel or Galatia or Bonbon, they all bring detention nowadays because they want to ensure they can get the kill. So that is very important to note that we kind of get an idea of Bonbon's persona is going to be for this first BO1 between Sugar Team and Mad Penguins. So guys, if you're rooting for Mad Penguins, let's give some penguins emoji for Mad Penguins. And if you're rooting for Sugar, you can send white hearts because sugar is white and I think hearts is cute. So yeah, white hearts for sugar and penguins for mad penguins. And yeah, let's support both of them because these teams are top 8 teams of Southeast Asia, guys. So top of the top. So let's go.
Right now we'll be heading into the match.
Ôi,
This is Soy.
nào.
This is Soy with me as well as Chocho commentating on BO1 first half of the match. So right now we see Moru spawning near the hospital entrance actually, and we're going into the ruins area. Is Nana with
Yeah, seems to be the acrobat here going around this ruins area using the wall to just break the line of sight from Moru.
And we see Nana will be taking the kite
À,
at ruins. Nobody's at ruins, so he's not interrupting
hay.
anything. This actually ruins is one of the best kiting areas for accurate because of the wind the ability to just rotate around with the palace as well as because Hunter doesn't have clear sight of you actually. So
Oh,
that is
nice
one of the
ball, but Moru just moved aside and now very close. That was such a risky vault, and we can see the wheel real quick here. Trump card and detention, Chocho.
yeah, and I believe Nana will be rotating. Oh, will she be able to rotate into the hospital because that's one of the best cutting areas around hospital? But jumping over the hunter with the red bomb, eliminating his bombs activation. So acrobat getting the basic and entering hospital. Continue his kite.
Yes, going to the second floor here is a very good strategy, but here Moru knows that and putting peepers right there to have complete vision of it, and will manage to do the chain bomb on Nana.
Yeah, very accurate bombs on Moru's Bonbon side. Right now the cipher progress is about almost 3 ciphers already. Very fast decodings on the survivor side, and Moru is gonna chair at the near birdcage area, and not too sure whether Sugar Team will decide to come for the rescue. Cipher is not okay. It is a pretty good card already, considering it's almost a 3 cipher. But I believe Sugar Team, if Hunter doesn't give chance, they might not go for the rescue. But if Hunter, which is more, we're gonna give chance, then maybe a elbow pad to the chair immediate rescue. But Mercenary
Exactly.
does have the wanted order, so that would be very difficult.
Yes, and we see actually the magician was the one crouching, just trying to give that tinnitus earmark to Moru, just to avoid him from moving from this area because Moru doesn't have much cipher control ability, so he needs to camp this chair with his life. This is the most important part of a Bonbon gameplay, to camp that chair and to avoid any rescue. But now the magician is still giving the earmark. There is no one coming close to that chair. So yes, they're definitely going to sell acrobat, and now Moru already feeling there is a magician here and immediately spotting him.
I mean, this kite just starting right after the acrobat has flown to the sky. Actually, this is not looking too good for the Sarah side. Also, magician eating 2 bombs in a row, unable to really kite this out. But Moru is still giving chase to magician, not gonna give out on magician. Wants him down immediately so they can get his second. And we see the change in skill into blink. I think Moru is playing really aggressive this time around. We see the trump card, and I mean, quite surprising for him to bring peepers actually, because knowing how well this survivors can kite, he still decides to bring peepers. But he was being very brutal just now, changing immediately to being not giving him the chance to kite this out.
Yes, the fact that he brought peepers, I think it did help him in the second floor when there was a lot of walls, and he just wants to be sure that he can get that downing very fast. So I think that's why he might have chose peepers over teleport.
I mean, this is a definite have to rescue already. We see the missed time bond on Moru's side. Will he be able to mind game this mercenary and not getting the double down, rescuing perfectly on mercenary side? Beloin might be continuing with this kite. He still has another two or one more magic wand. So he has to make this kite last right now. He is doing a pretty good kite, and no time bond at the moment. We see him getting the basic hit, and the next chair will be happening very soon.
Yeah, that was such a difficult rescue because Chocho, you know that rescuing against magician is one of the most difficult characters to rescue because his rescue is always slow. And actually, the good thing is that it still leaves the magician image on the chair after his rescue, which can definitely confuse the hunter for a nick of a second there. So that was a really nice rescue.
And Weibang has to be careful right now because his time bomb is gonna like prevent the ciphers from being continued. And cipher right now, nobody's decoding. It's just stagnant at 65%. Moru is trying to prevent Seni, the Enchantress, from coming for the rescue. This rescue has Seni has to come if okay. The thing is that if they're trying to go for the tie, which I believe not so anymore, because Mercenary has gone to the basement of the shack area to open up more chests, probably wishing for a straight, hoping to get a strange actually. So Enchantress continue with this kite. I think just actually is just trying to play safe, trying to get for their dungeon maybe one escape or like the gate one escape as long as the cipher can pop. So we see the time bomb has already been used already because of the time, and Moru is trying to go back to see the ciphers whether it's going to be continued because what Moru doesn't have anymore is trump card. He has changed his skill from people to blink, so he has no late game potential, but he has a very good chasing ability right now. Going back to ciphers, not knowing that nobody is there actually, but he has the tinnitus from the mercenary, I believe.
Yeah. He just finished healing, and because of the chip damage bomb, he cannot fully heal. But still, he finished quite a bit, so he can at least take 2 more bombs. That helps, and he's definitely going to try to finish the cipher machine. While Enchantress is also running around. Or she should touch a cipher though before she gets crows. And now she's definitely going to this 5% machine. And nope, more denying that decoding from Enchantress, and immediately deciding to just finish her around here.
I mean, this is looking pretty good for SG right now for their one escape because, oh no, getting the hit over the pallet. A bit of a mind game over there. I mean, what Enchantress could have done more safely was to stun the hunter to prevent any hits from happening. I mean, the max she would have gotten would have been a bomb hit. So I think on Enchantress side, she was a bit too conservative with her monkeys. But we see the pop on the cipher right now. Moru bring trump card as well as detention, a persona that none of us was actually expecting in this hospital map. But him going straight to back gate where mercenary is, mercenary's gonna hide it out instead of opening.
He has to because now he doesn't really feel confident with 2 elbow pads yet. He wants to give Tenetos continue doing the hide and seek game, and now this elbow pad was crucial, and now luckily didn't get hit. But now Moro is going to be on him while Enchantress is still healing 70%.
And Bang using the elbow pad towards the T wall. Not too. Okay, so he used the elbow pad towards T wall where there is no pallets, very little kiting ability. Especially right now, he has absolutely nothing, and we see the blink hit on the mercenary, so mercenary down immediately. We can see Moru gonna chair the mercenary right now, and we'll be going to front gate to see if there's any tinnitus, to see Enchantress is opening the gate or not. But we actually see Enchantress will most likely try and attempt to go to the dungeon instead of opening gates.
Yes, at this point, still with a bomb with detention that can go to the gates back and forth is a little bit dangerous because, like you said, there's not much kiting area near the gates. Unless you are full health and you have all your items. But Enchantress only got 2 stuns left that are really small stuns. It's not even the 3 ape stun, and she just needs to play safe around this area.
And Moru's still unable to know where exactly Enchantress is. Will he be able to see it through the... No, he's unable to see the Enchantress. So, but the tinnitus will be popped up right now. He can see the blood trace of the Enchantress. Enchantress right in front of Moru's face. Will Moru be able to get the hit? Because right now Dungeon is not here. So Enchantress, all she could do right now is hopefully kite towards hospital and try to go. But the time Moru does have a time bomb, so will he be able to use it? Oh, and a basic hit on the Enchantress, and this is a definite 4 elimination on Moru MP side.
Wow, Moro coming in very strong. And also he was not afraid really of going after the survivors, even though when he cannot see them, he's so confident about just feeling the ear mark, the tinnitus, and just going straight and then finding their hiding spots. Because Chocho, he went against a mercenary that had 2 elbow pads. That is huge because usually mercenaries will manage to kite away and just go away from MP, but he from Moro, but he still followed him and used the time bombs and kind of corner him in the T wall area. And that was just some amazing way that Moru can is the type of hunter that can put so much pressure on the survivors towards the end game, especially towards the end game.
Mm-hmm. And I feel like Moru really capitalized on the survivors' mistakes, because I feel like Mercenary, right, his last level pet, I'm not too sure why he decided to pet towards T-Wall. Because T-Wall, like we've just mentioned, is the weakest kiting area in the entire Secret Hospital. There was no point in him elbow patting to the T-Wall and expecting to kite it out because firstly there's no way. And I feel like a possible situation that could have happened was on Mercenary, right? Instead of padding from shack to the small gate dungeon area, he should have padded towards the probably collected around the ruins area, because if he downs there, Moro decides to chair mercenary, and Enchantress has a chance to go to front gate and open that gate. But because
Mm-hmm.
of him, mercenary going towards T wall, weakest kiting area, downing there, unable to allow Enchantress to open any of the gates, because technically T wall is easy to go to the front gate. It's also easy to go to back gate. And Enchantress being him, Enchantress dying not near any of the gates is
Cảm ơn Rachel nha.
can't make the time to run there and open the gate as well. Moru's not going to give you the chance to as well. So very good job on Moru's side to capitalize on survivors' mistakes and just bring that four elimination to his team.
Yeah, we see the stats real quick is 54 seconds from the Acrobat, the longest kiting time, together with 236 decoding from Enchantress and also 200 decoding from Mercenary. So from these stats, we can see that survivors, both Enchantress and Mercenary, were the ones decoding the most, and Acrobat and also Magician, everyone was also kiting, but Acrobat was the one who had to kite the longest here. And still, Moru put so much pressure on the survivors from the beginning of the match to the end that they definitely didn't got the chance to even get close to the gate, because like you said, Chocho, the positioning of the mercenary at T-wall was in between the two gates, in between back gate and front gate. So when the hunter knows that he can swiftly go from one gate to another, and then when he found Enchantress seemed to be almost like going to touch the gate, because I feel she was also afraid of getting crows. So Moru saw that and immediately tunneled her. Because the thing is that, do you know where was the dungeon in the last match? Because
I believe
I didn't really.
it's
Yes.
I believe it's at small gate area near
Mm,
Shack. Yeah.
very far away from Enchantress.
Definitely. And
Mm,
I think that match itself, let's just go from the start of the match when
mm,
Acrobat was getting his first chase, right? I mean, if the intentions of the entire team, which seems pretty obvious since from the start, was for the first kite to last long, and then they're probably gonna sell if the person gets chat if the cipher's not enough, then I felt like Acrobat should have been more aggressive. I mean, not aggressive, but use his ball more effectively, because when the Acrobat died, he still has like one or two bombs left to use. So it's kind of a waste.
mm-hmm.
At the same time, right, even after that, right, ciphers were looking pretty good actually on the server side. But then the magician out of nowhere decided to just run out from the 2 1 window, not the strongest kiting area also, and then just the kite just happened right before the acrobat actually flew to the sky. So on the sugar side, right, I'm not too sure what happened with the magician when he suddenly started to run out, making Moru spot him out. But if magician could have just continue hiding and not come out, that would have been better, because Moru would have to take time to find the person.
Mm-hmm. Totally agree with you. I'm gonna give a little bit of shout out to the people in the chat. Hello, Evie, Vanilla King, Ellie Clark, Matos, You Got Manny, Alia, MPLC Simp, Sadal Kill. Hello, guys, and we're gonna go to the
Mẹ, trên
real
YouTube các
one
bạn ạ,
to everyone who
có một ông đặt tên là LC Sim.
viewer, for the ones who just came to the stream.
Đéo hiểu.
Welcome to watch together with us
Có phải là bạn nào cosplay vậy vì fan 20 năm của LC thì nhớ vào nhá.
Right now we see
Chứ nhìn hơi bị ngại đó.
Cerberus being the SG's hunter and the band picks on his side, Priestess as well as Entomologist, one of the two best characters in Sacred Hospital being banned, and after that banning the Mercenary, which is one of the strongest rescuers among all. So we see the
Cảm ơn Loan nhá.
MP side, we see the forward, acrobat, patient, very meta characters. So it seems like MP has decided to opt for a kiting. Oh, and we see the Explorer once again at Sacred Hospital. Quite an interesting pick.
I have a little bit of deja vu, like a little bit of like flashlight. We seen Explorer before. I believe it was like last week or like 2 weeks ago. We saw Explorer in this same map, and he got found really early on. And once he was rescued, the hunter, which was I remember Sculpture, managed to tunnel him, and he was unable to hide because like once the Explorer gets found, and unless he's finding a good spot, most of the time he has really no kiting ability. So the fact that they're choosing Explorer, I think is very very shows the confidence that MP has on their Explorer gameplay.
And I'm not sure if you saw it, Soy, but Cerberus was teasing us with a Dream Wish just now because this team com against a Dream Wish, I would say that it would have been a good counter against Explorer. But throughout the entire competition, we haven't seen Cerberus actually play the Dream Wish. It's usually his co-hunter Pao Pao. So yeah, he teased us, but I think he will be picking the Sculptor this time. And looking back at his Sculptor, I think he not too sure what was the he actually played Sculptor in the Lakeside against Ryu, and he got a 4 elimination. So yeah, I remember what happened already. His statues are so accurate actually. So
Oh.
yeah, and he was able to down the postman in 50 seconds into the match, and it was at the big board. So I was absolutely impressed. Okay, his first skill and second skill statues are very very monstrous. I believe that this time around we might be able to see if he's gonna pick Sculptor. It's most likely gonna be a crazy match between who will be able to dodge and who has more accurate statues.
Yes, because being a chip damage hunter, it is nowadays because there is flywheel in the meta. Sometimes it's useful to counter flywheel because with status you can just stuff the survivors. And we also see anomaly, or like you like to call Antan, anomaly Antan. He's bringing patient. Wow, patient is such a hard to main survivor because of his hooks. Like to be able to manage the hook and to just dash away from the hunter, that's actually really difficult. So but he's known to play patient, so really looking forward to see how will he use his hooks against a possible Galatea coming in from Cerberus.
And I believe we can see L saying MP fighting, and
Yay.
yeah, and the teams will be restarting their BPs, and it has been confirmed that Cerberus will be picking the Sculptor. So looking at this team comms and against this hunter, I'd like to ask the chat, what do you think? What do you think the result will be of this match?
Yeah, I would like to know too because there's so many things here that can come out, especially with the Explorer in the match. Because we've seen in IVL when they use Explorer, sometimes the Explorer doesn't have borrow time because they just choosing to take 3 survivors out. They are not going for the 4-man out. So it really depends how Mad Penguins is gonna play this one because we just saw Moru got a 4 kill for their team. So looking at the survivor side, they might just being blessed with the pressure and just want to get 3 survivors out for sure. They're not aiming for a 4 escape. So maybe that could be it. That's why they would choose Explorer. That can be like a bit wild type of persona. Maybe it has no borrow time, or maybe has just even it could even bring a tie turner and go for the rescue. So so many options here to play with such a versatile character as Explorer.
And like you've mentioned just now, I'm just add on a little bit because Moru, like you said, Moru actually got a 4 kill in the first match, which means a total of 5 points have gone to MP. And Sugar, what they have to do, Cerberus, he has to either return another 4 kill, which means it will be a 5-5 a tie match, or as much as possible, Cerberus need to hopefully get the points as close to like maybe like a 3 kill a tie or a 3 kill and above, because if the points are like extended too much, the gap is too big, it's very hard for SG to try to keep it up. And if they completely lose out BO1, they have and they must win BO2 and 3. But will MP give the chance? Most likely not, because MP will go for more stable team comps and more stable character picks. Because from what I remember, Moru actually picked Geisha at Ever Sleeping in BO3, I believe, against another team. And his playstyle when he was playing Geisha was very conservative. I know that Moru would have been able to go for a 3 kill, 4 kill, but he was playing really safely there on, because he knew at that point in time his team just needed a tie the team needed one team to get a tie only, and then if possible above. So he was just playing very conservatively and wasn't able to get a 3 kill, 4 kill technically, so he just got a tie. So but we can see Cerberus has been displaying a very outstanding performance during the entire IVC this time around. We see, I mean, let's just exclude Poland, because at that point in time, Poland there wasn't Flying Wheel yet, so let's just exclude that. But we actually saw his Wax Artist also. Wax Artist could have been possible. Actually, he got a 3 kill at Moonlit when he played the Wax Artist. So but not too sure what the other teams are gonna pick for BO2 and 3, because from what I recall, Sugar Team picked this map. So if as a team you pick this map, you would want to get the advantage in this map. But I feel that at most SG this time, if Cerberus was to get a 4 kill, the maximum that SG could get, it would be a tie, which is kind of a win for MP, because it's not their map. It's not the map that they picked. So I think it's kind of exciting to see what both sides are gonna bring in the second half of BO1.
Yes, because like you said, both of them, Mad Penguins have already had a little bit advantage, because Moru brought an all kill in the BO1 first half. So I believe they're just going to play with less pressure compared to Sugar. Sugar, Cerberus, bringing Sculpture, definitely aiming for a 3k at minimum. I mean, he should get 3k just to bring less pressure for the next BO2. And at this point, anything can happen, because there's Explorer in the match, and the Explorer is the type of survivor that either it could be very sneaky and pop the ciphers without the hunter even noticing, or either the spawn will just play him a bad game and he probably could have to kite first, which is actually not the ideal scenario. However, though, if the sculpture if the culprit gets the full presence really fast, then that could be very scary and the survivors cannot do anything. But yeah, it's really scary. We're gonna see what is going to be today's game. Let's go right into the match. Mad Penguins versus Sugar.
And right in front of him is actually the Explorer that's hiding and able to know where Explorer is from, hiding exactly, getting that chip damage and the basic hit. This is gonna be a vertical kite on MP's Explorer side. If Explorer is gonna get this instant down, this rescue would most likely not be happening. Will essentially be able to get the Explorer, and Cerberus actually made it so. So 30 seconds into the match, we see Explorer already downed, and we'll be cheering at one of these teammate ciphers.
Wow, I cannot believe it. Explorer got so unlucky in the first seconds of the match, and now Patient is the one being cited. And the build here for Cerberus is going to be Trump card and Detention. Very similar build as the one Moru brought in the previous match.
I mean, this is not looking too good for the MP side. I would 100% think that it's gonna be a sell, because there is no point in rescuing Explorer this time around, because Explorer, firstly, he's brain tight this time around, so he doesn't have any second kite ability actually. So no point rescuing this one. Secondly is that Explorer did not dig out any pitch, so rescuing him mean nothing actually, and you'll only just be letting out your tide. So the one less tide in the entire team comp. And what we are seeing right now is that all four of them only Explorer brought tide. So this means that this is the second kite has to count this time. The second kite must be at least a 3 to 4 ciphers kite.
Yes, They need to kite for at least 3 ciphers in able to make it count because this sculpture only got the first present, hasn't got second presence yet. So they need to stop trying to avoid the full presence from Cerberus. But he's just swinging that in and forcing the acrobat to go to the hospital area. And he already got one ball to deal with. And we'll see here the statue stopping him from going to second floor. There's actually a very nice statue coming in from Cerberus. And the 2 chip damage at the same time. That is
my gosh.
really scary Cerberus gameplay right here. Putting on his second victim on a chair.
Oh my gosh, I'm not sure if you, but I saw it. I couldn't even see the statues clearly because of like all the animations that was going on with the acrobat, and suddenly the acrobat just down immediately. Like, the thing was that Cerberus predicted where the acrobat was gonna land, pushed him with the statues, and got him knocked down immediately. So excellent statue placements on Cerberus side. I was totally expecting this is looking extremely good for these survivors. Look at the ciphers. 2.5 still left, and we have 2 full bloods and 1 person that is already on the chair.
Yeah, this rescue is gonna be crucial. We're gonna see here the patient coming in, trying to take a rescue, but terror shot coming in from Cerberus. This is so aggressive gameplay right here. He completely denied the floorboard rescue and went right for a terror shock.
Yes, absolutely insane. Cerberus this time round in BO1 second half, he is really coming out really strong. 2 almost instant downs, 1 terror shot in the rescue, and Cypherus being absolutely not enough. This will definitely be a 4 elimination on SG side. I was not expecting this. Not that I was underestimating Cerberus, but this was something that I was not expecting at all. Like, I was thinking there was gonna be a bit of a fight here, and because what MP really needed was just a 1 escape.
Yes, this is so dire right now for the survivors of MP. They're really trying to stay away as fast as they can here, dashing towards the hospital with the football LC, and now following the blood trade, and now just trying to deny this hospital for him, because if he goes into the hospital, there could be a possibility for kiting, but now he's using all his football to go into this ruins area, and now Cerberus still has blink on that he hasn't even used yet, but he doesn't even need it. He just got another hit and he swiftly changed to teleport.
Changing to teleport. He's yeah. I mean, this round is just like like the downing of the survivors right now. Cerberus would most likely not have he is just will be playing normally right now. I mean, second skill is also opened. There really isn't much kitability, but we see the accurate hook on Sirius patient side. That's one of the tricks for the patient. So it was pretty standard, and yeah, Cerberus will be going to chase the forward instead and just giving out patient that is in the hospital.
Yes, he probably knows he only has 1 hook left. So for him, he wants to just deny this decoding ciphers, and he feels very confident going into this ruins area as well, because that's the same area where he found the acrobat at first. And we'll see how a forward with only a quarter of football left, rugby ball left, then how's he gonna do this kite?
This is gonna be extremely difficult. This is almost 0% ball on LC side. Even though I know personally that LC is an amazing kiter. Even during this IVC, he has shown amazing kiting skills. But how is he supposed to kite this out? I mean, it's a second skill stop. That's one. He's half blood. He has no ball already, and ciphers are looking extremely difficult for the survivor side. So not expecting too much, but we see a very nice dodge on LC's forward. Will he be able to dodge another one? Yes, he did. And will be prolonging his kite further around Shaq actually.
Yes, forward being one of the fastest vaulters in the game, he kind of can buy a little bit time more Cerberus. But guys, we're talking about a full presence Galatia. There's really not much you can do. And now he taking this chip damage, 1 more chip damage away. He really going around this area trying to get a pallet stand there, doing the mind game, but Cerberus went back and forth and just hit him right at the pallet. That was so close. What an amazing kite LC gave us, guys. We have to give kudos for that kite.
Definitely. LC, yeah, like him. It's like, okay, putting him in first kite, right? It's always so stable. The survivors in the stats itself, it showed that his kite would be sufficient for a tie and above kind of match. But this time around, unfortunately, he is the forward, and it wasn't the first person that Cerberus caught his sight onto. In fact, it was the explorer. So, very unfortunate on the survivor side. Them bringing them trying to LC especially trying to bring back the match, allowing patient to decode entire cipher peacefully with no interruptions. Like, I mean, we can really see the Cerberus just trying to fight this out. Will he be able to pick LC up? He manages to, and the kite will be prolonging even further this time.
He sacrificed himself to give the life to the forward. That is actually so amazing here because I thought he couldn't make it, and now forward is up to take this kite once again without the patient help at all. He has no items as well. And going to this second story building area that is the strongest kiting area in the map. Let's see how can forward kite around against a full presence Cerberus coming in very strong. Trying to the mind game here, swinging a bit early. Coming into the back to the pallet again. This is just the dance between Cerberus and LC. Ooh, taking the hit and also the stun. Wow, that was wow. Taking the hit and also the statue, and they just decided to surrender. That was so close, definitely. Cerberus, amazing Galatia gameplay from the beginning to the end. It kept us in our toes, trying to predict how it's gonna kill them because he came in really aggressive in this match, Toto.
I was like, oh, Cerberus, this time around, he really he is just crazy. I don't know how else to explain it. His sculptor is a mass ban. It seems to be. It seems to be a mass ban for the opponents actually this time. And LC also, we really have to give kudos to LC. His kite itself, I think we'll see the stats later, right? His kite is super good. Like the details that he has when he's kiting a second skill sculptor is something that all of us should be learning actually. So we should like it's something that you should go back and like look through his replay and see how the heck he actually kited out with absolutely no ball, second skill statues. Like it's just crazy also on LC side. And so like I mean let's talk a bit about MP's what they actually did. So MP's goal at that point in time for the Cerberus was definitely a one escape, right? Sorry.
Yes.
And taking Explorer in a secret hospital, Explorer is strong because he's able to hide. The grass in this secret hospital is actually kind of 3D. It's much better compared to, for example, Lakeside. Lakeside is kind of 2D, the grass. So secret hospital is amazing for Explorer actually.
Yeah.
But was it worth the risk? I think right now that's the question already because and normally being spotted out right at the start of the match, I believe it was probably the blood trace, even though he became small already and was probably slow walking. I believe there was still a bit of blood trace that Cerberus actually caught sight of right at the start of the match. So Cerberus, amazing eyesight and also amazing statues. First and second skill, like I mentioned just now, able to down so quickly, so fast. And right now we see the stats.
Yeah, the stats here are going to be 124-second kite for LC, the forward. He did an amazing, brilliant kite. And then the decoding speed, the maximum was 0, 230. Patient coder, let's go. And also the forward decoded quite a bit. So I really think these two survivors did amazing. Like at the beginning of the match, it was just so unfortunate. Like we were talking about the Explorer found. It was just the fact that Explorer works the best at grass areas. And let's talk quickly about the match result. 5-5. We are both tied, Chocho.
This is looking not too bad actually on both sides right now. I mean, even Sugar Team wanted to get the advantage. Their Hunter able to, with that kind of pressure of needing to 4-kill, able to give a 4-kill back. Excellent work. Also, actually, this is not the first time we actually saw Explorer in this map. I believe that time it was ADM's Survivor as well. I think it was Maple Leaf playing the Explorer as well. Things just didn't go as planned also because Explorer also got the first chase at that point in time and also got a down immediately with no pages. So this was kind of like a deja vu, even though it was at different places of the same map. So it seems to be that Explorer may not be the most ideal choice in Secret Hospital for IVC.
Yes, actually, I believe Cerberus have played against Explorer a lot, and he got a lot of practice against Explorer. So at the same time, the fact Explorer was hiding inside the hospital, which is an area where there's not many hiding spots. It's basically just walls and floor. There is no area for hiding, such as in the trees or in the bushes outside. So that was really unfortunate that he has to spot near the hospital, and he decides to go there, which is supposed to be one of the best kiting areas of the map. But then he got found in a very bad spot because when he got found, he was not running; he was just hiding. So Galatia, Cerberus Galatia saw him and immediately hit, and that was pretty much how he got into the early kite without even wanting to, because I believe he was just planning to hide first. Because as explorer, that is usually the goal that you go. You first try to hide, and you only kite if you have to. You don't really want to kite so early in the game.
Mm-hmm. And right, I was thinking and looking at the big picture actually, and I realized I think I kind of understood why anomaly might want to have picked the explorer in his team. I think it was mainly because
Mm-hmm.
explorer, right, when you're small in size,
Mm-hmm.
second skill statues can't hit you, like it can't detect you at all.
Oh.
So it's like an immediate cancellation. You will get zero damage if it's a second skill statue that's informed. So that's one thing that I believe that MP has taken into consideration, knowing Cerberus' hunter character pool. So, but however, like things just didn't go as planned,
Yes.
and very unfortunate on MP Cerberus side. But luckily, also, I mean, looking on the let's just look at the bright side. MP Moru also giving a 4 kill. So on MP side, even though it was a map picked by Sugar Team, they didn't give them the advantage. Were able to tie it
Mm.
out. So next map it will be an MP favoritism map kind of thing. So they will be picking the
Mm.
map, and hopefully they will be able to get the advantage that they've always longed for. But
Yeah.
let's just take a look at what possible maps MP might be picking, because we've seen them use the Moonlit River Park against an S1 clerk and getting a very good result, actually a tie. So actually it seemed to be a potential 4 escape 3 escape, but a bit of a uh because of the how strong the hunter is during late game when you're playing Clark, it nearly became a potential 3 kill or 4 kill, but successfully on MP side they got a tie. So yeah, it just seems to be that MP has amazing strategy using the roller coaster in the Moonlit River Park.
Yes, we all remember the match against SKG's S1 clerk, and they managed to do so well with the roller coaster. They went back and forth, and with the clerk that was unable to use the teleport as much, then it was so difficult. So the strongest part was here that when they popped the cipher in Moonlit River Park, the clerk is still having to manage to kill anyone. So they were very confident for going for the gate, but then
Mm-hmm.
it was really amazing that this SKG clerk managed to get a tie before killing anyone. So that was just the strong part of playing cleric. If you know the strategy well, and the survivors, the only way to counter, like you said, definitely is using the roller coaster in the map. That is just such a strong strategy, especially if you practice with it with your team. Then you could get a really nice coordination with it. Like even though we have seen some little mistakes happen before, like for example in Koa when Katsuneko didn't manage to get into the roller coaster, then that was really like so sad. But sometimes it just happens that even though it's risky, it can bring a lot to the match, and even can help you escape from the hunter. But this is just
Mm-hmm.
going to be how strong will this clerk be, because Moonlit River Park is not really one of the best maps for using clerk.
Mm, that is true. I mean, at that point in time, MP, like the other casters have also mentioned, they really gave a blueprint on how exactly you should be kiting a S1 sculptor all the way from Japan. Okay, and this kind of just shows that survivors they make their studies on the hunters very intricately, like the details that or like the way the hunter plays, they know exactly how it's gonna go, and it just worked favorably on MP side, and we actually see the change of members. MP Band, sorry, MP Ray to MP Band. So MP Band will be coming out this time, and then for Sugar Team they also had a change of members. So from SG Beloined to SG Sugar Daddy, we'll be seeing Sugar Daddy and Band in their respective teams.
Oh. Yeah, MP Band, nice. Let's go. And also Sugar Daddy. Sugar Daddy is also one of the. A lot of people like Sugar Daddy because his name is quite easy to remember. So that's why a lot of people have a little bit more impression of Sugar Daddy. But he's actually a very good rescuer and support of his team. And on the other
Mm-hmm.
hand, you were saying about MP Band. He's also one of the supporters, characters of Mad Penguins. But coming into this match, Chocho, actually both teams are kind of like at the same. They're 5-5. So
Mm-hmm.
it's going to be like back to square one, or do you think there is definitely more pressure?
Definitely more pressures on MP side, I feel, because right now it seems to be the battle of the hunters. Sorry, battle of the survivors, because hunter seems to be consistently giving 4 kills from BO. Okay, right now in BO1. If it continues to be the case where it's just 4 kill, 4 kill, 4 kill all the way, it really just comes to show whether which side survivors are gonna be able to stand out. You know, like make the kite like a 3-4 Cypher's kite, and then excellent rescue. There's no double downs. It's just there's a lot of factors to consider, and just both sides have chances to win. It seems to be, because right now if BO1 they tie, it means that it's a definite BO3 already. Definite BO3. There's no discussion. Definite BO3. And we see Sugar Team, they know exactly who they are facing. MP banning the Moonlit River Park, knowing that they're gonna make use of the roller coaster, and it's gonna be extremely painful internally for their hunter. So banning that, and sorry, what map was being picked?
It was pick Ever Sleeping Town.
Ever Sleeping Town. Okay, so
Yeah, using the roller coaster. I want to finish the phrase that you said. Like, yeah, using the roller coaster against the hunter will be like giving emotional damage to the hunter, because there's nothing they can do. Like, what can you do? You're a poor hunter, and then you don't have like teleport at the time because you bring blink. And then suddenly someone gets into the roller coaster all the way to the other stop. Then you're like, oh my god, like it must be really panicking. Especially if you're the type of hunter that you're so sure that you can get one survivor first with blink, then you're forced to wait for your trump card, or it's just like so many things can go wrong in Moonlit River Park. So it's such a dangerous map, to be honest.
And I don't know, this is gonna be like a deja vu of MP versus WP. Do you know why? Because in VO1, right, when MP and WP versus each other, they pick Sacred Heart. The second one is Ever Sleeping Town. So it's like the exact same map happening all over again. So however though, MP survivors at Ever Sleeping Town, they managed to get a 3 escape actually, and the team the service lineup was actually the same as right now, which will be Siru, LC, Anomaly, as well as Ray. Sorry, Ray will be swapped out, so Ben will be coming in. So yeah, there will be a bit of slight change on the survivor side. At that point in time, LC actually used the Acrobat and kited 3 ciphers and above. So yeah, and yeah, I think for this map itself, the Hunter's band picks will be pretty much the same for the first two. Either the Priestess forward or the Priestess here. Yeah.
Since if SG Hunter comes again, we could see that he actually will bring against a sculpture, because a sculpture works really well in Ever Sleeping Town. And if it's MP Moru, then we either can see a Breaking Wheel or his Bonbon once again, because both survivors he managed so well to play. And this map is one of the favorite maps for Breaking Wheel. So, do you think Moru will? Do you think he will feel like using Breaking Wheel, or he would just stick to playing Bonbon?
As great of this map is for the Poland, I feel that it wouldn't be the most ideal choice, like the best choice at this moment, because it is the 20 server. There is the flying wheel. It's almost like you trying to commit. No. It's almost like you trying to commit, like going to a bank and stealing money and trying to not get caught. You know. So
yeah,
it's
like
kind of
it's
like
too risky.
It's just extremely risky. There has been a match in IVA. I'm not sure if you remember. I believe it was NM versus Winter team. Winter's Oxygen actually. So NM survivors actually brought all 4 flying wheels, including the rescuer. So it was extremely difficult for the hunter, and he became a 4 escape in the same Ever Sleeping match. So I don't think it's the best choice for Moru to pick that. Also for Cerberus, even though he is amazing, he's an amazing Poland. He's amazing. He himself also know that he's amazing. I've seen him before, but it's just not it to ban Poland at this current meta.
Yeah, definitely. Although Cerberus is known for even bringing Breaking Wheel in Arms Factory, so he's the type of Breaking Wheels that is really confident about his skill. So we really will see how confident is Cerberus feeling today, whether he decides to bring Breaking Wheel, because even though we saw him bring Arms Factory was picked, he still brought it out. So if Arms Factory didn't stop him, then why will Ever Sleeping stop him? Like, it definitely it all comes down to how the hunter is feeling today and how confident he feels about Breaking Wheel against the current meta, which is Flywheel.
and I just realized something that Cerberus did that was extremely smart. Okay, so the thing is, okay, in perspective wise, LC has been kiting very very well, not just to Cerberus but to every other hunter. He is one of the best kiters, I would say, and best kiters in his team right now. So him banning the Seer and Priestess, letting out the forward, is just forcing LC to pick forward, which is a OB Caressa character, and him will be able to chase someone else that to him might be an easier chasing character actually. So I'm not sure if you understand what I just said. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's kind of smart on his side because he's just gonna let LC play the forward. He's not gonna, if possible, he's probably not gonna chase the forward also, chasing the other team members that may not have as strong kiting ability as well as LC. So yeah, I'm just extremely. I was looking at the big picture, and it just kind of like made me feel like, oh, that could have been possible also. So we see the ban on Little Girl and Mercenary also, which is a common strategy amongst not just in our competition also, but also in IVLs. Little Girl and Mercenary, this kind of strategy, we all should have already known. But him banning that already, there's no way it's gonna happen. But we see a very interesting pick on the server side, which is a female dancer, and Cerberus gonna pick the wax artist at Ever Sleeping.
Wow, Severus picking wax artist, that is definitely something I was not expecting at all, and I believe a lot of you guys were not expecting a wax artist. But we did talk about this before, that wax artist is also one of the hunters that counters flywheel. So I'm guessing that he's bringing wax artist because he has wants to counter the flywheel effect, as well as wow, look at the dancer, right? Do you think dancer is one of the good characters for countering wax artist?
It really depends because I mean, Cerberus wouldn't be Cerberus wax artist wouldn't sorry my throat wouldn't be too it wouldn't be too difficult for him to get the wax on the dancer also. So I feel like it wouldn't be such a good also like direct counter, I would say. Then this is it's just kind of strange because in the current 20 servers patch, right, wax artists have already been is the debuffed one, so it's very difficult. And in the match between God J's wax artist against DL survivors last week, we've seen it already. The result, I believe it was a 3 escape. uh, so it's not an ideal map, I believe, for wax
Yeah,
artists, and
yeah,
also a pick
definitely.
also.
Yeah, definitely, because we seen a female dancer being brought before, but it was another map though. It was Sacred Heart, and she was forced to use her music boxes so fast in the first kite that towards the end, like she had no resources, and then she was also down quite quickly. So I think we have to see how this Anchan anomaly decides to use these dancer boxes to the maximum extent. And I believe that
Mhm.
it's preferable if he brings he chooses the slow music boxes to slow down the hunter, because you know, like, this is a time game, so the longer the hunter is entertained with this kite, then the more they can decode. So that's what's going to be a very good strategy, where the dancer decides to use the fast music box or the
Mhm.
slow music box to counter Cerberus wax artist, because once again, Mad Penguins is 5 points and Sugar is also 5 points, so it's 5 versus 5. And let's go right into the round two first half.
We see the hunter spawn at front gate, which means that at Geisha there's actually two persons being spawned there. LC, which is forward, as well as Ben, going straight towards center right now. He won't be going towards the anomaly, and we'll be seeing Ben straight away, which is the acrobat at shack area.
They're already putting the wax all the way there, putting the pallet down to just counter that wax, but he already got 80 wax count. And now look at the box there. Like, we're talking about the slow box to slow him a little bit more. Well, he also got a fireball. That is so much coordination here from the survivors, trying to stop servers and slowing him down, and immediately changing
Mm-hmm.
to Anton. Anton is going to take the second kite.
And actually, we see the entomologist will most likely be coming with the bees. We see the bees being used right now, and we see the support on the entomologist side. And yeah, the chase will continue with the dancer. This place is actually pretty good. I mean, we are seeing the female dancer continuously rotating around here, and Cerberus is trying to bait him this time around. Not gonna follow him from behind, and actually managed to bait him now. Anomaly right now has absolutely nothing to kite. Not nothing to kite. So let's see how it's gonna go.
Yeah, he immediately using that wax to just try not to get the palette down, but now Blink will be forced, and then Anton going to the slow music box area and deciding to just dance away Cerberus. Mm, He's breaking these boxes because he knows this is going to definitely bite him back later if he doesn't do it. So he's doing some cleanup here, going to the second floor. I think he believes the dancer is around this area. Who he just wants to get the whole vision of where the survivor is, and now and dancer coming in with the beast from entomologist helping out.
I mean, entomologist right now is almost close to zero already, but we see very nice support. Because of this support, a female dancer can actually kite this out very well, and we see an anomaly kiting away from this area already because there is the basement. It's not ideal to allow hunter to chariot basement because the camping of the chairs will be extremely difficult, rescuing wise as well. So right now we see anomaly continue his kite at 3 pallet, not interrupting any of the ciphers. So ciphers right now are progressing very fast. The 3 cipher kite.
Yes, amazing kite here from not only the dancer but also the support with entomologists, and the acrobat was helping also in the beginning. And now
Oh.
we see another helper here is the forward with the mini stun right there, getting the full wax and a hit there. So wow, forcing the ball away and going all the way to the second floor. Now there is actually no survivor in the vicinity that is injured, so he's gonna have to go immediately for the acrobat.
Chasing the acrobat right now might not be the best choice, but honestly, right now Cerberus also had no other choice because it was so difficult to get the female dancer down, especially with forwards OB just now. We could see it. If he didn't get the hit on forward, then it would have been like a continuous OB because Hunter already used his blink. But then
Yes,
if he
we
goes hits
see.
the but then if he goes hit the forward, then the female dancer is gonna run away. So the best he could do is to chase the acrobat, but it's at graveyard. Yeah.
Wow, graveyard is such a hard spot for Cerberus because all these walls and all these graveyard. Oh, nice mind game there from Cerberus, and now Ban is gonna come down here on this area, which is actually one of the best areas for him to be because everyone else is decoding all the way very far. And I think at this point, Acrobat came to this area on purpose to try to get away Cerberus from the ciphers.
And we see that the first share has already happened. Ciphers are pretty much it. Once Ben gets rescued safely by LC, we see LC really rotating from the back. Cerberus knew that there is tinnitus and knew exactly that forward will be coming for the rescue. And we see a bit of a mind game here, field mind game actually.
Yes, we see now there is going to be a little body block right here from the forward. That was really well timed. And now Acrobat will need to go away while the forward waiting for the wax and now making use of the ability just to hit him down. And this will be the first chair for the forward while Acrobat already ran away.
It seems to be the acrobat will be the one that will be priming the gate, and female dancer will be priming the cipher. Entomologist coming for the rescue, which is the safest option for sure. And then getting the rescue very safely and without tight though, but we see the down and the cipher will now be popped. 4-man detention period. Will Sabres be able to get at least a 1 kill or if not, a tie possible?
Yes, using the beast here to block the pallet and still waiting the blink right there. He didn't decide to blink yet because he knew there was the beast also. So now entomologist going for this kite again, 50% wax, 100% wax, going for the hot wax, and now getting the hit with the tension while everyone is already at the gate, and it will be a 3-man escape for Mad Penguins.
Deja vu once again. I mean, got J against BL Survivors. Also got a tree escape at the same map. Also, Acrobat was kiting at Ever Sleeping's graveyard, and that a potato in BL actually also did the same. So it seems to be that graveyard, not just for Wax artists, also other hunters, is a very strong kiting area. And it's not ideal for hunters to go there and chase, but at the point in time, Cerberus no longer has any other options. That was the only scenario that he deemed to feel that it's the easier chase at that point in time. And we see the very unfortunate tree escape and MP getting the a very clear advantage 3-1 at their own map selection.
Mm-hmm. Yes, that is extremely scary because these Mad Penguin survivors definitely managed to, from the beginning of the match, to help each other going to certain areas using either the acrobat or use his two bolts first, and then it was the dancer with the music box trying to help the acrobat. So that's when Cerberus changed target and went for the female dancer. And she kited for a little bit, and then the bees came in to help. And then while she was transitioning away to second floor, Cerberus got a little bit distracted, breaking those music boxes. And then once again, dancer decided to kite around the two pallet area. Then the forward came for the stun. So we just saw from one way to another. They literally just passed the hunter from one character to another and then just distract him so much and made him lose his rhythm and his pace. So that is one of the things about the MP survivors did in this match so well, the coordination, and let's look at the match stats real quick.
I mean, we can see that the acrobat with the 102 as well as the answer of 102 seconds of kiting time. The only difference is 0.2 seconds actually, and it seems to be also that I mean in BO1 we see an amazing cut on LC side, but right now in BO2 we see Ben and Normally redeeming themselves with the kites, with a very long kite, and this just shows that right now there's kind of like no holes already. Like it's from BO2 onwards. Like BO1 might have been a small mistake on MP's survivor side, but at BO2 they're all ready and geared up. They know exactly what they wanted already. They're just so motivated on MP survivor side, getting amazing kiting. Just now forward with 124 in 4 seconds kite on LC side in the first BO. Right now 100 over seconds also for Ben and Anomaly. And also it seems to be that Female Dancer is a pretty good counter against Rex Artist.
Yes, that was so scary, really. And look at the decoding from Melly, 200% decoding. Wow, she really was decoding a lot. And it was perfect because using her beast from long distance allowed her to stay at her cipher while she can harass the hunter and bring support for Dancer. And then when she went for that rescue, she avoid getting stuffed by going through the window and using the wall as at the same time. And the little kite that she did while everyone else was opening the gate was actually very good because she wanted to bait the blink, and at the end, because there was no blink coming in, then Cerberus took even a little bit longer time trying to get her. So that was really also a very good kind coming in from Melly entomologist. That was really, really good, very well coordinated, and I really like the way that the survivors, like you said, managed to just confidently take the hunter around and also trying to bring his attention to them while everyone is decoding peacefully.
It seems to be that the support as well as kiting for MP server side is actually pretty stable from BO2, and I expect to see the same way for BO3 also. But right now we'll be moving on to the second half of BO2 where Moru will be coming out, and as well as SG survivors with a little change of server lineup, which is from I believe belonging to Sugar Daddy. Yeah.
Yes, yes. Sugar Daddy is coming in for the Sugar team, and then we'll be see MP Moru hunting. I think that in this map, Moru could easily bring again Bonbon or Breaking Wheel. Both of them work well, but since his team Survivor team just got a three-man escape, we will see that Moru definitely will feel a little bit less pressure. So that will be actually very good for Mad Penguin's Hunter Moru.
Like right now, what Moru has to do, like if it becomes a situation where it's a 4-man detention period, he needs to find a way to get at least a one survivor down, so that the points is still equal. There is no advantage to any side. But if it's possible, of course, you want to go for something that he's able to tie with, of course, something that's tieable. So in the last time, we actually saw the match against WP that I mentioned before. He picked a geisha and got a tie. So it could be a possible pick on Moru's side. And on the survivor side, right, they have to ban his Bonbon. Not just because they got a 4 kill in the first BO1, but because Bonbon is such a tieable character. You don't, as survivors of the team, right, you don't want a tie. You don't want a tie. You need to win. Okay, you need to win because your hunter just got a 1 kill and your survivor side need to escape. So I think a Bonbon, not just a respect ban, but also a necessary ban to prevent the tie from happening.
Yes, I'm gonna give a little bit shout out to the people in the chat. Hello, Jogi. Hello, Pipicha, Hardcore Stan, Sky, Kino, Polens, Chocopie, Rafa. All guys, thank you so much for coming. And we are about to see the BO2 second half between Sugar Team and Mad Penguins.
Yeah, and right now we see the audiences as well. Hi, I think there's a bit of change, right? I mean, either their settings change. I think their settings. Oh, we see new people actually. Melly Plin actually. Yeah, and we see L, Vanilla Kin. You go is still sitting at the front. Venus shifting a little bit to the back. You like Clark, Maddox, Maney, Ilya, as well as just DG in the audiences right now.
That is so nice. Yeah, it's so nice to have you guys here on the IVC. We can watch the top 8 teams go against each other, and whoever gets the most points will get advantage to the next bracket, and whoever gets less points will go to the lower bracket. So right now there's no elimination. So it's going to be just about which team can get the advantage. So that's why right now we're gonna see how does MP Moru can keep the pace with the survivors, and he needs to get one survivor minimum, but we believe that he's going to aim for a tie just to get a little bit that boost that they need and a little bit extra points. But yeah, we'll see what does he bring. And like Chocho mentioned, they're probably most likely to ban his Bonbon because Bonbon just got 4 kills on the VO1. So Sugar team should respect that his hunter main there. But we might see a geisha though.
A geisha, and it could be a geisha because we're seeing an enchantress ban as well as mechanic.
That tells quite a bit that he doesn't want to deal with anyone stunning him from the back or from the front, and doesn't want to see anyone cipher rushing. So we see the 2 bans right there, Enchantress and Mechanic, which actually make Eli free. Eli is free from jail, guys. So we might see an Eli coming into the match today for the first time in today's match. Eli might be coming out and trying to get those owls from the hunter.
And we see SG banning the pollen at Ever Sleeping Town. I mean, it's kind of like a respect ban for against Moru as well, because Moru's pollen extremely crazy. You'll never know what. I feel like the difference between Moru's pollen and other hunters' pollen, like Oxygen from Nor. I think the main difference is definitely of what Moru is thinking of at that point in time. Like he can, like sometimes right, he'll be chasing someone like very intensely, and then suddenly he just goes to another person and swiftly just instant down that person. So like the fact that it's so hard to predict what Moru is thinking when he plays Apollo is the scary part that really results in him getting the advantage for his team. So great ban also for SG side.
Yes, and we see that they also banned the mercenary, which actually leaves this voice. Wow, we talked before, as Toto, they're gonna bring out one of the characters that are very good for getting ties is going to be Embalmer. And actually, we've seen the Sugar team likes to play with the Embalmer strategy, and they're very good with placing the coffin either at the dungeon or at the gate or at the second floor, wherever it is very hard for the hunter to get, and they could aim for a tie. So I think the fact that they're using this Embalmer strategy, it is actually very good, and it's very Sugar team. It's something that characterizes Sugar gameplay. They always aim for this strategy, and I think it's really enjoyable to see Embalmer, such a character that is not often chose. It will become here to tournament again.
And Moru seems to know the character pool of Sugar Daddy, because Sugar Daddy has brought out Mercenary First Officer as well as the mechanic in the BOs, and this time around he just banned absolutely all of Sugar Daddy's character pool, and this is very obvious that he is trying to target on Sugar Daddy's abilities, a limited character pool, I feel.
Yes, and again, we might see a mirror match from the one we saw before, and it's going to be probably, we don't know if he's baiting us.
Oh my god.
But we just saw he's actually putting a Wu-Tang, and he's also putting a wax artist. So we don't know what is more doing with us. He's playing with our feelings right now. We're pushing our buttons, and teasing us, because he knows that he can do that. He can afford to do that.
Oh, but we see the wax artist being a confirmed pick on Moru's side. So this is just gonna be a battle of whose wax artist is gonna be more scary and able to get objectives done, you know? Because this is just Ever Sleeping, like we've seen it 3 times in a row. BL's got J, Cerberus SG's got Cerberus SG. Right now Moru from MP. Like what is going on? Because the Wax Artist is not a meta character right now, especially with the debuff. It's not the most ideal choice, and yet Hunter is still picking it during the IVC period.
Oh yes, we're gonna see a lot of wax artist Chocho because actually we saw him a little bit also during last IVL. We see Wolf from Alex using him, YMM from Weibo also using him, and even Dongxuan from DX also using him. So I think that this is also a little bit of swift change in the meta because also of the flywheel, and they just want to be able to lock those cipher machines and also lock the windows because even though it's the same character, it could also be a different play style. And this is what characterizes this game, that even though we can all use the same characters, then you can play it in a totally different way, blink a different persona, and it's just going to change the outcome of the match because all these survivors and hunters, they all know the game so well, but it is all about who can outplay the other team, who can manage to mind game the other team and then trick them and then just win the match overall. So it's also about that, the strategy, the preparation, and all the things combined into one single match.
Honestly, this team comp is looking pretty good on SG side because Seer you can kite the wax artist for sure. Acrobat with your balls, you can just jump over the windows. And then the thing about wax artist is that right, you try not to vault also too much because once you vault, there is a period where you can't really do anything. Wax artist can just immediately just shoot you with the wax. So that's not too ideal, but because of the balls being used, then that might not be the case. Also, the support from the Sears bird as well is gonna be a long kite, safe rescue, and everything possible. Also, Embalmer at Ever Sleeping Town, absolutely crazy. Also, Embalmer is amazing at Ever Sleeping, and right now we will be going into BO2 second of the match with Soy and Chocho here.
Wow, we see already Moru coming in from the middle, and we bump first into Sugar Daddy. We'll see if he decides, if he sees him or not, because Sugar Daddy might be hiding. And then, yeah, at the window, playing that window, yeah, just decided to vault immediately. Didn't play any mind game on Moru.
Getting the getting the hit pretty early into the game. Also, 40 seconds inside. Cypher's decoding process is not too much. Right now, it has been slowed because of a hit on the Embalmer. And looking at Sugar Daddy's kiting route, it seems to be that he's gonna be dying right now. And no, we see the support on the Seer side, but will he be able to kite it out? Because him running to this pallet has no kiting potential. Actually, he should have went to the pallet behind him instead, put on that pallet, and then continue kiting. Right now, him coming here is almost like a dead zone.
Yes, definitely. It's going to be very difficult getting full wax and also hit. There's a coughing in place. So that could be the saving grace here, Chocho. So nobody needs to come all the way here to rescue because everyone is busy on the ciphers. Non cipher has been popped yet. Everyone is focused still. And we'll see what is going to be the strategy. And it is going to be to just revive himself.
Sugar Daddy, I believe he tried to die nearer, much inside the graveyard because he wanted to make the hunter chair longer and chair further from his coffin, but I believe that's not gonna happen. Also, Sugar Daddy has a small tide and unable to really kite it out. He's just gonna go back to the graveyard alley area. Really unfortunate because I feel like the time that him sitting on the chair would have been much longer compared to him embalming himself and Hunter walking dance and just getting the down again.
Yes, we see there's still now going to be 3 ciphers remaining, and it's going to be the Embalmer's second chair. The first one he got rescued himself, so nobody got any hit. However, the Moru has already full presence from all this, Chocho.
And right now, I believe nobody will be coming for the rescue right now, and the next person that will be nearest tomorrow will be Yuebang.
Yuepang is here luring the hunter away a little bit early though because Moru was deciding to camp in Balmer. And at the same time, we see the Seer also transitioning to another cipher. And we're going to see how long can Yuepang kite with a full football. Moru hasn't really forced the ball yet. So he's just throwing hot wax at him, getting that hot wax damage. And now forward will be pushed to use almost half his ball.
And Yuebang really has to kite it out at least two ciphers at least. Make sure that 4 ciphers in total have been popped because the thing about Wax Artist's second skill, what's so scary about it is the camping of the chair. It's so difficult to rescue. Most of the time I've seen all those top tier teams, when it comes to second skill Wax Artist rescue, they will come with 2 other people. Yeah, so 2 person coming for rescue. because the double down or like unable to rescue situation is very common against a second skill X artist. If Moru is able to play it out perfectly, then it might be a potential 4 kill on Moru's side.
As we see, he already sees the Cypher shaking and decides to wax the Cypher, forcing the Seer to get away from there, afraid to give any damage, get any damage hit from this full presence Moru, and it's going to be up for the Acrobat to make this rescue happen. He's actually a little bit far, so he's going to take his time, while Moru already knows the dungeon is going to be at the middle. There's still one whole Cypher remaining, Toto, so it's actually quite dangerous for the survivors here.
Yeah, and also I feel like Seer shouldn't even have stayed at the Cypher anymore. The Cypher is almost prime also. He should have went around to decode another Cypher because there is no point in Moru just keep. I mean, there is a point in Moru trying to lock that cipher continuously each time it is no longer locked, you know, and which only means that the entire time, almost the entire time went forward, is trying
Terror
to
Chuck!
a terror shock. So
No.
this is exactly what we've been talking about of Soy. So like the second skill of a wax artist, not just Moru, just a wax artist, is crazy. The camping of the chair, this is the thing that will happen, and Moru able to perfectly execute it is a plus point for MP side.
Yes, and also the fact that he's blocking these windows is very high IQ here from Moru, coming in very aggressive. He's not giving them any chance to loop him around, using all his wax, not saving wax at all. He's just using them all. And now the Seer without an owl is going to have a hard time cutting this hot wax area. He's still not getting normal hit. He just wants to wax him completely, getting the hot wax on, still juking that hit, and will get first damage. And then Moru is just going to farm him, going all the way, tunnel him, sorry, all the way to graveyard.
And we also see that Moru's only skill that he used and brought to this game is teleport, right? And this just also means that he has very strong confidence in his own in his own chasing ability. And in this match, it really did show. And yeah, it will most likely be a potential for elimination for Sugar Team time round. So right now it will just be a slow game finding the acrobat and downing him. But I believe Moro has already seen the blood trace. Oh no, he's trying to mind game him thinking that he's gonna come to the 11 area, but he's not. He's going to a spade gate. So a nice mind game on Nana's side, and Moro unable to really spot out acrobats. The figure of acrobat actually going to the spade gate.
Yes, there's no even a chance for Danjo at this point. Seer just utilized his self heal, and now with no more self heal, we have to see how long the acrobat can take this kite. He's using the ball, really nice jump over there with the black ball, and now going to this window pallet area. The pallet is already down. He might be able to take a dash. He did that, and now Moro is going to go all the way for this looping area a little bit here. Nana taking the hot wax hit, and that was such an amazing stuffing coming in for a full presence wax artist Moru.
And Acrobat already used its self heal already, so Moru just need to focus on Sani. As long as Sani is down, nobody has self heal in the entire map itself, so it will be a definite for elimination. And yes, that seems to be so.
Yes, that is puts definitely Moru all kill, completely aligned with the Mad Penguins 3 Survivor Escape, giving all the points for Mad Penguins at this point. But Chocho, we have to give it for the SG team. They definitely did their best, and they really tried to kite around this area. When Embalmer was down, he didn't even force the rescue. He just used his coffin first to try to buy more extra time for the decoding. But it was really all about, like you said, the utilization of wax, covering the windows, and stopping the survivors from looping around. That really, really helped a lot for Moru to just end this game in a 4 kill.
And like to mention, actually NTT was watching the match as well, and what he commented was also that the detail that Moru did when Embalmer got embalmed on the middle second floor actually. So the first thing that Moru did when he was waiting for Embalmer to be embalmed, he waxed the window actually. So it prevented Embalmer from vaulting that window, possibly getting a run towards graveyard and get the kite to be prolonged further. So I think the entity's perception of this clear detail of what Moro did was definitely something that needed to be mentioned. Moro just did an amazing job. Like there was nothing to point out that he did wrong, And also, what I think about that match itself, I feel that, like I said, when the cipher was continuously being locked on the shack area, Sears should have just rotated away, decode a new cipher, because at that point in time they needed a new cipher. If that cipher was the last cipher and you're trying to push for that, then sure, you can do that. But was Moru gonna give you the chance? No. And the thing is that if what a possible solution could have been was if Moru was so focused in waxing that cipher machine deep inside Shack, Agrabet should have just come and get the rescue. But what happens when Moru was doing the waxing of the machine? Agrabet just stayed there, gave tinnitus, and then failed rescue. So I
Do you
feel like
think
it's a bit of a
it could be?
coordination.
Yeah, do you think it was a little bit of like not enough confidence because he knows that Moru is camping and he just was delaying the rescue, or you think if he went out early, regardless whether Moru was camping or not, do you think he could have get the rescue done?
Yes, for sure. I mean, if Acrobat was there to give pressure to the Hunter, I felt that that rescue would have happened because Hunter can't multitask in the same way as survivors probably can do. Hunters, you can either you cam the chair or you wax the machine. You can't like cam and wax at the same time. Like your body is not at the physical position all the same time. We see that Moru, when he was waxing the machine, he had to go closer to Shaq, wax it, and Acrobat could have taken a chance to get a free rescue instead of waiting it out.
Yes, totally agree with you. And actually, Entity also tell us something backstage. He thinks that actually the way that Moru plays his wax artist is a little bit also like a clerk gameplay because he keeps locking the ciphers a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And that is just the play style that we see coming in from Moru because I believe the Cerberus wax artist he wasn't really focused much in the blocking the ciphers as much as Moru
Mm-hmm.
did. So I think that is
Mm-hmm.
one huge difference that the same character can be played in totally different ways.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. So also, I think that Cerberus unable to do that kind of stun as well is because MP has amazing cipher slash map control in a way that they wouldn't be decoding, or they have already decoded the cipher that's nearest to the hunter that they are gonna the nearest to the chair that hunter is gonna be at.
Mhm.
So yeah, so MP they just played the PO2 very flawlessly. There's nothing much I could really add on to it. This just pretty much good, and MP selecting Ever Sleeping really gave themselves the big advantage of an 8-1 kind of situation, a 7 points difference in point gap. So
Mhm.
right now SG will have a ton of pressure because on SG in BO3, what they have to do is either a 4 escape or 4 kill on their hunter side. And as long as MP that deny that kind of a possibility of that happening and just go for a very tribal team call, a tribal hunter, then MP might be taking this home.
Yes, it looks like MP is definitely taking the advantage in these two matches, especially looking after the MP survivors and MP hunter way of taking this map and also using the band of ever and taking the ever sleeping town map to their advantage. That is something really really strong here, and I think that this is the way that we are getting to know more about Mad Penguin's play style. You can see Moru play style is very different to the other hunter, and I think that is something to just highlight on top of that. But I want to give kudos still to the SG survivors and hunter because I think they also have a good play style. It's just probably we will see whether they will take this as a little bit of a warm up and maybe could surprise us in the next BO3 because we know that diamonds are made under pressure, and SG right now is definitely feeling a little bit pressure right there from Mad Penguins.
And just recalling what happened in BO2 second half when the survivors came out from the SG side. Actually, I don't really play Embalmer as much, but I have played in teams where there's Embalmer. I feel like usually Embalmers wouldn't really... Okay, they would put their coffins in second floor, but usually it's the one at Shack, and I can't really remember where Sugar Daddy's Embalmer spawned at, but I believe his mindset was to just put it at second floor and just kite in Graveyard because Graveyard is known to be the strongest kiting area in the entire Ever Sleeping map. So unfortunately, that didn't really work out well, and yeah, and just an early down, an early coffin, as well as. But luckily, I think luckily one thing is that during the second chair, sorry, I think the geisha cipher was not popped yet, so Hunter had the chance to camp out the geisha cipher also. So yeah, and also the one where there was somebody at the chair at the middle street palette. Moru also camped that cipher, the one that Sunny this year was decoding.
Yes, yes,
So
yes.
yeah, like Moru, I felt like out of the three hunters that I've seen play Wax Artist, Moru is the only one that has the opportunity. Like he created an opportunity also for himself to channel those cipher machines and then camping it out. So it became more of a draining of their blood on the chair and camping of the cipher, which resulted in a 0% cipher decoding because one person is giving tinnitus, one person is decoding, and the decoded one, and the person decoding and the decoded cipher is being locked. So very unfortunate on SG side, and very good job on Moru's Wax Artist in this round.
Yes, amazing wax artist gameplay, definitely. And a lot of things, a lot of ways of playing this hunter. I think that the most effective one, like you said, is blocking those ciphers from long distance and using your wax to do that. Because when you block the windows, it's definitely when you are with the survivor and there's no ciphers there. But if you can reach for the cipher, even walk a little bit further while you are camping, that is like multitasking. So I think that's what Moru did very well here, camping the chair and also forcing the seer scene away from his cipher. That was putting so much pressure because the survivor that was coming for the rescue didn't manage to make it, and that is also something that just made the survivors like one thing after another lead them to the 4 kill.
Moru effectively using the skill of the Wax Artist up to its maximum. That was the winning point for Moru's side. Then just now I think we saw that SG, I believe, SG picked the map and it was the Lakeside Village. So I mean, have we seen Sugar Team in the Lakeside Village? I believe we did. It was a team. It was a team. It was a team against Ryu actually, and the survivors. The early game is pretty good. I was looking at the match yesterday, and the match was pretty good at the start. But towards the end game, it wasn't too strong because of the team comp that they went with. So, but we're not too sure because this time we see the SG survivors coming up first also, and Moru being the hunter with 5 bans in total. So he will be able to ban out quite a lot of the meta characters, all characters that he feels that will counter to his character that he wants to pick. So I think, I mean, we can look forward to what interesting picks. Oh, but we see the mechanic forward as well as the embalmer being banned, so letting out the seer as well as priestess.
Yeah, I think Moru, even though he already knows how to deal with Sugar Daddy's embalmer, he decides to ban him just in case, because actually this is a different map, a completely different strategy because it's bigger and there is more areas for kiting, such as big boat, middle boat, and it's actually a very big map. So that's why Embalmer could definitely have a huge advantage. Imagine if he puts the coffin all the way to the big boat, and there's so much kiting possibility, rebound kite possibility. So I think that's why Moro decides to ban the Embalmer. And on top of that, I see that Moro definitely really doesn't want to see a Tracy coming out. It's the third time he bans Mechanic. And I think this is something that Moro is like, for sure, no matter what, I'm going to put my ban on Tracy. Doesn't want to see any decoding robots around the map. And that is something that you can see already from Moro ban phase. There is also going to be a ban for Moru's wax artist and also breaking wheel. Wow, I really didn't expect they will ban his breaking wheel in this map because breaking wheel is, even though he's one of his mains, he hasn't really played breaking wheel today. He only played bomb bomb. So the fact that he has to he will have to have the possibility to bring bomb bomb again, that could be actually really scary because we just saw his bonbon, Moru's bonbon got an all kill on the BO1. So that could be something that we don't know we're about to see again, another bonbon gameplay, but in a different map, Lakeside Village. I'm not quite sure if bonbon will work well in Lakeside Village, so that will be something interesting to see.
Definitely, and Yeah, and we can kind of like, oh, we see the little go bend on the Moru side. So like the strategy again, there's many strategies that actually Moru is bending out. The forward OB, Embalmer's coffin at the big boat, little girl as well as mercenaries kind of strategies also. So that's totally possible, and Moru is just eliminating all possibilities that could possibly result in him losing the person that he was chasing at the point in time. So very good bends on Moru's MP side, and we see that the survivors have already locked in their characters, which will be the Enchantress, Prospector, First Officer, and Magician. And let's just take a note of like SG's team comp. See, we see the double OB characters, and this is not the first time that SG is bringing double harassers into the match. It's actually the second time. The first time was actually in a Leo's Memory match. It was against, I believe it was against the one of the AX team actually. AX team, sorry. I think it was against the AX team, and they brought the exact same not exact same, but Enchantress as well as Prospector, which kind of shows their confidence not only to their kiting with those characters, the OBs, as well as because these characters they don't have decoding debuffs, right? So we can expect very fast decoding on SG's Survivor side, and Moru already confirmed his pick on the Sculptor.
Yes, definitely here going to see fast decoding speed because this team has very good decoders. The only thing that worries me that there is no going to be there is no priestess. Chocho, I thought they would choose priestess because priestess was not banned, and we all know that priestess is really strong in big maps such as Lakeside, Moonlit, but especially in this map, priestess could have been really strong. So I am just a little bit wondering what's going to be their strategy because usually priestess is used to just make those spaces long spaces shorter and just aid in the transportation of the survivors from one place to another. So I'm just really surprised that I don't see Fiona here. So just thinking about that makes me like wonder what is going to be SG strategy.
I mean, Senyu is also a priestess main as well, but I believe that they are more confident and wanted a more of an OB character for Senyu also. Because the thing about having priestess also is that if you're gonna make support portals or long portals, it's gonna interrupt in your cipher decoding process. Priestess is not one of the fastest decoders as well, so they want to decode fast and get that 3 escape, 4 escape if possible. So I think that's the reason why they didn't pick priestess. And totally agree with your point also. They're not picking meta characters like this year as well as priestess, so very strange combination of characters we are seeing here. But if SG is gonna make this work out, then that's very good because I believe this is a team comp that they have practiced with already.
Yes, they are confident with this team comp as well as aiming for at least a 4-man escape is actually not an easy task, Chocho, because we're talking about Moru. And just to refresh everyone's mind, MP right now is on the lead with 13 points, and Sugar has 7 points only. So Sugar is definitely feeling the pressure. But let's get right into Lakeside Village with Moru and Sugar survivors.
You see Moru actually getting a spawn at the front gate area, and will be going towards the center area. However, there's nobody at the toilet area because Sandy, the person that was spawning at the lakeside area, he actually rotated towards straight away to the big boat area. So Hunter was unable to cut sight of Sandy, and will be giving chase to the magician Yuabang, which will be taking the kite right now.
Yeah, the persona build is going to be trump card and detention, a very common persona that we see for the hunters in today's matches. First, illusion will be used here just to stop Moru from going as smooth as he should have done before because he's forced to break that illusion, but he deciding not to waste time here since he feels like he's getting looped. So now he's just going for Sugar's daddy first officer.
I mean, Magician also didn't tell the teammates that the hunter was already not chasing anymore, so that kind of gave Sugar Daddy gave a chance for Moru to give the chip damage to Sugar Daddy. Sugar Daddy probably gonna kite this out with this first officer. I mean, like Sugar Daddy's first officer, he is an S-batch first officer, so I'm expecting a very good kite on his side. And after using the first watch, Moru has to find an opportunity to get the chip damage and the basic hit so that Sugar Daddy can't second kite, because once the next time watch is already, is gonna prolong the kite even further. Right now it's 1 minute 30 seconds into the match, and we see the blink on the server side and a blink on Moru's side, and immediate down on the first officer.
Ooh, now going to try to harass a little bit the magician, putting that statue, almost trying to scare him, but no. Moru going to focus on this first chair because time is very important in this match, and Moro is going against the time as well because there's already 2 minutes in the match total.
And we see the wanted order on the prospector, and Sandy seems to be the one that will be coming for the rescue. Oh no, but we see Yue Bang sneaking behind, probably gonna get a free rescue.
They're going to try to steal the first officer here, and then two survivor rescue is going to be very effective here. Getting a free rescue, nice illusion there coming from the first officer. Magician also in the vicinity. I believe Moru is just going to deciding which target to go to. So this is actually not looking good right now for the hunter. So we're gonna see what was going on there, and in the meantime, let's talk about what we just saw so far. It definitely was a good save right there from the magician sneaking from the back.
Yeah, and that kite was actually pretty long already. We see that the Cypher, because the person that he was chasing at a point in time was the slowest decoder in the entire team comp. So the Cypher was fast, that was expected already. And unfortunately, we can see that the Moru was lagging, and it might result in him losing his potential target at that point in time, which is the first officer. Next person will be the magician that's nearest to him. So this is not looking too good on MP side.
Yes, we saw that also the enchantress was coming in trying to get the attention, and that really worked really well because when there's two survivors against that rescue most likely will be done perfectly, and that was the magician did. The only thing here is that because both magician and enchantress are coming for the rescue, then they're not decoding, and that also kind of slows down their cipher rush. But at this point, Sugar team needed to get the rescue before half because if they're aiming for a four-man escape, they cannot afford to lose the first officer. So that's why I think that's why they decided just to come in with the support and also to try to harass Moro a little bit, which resulted in a perfect rescue. And if Moro can get back again in the same spot that he was left, then he probably will go to the earliest, to the closest survivor, which in this case was the magician. Because at this point, I believe first officer might have already dashed away and even tried to find enchantress to heal up, and that way she can have more stuns in the future.
Right now, so I was really to focus on Cypher Rush, and actually, there's not really a need to heal the first officer if you think about it, because he still has one watch. And the special skill about first officer is that when he comes to rescue, if he uses his watch effectively or correctly, he will be able to get the rescue, even though even though because there is a small tight turner period, and he is able to do so. And yeah, there's really no need to heal up first officer. Survivors right now just need to focus on decoding, get the fast decoding out. If it's a possible 4-man detention period, it might become a 3 escape.
Yes, if they don't want, because in this team you have to think about it. The only rescuer is the first officer, so it is understandable why did Moro decide to go for the only rescuer, the only one who can actually potentially rescue perfectly. So I think I wouldn't be surprised if Moro will go again for him since he's been in chair again, and that would be like the ideal thing for Moro if he could find the first officer and see, since he's probably not gonna be healed, then it might be easier target. But again, this is a big map, and at this point, time is very precious for Moru. So I don't think he can afford to just change targets and go all the way to the first officer. That could be a little bit difficult for him. So I think he might just go directly for something that is more easy, more feasible around his area, which would be the magician, because he still, even though he still has two wands, if he's left alone, then he can decode also. He can cipher rush Moru. So I think Moro doesn't want that. So he would just try to save time and just go for the easiest target around him.
And we can see that we'll be going back into the match. Moru definitely can't find a first officer anymore. The next person that's nearest to him is Ryuebang, but he's not giving line of sight to Moru at all. Moru is trying to, like we've mentioned before, this shouldn't be the case anymore. Moru can't go and find Sugar Daddy anymore because the Sugar Daddy right now is all the way at the big boat area and he has no idea where he is exactly. This is a bet on Moru's side. Moru should have just gone for the next survivor already. There is really no point in him trying to find Sugar Daddy. It's gonna be so hurtful. I mean, not hurtful, but it's gonna hurt a lot for Moru survivors if Sugar Team actually gets a 4 escape.
Totally agree with you. And now there is going to be a second time kiting here for the magician, taking the first chisel and also the hit. That was an extremely fast down here and coming in from Moru. While Enchantress is trying to decode on the back of Moru right next to the chair. That is actually extremely risky right now. She should not be doing that because if she gets too early found, then she will be probably could be stuffed by the rescue. So very difficult situation here for Enchantress. She needs to buy some extra time, get closer to the chair, and try to not get any damage because this could be detrimental for her rescue. But now taking the hit dash and going half blood rescue.
Getting the rescue most likely, and able to get the rescue. Will he get the rescue? Yes, he managed to get the rescue with the tree stun monkey stance and able to get the rescue. And magician right now unable to make the second kite last with the magic wands. So I felt that as she got a little bit too relaxed already, especially when a sugar daddy couldn't be found, and we see the second steel statue hit on Enchantress, and Enchantress will be down at one of those last ciphers.
Yeah, that was an amazing second skill statue right there coming in from Moru. Camping this magician has resulted in a really good deal for Moru because now he gets control of that cipher and that enchantress. So he's getting the control back, the kind of control that he has having before but lost for a little bit, and now he's coming back very strong. Toto, we see here a super second skill Moru coming in, going to try to stop this rescue definitely from the prospector.
And like it's just quite a turn of events actually, because initially it was Moru's side. After that, losing the first officer, it would have been a rescue.
Wow, the enchantress
Amazing.
stand up and he just hit her again, and so she used her self heal, and now is the prospector coming in for the harassing after rescuing the magician. This is definitely going to be a little bit hassle for Moru getting away. Three magnets, one after another on Moru, but now Moru has to focus on this kite, and it's going to be here the magician's turn. Only one chip damage away is going to be extremely difficult to kite around using the blink, and it was kind of like a little bit short there and going to go to this hot area to continue the kite.
I'm really hoping that Yuebang can make this kite count, you know. But and unfortunately, getting that hit while he was using the magic wand, it will be a down for the survivor side. And picking up the enchantress also, I felt that the survivors, especially prospectors, should have just forced the cipher at 11 because the cipher was already at 70%. And if he actually forced it out, it could have potentially allowed the pop to happen. A 4-man detention.
Oh, they just popped it. They just popped it. That was so swiftly. Three survivors up, and there is now more here. We pretty sure he got detention, so we're gonna see whether he can get anyone that is in the vicinity.
And right now, Moru just need a 2 kill, so one more kill more to allow MP to win the entire match itself. So if Moru is able to keep one more stay here instead of getting a 3 escape, that would be great. But we see a detention on Moru's Sculptor. Nana has one more magnet to use. Will she be able to make this work?
Yeah, the prospector coming in for the stun, getting that stun. Actually, that's playing with fire, playing with more with attention. It's like playing with fire. And Enchantress got the gate open, and the first officer using the watch is gonna be very scary here because now that he utilized the watch, he still needs to manage to get closer to the gate in order to escape this detention. Moru, this is very dangerous, guys. Very clutch. Prospector coming in from the back, also trying to aid. This is going to be a prospector Enchantress trying to harass Moru from picking up that first officer.
I'm not so sure whether I didn't catch the detail, but it was Moru trying to that he had any intention to chase the first officer, because first officer already used his watch already, and during when the gate was being opened. So not too sure what really happened there, because if Sugar Daddy actually manages to use the first officer watch effectively, I'm not too sure whether during detention period it is already not effective, the tight turner period, but I have to go get more research on that. But if the tight turner is still possible while you're using the watch, then I felt that Sugar Daddy should have just went for the gate. That's one. Second thing is that if Sugar Daddy wasn't being chased at all or in Moru's vision, why did he use the watch so early into the match? Because if he manages to bait Moru and then think that he is at this location when in fact he is not, then it could have been a potential tree escape because Prospector had one more magnet to use actually afterwards. So
yeah, and the winner of this match is going to be MP with them more points here than Sugar. So we're gonna do the analyze a little bit later, but so far, congrats to Mad Penguins for getting this win on the first match of our day. Mad Penguins versus Sugar. Sugar, definitely a lot of shout out to them because they definitely played so well in all these matches. But Mad Penguins definitely getting it the edge, and also with Moru on the hunting side, that was a very strong Galatia that was able to come back from the pressure that he had in the beginning of the match.
Ừ,
Just like you said,
xong rồi các bạn.
this is the pressure
Không cần đánh rao thủ tục luôn.
survivors because even though
Thế sao hôm trước là bắt đánh rao thủ tục cái gì nhỉ? Vậy hôm trước thấy đội nào đánh nó bắt đánh rao thủ tục luôn.
decided to take the watch, and I
Nên bọn tôi
believe
đánh
it
thì
could
lại
have been that he just got suddenly nervous or he just felt that Moro was able to see him. And once they know that Moro had the tension, they don't want to take any risk. And he believes that using the watch might also help the other survivors too to just go to the gate. But what didn't happen was that both the Enchantress and Prospector tried to protect the first officers once he was down. And Moro said, no way. So he just went directly for the prospector, pushed him out, and then
không được đánh cái giải trí gì bạn ơi. Ban tổ chức họ cho xong trận luôn rồi chứ còn giải trí cái gì ở đây.
That Moro put on his gameplay. They're putting that pressure and even making very confident survivors just a little bit change their strategies and even use the items a little bit early.
Alo, An ơi,
trước
An ơi,
phải
An
chờ
ơi,
được.
xong rồi đấy, không cần phải ấy tiếp đâu. Không cần phải
Totally agree with your point, sorry. And I mean, NTT was watching also, and he said that yeah, it is possible for the Tide Turner watch.
Xem công bố MVP, trận này thì chắc chắn là MVP là của thằng Moru rồi. Ba trận thắng rồi. MVP của nó thôi.
For Embalmer's side, right? During the match itself, if you were to be embalmed during the match itself before the detention period, you have a small Tide Turner. But during the late game where the last cipher has been popped, Embalmer's Tide Turner will no longer be effective at all. At all. It will be like completely eliminated. That's why
Chung là round 2 bọn tôi thắng 8-1 rồi, cho nên là bên kia bị ép vào cái thế là phải đánh thắng. Trận đấy mà hòa là bọn tôi thắng luôn mà. Thằng đang đánh câu hòa đấy. Và nó bị lag xong là nó đánh giữ hòa đấy. Còn sau là nó đánh nó giữ hòa đấy. Các bạn thấy không?
This is a really rough start for Sugar, but don't worry guys because they still have a chance when they go to the lower.
Bên kia bị ép vào thế phải đánh thắng rồi. 8-1, tranh 7 điểm round 2. Bây giờ bên kia cũng phải đánh lại 8-1 thì mới có tiebreaker.
So that was a really amazing match. And just like you say, Chocho, there's a lot of things to analyze and a lot of the details that the survivors did towards the end because that is the peak of the match. That is something crucial there because we see that there could have been many strategies utilized, like you said, using just the Tide Turner or just going directly.
MVP trận có sáp à? Tôi cũng đúng. Trận sáp đánh tốt.
And that's what they felt going to be the MVP of this match. Best deduction for MP Moru.
I mean, Moru getting 2 consecutive 4 kills, proceeded to get a 3 kill afterwards. So who else to give MVP other than Moro for this match? So
ok, MVP xứng đáng. Ngày mai bọn tôi đánh tiếp luôn. Bây giờ xem trận BL với cả Noi, đội nào thắng thì gặp bọn tôi ngày mai luôn. Ngày mai 3 giờ chiều. Ngày mai 3 giờ chiều bọn tôi đánh. Bây giờ bây giờ ngồi xem đối thủ là ai này. Giờ ngồi xem đối thủ là ai này. Cặp đấu BL với cả Noi, đội nào thắng là gặp bọn tôi.
Cerberus Copter in the first BO, very crazy, followed by the Dancer as well as the Acrobat's Kite in BO2 against the Cerberus Wax Artist. I think all those people just really, like, you guys did an amazing job and I am very impressed with all the stunts that have been out today. And yeah, we'll be seeing you guys most probably this Saturday or this Sunday.
Yeah, definitely. And also, Indity was telling us behind that he feels that the first officer wanted to distract Moru and to push Prospector out of the gate as well. But for some reason, also that didn't happen because Moru first downed him. And then he went to down the Prospector.
Không, thật ra ngoại binh của BL chất lượng hơn. Nhưng mà so sánh với ngoại binh của BL chắc chắn là chất lượng hơn, bởi vì ngoại binh của BL là Pipicha. Pizza là một người chơi đã từng tham gia COA 5, team AG trong top 12 của COA 5 á. Là team AG là vô địch vòng loại khu vực Nhật COA 5, top 12 COA 5 năm đó luôn. Còn đối tượng này hay này. Thắng được trận sau nữa thì được đi Thái Lan. Năm nay top 4 đánh ở Thái Lan nha các bạn. Top 4 đánh offline ở Thái Lan. Nếu mà thắng được trận, nghĩa là thắng được một trận tiếp theo ngày mai nữa là bọn tôi được đi Thái Lan. Và ngồi kiểu chờ đến mùng 10, 11 mới đánh, mùng 10, 11 tháng 9 mới đánh. Đấy, thắng trận ngày mai là được đi Thái.
Young bamboo shoots could brave the bitter cold of winter, graceful and serene in the face of adversity.
Father, you taught us that the Shao family must act like bamboo in the winter, unruffled and composed. But what if the powerful seek our downfall? What good is our composure if evil goes unpunished? Forgive me, I must defy our mantra. What?
Race to the family!
Was I the one who brought this misfortune?
Chi.
No, I mustn't hide. For the Shao family, for vindication.
Thật ra các bạn nghĩ là nếu mà được đi Thái Lan này, người ta cũng không có dám ăn đồ này đồ kia của nó đâu. Chỉ trừ khi đã đánh giải xong rồi thì còn buổi cuối hay là còn một khoảng thời gian cuối thì ăn cái này cái kia thôi, chứ còn mọi người đừng nghĩ xem là bây giờ các bạn ăn uống các thứ không quen ở đấy, các bạn chỉ dám ăn những cái đồ lành lành, ví dụ gà là một thứ lành, gà rán là một thứ lành, hay là ví dụ như kiểu cơm rang hay là một số món nó cơ bản, bánh mì bánh biết các thứ thì nó là những cái thứ lành bụng. Nhưng mà các bạn ăn linh tinh, ăn lẩu, ăn liếc gì vào nhưng mà các bạn ăn không quen bụng một phát các bạn đau bụng thì làm sao các bạn đánh giải được nữa, đúng không? Thế nên là kiểu thường là ví dụ các bạn đi đi thi đấu như thế này là họ sẽ không cho các bạn được đi ăn uống một cách thoải mái hay là ăn những cái món này món kia nhiều đâu, trừ khi là các bạn đánh xong thôi. Hoặc là bây giờ một là ăn ở khách sạn, không thì mua đồ ăn nhanh bình thường, ví dụ gà cái các kiểu hoặc là mì tôm mì tiết các thứ, chứ không phải là lúc nào là đi sang Thái là đi du lịch đéo đâu mà có phải mà các bạn nghĩ là sang ăn cái này cái kia. Ủa, vậy đi đánh giải chứ có phải đi du lịch đâu. Bây giờ làm sao mà đảm bảo được việc là bạn có bị kỵ cái món này món kia hay không, mà ăn bạn lỡ mà ăn một vài miếng mà bạn bị dị ứng chẳng hạn, làm sao bạn đánh giải được, đúng chưa? Người ta tài trợ bao nhiêu á? Người ta tài trợ 7 suất sang Thái, 7 suất nói chung là di chuyển và ăn ở bên Thái. Có tôi phải tự bỏ tiền. Tôi phải tự bỏ tiền nhé. Các bạn bảo tôi xách vali đồ sang để donate cho tôi nhá. Donate cho tôi tiền mua cân. Được chưa? Donate cho tôi tiền mua cân. Tôi thì tôi phải tự đi sang. Bây giờ team có 7 người rồi, nó chỉ cung cấp đúng 7 slot sang thôi. Tôi phải tự đi sang. Mẹ tiền cả đấy chứ. Hỏi rồi, tôi hỏi trước rồi. Nói chung là nó chỉ cung cấp cho 7 người đi thôi, tôi phải tự đi. Tôi thì phải tự trả, còn những cái đứa có suất thì nó sẽ chỉ cần vác cái xác đi thôi. Các điểm mai thắng là làm thanh donate nhá. Mai thắng nhá, Linh nhá. Mai thắng thì làm thanh donate, còn thua thì hơi nhục, chắc là không làm đâu.
Here, soy milk at your service with the cutest Toto. Hello, Toto.
Cái ông này bóp nhau vậy chưa?
So hi, thanks for the intro, Soy. So this match is gonna be really intense. It's gonna be between two veteran teams, BL versus Nor.
Thua là thành donate an ủi, không thua thì còn nhánh thua nữa. Thua thì còn nhánh thua nữa. Nói chung là thua trận ngày mai không, thua tiếp một trận nữa thì thôi, không đi Thái được. Nhưng mà nếu mà thắng trận ngày mai thì đi luôn, vào top 4 luôn.
But I was looking at the team comms. There's gonna the team members that will be coming out in the main lineup, and really unfortunately, for BL we won't be seeing Rem, and for Nor we won't be seeing Night Owl. So to go and cry.
So the most usual lineup for VL we're gonna be seeing today, but actually that's a good thing because that means they're giving a chance for the other survivors.
Số nhánh thua là đảo nhánh bạn ạ. Số nhánh thua là sẽ đảo nhánh, bọn mình sẽ gặp cái nhánh mà GH02 ấy. Nhưng mà khá là căng, thua trận xong cũng khá là căng.
This tournament experience and this is something that you cannot get anywhere else.
Nói chung là số nhánh thua xong nó sẽ có đảo nhánh. Đúng là gặp BL hơi căng bởi vì Hunter của BL mạnh các bạn ạ. Hunter BL là đi vớt từ bên Nhật về, mạnh. Bây giờ đang ngồi xem này, bây giờ sẽ phải ngồi xem Noi đánh với BL như thế nào này.
Let's get right into the player versus.
And right now, this is the introduction.
Đây, number 5 này là
many of you know him as
Pipicha đây.
But it will be him, and he has already brought. He will be. I mean, we see the wax artist over here, but he has brought out other characters like Dream Witch, etc. He is so good with his hunter. Like he is getting for consecutive 4 elimination. I believe he's one of the more consistent hunters with consistent 4 kills for each match. So let's just look out for him, and then.
And on our side, we have hunters is Oxygen or BBB. There are 2 hunters. Oxygen, also known as Oxy or Jianling. So he has like these 2 nicknames and he's very cute. Some people told me to just joke around that Oxygen is a girl. So Yumeko, shout out for you for saying that. But yeah, we have he has a Violeta main. So really looking forward to see maybe a Violeta Soul Weaver gameplay.
And next we'll be seeing Mini Blue. Why not Big Blue? So we see the acrobat over here. I mean, he is an experienced acrobat. We've seen him play many other characters such as the Gravekeeper as well. So I mean, hopefully we'll be seeing him play other characters because seriously, we've been seeing his acrobat way too often, almost every single match itself. So hopefully today we'll see something different and
Yeah, we see here Noir. Ooh, Oxygen today playing as survivor, surprising us all because usually he's one of the hunters. So I guess we will see Noir BBB playing as a hunter side, and now Oxygen is going to play as a survivor side.
Oxygen hôm nay sẽ đánh survival các bạn ạ. Thế thì hunter của bên Việt Nam sẽ là ai đánh đây? Lại là cái ông CCC gì ấy.
Hunter mains and vice versa. So this is something that you guys should keep note if you guys want to know a little bit more about Noir.
May thắng là được Tí Thái rồi, may thắng là vào top 4 rồi. Đi Thái Lan đánh. Tôi cũng đang muốn được đánh ở Thái Lan. Vì sao? Đấy là mạng Việt Nam nó đang lag lắm các bạn ạ. Mấy hôm nay bọn tôi hơi bị mệt mỏi rồi. Mấy hôm nay trên ping toàn kiểu 100 hơn trăm ấy, đánh các server thi đấu luôn á, mà toàn như thế. Nên là bây giờ được Tí Thái đánh chắc là cũng đỡ được một phần về mạng.
We see the magician over here, but we haven't seen his magician, I believe, in this competition. The mostly we've been seeing is the priestess, patient, embalmer, mercenary, as well as gravekeeper. So this kind of shows that not only can he rescue, he can also do support with his.
Karin đang ở bên Zero Two nha, hack nhá. Karin đang ở bên Zero Two. Zero Two có 2 hunter là Karin với Kuga. Nhưng mà Kuga đánh nhiều hơn. Còn hồi xưa là các thành viên Zero Two khi mà chưa đủ cả team đủ tuổi ấy, thì họ đánh cho BL. Nhưng mà sau khi họ đủ tuổi thì họ tự lập team của họ rồi. Thì BL không có hunter, thực ra là không phải không có hunter đâu, nhưng mà Đắc với cả Gen thì hơi đuối ở meta này. Nên là họ đi bốc hunter bên Nhật về. Đấy là Ivica. Nó đứt cáp ạ. Mấy hôm nay nó đang nói chung là khoảng 2 tuần trở lại đây đang ảnh hưởng đến đứt cáp. Nói chung là trên mệt mỏi lắm. Qua Thái được nghỉ mấy ngày á. Bây giờ ví dụ mùng 10 đánh thì cùng lắm nó cho sang từ mùng 9 em ơi. Ở đâu ra mà được sang chơi. Mình sang đánh giải không phải mình đi chơi các bạn ơi. Đi sang đánh giải chứ không phải là đi chơi đâu.
So Chap Ha hasn't really come out as often. However, usually he comes out at BO3, BO2 or 3. But this time around we've seen him in BO1. He has picked characters such as the forward, embalmer, as well as patient, postman as well. But however, that time he was unable to really show how effective that his postman could be. So let's just expect quite a bit from Chap Ha this time.
Follow with Aurora making a comeback right now she was taking a little bit of a break and now she's back with being the main rescuer of the team. She usually plays mercenary herself.
Chốt tiếc gì bạn? Ủa tôi nói tôi chốt slot qua Thái lúc nào? Tôi bảo là thắng ngày mai mới được qua Thái mà. Mẹ nghe thế nào thành chốt slot qua Thái nghe căng vậy? Tôi bảo là thắng ngày mai mới được qua Thái.
And we're gonna also see whether the Noir team also going for that stun support strategy like we see recently, or he's going to go for just decode and just stun. But because we don't really see them using as much as decoders, so they're more into using harassers, stunners, and support. So really interested to see whether they will choose any decoder for these matches.
And we just got a bit of information from the back. So this time around, Oxygen will be playing Survivor, and Glass will be playing a new Hunter. Glass will be playing the Hunter faction for North side. But right now we will see BL Panda. Some of you might know him as Brandon. He was he's an ex-member of Nora last time, and this time we'll be versus each other, which is kind of unfortunate seeing your own team members. But right now we see that Panda, we have an acrobat with 35.7 win rate. However, he also plays other characters such as the forward, that one we also have known already, the forward mercenary, as well as the psychologist. So
yeah, that is really good. And Noir DDD coming in with a batter. Like I said, Noir definitely noticing themselves by playing more harassers.
Rie rốt lắm em ạ. Bán nó chắc đéo được tiền. Rie rốt lắm.
And also can buy so much time, and it goes really well against Keisha. So if the other hunter decides to bring a geisha, I think butter will work really well because sometimes they use it just to replace the forward, because when forward is banned and they need that harasser, then butter can come in.
Bọn anh làm hết rồi.
I'm not quite sure if
Làm rồi.
cowboy can be
Anh làm rồi, anh lấy hộ chiếu rồi.
level as harasser as butter.
Mấy thằng kia này 1-2 hôm nữa sẽ lấy được.
Use a little bit more than cowboy.
Chung là cũng chuẩn bị từ lâu rồi, biết có cái top 4 đánh offline là cũng chuẩn bị sẵn rồi. Chứ còn chờ đến sát ngày mà mới làm thì căng lắm. Tiền cả đấy.
All the top hunters are pretty much here already. They're all competing, all of H1 of course. So it's really difficult for them to want to train with other hunters because technically you guys will be there's a high chance you guys will be competing against each other. So training with one hunter is great, but it's always good to have additional exposure with other hunters with different playstyles. So what Nor did was actually they went to find a hunter from another region to play with them. So even though it was pretty high paying, they actually did it pretty well. Yesterday they had a training also. So hopefully today they will be able to show some amazing plays tonight, this afternoon actually. So and for BL side, they have been pretty stable.
BL has been definitely one of the most stable teams, being back from COA 4. So they have been representing Southeast Asia before together with GH. So these teams are always at the top. So going against BL for Noir is definitely going to be a little bit could be a little bit hard task because this is a very big name team and they have known to have a lot of experience competitively speaking. And Noir is also a very strong team. However, they haven't really been to COA yet. So that is, if today they can get this small victory towards BL, that can mean a lot because it could put them in the advantage. And imagine to just defeat BL, it just sounds like almost like an impossible task, you might ask me, because it's one of the strongest teams of Southeast Asia and has been holding the title for a long time.
And we've seen that Nor is banning the arms factory, probably preventing the pick on BL's hunter side, which could possibly be a Dream Witch, because we've seen his dreams before and it's really scary, a 4-kill hunter. And the pick on the BL side is Ever Slipping Town, which is their map and also Nor's map as well. So it's just gonna be a fight of who will be able to get the advantage, because BL picked the map, so BL will most likely want to get the advantage. And also it's kind of like contradicting feelings, like, okay, because Panda is also an ex-member of Nor last time, so competing against your own ex-team.
Chưa đâu Minh ạ, thắng ngày mai đấy cơ. Phải thắng được ngày mai đấy cơ. Ngày mai chắc là khó hơn. Bây giờ mà Noi mà ăn được BL thì cũng Noi cũng ghê. Còn BL mà ăn được thì chắc chắn là BL ghê rồi. Trận ngày mai chắc là sẽ khó hơn khá nhiều.
It was kind of confusing for me at that point in time. Yeah. Like, not that I wanted. It's not something that you could have conquered, right? Also, so and regardless of everything, I hope that both teams do extremely well. They do their best. Also for the hunters, survivors. So and right now it will be the lineup between BL versus Nor.
Yeah, because I have to admit, like listening to Cho about her experience, I think that is actually quite nice because we don't really get.
Ok, chúng ta sẽ đến với Glad đánh Hunter à? Không phải là Oxygen nữa, họ đổi cái cho Hunter rồi kìa các bạn ơi. Vậy là Glad sẽ là Hunter của Noi. Lạ ghê ta, bên Noi thì cứ đổi qua đổi lại liên tục đấy. Lúc thì Oxygen Hunter, lúc thì Glad Hunter, lúc thì còn một cái ông nữa cơ. Ông nữa đánh ở cái vòng loại khu vực, à không phải, đánh ở cái vòng sơ loại ấy. Wow. Cứ đổi Hunter liên tục luôn mà.
Thank you so much, Jojo, for giving that little insight about that. And
yeah,
then let's go right into the band fights. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm glad that it was insightful also. Like it was kind of like difficult for me to actually commentate. I realized I had to commentate for this match for BL versus Nor because Nor being an X team, BL we have my friends being in that team also. So it's just like who am I supposed to support?
Last,
like
anh ta cấm đi nữ chủ tế ở trong round đấu đầu tiên này. Cấm sớm nữ chủ tế có thể đánh được khá là nhiều những Hunter. Gala, Bonbon, Sap đều có thể đánh được ở cái ban này. Đây là một lực cấm tốt và phố người Hoa thực sự là một bản đồ
actually let the best one wins, and actually that is something that really applies to here because only the
À đâu,
best
đây
one
là thị
will
trấn đó.
win from
Đây là
this
thị trấn các bạn ạ.
alpha. And we know
Đây là
that
map pick của
both teams
BL
are the
rồi.
best of the best, and it's not
Cái
really
lượt cấm
about
chủ
who
tế
is
là một lượt
better
cấm
because
ổn
these teams
ở trong
are
cái
basically
vòng
at
cấm
the
đầu
same,
tiên.
close to the same
Cấm
level.
lính thuê,
So it's going to be basically
cấm luôn cả
an
tẩm liệm
outside
đi nữa.
order,
BL đang đưa ra những lựa
having
chọn đó là
the
tiên
same
tri,
skills,
tiền đạo, tạp kỹ và cuối cùng là bệnh
knowledge,
nhân.
experience.
Một team đi
See
cốt nhanh
who
và
can
sáp.
motivate the others
Nghệ
to
sĩ
win
tượng
the
sáp là lựa
best
chọn mà
artist.
Glad đưa ra trong
For the
round đấu đầu
band
tiên
race
này.
award,
Đánh
they
sáp
question
round 1
mercenary
với một đội hình đập máy nhanh, cai khỏe đến từ bên phía của BL. Không biết đây liệu có phải một lựa chọn chính xác hay không?
We see the acrobat again. Most likely will be Mini Blue. Probably no surprise here. And a wax artist pick on glass side at Ever Slipping Town. This is the fourth wax artist that I'm seeing for the past few matches actually.
Yeah, definitely. We see wax artists coming in very strong to our Southeast Asia IVC because we have seen him last time we saw him a lot was in IVL for summer 2022 finals. We saw a lot of wax artists. And for the ones
Nghệ
that
sĩ tượng
joined
sáp
in,
cho round đấu đầu tiên
headline
khá là
the
căng.
vanilla team,
Nhưng mà với những cái lượt cấm mà Glad đưa ra, nếu mà anh ta không đánh sáp trong round này thì có lẽ cũng chỉ đánh được Bon Bon hoặc Gala nữa thôi. Khi mà Polun đánh ở meta này đã yếu rồi mà đối phương còn vừa tiên tri vừa tiền đạo nữa. Mini Blue, anh ta sẽ sử dụng cho mình là tạp kỹ. Potato với tiên tri, Chafa với bệnh nhân, cuối cùng là Panda với tiền đạo.
Artists of the artwork that we were like presenting right at the start. Pianisa is also in the live chat comments. Hi also to you. We see Sky, Wafaru, very common. That we see quite a little time. Yume, Kino. Yeah, I hope you guys enjoy this time and also just give your support to your favorite teams. You know, maybe we could give like certain emojis for you on this side. Sorry.
Yeah, sure. I think for Noir we can have black hearts, and then for BL, how about yellow hearts?
Oh, okay, so cute. Okay, I love yellow hearts. So yeah, but anyways, yeah, I hope that both sides will be able to show their fullest potential. And right now we haven't seen we did see Boru get a 4 kill using his wax artist, and maybe, just maybe, Glass will be able to do the exact same, and maybe also he will be showing us
Có vẻ như là trận đấu đó.
a new stun or a strategy that he has been planning on doing this past few times.
Definitely. Also, we saw someone pancake us saying go BL very.
Bách trưởng, tự nhiên đi mẹ số điện thoại của mình bị gọi đến từ Nhật Bản ạ. What the fuck?
Yeah. Yeah, like okay, so as expected, we see Mini Blue the acrobat 100% all the time. Sear, Potato, Patient, Chop Heart, and Panda with the forward. What do you think about this Syncom? Oh, but we will be starting straight away right into the match. This is Chocho and...
Nào, trận đấu sẽ được bắt đầu với nghệ sĩ tượng sáp trong tay của Glass. Anh ta, tôi chưa hề có thông tin gì của Glass về việc anh ta chơi Hunter cả. Trước đó thì Glass đánh Survival cho bên phía của Noi. Noi có một cái điểm mạnh có thể gọi là điểm mạnh không? Đấy là liên tục họ đổi những cái vị trí Survival và Hunter cho nhau. Chúng ta không thể biết được là Noi sẽ cho ai ra trận, vậy nên là chiến thuật team khác nhằm vào Noi có lẽ sẽ hơi khó khăn một chút. Mini Blue đang là người bị đuổi, nhảy luôn cho mình một trái bóng đen. Nếu mà Glass đuổi theo cái con đường này thì ta chắc chắn sẽ phải đi qua cái trái bóng đen mà Mini Blue đã đặt ra trước đó. Sáp bắn không được rồi, cai tốt đến từ Mini Blue và Potato thì đã chạy vị trí sớm vào trong khu vực nghĩa địa. Glass đang nhìn máy, anh ta có tele rồi, cầm cho mình cũng là 69 tele luôn. Glass, tele Potato không cầm soi người à? Ôi, Mini Blue bị chặn đầu. Nhưng mà Glass đánh lỗi rồi. Anh ta không lấy được hit xuyên ván trong tình huống đó. Và bây giờ Sáp đang được xịt vào Mini Blue 84, lướt 12 lỗi. Nhưng phá ván chậm đến từ quả bóng trắng giúp cho Mini Blue. Anh ta nhảy luôn được trái bóng đi rồi. Khóa cửa sổ. Không ổn. Glass chặn đầu tốt nhưng mà Glass chặn đầu tốt nhưng anh ta đánh không được. Không có cú được búp. Cú chưa được soi trong tình huống này. Bây giờ thì liệu có tele đi không? Vẫn chưa tele. Tiếp tục là những tình huống xịt sáp và Mini Blue. Khu vực này ván có thể sẽ được hạ xuống. 84 sáp, 100 sáp. Cú được búp luôn cho Mini Blue. Nhưng đây là một con cú tôi đánh giá là không thực sự tốt. Đánh luôn, lấy điểm hiện diện. Anh ta khóa cửa sổ lại. Ba máy của BL sắp xong rồi. Ba máy của BL sắp xong rồi. Pha vừa rồi Glass cứ bình tĩnh. Anh ta đợi đối phương hết cú, anh ta xử lý vẫn được. Anh ta hơi vội thì phải đánh luôn con cú đó, không lời một chút nào cả. Nhưng bây giờ thì Mini Blue đang ở một địa hình khó. Anh ta có không có cái gì nữa rồi. Nhưng mà gần 3 máy đã xong cho BL. Tele đang có cho Glass và anh ta thiếu một đòn đánh nữa mới có đủ cho mình những điểm hiện diện ở ván đấu này. Đủ điểm hiện diện thì bạn mới có sáp nóng, và khi có sáp nóng thì sáp mới thực sự đáng sợ. Chứ nếu không thì nó vẫn khá là dễ để cho Survival có thể vào ghế cứu. Panda lộ vị trí rồi, húc bóng vào ghế. Thì sáp. Ok. Đấm luôn đối phương. 70 sáp trên người của Panda. Không có một tình huống húc bóng bồi nào vào cả. Vâng, đánh xuyên ván không thành công, nhưng mà Mini Blue bị tàu đâm. Anh ta đang đâm ra góc. BL đang muốn đánh hòa. BL đang muốn đánh hòa. Họ chủ đích chơi hòa luôn. Thực sự luôn cái cách chơi của BL ở thời điểm hiện tại tôi không thích một chút nào cả. Họ có một Hunter mạnh. Họ có một người chơi Hunter mạnh đến từ Nhật Bản. Sau đó là team Survival đánh là chỉ có đánh hòa thôi. Tôi đếch cần biết các ông làm gì, tôi cứ đánh hòa cho thằng Pipicha nó gánh. Thì mà đánh cái kiểu này thực sự là nó rất là tiêu cực. Đánh rất là tiêu cực. Nên là cầm một cái team Su chỉ đi chủ đích đánh hòa thôi. Xong đến lúc Pipicha nó rời team, nó về team Nhật của nó, thì lúc đấy BL có cái gì? Lúc đấy BL có đúng cái nịt để mà đánh ở COA luôn. Họ chả có cái gì ngoài một team Survival yếu đuối và không có ai gánh cho họ nữa. Đánh kiểu thực sự luôn, cai 3 máy xong rồi chấp nhận đánh hòa luôn này. Ok, không gì hết, chúng tôi đánh hòa. Cái này đợi đến lúc mà Pipicha nó rời team, nó về Nhật thì mấy ông BL này đúng kiểu cầm cái nịt ra thế giới á. Glass sắp nóng. Ok, lấy được máu của Chafa rồi. Anh ta đang muốn cam máy cuối của bên BL. Vẫn chưa muốn Tele. Tele bây giờ cam máy cuối vẫn có thể đánh được thế thắng. Tiếp tục là những tình huống xịt sáp. Chafa cần phải bắn móc ngay nếu anh ta không muốn bị đóng sáp ở khu vực này. Máy cuối 80%. Tele đi không? Tele. Rồi, rất hay. Tôi đánh giá cao pha xử lý này. Pha này Tele là hợp lý. Và Panda đâm hết bóng đi rồi. Anh ta chỉ có nửa máu mà thôi. Bị chặn đầu. Sáp quăng ra là hơi muộn một chút nhưng khóa được chiếc ván của đối phương rồi. Máy cuối 80%. Panda vẫn còn một lượng bóng nữa để đâm về khu vực một ván một cửa sổ gây xa. Bây giờ nếu mà Glass anh ta không bắt được vào vị trí của tiền đạo rồi, không treo được ai ở ghế ở máy cuối thì đối phương vẫn có thể xử lý chiếc máy này. Chưa có một tình huống hồi máu nào đến từ BL cả. Chafa đang chạy về định đập máy dư ở khu vực cổng cũ. 60 giây nữa phép sẽ có cho Glass. Panda đang đi rón rén để về chiếc máy khu vực biệt thự. Glass mất phương hướng rồi.
Full presence glass wax artist right here. Very scary, guys, and the survivors are trying to get the most points, so they cannot risk anything. They are playing actually very safely, Toto.
And we can actually see a chain cipher on one whole side of the map. So if Glass, I mean the mindset right now, I think that Glass should be having right now would be to
đi rón rén rồi. Glass không phát hiện ra rồi, anh ta check không được vị trí của tiền đạo trong tay Chafa. Máy thì vẫn đang bị khóa. 3 máy cuối một dọc từ biệt thự ra đến cổng cũ. Glass đang check lại chiếc máy 80% của bên phía BL. Bây giờ có thể tiếp tục khóa lại chiếc máy ở cổng cũ một lần nữa. Khóa máy đi. Bắt sau đây có potato này. Ngon luôn. Xịt sáp. Một sắp nóng xong rồi kết thúc luôn thì chắc là vẫn có thể kiểm soát được máy. Từ từ nha, BL chưa xong đâu. BL trận này chưa xong đâu này. 84 sáp. Sắp nóng đâu. Sắp nóng được bật rồi. Lấy được máu của potato. Bên kia Chafa đang bốc máy ở cổng cũ. Nó đã được khoảng 65%. Cần có một tình huống khóa máy lại. Đuổi theo potato về khu vực cổng cũ. Cái máy ở biệt thự bao nhiêu rồi ta? Máy ở biệt thự đang được bốc. Hạ gục. Rồi potato gục. Máy 90%. 2 người nửa máu. Có vẻ như là bên phía BL đang muốn áp vào cứu thẳng luôn. Xách người về gần máy. Rất hay này. Pha này khóa được máy vẫn đánh được. Pha này khóa được máy vẫn đánh được. Xách người hơi xa một chút, liệu có tình huống dãy ra hay không? Rồi bên mấy ông BL chưa xong đâu. Khóa cái máy lại. Khóa cái máy lại. Bắn sắp khóa cái máy lại. Có tên sốc nhưng máy sẽ được Pram. Hồi xong đòn rồi. Potato ra ghế chết luôn. Từ từ, BL chưa chắc là đã hòa nổi trong ván đấu này. Hunter còn chiêu khóa luôn cổng biệt thự lại. Treo potato lên ghế. Treo potato lên ghế. Panda và Jaffa phải có một người đứng lại đây để tạo dấu tay. Có dấu tay dành cho vị trí của Glass. Anh ta chưa nhìn thấy vị trí của Jaffa. Đối phương có 2 chiếc móc. Cần phải cẩn thận một tình huống Jaffa bắn móc vào ghế cứu Free. Vẫn đang có cho mình cái teleport. Anh ta có thể cam chết potato, sau đó là tele cổng còn lại cũng được. Jaffa còn 6. Jaffa còn 6. Anh ta hạ ván xuống rồi. Hunter biết Jaffa ở đâu. Ít nhất có một trận thắng 3 cho bên phía của Noi. Nhưng mà Glass tele sang cổng bên này. Ôi, anh ta không phát hiện được tiền đạo núp lùm. Rồi. Không phát hiện được tiền đạo núp lùm. Bây giờ quay về cổng biệt thự kịp không? Kịp. Jaffa chưa hề mở được cổng. Anh ta vẫn còn 2 chiếc móc. 60 giây mắt đỏ dành cho Glass. Anh ta bắn và liên tục những tình huống mà BL đang núp. Jaffa bị đâm vào mặt Hunter rồi. Sáp đang được xịt ra. Một hit mắt đỏ thôi. Móc là có dành cho vị trí của Jaffa. Anh ta bắn về giữa bản đồ hầm ở đây. Chết rồi. Chết Glass rồi. Không choáng được. Thôi nhảy hầm. Rồi. Glass xử lý hơi non giai đoạn cuối. Hai đều vẫn giữ được hòa cho bên phía của BL.
It totally looked like it could having a 3 kill at one point because the hunter was not willing just to go directly for the survivor. He was just in the middle harassing, but then at the last minute he just dashed.
Đoạn cuối xử lý có lẽ là hơi non một chút đến từ vị trí của Glass.
The hunter with detention and full presence. They were not afraid of it and they just went for it. That is something marvelous what they did, the gameplay.
I mean, it looked like a potential 3 kill because of the teleport, Seer flew already. But what's something that Panda did where was really smart, most likely from the commanding from Mini Blue, is that to hide it out when Seer was gonna die.
Nhưng mà BL có vẻ nấp rất tốt. Đúng rồi, pha đấy phải bắn vào, sáp vào cái máy, quăng sáp chiêu 2 về cái máy xong rồi đấm. Các bạn ạ, quăng sáp chiêu 2 về cái máy xong rồi đấm vẫn chơi được. Anh ta đánh Tero Sốc luôn là anh ta gãy rồi, anh ta để đối phương Prime rồi. Sau đó là bắn cái sáp khóa máy đã rồi tính tiền sau. Vứt luôn một chiêu 2 vào thẳng đấy xong rồi đấm được tiền đạo. Vẫn có thể kịp Tero Sốc luôn á.
Yeah, we see the stats right here. 106 seconds from Mini Blue. That is an extremely long kite, and together followed with Chapha 80 seconds and very close Panda 60 seconds, while the main decoders were Chapha with 242 seconds and Potato with 200 seconds. What an amazing decoding team here. Both Seer and Patient decoding most of the time, and then Acrobat taking the kite from the beginning. That was so extremely exciting because those balls that he did to kite away so early in the match, that definitely buys so much distance, and then the Glass had a little bit of hard time catching up to the Acrobat. That was so slippery for him to do. Every single ball was utilized in a perfect way, so that is something really to look up to. The Acrobat first kite, so difficult, but yet he managed to do so well.
And this is actually the first time that we're seeing Glass from Nor coming out as a hunter actually. So I mean, him getting a tie against such a veteran BL Survivor team comp, I think he did an amazing job already getting a tie. Even though it could have been a potential 3 kill, 4 kill also, a tie is still not too bad, especially because Wax Artist, right? At this map, we've seen it not performing as well. We see that Glass made an attempt to try to lock ciphers and did what a Wax Artist would do, like Moru did, but unfortunately the results wasn't that good. Actually, maybe like a detail, a thing that could have changed the game, I feel, would have been
Nào, bây giờ xem Pipicha đánh nào, chắc là sẽ lại đánh Mộng Phù Thủy.
If he could have
Pipicha trong cái IVC này đánh Mộng Phù Thủy rất là nhiều. Các bạn cho tôi đi lấy nước tí nhé các bạn.
Tree kill actually, because once you lock that cipher, the Seer gets rescued, which will be a rescue because forward is already in front of the chair. It will be very easy to get the down, and if he gets the down before the cipher is being unlocked, then it will be the second chair on Seer. It will be second chair on Seer's side, and yeah, it could have been. I feel like that would have given him more chance of winning.
Yes, definitely, because once the survivors were able to pop the cipher after he get the terror shock, that was what made them fly away. And it was fast-handed of him to just immediately get into the Seer. But at the same time, both the survivors were so slippery because he was camping the seer with the tension, and then the patient was just hiding around the vicinity, not showing himself. And then when he decided to go for the patient also went the other way. So the patient also did a great job containing Glass with the tension and not giving in. And then Glass immediately teleported to the gate. But to his disadvantage, Forward was not touching the gate. He was all the way inside the pallet area. So Glass had absolutely no chance to the tension hit. So I think this is the type of coordination that BL did. He like super being able to foresee what Glass was about to do and planning ahead for the teleport, and that was what changed the match. Because imagine if Glass teleports and Forward happens to be opening the gate, then he will be down immediately, and then there will be another man elimination. It will be a 3-man elimination.
And talking about the build on the Glass side, right? Glass actually brought the Insolence. So usually hunters that bring Insolence, it kind of means that you kind of want to have a very good early game. But it was almost a 3 Cypher kite on Mini Blue side. So actually Mini Blue did an amazing job for the kite already, because um he wants an early game and Mini Blue didn't allow that. He kited with very well with his balls. It wasn't. I feel that, okay, you said it was a kind of like mature play on the balls that he used in the geisha. For me, I personally felt that it was a pretty. He just wanted to have distance to the hunter, yeah, and also the ball kind of slowed him down as well. So I felt that it was still of a good play. It didn't really affect too much of it, and that yeah, and it was very good rotation on the survivor side at the start of the match.
Yes, definitely. The kite from the acrobat helped the survivors decode those ciphers. And even though when he went down, actually, one of the ciphers was almost prime, which was 97%, but they
Mm-hmm.
decided not to pop it just yet. And I believe that is one of the strategies that we see in competitive play, that they decide not to pop the cipher that is prime just to make the hunter believe that there is still time for him. But actually, suddenly they just pop it, and then it kind of like makes the hunter suddenly also lose his tempo, because as a hunter, when you feel that ciphers are popping so fast, you kind of tend to lose a little bit of your pace, and you become a little bit stressed. So this is one of the things that a lot of survivor teams do. They will prime the cipher until it's 98%, and then keep it that way, and then when they have the chance, come back and just pop it just like that. So this is one of the strategies that they see the survivors use to mind game the hunter too.
And right now it will be a 2-2 between BL as well as Nor. So we're moving on to the second half, which will be between Nor survivors versus BL Hunter.
Mm-hmm.
So right now, survivors' objectives for Norris side would definitely be at least a tie, hopefully. And if they're able to 3 escape or 4 escape, that will be even better.
Mm-hmm. Yes, yes.
Yeah, but definitely try to aim for the tie first.
Yes, if you can
À,
aim for a tie, you in general
hơi
will
khó
have
cho
less
Noi.
pressure as a
Giờ họ phải đánh
survivor,
hòa được
because if
Pibisa.
they ask you to aim for a win, like you always have already feel the pressure of win, right? But when they tell you you better just aim for a tie, then it gives you a little bit of less pressure, because you just know that okay, we only need to get 2 men out. That is the minimum requirement. So I think that is actually not too bad, because BL started with a tie. So if Noir can also get a tie, can definitely put them at the same level of BL. And I think that could definitely help them out to not feel that much pressure, not give much pressure to the hunter, to keep it steady and just keep going on to see who can just take that advantage.
And just a note to everyone here, if any teams were to like lose for this match, it is fine, because they will just be separated between the upper bracket as well as lower bracket. They will not be eliminated as of yet.
Mm-hmm.
So being in the lower bracket means that you have lost tonight's this afternoon as well as tonight's matches, and you will be competing with the teams that have already lost, and there's still a potential a chance for you to go to offline stages, which is the top 4. So very excited to see who will be making to the top 4 for this IVC, and it will be revealed most likely by Sunday.
Yes. So these 3 days, these following 3 days, counting today, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, we're gonna see IVC, the top 8 teams of Southeast Asia, compete for the top 4 spots for our offline stage in Bangkok, Thailand. So it's actually a huge thing for them, because if they do win the 4 teams the spot, then they will have to fly to Thailand and attend the offline stage. So they will just have a whole experience. Like imagine traveling as a team and meeting everyone, and then it's just going to be a really nice experience. So I think that's what is worth fighting for. This amazing opportunity of IVC here, and it's going to be very exciting, guys. So please show your support for the team that you support, and I think they're going to be very happy to see the fans supporting them and putting those emojis and everything for them to be shown that they're loved.
And always support your team in a live chat. Like just now, So has mentioned, if you're supporting Nor, black hearts. If you're supporting DL, yellow hearts. So just quick spamming them in the live chat section, and we will definitely see them and see who you guys are all supporting.
Yes. Also, Chacho, in the chat they were asking like, where are you from? Do you mind saying that?
Where am I from? Hi. Fortunately, I am from Singapore. Yeah. And where are you from, Soy?
Actually, yeah. Actually, I live in Hong Kong, so yeah. That's so actually the good thing is that Chocho and me we have the same time zone, so that's a good thing. We can both coordinate and things. It's easy because we both have the same time zone. It's actually quite cool. Yes.
Yeah, it is exciting because I'm not so confused with the time zone, mainly because when it was back in Nor, there was like people from Myanmar, from Vietnam, Thailand, and stuff. So there was like many time zones. So when we plan training times, right, it's kind of like difficult. Yeah, we have like GMT +0.5, GMT +7, GMT +8. This is crazy.
Yeah, for North.
Nào, Pipicha sẽ làm tờ ra trận cho BL trong round đấu đầu tiên này. Thế lại là một cái map thị trấn quen thuộc dành cho BL.
From Malaysia, some from Singapore, but as far as I know, they are all from our Southeast Asia region. But of course, even though there have been a little bit changes on the survivor lineup of BL, what we have seen so far is the survivors that we already know. So I think for Noir's case, I'm really excited to see Aurora because I haven't seen her play in a while. So seeing her back for today's match and this IVC is exciting overall.
And right now, let's look into the ban picks right now. We see number 5 actually banning the Seer, and then the survivors picking the mercenary, picking the forward as well as priestess. Continue banning the mercenary and picking the barmaid.
And now we're going to see that there is a possibility, Chocho, if they bring psychologists, that they could be baiting a
Cấm tiên tri, cấm lính đánh thuê, và cuối cùng là diễn viên tạp kỹ đến từ vị trí của Pipicha. Bên phía Noi, họ lấy tiền đạo chủ tế trong lượt chọn đầu tiên, sau đó là bartender, một lựa chọn khắc chế mọi phù thủy, và bây giờ còn một lựa chọn cuối cùng nữa. Có vẻ như nó đang là con bệnh nhân thì phải. Này, đúng là bệnh nhân rồi. DDD, Aurora, Cocoa và Oxygen. Thế thì tiền đạo sẽ cho vị trí của Oxygen, chủ tế cho Nio, bệnh nhân cho vị trí của Cocoa. Thế thì Aurora sẽ là người đánh bartender rồi. Hơi căng nha. Và Pipicha lại là con bọ phù thủy này.
Yucat, Kino, Maddox, Spinny, Maney, Vanilla King, Pancakes. Hello everyone. Thank you so much for coming. And look, we see a new change on the Noir lineup. DDD is choosing.
Không, Oxygen là người đánh bệnh nhân. Cocoa đánh bartender. DDD là người đánh tiền đạo. Quên mất nhỉ. Mới nói DDD này là người đánh tiền đạo. Ok, vậy thì Aurora sẽ là nữ chủ tế.
So good. This lineup looks really exciting against Dreamwitch, especially because Dreamwitch in VO1 can be so strong. She can bring so many points for the first round, and since BL just got a tie, I believe that Liz doesn't feel so much pressure.
Most definitely, and right now we see in the audience right now we see Sky, Pianista, Yugot, Kino, Maddox, Venus, Maney, Pancakes A as well as Vanilla Kin. In the live chat itself, we see also Wafaru, Pipicha, Stand, yes.
Khó cho Noi. Họ phải cầm hòa được round này. Nếu họ cầm hòa được trước con bọ phù thủy của Pipicha thì họ sẽ không mất lợi thế của round đấu đầu tiên.
excited to see you guys in the live chat. Yeah, I've been reading all of this, and then we see all the hearts as well. Black and yellow both available, and we see Kino also picking both, like supporting both teams. So yeah, it will be a difficult match, especially when you're supporting both teams at the same time. But hopefully both teams also show what they can really bring to the table this time around, and if possible promoting to BO3 to really show what they can bring.
Yeah, I was saying like because in before I was expecting a psychologist, but instead of psychologist they chose patient, so that was actually something I didn't expect. Do you think psychologist, the switch from patient to psychologist is good, or do you think psychologist is a more common pick?
I think patient might be a bit better during the game, especially against the detention dream wish, because
Thảo vẫn Hương Giang nha.
right, even if you have stress,
Tỷ số hiện tại á đang là 2 đều so ra 1A bạn nhé. Đang 2 đều.
Then you can kite it out. So I think that is patient might be a better choice early as well as late game. We see the
Rồi, mộng phù thủy của Pipicha anh ta di chuyển về khu vực cổng cũ và Oxygen là người đang đập máy ở đây.
Yeah, going to bump into Oxygen really early on. Our Hunter main gets to play Survivor and now he gets found.
Oxygen là người đang bị truy đuổi và đây là một tình huống anh ta gồng móc Pipicha. Rồi, vậy là không lấy được hit đầu rồi. Oxygen sử dụng móc tốt và anh ta vào được đây. Ôi, lật ván lỗi con đệ. Ôi, không sao, không sao. Anh ta vẫn hạ được ván an toàn và con đệ còn lại. Con đệ ký sinh. Ôi, cái gì thế này hả Oxygen? Sao lại dám lăn ván vào đó? Chạy thẳng được mà, chạy thẳng về biệt thự được mà. Và bây giờ thì bản thân của Aurora đập máy ở khu vực biệt thự cũng phải cẩn thận. Oxygen có một pha bắn móc. Anh ta có vòng để về khu vực nghĩa địa. À, bartender là Kokua cầm. Ok, nữ chủ tế của Aurora. Xin lỗi. Nữ chủ tế của Aurora để lại cho Oxygen một đống vòng và sau đó là rời khỏi khu vực nghĩa địa này. Bây giờ con chó đang có rồi. Liệu có một tình huống thả chó nào không? Đứng chờ là một sai lầm hoàn toàn đến từ bất cứ người chơi nào đang cai mộng phù thủy. Hai con đệ hai bên rồi. Làm sao mà Oxygen cai được đây? Thôi, cai thế này thì thua 4 rồi. Cai thế này thua 4 rồi. Đánh với mộng phù thủy thế này thua 4 rồi. Sau đó hoàn toàn lật ván được xong chạy thẳng về biệt thự là quá đẹp. Hoặc là vòng ngược lại chính cái cổng cũ cũng được. Khi mà con đệ, một con đứng trong, một con đứng tít tận xa như vậy. Đây là một tình huống xử lý rõ ràng là lỗi đến từ Oxygen. Cai lỗi. Cai lỗi. Đi húc bóng vào ghế. Không được rồi. Anh ta sẽ mất máu và sau đó cứu được Oxygen ra. Ván được hạ xuống, không có đánh xuyên ván trong tình huống này. Oxygen còn cho mình một móc. Ấn ký sinh lên đi. Oxygen đang muốn bắn móc vào khu vực nghĩa địa lại một lần nhưng anh ta bắn lỗi rồi. Rồi đánh thế này thì nói thật với các bạn là bố của thua 4 luôn chứ không chỉ là thua 4 bình thường đâu. Đánh này là bố của thua 4 thôi.
Wow, that was extremely nice mind game there coming in from Liz, the stuffing that hook, and wow, now it's gonna be a dungeon party, sorry, a basement party coming in. Oh, Oxygen going to.
Cái này là bố của thua 4 thôi chứ không phải là thua 4 bình thường nữa. Aurora có một tình huống cổng xa. Cổng xa gọi về biệt thự và DDD đang ở đây, đổi tốc biến lấy luôn mạng của DDD. Rồi. Aurora vào cứu kịp không? Không kịp đâu khi mà người đang ở dưới hầm. Ê, hình như là Pipicha đã nhìn thấy rồi nhưng mà anh ta vẫn đang muốn đâm xuống cứu hầm. Phát này cứu không được là đi luôn này. Cứu được không? Cứu kịp không? Tero sốc. Không có Tero sốc nhưng mà cũng không cứu thành công và Aurora kẹt lại dưới cái hầm này. Đi, Noi đi 4 đánh quá là gãy luôn. Noi đi 4. Ôi trời ơi, chịu rồi. Này sao chơi ta? Này có team có 5 người chắc cũng thua ấy chứ. Team có 5 người quả này chắc cũng thua ấy chứ.
On Noir because they were aiming for a tie and at this point it's looking really dire the situation total.
It looks like a potential for elimination match. There is no way Barmaid is going to go for the rescue. Barmaid does not have tie. There is no point in getting the rescue. Downstairs there will be another leech. There is absolutely no point. That's one. Secondly is how are you supposed to do it? We see DDD coming down right now. DDD does not have tie as well. Feeling the blink.
Tất cả những cái lỗi gì có thể đánh với, có thể lỗi với mộng phù thủy là Noi mắc hết rồi. Ui, húc ngược lại rồi. Bẻ cũng ghê. Nhưng mà vấn đề là không ăn thua. Hết nhánh 6 rồi. Hai người này không ra khỏi hầm đâu. Trận này bị noi có 5 người thì bay ra nhá, 4 người không đủ.
There is no more tight turner for the forward, so he's forced to just get away from here. At least putting another leech on forward, and now going to
Đơn ván tốt rồi.
But immediately hit connect here, dying right at the cipher as
Thôi,
well.
không có gì để bình luận nữa. 2 máy rưỡi, 2 máy rưỡi các bạn ạ. Không có hầm, hầm chưa có. Sách treo luôn. Hai máy rưỡi. Rồi ông đi nhảy còn chậm nữa cơ. Giết 4. Còn 4 máy. Chưa có hầm cho noi. Thôi 7-2. Và có lẽ là chúng ta biết kết quả là mai đội đào đánh với MP rồi đấy. Khó, nhìn chán quá. Tất cả những gì có thể lỗi nhất là họ lỗi hết luôn. Nhưng mà các bạn nhìn rõ ràng không? BL đang đánh một cái kiểu là tao dựa hết vào thằng Hunter này, và tao vào team Su là mục đích đánh hòa luôn, hiểu không? Chủ đích của team Su tao vào là đánh hòa.
One at the bottom, one at the top, that makes the escape a little bit almost like impossible. So I believe that the match was definitely on BL's side, since the moment the dungeon was the dungeon party, the basement party was popped. So it all went to Dreamwitch side, and she managed to take advantage of that opportunity and decided to lead to 4K. But we cannot deny that also on the other side, Noir team definitely gave the Dreamwitch a huge chance for playing this way all the way to the end.
Definitely. I feel that there was a lot of things that could have been done much better on Noir's Survivor side. I think let's start from the start. Patient with the kite. Not too sure why he wanted to. I mean, he wanted to get the pallet boost and then take the chance that Hunter wasn't controlling the leech to get the speed boost towards center and rotate towards graveyard. The mindset is correct, but was it a good trade-off? Because you potentially might get a terror shot as one. Second thing is that you got a free hit because of that. And
yes,
and
definitely.
the thing about kiting a dream, which is that it is possible you eat your leash first, but Oxygen unable to eat his leech at all, and it kind of make the whole match kind of comfortable and more of the Hunter's rhythm during the entire match. So that's the first point. Second thing was that Aurora with different basement rescue. I mean, if the rescue was done correctly, then yeah, I mean, Patient does have potential to second Kai because he still has hooks, but he still have hooks. Not I can't really remember very clearly, but yes, if Patient still has hook, it was a basement Dreamwitch, and even though you're a priestess with Tide, it might not have been the best choice to go for the rescue. That's one, and we see that the field rescue really it hurt them, because that field rescue just immediately determined that that match was gonna be a 4 elimination.
Yeah, we see the match result so far is BL with 7 points and Noir with 2 points. So BL definitely coming in very strong in this first BO1, but we'll see how the things go for BO2, because there's still a chance for a comeback. We have seen it happen in tournament before. Some teams are able to just feel the pressure and then assimilate it and just come back very strong. So we don't know whether this is going to happen or not, but it will be very exciting to see what Glass could bring to the table. Maybe another strategy, but a little bit more aggressive, maybe spice up that persona, add something more strong. So that could be a huge game changer as well. So there's still a huge chance here for a flip of the table or a rebound chance here for Noir as well. So looking forward to that.
And just from Posh Pies actually, so credits to him. He said that I think the patient no longer has the hooks in the base when he was really being chat basement. So the question I want to put out there to no survivors is that why did you go for the rescue? Because there is no potential for a second kite. That's one, and it might even result in a double down. Would it have been worth it? Like there was no you didn't have to drag it out also, because as long as you give the tinnitus and just threaten the Hunter right at the graveyard area, Hunter wouldn't be coming out, and then Barmaid can heal up forward, drink the beer, everything. I think there's still chance for a possible second kite to be and then a rebound kite to happen. ciphers could be decoded. So yeah, it's just yeah, and also Nor very. It seems to be that during the middle part, they just started. Not none of them was just decoding anymore. Yeah, and that is absolutely unless like it's like one cipher left and then Hunter is trying to map control. You guys are not decoding. That's fine. But when you
Tưởng
have
được
more
xem một
ciphers
kèo
left,
mẹ long tranh hổ đấu rồi.
more ciphers left,
Không, ít
unfortunately,
nhất cũng phải cân một tí, nhưng mà không.
the decoding
Vào
should be
thấy
on
phim
way
18 cộng,
progressing further.
phim con heo.
So
Yeah, the moment that we saw there was like second chair for patient and there's
Chán
forcing
thế.
everything, that was the moment that as a hunter
Để
you
tôi vào
also
Discord tôi
feel
xem
like
hai team ban pick
the
map
match
2
is
như
on
nào nào.
your hand. So that is like a huge mark there that the survivors definitely were giving a huge chance, a huge opening
Chưa ban
for
pick map 2.
Greenwich to stuff and take advantage of that dungeon, because once the priestess came in, then she managed to just stay there for a little longer, and then Greenwich immediately went for the hit. She didn't doubt it. Greenwich went for that hit, and that is something that the team at the moment couldn't afford, because, like you said, everyone has to be decoding. And then forcing another basement rescue that was also unable to be done. That was just one thing on top of the other. And like in Chinese, we have a saying that is like "sui shan jia shuang," that is like when something goes bad, then something even worse. Then it is like like too many things on top of the other. So something like that happened today, and definitely kudos for BL's Greenwich N05 or Liz. She did such a great job from the beginning of the match.
I think the main problem right now with North Survivors is that this time around, Night Owl won't be coming out. So I think, I mean, Night Owl is the commander of the North Survivors team, and it's very important. This is why commanders in a team is so important. You make the decisions, you know how much the ciphers, where the ciphers are, how you guys want the ciphers to be decoded. Commanders makes all these kind of decisions, but when the commander is not there anymore, things might just go downhill. And we are seeing exactly that from North Survivor side. So, yeah, not too sure how this is gonna pan out because it's definitely not looking too good for North side. Yeah, not too sure if Night Owl is also gonna be coming up for the BO2 or 3 if there is any for BO3. So yeah, it's just very difficult to watch this time around. Is yeah.
Actually, I want to put a little bit emphasis on what you just said, because a lot of people that is new to competitive gameplay don't know about this. But exactly what Chocho was saying about command and point, in Chinese we call it 指挥 which actually also means that one who is coordinating all the moves. And like some people also say like the one who calls the shots. So his position, his role is to know how many, which ones are the ciphers to be decoded, what should be the strategy to follow, who should be doing this and that at certain time. And a lot of the times when the teams are very familiar with the other, the hunters will know which one is the commander of that team and will target him or her. So this is, I think, some strategy that is coming into Southeast Asia as well. The survivors will study the team, and just by watching the gameplay or listening at the VC, you will know, and even being familiar with them in rank, you will know who is the one who is calling the shots and doing all the commander work. So I think this is something that very important to know for all of you that are interested in tournament competitive play. It is something that we see more and more often.
Definitely, and also add on to your point also, like commander is important, but when commanders are getting chased, there's something called the assistant commander basically. So in Chinese, 副队长. So 副队长, 副指挥. So the thing is like, it's like if the commander is getting chased, the assistant commander is gonna be the one that gives the calls the shots instead. So definitely if you see like in one team, if they are like, okay, we see the BL banning the Lakeside Village and Nor picking Chinatown. All right, so what was I saying? Oh yeah,
you were saying about food away, yeah.
Okay, so like if usually in a team, if you see like 2 person are like never ever like being swapped out, right? Or like yeah, 1 or 2 person is like never ever swapped out from a team main lineup. They're most likely the commander as well as sub commander. So you can just you just take notice of that. That's the thing about going to competitive. It's not just about 4 individuals playing the game. It's about how to cooperate, who calls the shot, who can lead the team. So it also doesn't mean that if you're a commander then you're the leader of the team. It's just that for leader is like people who can do administrative stuff for the team, are very organized, and then commander are for the people that's in the game. So yeah, it's
Yeah,
I
actually,
guess it's
also, yeah, just like you said, actually, I want to add a little bit more to what you said. It's also known that the commander of the team seems to be the one who is the most valued player as well, because when teams decide to shuffle around, like for
Ôi
example, in
rồi,
IVS,
ngủ được một giấc rồi mà sao vẫn chưa vào
GR, like
đánh
in GR, they
vậy?
decided to
Bắt
get
pick lâu thế.
AK because AK was FPXQ's commander. So when GR got AK, then they went for that route to get the most valuable player, because not because of his skill only, but also because he's able to command the team around and plan
Mhm.
the gameplay as well. So that's why commander team position is extremely valuable in competitive play.
So skills, communication, as well as leading, these three components are very important for a team to really succeed in the survivor side. So right now we're moving into the BO2 first half at Chinatown map. We see BL Hunter coming out first, followed by Norse survivors.
Yes, this is a map that Chinatown is a map that we haven't seen yet today, guys, but it's a map that we've seen often picked because it's very good
Ok,
for
Chinatown cho round đấu
and
thứ
we
hai.
see here
Tiền
will be
đạo, tiên
perfect
tri là hai lựa
for
chọn mà
entering Priestess again.
Pipicha cấm đi.
This map is just
Mộng phù
perfect
thủy
for
của anh ta
Priestess.
cũng
You can
bị
have so
bên phía
long
Noi
and
nhắm
use
đến.
a very
Thôi
big
rồi, vừa bị giết
structure
bốn máy
to
xong
kill
thì
them.
thôi
So
cấm
that
mộng phù
really
thủy đi
helps
cũng
them
là
out
hợp lý.
if they need
Hai
to
lựa chọn đầu
support
tiên có lẽ nó
or
sẽ là lính
just
đánh
move
thuê
in.
cùng với
So
nữ
if they
chủ
can
tế
find a
cho bên
priestess
phía của
here,
Noi.
it will be great.
Có một điều hơi
And
lạ
I
đến từ
definitely
Noi
say
là
that
tôi
Green
không
Witch
thấy
ban
vị
because we
trí
just saw how
của
scary can
Night Owl
BL
anh ta
and
thi đấu.
55555 Green Witch be. So definitely looking forward to see that Green Witch being banned for sure. Yeah.
Tôi không thấy vị trí của Night Owl thi đấu.
Yeah, I mean,
Oxygen, Kokua,
just
Aurora
talk
và DDD.
about
Hôm nay không có Night Owl đánh.
their team pick right now. So Mercenary
Tôi không hiểu
is
sao
also
Noi
being
lại
used
không đưa Night Owl đánh. Anh
I
ta
feel like number 5
không
has
có thể bên Night Owl bận một cái gì đó chẳng.
itself that's helping him with the BPs have done the research because Night Owl that's not being here right now, he is a top priestess player. Not only can he support very well with his portals, but he can kite it well as well. So I feel like right now none of the survivors in No has the same ability and familiarity with the priestess compared to Night Owl. So number 5 seems to be taking advantage of that and just letting priestess be out into the field, hoping to get a chance to down Night Owl because yeah, Night Owl has amazing kiting ability with the priestess as well, and I'm excited to see what will it be Aurora bring out the priestess once again into the match.
Yeah, the fact that BL and Hunter didn't ban, I mean, yes, Priestess is amazing because look, he banned the patient, Oxygen's patience, because I think he feels that he can have a huge kiting possibility in this map, and the moment he loses him, they probably cannot find him again because this map can be very difficult for a Hunter to deal with. So I believe that's why he decided to ban that patient, together with the Enchantress as well, both very strong survivors that can buy a lot of time from the Hunter. And at the same time, wow, Toto, we see a cowboy and a
Ồ,
rover
Polun
coming
cho
into our
Pipicha.
lineup.
Vẫn
That
tự
is
tin đánh Polun ở
I
meta
wasn't
12
expecting
giờ.
that at all. I was expecting
Tiền
maybe a
đạo,
small
tiên
Prius,
tri,
but
bệnh
I
nhân và
probably
cuối
would
cùng là
definitely
mỹ
not
nhân
have
là
my
những lựa
cards.
cấm mà bên phía của Pipicha đưa
Yeah,
ra.
I mean, Oxygen, a bit
Lính
of
đánh
background
thuê,
to
nữ
his
chủ tế,
agency as
bệnh nhân và cuối cùng là cowboy sẽ phải đối đầu với con Polun của của vị trí của Pipicha.
So might be slightly rusty, but either ways, he knows his basics. It should be fine. We see number 5 picking the
Đánh Polun luôn.
at the Chinatown
Tự tin.
map. And
Tự tin ao trình Đông Nam Á,
the
đánh
current
Polun
meta
luôn.
right now, Poland may not be the best choice because of the flying wheel, but if number 5 can really show us that regardless of the current meta, I can still play Poland, then all the best to number 5 because number 5, we've seen his Poland before, very crazy. He knows exactly what to do to make the survivors in a very difficult situation where they can't decode, they can't do anything but to really just have to remove their spikes first and then come for the rescue. So yeah, we'll see how it pans out in this first half of the match.
Yes, so far we have definitely seen an BL NO5 Hunter playing as a breaking wheel, and he's extremely good with his blink prediction. So I think that this is definitely something worth watching, the breaking wheel, because recently we haven't really
Thật ra
seen
bây giờ
breaking
xem
wheel
xong trận
nowadays
1
because
của
of the
BL và Noi xong
flags
tôi
and
đang muốn
effects
là
coming in.
mấy ông Noi
But
cố
we'll
gắng
see
dãy
how
tí để
will
xem thêm
BL Hunter
cái ông
is going to
Pipicha này
manage this
đang
new
tự tin những
meta
hunter
with
nào và
Night
cả
Owl using the
đánh cái kiểu
breaking wheel.
gì, cái kiểu ban pick gì ấy. Các bạn hiểu không? Chứ còn giờ tôi nhìn là tôi hơi tuyệt vọng cái việc mà Noi có thể lật kèo trước bên này rồi. Gần như là không thể luôn á.
like sub commander that could really that could take over him. I've heard them practice before. I think the sub commander is not too prominent. I think really the thing that really hold Norse survivors in a match itself is most likely Night Owl. When and it seems to be that the commanding will be mostly all over the place. Yeah, because the commander is just not there. There is no sub commander as well. So they are probably just making decisions based off what they feel is the most right at that point in time. So let's just look into the match right now. We see number
Nào,
5.
Polun của Pipicha, anh ta lăn từ khu vực xe hỏng về nhà ăn. Và ở đây là thành viên đầu tiên của bên phía Noi. Ai đây? Kokua. Đúng không? Kokua. Vậy là hai ông Nhật đấu nhau. Kokua là người Nhật và Pipicha thì cũng là người Nhật. Nhưng mà lính đánh thuê thì kèo hơi khó đuổi cho Pipicha nha. Kèo hơi khó đuổi cho Pipicha. Kokua đang cai về góc khó. Cháp được quăng ra không chính xác. Kokua sẽ phải mất chiếc găng tay thứ hai của mình về khu vực góc map. Đổi dạng rồi. Cầm cho mình là 3-9 trận đấu này. Anh ta ép hai găng tay của Kokua ra. Sau đó là lăn đi. Các thành viên của Noi đang đập máy ở những khu vực khác nhau trong bản đồ. Một người ở sau nhà hát, một người ở sau khách sạn và một người ở nhà đôi. Oxygen có vẻ như là mục tiêu đầu tiên nhắm đến và anh ta vừa lướt 12 giờ né cái tình huống đối phương lăn vào rồi. Cứa tốt. Giáp ném trượt, kéo được dây đến từ Oxygen và anh ta tăng tốc tăng tốc sau khi kéo dây và về được cái ván này. Ơi, đục vòng gì kia? Đục vòng thẳng vào mặt Hunter luôn mà. Đập máy ở chỗ này mà cũng không mà Polun thì cũng bảo hạ ván sớm thì cũng hơi khó nhờ. Oxygen lại là một tình huống kéo dây nhưng mà lỗi tiếp rồi. Anh ta không cai Hunter mà cứ liên tục muốn kéo dây. Đây thực sự là một tình huống tôi đánh giá không cao. Sụp rồi. Gục rồi. 4 máy mới được một tí xíu thôi. Cổng xa là có cho Aurora nhưng mà không sử dụng cổng xa mà đi cổng thường. Oxygen lên ghế sớm với 2 trận round 1 round 2 Oxygen đều là người lên ghế sớm và máy của nó đập chưa được bao nhiêu cả. Họ bị ngợp với Pipicha. Tôi nghĩ họ bị ngợp với Pipicha chứ nhìn những trận trước Noi đánh đâu có nát đến như vậy.
Yeah, and it's coming in Priestess for a rescue before half. That was a very good rescue. Taking only one spike, that is not bad. Going for that body block there. Aurora did a great job body blocking for the cowboy, going in the portal and then going back into that wheel form.
Nhìn kiểu khó thật sự luôn, trận này hòa nổi cũng khó luôn đấy chứ. Kiểu thấy bắt người Hunter vẫn còn phép như thế này mà bây giờ mắc chiêu đến nơi rồi. Giờ chìa kiếm ra này. Oxygen chưa có 12 này. Để chìa kiếm ra này, một gai đó, đổi dạng luôn. Tốc biến có, giờ làm gì được nó nào. Cháp quăng ra trượt mất rồi nhưng tốc biến vẫn còn này. Có vòng khách sạn cho bên phía của Noi nhưng mà bây giờ tốc biến lỗi. Cơ hội đây rồi. Cơ hội cho bên phía Noi đây rồi. Hunter tốc biến lỗi. Oxygen một cái kéo dây chính xác tăng tốc vào vòng khách sạn thì sao? Thôi đi rồi. Anh ta không làm thế nào để kéo được dây vào cái khu vực vòng khách sạn. Có vòng khách sạn đấy các bạn ạ. Tôi để ý hôm nay có một cái vòng khách sạn đấy. Máy vẫn quá chậm cho nó.
The only thing here, Chocho, that like you mentioned before, Priestess hasn't been able to pop her cipher yet, so that definitely is a little bit of a delay.
Chìa kiếm. Kokua không né được rồi. Hunter đã có tỏa gai. Búng găng tay vào từ Kokua. Đây có thể sẽ là một tình huống không cứu được. Mất cái găng tay mà cũng không cứu được luôn. Double down luôn. Một người bay khỏi ghế và một người lên ghế ngay lập tức. Kokua mắc lỗi rồi. Thôi, Noi thua 4 một lần nữa. Thôi, 2-0 cặp trận đấy rồi. Tranh lệch quá.
The only way that Mercenary could have rescued Dan, right, was if when Hunter becomes into human form, not nearing the chair, because him using the elbow pad when the Hunter is not in human form.
2 gai trên người của Aurora, 3 gai trên người Aurora. Nào, một cú giật gai nhẹ nhàng thôi. Aurora có né được không? Không né được, không phản ứng được tình huống 12. Và lên ghế rồi. Còn thiếu hẳn 2 máy cho bên phía Noi nữa. Tập làm sao?
The mercenary and Hunter is just going straight to hotel, probably predicting that they are already like
đi bị bắt trên đường. Tỏa gai còn khoảng 2 giây nữa sẽ có cho vị trí của Pipicha. Tỏa gai có rồi. Anh ta cần phải cứa được gai. Thứ hai là người của đi đề phòng trường hợp đối phương lướt ném cái tỏa gai kia. Tia kiếm sắp có. Trận này thì Pipicha đã đổi cho mình sang cái cắm mắt. Chưa cứa được gai thứ hai. Lách rất tốt để đi. Bên này thì Aurora được cứu rồi. 12. Không dùng 12 và Aurora bị giật gục luôn. Không dùng được một lần 12 nào. Không dùng 12 né tỏa gai, cũng không dùng 12 né cái giật gai luôn. Aurora cầm 12 trận này là để trưng rồi. Cầm 12 trận này là để trưng rồi, không dùng được.
Very detailed, we can see from number 5 here, and it seems to be that he will be continuing his winning streak of 4 elimination throughout IVC.
Yeah, now we see a BLN05 Hunter will change to peepers as well. So when hunters do this, guys, it's because he feels
Một
very
gai trên
confident
người của
about getting
Kokua.
over K. So that's why he changed to peepers, so he can a little bit more control.
Đi. 12 đang có, ta lướt 12 né được tình huống tỏa gai của Pipicha rồi. Nhưng pha này không vào nổi ghế các bạn ơi. Đấm luôn. Nhưng mà tôi cá là vẫn không vào nổi ghế đâu, không cứu kịp đâu. Khó quá, thua 4 một lần nữa rồi.
And now it's going to be back all the way for N05 breaking wheel going to back into the wheel form.
Kokua không có gì để cai nữa cả.
Nice detail on number 5 side like you've mentioned. And even also another down on Mercenary side. Mercenary also didn't have any items anymore, so it was expected from Mercenary. Right now we see DDD forcing one of those ciphers that has already been decoded, but Hunter seems to know. Number 5 seems to know exactly where the survivors are every time, you know, like it's like hunter instinct or something. This just show how veteran his hunter is compared to many other growing hunters that has growing potential actually.
Yeah, his hunter reminds me a lot of Gigi Son Hunter as well as Wolf's Alex breaking wheel, because that's the game sense that they have, because they play so often and they know the survivors very well, and they just go directly to where the hiding spots. And look at that how it's just like following it, being very confident.
Trận này bên phía Noi ai đánh hay nhất chắc là ông đi này. Ông đi này cai được. Nói chung là biết dùng 12, biết né gai, chứ còn mấy ông kia thực sự luôn không dùng gì hết luôn mà. Ông Oxygen Hunter vừa mới lăn đến phát lướt 12 luôn, thì sau đó cai cút. Còn Aurora không dùng 12. Kokua thì bị ép găng tay đầu trận, sau đó là xử lý một găng tay cuối nó cũng không tốt, bị bắt hướng di chuyển đến, sau đó là không làm gì được hơn cả. Thôi, nó chỉ là những nỗ lực dãy dụa cuối cùng của Noi thôi, khi họ chắc chắn sẽ thua 4 trận đấu này, và team Su của BL bây giờ chỉ cần thoát 1. Kokua không cách nào để anh ta chơi nữa cả. Chat tốt. Có máy rung cho Pipicha để biết vị trí của đi.
Hunter for BO1, right? It's always very standard. Dreamers. But then for number 5, right? I researched on him, right? There's no specific hunter that he's always going for BO1. He just sees the team comp and pick a hunter that he feels is gonna counter the comp, because he is so versatile with his characters.
So you mean that he's also a very unpredictable type of hunter, right?
Definitely. So if a team, survivor team decides to counter only one of.
Ui, lướt 12 lỗi rồi. Đi muốn lướt 12 né chìa kiếm của đối phương nhưng không thành công. Rồi, người ta cũng chỉ gọi là dãy dụa những cái khoảnh khắc cuối cùng thôi. Ao trình quá. Ao trình quá. Đó là 2 trận giết 4 rồi.
In Chinatown using breaking wheel in this current meta of flywheel. You guys, this is like extremely surprising, because we were really not expecting a breaking wheel, but now we know that this hunter is well known for being unpredictable, and also having a lot of hunters under his sleeve, so he can just surprise the survivor team, because usually like you said, Chocho, survivors will study the other team hunter, and this time this hunter made it a BLN05, being so good at his hunter mains that he just becomes so unpredictable, because he can play breaking wheel, Druid Witch, Nayad, Wax Artist, like he has like so many hunters under his sleeve, which makes it extremely competitive for the survivors to try to counter him.
Definitely. Number 5 continuing his 4 kill streak. Very happy for him also. Yeah, number 5, amazing hunter. I'm not too sure whether other hunters have a 4 kill streak, but this hunter has been having a crazy session with the survivors. He is countering the current meta. I mean, we see that the survivors actually bought 3 flying, with Mercenary being the only exception. However, he still manages to do him. Like, he is countering the flywheel meta with his Poland at a Chinatown map. So very good job on number 5 side. We see the stats, right? We see 252% decoding on DDD and Bomber side, and Kokwa with the highest decoding containment time which is 105.6 seconds.
Yeah, you see that because of the way that Priestess was supporting so much the cowboy, then that definitely slowed down her decoding speed. That is one of the things that we Chocho noticed too. And you see that with the ciphers, they're mainly coming in from the embalmer, which happens to be almost the main decoder there. And it's so important there for a team when you have to face a hunter that is so demanding like NO5, that you have to make your priorities. And sometimes, even though support is your priority, decoding should also be a priority as well. So that is one of the things I think that the team who have done better is prioritizing not only the support but also try to prioritize the decoding as well. That could have helped a little bit because NO5 was not really putting pressure on the ciphers, as you noted. He was just mainly focusing on the survivors and the camping.
Ôi,
So there was no much chance for them to stay away from the ciphers. But at the same time, Chinatown is such a big map, so that's one of the things that might have been the problem, that the ciphers are a little bit spread out, so it makes more difficult for the survivors to just do the cipher rush as usual.
Totally agree with you. I think one of the biggest mistake that the survivors did was most likely the rescue from Mercenary side. If Mercenary has decided to, give up on the rescue for the cowboy, that could have been a potential draw instead, because him unable to rescue one. Second thing, downing immediately with absolutely no items. Not only is it gonna slow down Cypher progress, I gave a very good pace for the hunter to go for it for elimination. I feel like that was the turning point because I mean, actually there was no need for rescue already. Cowboy already almost done with his hooks. That's one. Second thing, even though he has flying wheel, Cowboy still has flying wheel.
nói chung là có những cặp trận như thế này thì ngày thi đấu hôm nay nó sẽ nhanh. Các bạn công nhận không? Có những quả trận như thế này thì ngày thi đấu hôm nay nó sẽ nhanh. Nhanh.
Maybe the survivors could have made their own decision of saying that they are unable to rescue anymore, that they shouldn't rescue already. Like, that is, like, sometimes, right, even though you have commanders in the team, right, you need to know what is possible and what's impossible, because clearly that was an impossible rescue already, but Kokwa still went for it. So this really comes down to whether you're able to make your own decisions during the match itself. Like, like, I like to tell the Noir members also, like, you have two decisions. Either you listen to your commander and then either you listen to your commander and your commander commands leads you to do something wrong, then that's the commander's fault. But if you do your own thing and you do it wrongly, then that is your fault. But in this case, commander is not here. That's one. Second thing is that the situation itself, you can't make that rescue. So it really comes down to the question to whether this individual survivors in Noir has the ability to make judgments themselves during the match.
Yes, definitely. I think, like, as a team, more experience that has a lot of experience like Noir, making these clutch decisions is definitely is gonna be hard. So we cannot just judge by seeing a few matches.
Ok, bây giờ các thành viên bên phía BL sẽ chỉ cần làm điều mà họ hay làm, đó là cố gắng thoát một hoặc đánh hòa. Còn lại là PP che lo. Ok. Tính ra là cách đánh này nó cũng hiệu quả chứ. Hôm nay BL Ram không đánh các bạn ạ. Chafa, Panda, Potato và Mini Blue, giờ tôi mới để ý Ram không đánh kèo ngày hôm nay.
And Glass right now, his only option is to get a 4 kill to proceed into BO3. Because in BO1, BL won BO1 with a big score of 7-2 against Noir. Right now, BL having a 5-point advantage due to number 5, their hunter, getting the 4 elimination. So very little pressure on the BL survivor side. They just need a 1 escape to just bring this match and end this entire match and bring home the win. and entering the upper bracket, of course. But we see a very interesting ban on the BL side. It seems to be that they have already researched on the Hunter, knowing that he's a ex-boy main. Banning that, and Glass banning the Mercenary as well as Priestess. BL survivors picking Patient and Forward.
Yes, that is a very respect band there for Glass S-Batch X-Boy, because even though it's Chinatown, that is not one of the ideal maps for X-Boy, such as Ever Sleeping Town. I believe they know that he can achieve amazing things with X-Boy, so they decide to ban that, and giving a lot of chance for Glass here to bring out another of his mains. And since he needs to get at least tie
Glass cấm tiên tri, chủ tế, mỹ nhân, và cuối cùng là tập luyện của bên phía BL. Tiền đạo, bệnh nhân, tạp kỹ và đưa thư. Lại là một team rất khó chịu dành cho Hunter. Team này nhóc dìu của Glass bị cấm đi. Nhóc dìu của Glass bị cấm và anh ta pick cho mình Galati ở cái bản đồ phố người Hoa này. Chính ra Galati ở phố người Hoa khá là khó đánh. Các bạn bị lên mấy cái khu vực dạng là khách sạn hay là nhà đôi là các bạn rất là khó đặt tượng luôn. Nhưng mà có lẽ Glass tự tin với Ghana của mình chăng? Đội hình mà BL đưa ra rất khó chịu, và tôi thề các bạn, đội hình này mà muốn đánh thắng với nó kiểu là tự cai đấy. Nó chỉ cần tự cai, nó cai không quá tệ thôi là không vỡ trận thôi là hoàn toàn có thể hòa trở lên được. Mini Blue tiếp tục sử dụng tạp kỹ. Potato với bệnh nhân. Đưa thư cho Java và một tiền đạo cho Panda.
It could have been a 3 escape, ending that with a 2-0, but they did not do that. And Panda on the other side, playing the forward, was too conservative with his items. If it's something, that's the problem with Panda this time around. Mini Blue, oh, sorry, I remember exactly what I was gonna say already. Postman is an extremely scary character in terms of fast decoding, because look at this team comp, and we just know that it's just gonna be crazily fast. I remember at that time it was 3 minutes into the match, and the ciphers were already 4.5 done up already, because in the same BL match. So BL itself, they have very fast decoding, and then adding to that Postman into the team comp is just gonna be crazy acceleration of decoding before the accelerated decoding even occurs. So very excited to see what Glass can do to counter BL, or just get the first chase and maybe potentially get a 4 kill if the second skill can open fast enough.
Yes, definitely with the Postman right there will give boost to everyone, and definitely I think the kiting skill that Postman has, it can also be huge because he has the doggo, and we have seen actually Postman take the first guy sometimes, and he'll be able to put the doggo on the hunter, and since he faced the hunter with no skills yet, no skills unlocked, that no presence, that could be a quite a long kite as well. So I would be surprising if Chaha Postman can kite this no presence sculpture at first. That would be quite amazing to see. But we need to remember, everyone who has just come to IVC, that we're watching BL versus Noir. BL at this point, they only need to have one out to win. So that is actually puts a lot of pressure on Noir Hunter's side. So everyone else, I want to say hi in the chat to everyone, and we're gonna head right into Chinatown.
We see the Hunter spawning at Tofu. Feels like the exact same spawn as the first half, and going straight towards the connected.
Rồi, chúng ta sẽ đến với round đấu 2B. Cơ hội duy nhất còn lại cho bên phía của Noi đó là Glass giết 4 trong trận đấu này. Nhưng mà tôi nghĩ thực sự là câu chuyện nó hơi khó, và Mini Blue đang là người đầu tiên mà Glass gặp phải tượng. Còn 2 cặp tượng cho Glass và anh ta chưa tượng được vào Mini Blue cái nào cả. Vẫn đang có những tình huống di chuyển vừa đi vừa đè bóng rất khó chịu đến từ Mini Blue. Bóng nhảy tốt, tuy nhiên Hunter đi vòng qua và thu hẹp được khoảng cách với con diễn viên tạp kỹ này rồi. Có lẽ sẽ có một đòn đánh đầu tiên dành cho Glass. Về được đến nhà đôi. Ít nhất là Mini Blue đã về được đến nhà đôi. Đây là khu vực mà tôi nói với các bạn là đặt tượng khá là khó. Và thực sự là nó cũng khó thật. Đang nhảy bóng tốt. Quả bóng này nhảy rất hay. Rồi Glass nhìn thấy đối phương nhảy xuống dưới và anh ta cũng rớt lỗ theo luôn. Tuy nhiên thì một lần nữa Mini Blue đang vòng lên trên khu vực tầng 2. Khoảng cách là khá xa rồi. Nhảy không? Chưa nhảy. Bị cái tượng nó chắn và khoảng cách đang được thu hẹp. Tốc biến đang có cho Glass, bắt người sớm này. Nhảy bóng mất rồi. Nhảy bóng giã khoảng cách mất rồi. Tượng nãy giờ chưa dính một cái nào cả. Tốc biến. Pha này phải tốc biến. Ôi nhưng đối phương có tăng tốc nhanh 9, Glass đấm trượt rồi. Anh ta sẽ bị đối phương nhảy cửa sổ trong pha này. Thôi. Không bắt được người sớm rồi, tốc biến xong ông đánh còn trượt nữa thì tôi cũng không biết phải nói gì với ông. Bò qua ván. Rồi bò qua ván thì ăn tượng. Bò qua ván thì ăn tượng. Cha pha vừa có một pha di chuyển ra muốn thả chó giúp người đồng đội của mình nhưng mà Mini Blue gục mất rồi. Bò qua ván. Thật ra vòng ca của Mini Blue rất bình thường. Nhưng mà Glass tốc biến lỗi cho nên ta mất thêm đâu đó khoảng mười mấy giây nữa. Ta pha bị cắm cọc và anh ta đang muốn đập chiếc máy ở ngay giữa bản đồ cái khu vực phố người Hoa này. Panda đang di chuyển đến. Anh ta đang tạo một cái dấu tay. Tôi cá với các bạn là lại đánh hòa này. Cứu không? Không cứu. Bây giờ còn chưa vào, rõ ràng là không cứu. BL sẽ lại muốn đánh hòa rồi. Thôi không sao. Pipicha thắng 4 rồi, tôi đánh hòa tôi cũng được. Không cần đánh thắng, họ sẽ chỉ cần đánh hòa thôi. Không thể bỏ được cái ghế này bởi vì có một cái dấu tay bên cạnh và rất khó chịu cho bản thân bạn. Không thể nào mà bỏ được cái ghế. Không thể nào bỏ được. Tiền đạo vào rồi. Panda đã lộ vị trí. Bây giờ anh ta sẽ cứu. Panda cầm cho mình đó là nhánh 9, 3-9. Vậy là không có cái Thai Tuner dành cho Mini Blue. Anh ta bị gạt tượng trúng rồi. Một tượng nữa thôi, Glass sẽ full chiêu. Anh ta cần phải cẩn thận vị trí của tiền đạo. Húc trong pha này. Tượng không trúng. Húc bóng không? Chưa có húc bóng. Nhảy một cái bóng tốt đến từ Mini Blue. Khoảng cách là khá xa rồi. Glass vẫn đang cẩn thận việc đối phương có thể húc vào mình. Anh ta cắm cọc vào Mini Blue. Tượng đặt ra là không chính xác. Rồi tượng dính rồi. Nhưng Panda vẫn đang ở đây. Không, đối phương lật được ván. Anh ta không làm gì được cả. Tượng không tốt. À đây rồi, một tượng đầu tiên. Nhưng mà Panda đang câu được rất nhiều thời gian. 4 máy rưỡi đã xong cho BL rồi. Cứu một lần tốt, ra ghế Mini Blue cũng dãy được, cũng dãy cai được khá lâu. Và bây giờ thì Tele sang máy cuối. Đây là Potato, anh ta là bệnh nhân. Tượng đặt ra là chính xác. Potato bắn móc không được rồi. Bắn móc được, khoảng cách là xa. Chafa đang quay về máy. Glass biết điều này, anh ta muốn kiểm soát máy cuối của bên phía BL. Tượng đặt ra là không chính xác, một cặp tượng đã mất. Bây giờ Glass không còn một cặp tượng nào cả. Potato có thể quay về chiếc máy của mình ở khu vực sau tượng để bốc tiếp. Máy nó đã 60% rồi. Tăng tốc giải mã thì đập một chút nữa là xong thôi.
Yes, definitely. They just want to stay away from the main Cypher, and like you said, yes, he knows now where Cypher is, and now we'll take that tattoo on forward and
máy cuối 70. Glass bây giờ có lẽ sẽ cắm cọc về kiểm soát máy cuối cho. Đối phương đợi máy xong vào cũng được. Không, Glass đang không muốn nhắm vào máy. Anh ta muốn nhắm vào người cuối cùng của BL, đó là Chafa. Tượng đặt ra là không chính xác và Chafa rồi. Cắm cọc. Tượng tốt. Ê không, lướt 12 né được rồi. Rõ ràng là một pha tượng dính nhưng mà đối phương lướt 12 né được pha tượng đó. Đưa thư cầm 12 giờ. Cứu được người rồi. Máy Prime cho bên phía BL và đây là một tình huống Prime máy 3 người. Căn bản là không có cửa dành cho Glass giết 4. Chó còn được thả vào anh ta nữa. Thôi xong rồi.
Slowing down the Hunter right now, the distance between Panda right now is extremely large. Panda has already reached into second floor. Patient also running towards the hotel gate, and the gates will be opening. Patient probably a postman also running towards the gate. So Panda is just pulling the kite here. Probably a possible tight situation since the dungeon is not in the vicinity as well.
Yeah, Panda has a good chance for dungeon because he hasn't really used his bow much, so he has a huge chance to just dash away from the hunter, and that is exactly what he's doing.
Thoát 3 luôn, nhảy hầm luôn. Một tượng nữa thì sao? Một tượng nữa giữ lại danh dự. Rồi thôi xong, không có tượng luôn. Hai không trắng.
Congratulations to BL, amazing match, number 554 kill win streak since the start of IVC. Very well done on BL side. BL side was also standing up. They're getting a tie in the first half as well as a beautiful.
Rồi, vậy là xác định là cặp đấu đầu tiên của ngày mai. Chúng ta xác định được đấu đầu tiên của ngày mai. MP đấu với BL.
Having a very good condition in their team itself.
Yes, just like you said, I also believe so. BL has having a very steady strategy. It's the second time they get the dungeon in today's match, so I think they always aim for a three-man escape, and the way they do it is two at the gates and one for the dungeon, which is actually a very similar strategy that Do-Fi survivors also have. So it makes me believe that they also study this very well, and they also see other regions' strategies and try to adjust it. And I think that is something that they have on their advantage, that they have this experience and coordination, and they just showcase to us how the BL survivors work and how do they coordinate with each other.
And also, let's just. I mean, BL totally deserved this win. Nor didn't deserve to lose. That's what I mean. But BL really deserved to win because I mean, I've seen how they have been training. You know, they have crazy training schedules, by the way, Soy. So they have like afternoon training, nighttime training. They have 1v1s, and they train with one of the top hunters in SEA as well. Um, they have trained with Kuga also. They have trained with Hershen, which is one of the top hunters also. But I was unable to participate in IVC due to age restrictions. So maybe we might see him next year. But just really kudos to BL. They have been training so hard, 12 a.m., 1 a.m. And it's difficult, especially when you're in such a competitive team. You want to win. The will to win is definitely there. We can definitely see that. Because at the start, when BL was competing at the start of IVC, we could see that the coordination and everything was just all over the place. But this time, we could actually see that um, their hunter had carried with 4 kills, and survivors also slowly getting the pace of keeping up with the pace of their hunters as well, getting tied in above kind of situations. So it just kind of was a great job done on the server side of BL. MVC, as expected also, today's MVPs are all for hunters because of all the 4 kills. VL number 5 or no 5 with the Dream Witch as the MVP.
Yeah, today BL NO55555. You want to say his name correctly as he says. Actually, I know that 55555 in Thai means like laughing, like ha 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 ha.
Mhm.
And in Chinese, it means like crying. So I don't know which one it went for, but it sounds like really funny in either language. So yeah, name to remember, guys. BLA No 5555, or also known as Liz, is the hunter
Mhm.
for BL that has achieved the maximum points. And I think we'll be seeing a lot of these very strong hunters getting the best player, because they always showcase that they not only have the hunter skills, they also have the gaming sense and the strategy to just make the survivors out of their comfort zone, and also always trying to get the pressure to them, and always having the upper hand on these matches.
And yeah, congratulations to BL also for MP in the first match that we had this afternoon, this early afternoon. So
Rồi 3
yeah,
giờ chiều ngày
MP
mai
and BL
MP
will
gặp
be progressing to
BL.
the upper bracket.
3 giờ chiều rồi các bạn.
For the lower bracket, we will have Sugar Team as well as Nor, and we will probably see the scoreboard soon. Not too sure, but right now we will be going into a short break before the next two matches. So this is Soy and I'm Chocho. Please wait because next up we will be having NTT as well as Porsche Spice casting for you guys. Bye bye.
Bye bye. See you soon.
and serene in the face of adversity.
Father, you taught us that the Shao family must act like bamboo in the winter, unruffled and composed. But what if the powerful seek our downfall? What good is our composure if evil goes unpunished? Forgive me. I must defy our mantra. What?
Race to the family.
Was I the one who brought this misfortune?
Chi.
No, I mustn't hide. For the Shao family, for vindication, and for her safe return. I knew this was a life of hardship, a life of uncertainty and diligence. My only option is to press onward and tread the unknown. The Shao family must act like bamboo in the winter. Unflinching and steadfast in the face of adversity.
With steam
Cặp đấu thứ ba ngày hôm nay là cặp đấu giữa Ryu và WP. Ryu là đội đứng đầu bảng B và WP là đội đứng thứ hai của bảng A.
one can't help but relax at the hot spring. Return to basics. Surrender restraints. Relinquish thyself. Like the eagle plummeting straight down, lusting for lambs, hating all lamb souls. Bathed in the spring, we drink. We worship. We indulge. Place at its finest. In July they came, and met in August. For flowers they were made. They stayed and dwelt in September, bathing in the sun. Oh, sway, she let down her guard. Grow, lurking Datura, feeding up Rosemary, who couldn't let go of the scars. Night and night stood aloof from the light.
Notes, avoid the notes. Antitonio's died with the sick beat. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to IVC, the Identity 5 Championship, Southeast Asia 2022. Pot Spice and NTT, your commentators for the second half of the day one of the playoffs. And NTT, so far, so good. I mean, all these teams have definitely brought their A games. Was there any moments that stood out to you before we head into the next match?
Yeah. To be honest, I'm quite surprised that the breaking wheel is a character in the game.
What? Right?
What?
Apparently, this patch has the breaking wheel. What is
Wow.
happening? No more,
Yeah.
no longer wax artists, no longer sculptors, but yeah, breaking wheel can still have that 4K potential. I think it's just a good case of those hunters out there. Number 1555, he was just able to show that there are changes. There is the flywheel, but the breaking wheel is still very viable hunter.
Yeah, exactly. And also, all throughout the tournament, Moru is the only hunter that makes a wax artist work with a 4K. So yeah, I'm seeing the potential for wax artist
Right.
as of now, but
Mm-hmm.
I think we're still far away from that. He's still
Yeah.
meta, but
I have to agree with you there because we do look at IVL. Yes, that is the gold standard, but if this has been working out, then there's a lot of the hunters as of today, and even a little bit from Sunday, that are kind of forcing wax artists, even though map pressure isn't there. 4K potential is not so there. Again, Moru, he's the gold standard. He's the exception. But
Yeah.
as of late, yeah, wax artist has been a little underwhelming. Yes, it does counter flywheel, but I mean, you still got the sculptor. You still got a lot of those hunters like Dream Witch and all that. But let's move on to our next match. Is going to be Ryu versus WP. Why don't I throw it to you, NTT, to start things off with the head-to-head with the hunters?
Yeah, we have Sneaky over on the RIU side with the Galatia, and we know that Sneaky is a seasoned hunter with the Bloody Queen, with the Dream Witch, with the Clerk, like Geisha also, like a lot of hunter that she could play, competing against the side of WP hunter.
Nào, chúng ta sẽ đến với phần giới thiệu của hai đội.
Potters over here.
Hunter của Ryu sẽ là Sneaky và Hunter của bên phía WP sẽ là Potter. Potter anh ta đã có 3 trận thắng 4 trong cái kèo đấu với team SKG ở bảng A, một team có Hunter người Nhật và đem lại một chiến thắng giòn giã cho WP, tiến được vào vòng trong, vòng 8 đội của IVC lần này. Còn Sneaky thì sao? Thi đấu rất ổn định từ đầu giải đến giờ, phải nói là như vậy. Và Sneaky là người góp phần lớn công sức đem Ryu đến vị trí thứ nhất của bảng B, và bây giờ thì họ phải đối đầu với WP. Hai đội này đều là hai đội đến từ Đông Nam Á và không có một thành viên nào đến từ nước ngoài cả. Đây sẽ là một trận đấu có lẽ là cân kèo khi mà không có ngoại binh.
I mean, first of the prospectors in general, right? Prospectors has always been a big role, a vital role. Well, I mean, in this head-to-head, right? Lemon doing pretty well, but let me introduce Hermione. Hermione, yes, mercenary, but brought out the psychologist, brought out the priestess, even brought out a cowboy. So I'm really excited to see the variety that Hermione brings to the table. And I know also, NTT, that you said you don't really watch Harry Potter, so I got the WP for you.
Let's go. Let's go.
Tell us about Lemon.
Before
hold that thought.
Yeah, let's hold on. And let's move on to Tofu and Cedric. I mean, we just say this in the break time. Cedric is like the link to the entire team. Like he's the captain of the ship.
Yes, he's the one. If the kite goes his way at the start, he's such a pivotal point in the game. But if he doesn't get early kite, it could turn the other way. So Cedric, one of the foundations of WP. So can't wait to see more of him. But let's move on over to Tofu. Tofu does have a priestess, brought out a mechanic, brought out a dancer. So I'm not really sure. There's no data here, but in the previous matches, Tofu uses a lot more than just mercenaries. So that's what I'm really excited about. Who knows? Maybe you have a prospector.
Yeah, and also Tofu used to be in BL, so I think Tofu has some experience in tournament lineup. He might be very seasoned when it comes to this.
You're talking about seasoning, you're talking about tofu. I'm getting hungry just talking about this lineup. And there's Cake. What? Oh my gosh. So we got Cake and Scamander here. Cake coming into the lineup later on. So it seems like Ryu brought out Cake in BO3 when they seemed like they were propped up and ready. Cake bring out a toy merchant in the previous match. So I wonder if Cake will be bringing out that toy merchant to start things off, or we're going to get more data on Cake.
Yeah. A lot of food in our IU lineup.
Scamander. Ông Scamander này đánh tốt nhất trong cái team su của WP. Mà thôi, chắc là mình không khen đâu, mình khen sợ ông ấy lại đánh dở. Nhưng mà mấy cái kèo trước thì đánh của WP thì ông Scamander này chắc là người cai tốt nhất. Còn team survival bên Ryu thì có một người mà tôi nhớ đến, đấy là cái gì nhỉ? Woofy. Woofy là một thành viên cũ của team IVS và đã chinh chiến rất là nhiều giải ở khu vực Đông Nam Á rồi. Và bây giờ thì quay về Ryu. Ryu là team rename cũ. Họ giữ lại 2 thành viên cũ của team rename, sau đó là thay máu đội hình từ Hunter đến Survival. Ryu là một thế lực mới nổi của khu vực Đông Nam Á và họ đang đứng đầu bảng B, sau đó tiến vào vòng playoff của cái IVC lần này.
Like you said, Tofu being part of BL, that I think that gives a pretty good advantage on Tofu's side.
Yeah, to be honest, I'm judging here. WP has a very great hunter, but the survivors team is still maybe needs something to work out. And let's move on to our
Đây này, ông NG này là một trong những ông thành viên cũ của Rename này. NG và Lemon, tôi nhớ không nhầm là như thế.
The boy who lived came to die. I just had to do that. It was a TikTok thing. But anyway, yes, I would agree. WP being one of the new kids on the block, because I mean, RYU, not only Tofu but also Wolfie and Nung, known names in the competitive scene in Southeast Asia. They really pose a big threat. So I would have to say the Survivor team have lots to prove, and who knows, they could pull off an upset here. Because if we know Harry P, yes, we see he does have this acrobat, but Harry P actually is the main rescuer of WP. He's brought out the mercenary, he's brought out the gravekeeper, and he's also had an amazing amazing support, because he was able to drop the elbow pads to have the explorer have an amazing kite, Cedric have an amazing kite out of his explorer. So support is definitely on Harry P's side.
Yep. Yeah, to be honest, teamwork is needed for every team. So it's nice to see that the Southeast Asia region is starting to adapt to the playstyle of more teamwork and still able to fulfill the Cypher progress.
Yes. I just think that, Southeast Asia is one of those regions that, up and coming, and we're definitely going to hopefully shock the world come Call of the Abyss 6. And, I just have to give kudos to Identity 5, NetEase, IVC, because they keep raising the bar each and every year. And I think that's why teams now are definitely leveling up to just rise above the occasion. And speaking of support, seeing a lot of support in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. Shout outs to everyone. People are saying hi to us. What's going on? Some quick shout outs. We got Vanilla Kinda, you got Nana, you also got Papa Norton, you got Melly, you got Dim 44. Lots of shout outs to give out. Anything that you want to shout out, NTT?
Shout out to all the people in the chat, also all the people in the back. Let's start this game with the ban pick of the map that we're seeing here. Chinatown has been banned by the side of WP, and Ryu is gonna pick
WP cấm phố người Hoa và Ryu chọn thị trấn say ngủ cho round 1. Xem ra là các người chơi mộng phù thủy đang rất là thích thị trấn, đúng không? Từ BB Cha của bên phía BL cho đến là Nicky của bên phía Ryu thì đều thích đánh thị trấn cho cái round 1. Round 1 là round mà họ sẽ sử dụng mộng phù thủy. Có vẻ như là rất là ưa chuộng cái bản đồ thi đấu thị trấn này cho con mộng phù thủy rồi.
I would have to point out that Ever Sleeping Town is the most picked map, yet the least banned map. It's right there next to Lakeside Village. It's 16-1 as of last week. I know there's more. The numbers have changed as of today, but yeah, 16-1. People be loving their Ever Sleeping Town.
Yeah, I think Ever Sleeping Town is a great map, apart from the tram having a mindset, though. Seems like both sides benefit from Ever Sleeping, to be honest.
True, and if you think about tournament, advantage when it comes to Ever Sleeping Town, a lot of characters shine. A lot of hunters shined. I mean, we saw the Breaking Wheel come out, and he definitely shined there. In those big maps. But, Priestess, you also have Psychologist coming in because of how wide the map is. Acrobat's got a lot of good jump spots. So, it definitely highlights a lot. Unlike, we always put Hospital up as an example. That's very Survivor-sided. You saw a lot of examples like this today and last week, where once a Priestess or once a mercenary goes inside the hospital, it's just they're unchaseable. It's so hard. They're lost. It's like a maze in there.
Yeah. I mean, when they
Mai MP đánh 3 giờ bạn nhé. 3 giờ ngày mai là kèo MP với BL. Và tôi biết đối thủ của tôi là ai rồi. Nói chung là một kèo khó, rất khó. Thậm chí có thể nói là nếu mà nó khó nhất thì cũng không biết có phải nó là khó nhất không, nhưng mà ít nhất là bây giờ BL đang thắng tất cả các đội họ gặp. Họ thắng tất cả các đội họ gặp. BL đang ở trong cái tình huống như vậy, họ thắng tất cả các đội họ gặp. GH cũng thua rồi, Thái Lan cũng thua rồi. Bây giờ chắc là chỉ còn, nếu mà kiểu nói đội nào có cơ hội thắng BL nhiều nhất thì chắc là Zero Two. Mai bọn tôi chắc là sẽ cố. Tại vì kiểu đánh của BL bây giờ nó rất là khó. Bây giờ họ tự tin vào Hunter của họ, thế là họ cứ đánh hòa, đánh thoát một thôi ấy. Mọi người nhìn team Su mà bên phía BL pick không? Nó luôn luôn là một cái team mà kiểu như tẩm liệm này, hay là bệnh nhân này, tạp kỹ này, hay là đưa thư này, kiểu nó cai solo ấy. Mà các bạn có thấy họ đánh ong không? Các bạn có thấy họ đánh nữ chủ tế không? Không, họ không bao giờ họ pick, hoặc là rất ít khi họ pick. Họ không pick mấy con đấy. Họ pick toàn cai mạnh vào. Họ pick toàn cai tơ mạnh vào để họ đánh. Thành ra là cái kiểu đánh đấy nó chỉ cần bạn cai được kiểu 4 con đập máy nhanh đi, bạn chỉ cần cai được đâu đó khoảng 40 giây, 3 máy đập được khoảng 70% hoặc là 60% đi, bạn hiến người và đánh hòa. Hunter rất là khó để chơi, nhưng mà chỉ cần xử lý không lỗi thôi, Hunter rất khó để chơi. Nhưng mà
when you are down in loser bracket, it's
BL đang đánh kiểu như thế.
gonna be detrimental for you because you see in
À,
the
mình nghĩ là năm nay không cấm, năm sau cũng không cấm đâu nhân ạ.
they move in from the loser bracket.
Nhưng mà đánh kiểu đấy đang rất là khó để đánh được với họ ấy. Rất là khó để đánh được với họ.
You know, move on and defeat all the other team. So maybe it's just some misstep here and there, and they grow up over time. So let's just see how they gonna perform.
As I like to say, when you go to the losers bracket or lower bracket, you take the scenic route. You take the longer route, and you definitely build up that momentum to get even further in the tournament. So they're definitely not down. They're down, but definitely not out. So do give your love and support to the teams that have gone to the lower bracket, because they for sure need it more than ever. But as of now, NTT, let's get a discussion going with how this. Let's get back to like the wax artist talk. Right? It hasn't popped off just yet. What would be the solution for that? Should we just stick to the same hunters that we know and love, like the sculptor, Dream Witch, instead of trying to force a breaking wheel or a wax artist?
Yeah, the thing about the wax artist is that when you bring him out, the survivor are just gonna immediately not gonna bring flywheel effect, even though some hunter bring it to counter flywheel effect. So usually when you are the wax artist, you want to down that person immediately and try to chain near the cipher machine, like what you see Moru doing there, in order to camp the cipher, because you know wax artist has that ability to lock the cipher from the survivor by shooting wax into the cipher machine. So it's kind of like a second clerk. Yeah,
a second clerk with no Wi-Fi. It's just 2G signal or something. It's not even that far.
Yeah, it's like LAN. Yeah, LAN connections. The LAN connection version of clerk.
Oh my gosh, yeah, it's dial-up internet. It's not the best when it comes to the radius, but you have to admit, like, Chase is pretty good. It's just he's heavily gimped or heavily weakened when it comes to map pressure, and you see when we make cases for Sculptor, we make cases for Dream Witch, when we talk about Pollen, like the map pressure is definitely there. Wax Artist, it's only in a certain vicinity and air radius. So that's why he's known for just solidly tying a lot of these matches, because a lot of survivors know how to deal with it. Just once something is too dangerous, all right, let's just move on over. Let's create that distance. Let's establish a lead here and just put the Wax Artist on a back foot. So I don't know. In this lineup, there's no... Wait, let me try to look at my notes here. Yeah, you know what? None of them have brought out Wax Artist, so I'd be really surprised if we see a Wax Artist either from Potters or Sneaky.
Yeah, to be honest, I think either side are going to bring out Wax Artists, because they have a lot of hunter. They have a lot of hunter to use. Like Potter has Breaking Wheel, has that Bonbon, Galatea. Like there's so many potential for them to use those characters instead of Wax Artists. And also Sneaky, we know that Sneaky can deal well in a BO5 situation, even. Like, a lot of hunter can be used.
Can we talk about Sneaky for a bit? Because I know you and Nell were commentating her matches, and man, once one cipher is left, that's when she starts to come online. She's so scary when one cipher remains. So her calmness in the midst of the storm, or the midst of the pacing of the survivors, is so scary. Just I think the last day number 5 of the group stage is something you guys have to check out. If you guys haven't, please check the YouTube channel and subscribe as well for Identity 5. Yeah, that was an insane showing of hers. The way she was able to camp out the cipher, still managed to win that round. So I'm really excited to see how.
Ok, chúng ta sẽ đến với round đấu đầu tiên, cặp đấu giữa WP cùng với bên phía Ryu.
Yeah, if Sneaky's gonna be the hunter first, I'm sure that once one cipher remains, these survivors have to still be careful. They're definitely not out of the woods yet.
Yeah, so it's going to be Ever Sleeping Town first. So yeah, Sneaky.
Thị trấn sẽ ngủ cho round đấu đầu tiên và Sneaky sẽ là Hunter ra trận trước ở trong cái cặp đấu này. Hermione, Cedric, Scamander và Harry P. Ok, Sneaky sẽ có 3 lượt cấm.
To you know, try to guess what Sneaky is having in her mind.
Yeah, in the previous match when it was Lakeside, it was a big map. She still brought out her Dream, which still got a 4K. We started things off with a Seer forward ban and then ended up banning out the Psychologist.
Tiên tri là nhân vật đầu tiên mà Sneaky cấm đi. Với một main mộc phù thủy như Sneaky thì con tiên tri con không được thả ra. Và bây giờ thì có lẽ là bản thân WP cũng sẽ biết là mình cần đối đầu với ai. Và bác sĩ tâm lý cùng với lính đánh thuê là hai lựa chọn đầu tiên họ đưa ra. Họ không lấy sớm nữ chủ tế, họ lấy lựa chọn khắc chế mộc phù thủy trước và một lựa chọn giải cứu an toàn. Bây giờ thì cấm tiếp đi tiền đạo. Bên phía WP sẽ không có tiền đạo trong ván đấu này. Và pick bartender không? Không, họ lấy bé gái để khắc chế mộc phù thủy. Ok, 2 lựa chọn khắc chế mộc phù thủy trong team rồi các bạn ơi. 2 lựa chọn khắc chế mộc phù thủy luôn rồi.
Like a potential momentum shift page yet. We did see a little bit with Mercenary and Little Girl combo, but I forgot which hunter was able to kite that one out.
Yeah, I'm not sure. The ban hunter, the priestess though.
Whoa.
Ồ, thăm dò cho round 1 à? Ủa sao lại pick thăm dò ta?
Sneaky ban that priestess, the survivor side is immediately gonna think that.
Họ phải biết Sneaky là một main mộc phù thủy chứ. Họ vẫn pick thăm dò ra để đánh với mộc phù thủy luôn. Đỉnh dậy.
Sneaky still gonna stick to her gun and move on to the rewitch. And you know the point that you brought up earlier, where when the game gets to one cipher, it's when the motor in Sneaky decides to run.
Yeah, that's when she starts playing the game. I feel like she's just warming up until one cipher remains. Oh, okay, time for me to play the game. Crack knuckles. With that, fix your eyeglasses. Then that's when she starts. So if we go with that train of thought, NTT, yeah, it seems like Sneaky kind of baited this from happening because Explorer coming in, we saw how it didn't work out just yet. I mean, it's a big map, not much grass, not much areas to hide in. I mean, it's a huge map, but if you duck down or you become like that tiny form in the middle of Ever Sleeping Town, yeah, you're gonna stick out.
Yeah, picking the Explorer in this map is kind of hard to hide away from the hunter. Unless you find a very
pallet, graveyard, right?
A corner, like a very corner in the middle of the map. The problem is that the Dream Witch can find out where you are with the leech ability.
Yeah, it's gonna prompt up, right? Yeah. So she's just, all right, cool. I'll just leech whatever's here. It seems like there's no one, but I seem to have found the Explorer. So yeah, it's a tough call on WP's side. I would have to give it since.
Tôi nghĩ là cái lựa chọn cuối cùng nên là bartender, nhưng mà không hiểu sao bên phía WP lại lấy con thăm dò này. Thực sự đây không phải là một lựa chọn quá tốt.
Just because we've seen how well she performs with the Dream Witch in a map like this, and she was able to ban actually an international lineup here, so it's gonna be hard for these guys to actually traverse. It's only the little girl that's gonna have that mobility, but good luck trying to run across Ever Sleeping Town as an explorer. I mean, you can, but it's just gonna be real. You're gonna have to hug the walls. You're gonna have to be out of line of sight. So it's and with Sneaky's rotations, she's definitely gonna run into at least one juicy target, either the explorer or that little girl.
And you know, knowing Sneaky is, I'm actually wondering if Sneaky is going to be bringing first up because the Pachola has been going so well with her, even though with all the flywheel effect. So yeah, let's head into the match and find that out.
All right, just shifting away towards Graveyard, right to Corner House where Scamander is going to be at. We do know that Hermione is also here. So Psychologist, we do see that the Explorer.
Nào, mộng phù thủy của Sneaky bắt được vào vị trí của Scamander ở giai đoạn đầu trận, và đây là bé gái. Không tele đi kịp rồi. Bé gái của Scamander sẽ phải là người cai đầu. Không chạy thẳng vào một địa hình nào đó, anh ta đang chạy giữa đường và rất dễ có một tình huống. À đây rồi, đặt cho mình một cái giấy và sau đó ra thẳng giữa map đu lên lính đánh thuê luôn. Ôi, cai đôi luôn ngay từ giai đoạn đầu trận. Ôi ôi, lính thuê cái gì vậy? Rồi ôi, chơi game thế này thì bố ai mà cứu được hả mấy ông WP ơi? Ai độ được cho các ông đây? Tôi nhảy luôn xuống dưới, bên dưới có một con đệ nhưng Sneaky không hề biết đối phương nhảy. Sneaky không hề biết đối phương nhảy xuống, và bây giờ thì Kai về được khu vực Asia rồi. Máu sẽ được truyền cho vị trí của Harry P. Thôi được rồi. Hermione đang phải bỏ máy chạy ra khu vực cổng cũ. Cedric đang đào giấy ở đây. Cedric bị phát hiện rồi, 50% giấy, và Sneaky phát hiện ra vị trí của thăm dò vẫn đang núp. Ôi, vẫn đang núp. Nổ giấy rồi xong còn tưởng là mình an toàn à. Rồi ký sinh lên bác sĩ tâm lý cho nó đấm vào vị trí của thăm dò. WP toang rồi.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, and now we see that the psychologist is healing up the mercenary, but he's found the explorer, and he's gonna follow this explorer with the main body, so the main leech will be following. So Cedric has to be very careful, and he's gonna leech him right away. So Sneaky doing a great job being very proactive.
Toang rồi, trận này toang nặng rồi. Đánh cái gì nữa đây? Đánh cái gì nữa đây à các bạn? Thua 4. Ôi dồi. Và lăn vào rất liều, nhưng mà thôi, ta phải câu thêm một chút xíu thời gian nữa rồi, lách luôn được rồi. Còn đệ body block nhau, Cedric thu nhỏ, vào được ván, lật được ván xuống luôn. Còn cái ván này thì sao? Không được rồi, nhưng ít nhất cũng là mất ấn. Có 50% giấy trên người của Cedric. Máu của Hermione đã được truyền cho vị trí của Harry P luôn rồi. Đã có một tình huống giải ấn. Đã có một tình huống giải ấn cho nhau. Scamander đang làm gì đây? Anh ta gỡ ấn 99 và sau đó giải luôn con ấn của bản thân mình rồi.
Actually a good call on their side. So the decision is now WP's. What will they be doing? Because this explorer doesn't have the best rebound kite potential. You're gonna have to give him some resources. And we do note that the mercenary already expended an elbow pad. Psychologist is working on a cipher, and the mercenary is already here for the first rescue.
It's Chariot. But the explorer hasn't got any password pages, and now will be down. So I'm not sure why the rescue.
Máy khóa chậm. Trên người của Harry P còn 50% giấy. Cầm 50% giấy về đập máy vẫn chậm. Mấy team này đánh với mộng phù thủy bị kiểu gì ấy. Mấy team này đánh với mộng phù thủy kiểu gì ấy các bạn ạ. Họ kiểu không biết chơi mộng phù thủy á. Không hiểu sao hôm trước cái team này đánh với mộng phù thủy của ai? Của Yu à? Yu bên SKG à? Thì lại đánh được. Mà hôm nay đánh với con mộng phù thủy của Sneaky thì lại không đánh được, mà lại còn toang một cái trận cực kỳ nặng luôn á.
So it's gonna help with the decoding progress, but still, 5 cipher remaining. Looking very dire for the survivor side, and now the patroller.
Rồi thả chó vào vị trí của bé gái. Cả team WP đều khóa nhánh chứ nó không biết họ cầm nhánh gì. Rồi mất luôn máu rồi. Cái người thì không cứu được, chạy vu vơ giữa map mất luôn máu. 2 máy sẽ xong cho WP thôi, ít nhất là đâu chưa xong máy thứ 2 luôn. Thôi ít nhất là hầm sắp có rồi đúng không? Một hy vọng nhỏ nhoi nhảy hầm. Vẫn khó. Ôi, đẩy giấy tốt. Đẩy giấy tốt cả 2 lần. Con đệ này vẫn đang có phép đến từ vị trí của Sneaky. Nó có thể đổi sang tốc biến bất cứ lúc nào để hạ gục Scamander. Ấn ký sinh sẽ được đặt lên Hermione. Và Hermione có vẻ như không hề biết gì hết. Vẫn đang cố gắng đập chiếc máy ở tầng 2 này. Bây giờ thì nổ máy. Dám nhảy không? Không dám nhảy thì đối phương đi lên tầng 2. Nhảy xuống thì đối phương chặn đầu. Lấy luôn máu. Rồi đi. Cái team này đi. Thôi cái team này là Sneaky này là cosplay Voldemort. Ok. Toàn Scamander, Hermione, Harry Potter thế này thì làm sao mà ăn được Voldemort đúng không? Avada cái DMM. Thế là đi hết cả team. Và ông Scamander là chuẩn bị tốc biến này, các bạn nhìn này. Chuẩn bị tốc biến này, chuẩn bị tốc biến này. Chuẩn bị tốc biến này. Rồi, ui tốc biến chưa? Thôi, quê thôi không sao. Không sao, vẫn sẽ có một tình huống đánh gục vị trí của bé gái, và đây sẽ là một tình huống Sneaky còn nguyên một máy mới của đối phương nữa, cứ kiểm soát nhẹ nhàng thôi là win 4 rồi. Rick chết lại y trong phim. Nghe cũng đúng.
Keep pushing the survivor out the cipher. So here's the thing, they have one whole new cipher, and with a Max present, which it's going to be hard because she can just move around. Psychologist won't be able to decode in peace, to be honest.
Mercenary is the only viable person to actually go for this rescue. Harry P already making the rotations to graveyard just to rescue this little girl before the halfway mark hits. Harry P
rồi ăn một đòn đánh búng găng vào cứu. Đây là cái găng cuối cùng của Harry P. Anh ta vẫn có khả năng bị lấy double down trong tình huống này. Rồi. Ấy! Sneaky hơi bị nhiều lỗi đòn đánh trong trận đấu này. Đây không phải là một trận đấu mà WP tự toang thì tôi nghĩ Sneaky sẽ chơi hơi bị khó. Tốc biến trượt này, sau đó đánh cái hit 10-10 thì lại đánh trượt luôn.
Near the cipher at the S pallet and the fake it. And as for the cipher at the geisha area, it's going to be another lich that will be dealing with that. So, a whole map control as it seemed to be.
Người này ký sinh Harry P đang có 2 ấn ký sinh cho Sneaky ở trong trận đấu này. 3 thành viên của WP đang nửa máu. Và đây là một tình huống Skymander đã gần gỡ xong ấn rồi. Anh ta gỡ luôn ấn. Ngay khi mà Hunter ký sinh lên lính đánh thuê thì Skymander gỡ luôn ấn và sau đó tele sang phía của bác sĩ tâm lý. Rồi 2 thành viên của WP sẽ hồi được máu cho nhau từ từ. Hồi được máu cho nhau thì biết đâu lại đánh hòa được này. Từ từ các bạn ơi. Hunter đẩy đệ ta không thể đủ tầm được. Sneaky phải đi lên thêm. Chính xác là như vậy. Anh ta phải đi lên thêm. À xin lỗi. Sneaky phải đi lên thêm thì mới ngăn chặn được pha hồi máu này của 2 thành viên bên phía WP. Hunter có phép tốc biến. Skymander đẩy giấy luôn và giãn được một khoảng cách. Sneaky sẽ cố gắng lấy máu của một trong 2 thành viên bên phía WP một lần nữa. Khoảng cách quá xa không đủ để tốc biến rồi. Bọc đầu vị trí bác sĩ tâm lý. Bọc đầu bác sĩ tâm lý. Hermione đang ở một góc khó. Rồi. Một quả Avada. Một quả Avada vào người. Không, con đệ quá tầm. Con đệ quá tầm. Đẩy đệ sang một lần nữa. Avada. Vâng. Đang bết cái nhánh 12 của đối phương ra. Vẫn liên tục với tình huống bết hit. Rồi đây rồi. Cuối cùng cũng có một pha tốc biến thành công và Harry P bên kia chưa gỡ xong ấn nữa. Và tôi nghĩ anh ta có thể gỡ 99 rồi nhưng mà chưa muốn giải chiếc ấn của bản thân mình. Bên này Skymander vẫn có thể cứu được.
Little girl's here.
Sneaking right in for the rescue and will be a perfect rescue. No health loss. But seems like Sneaky will be transitioning to the
cứu tốt đến từ Skymander. Bấy đã bắt đầu được bốc cho WP. Nội tại 3 người đang được kích hoạt cho WP cha. Họ đã tìm thấy sức mạnh của nội tại và đang hướng về nó. Khi mà một trận tan nát như thế này mà WP vẫn có thể đánh nó thành một trận mà họ đang có thể câu lại hòa với những cái lỗi mà Sneaky mắc phải ở trong ván đấu. Đầu tiên là một pha tốc biến lỗi, sau đó là một pha đánh hụt ngay trước mặt và để đối phương nhảy được cửa sổ vào. Và với điều đó thì Sneaky đã khó. Lại là tốc biến lỗi. Rồi Sneaky. Hòa thì không biết ai đâu nha. Trận này mà WP câu được thành một trận đấu hòa thôi chẳng hạn thì tôi nghĩ là Potter ZZZ anh ta có thể đánh được team su của Ryu chứ không đùa đâu. Skymander vẫn đang đầy máu. Có cho mình một giấy. Có cho mình một... À đâu, 3 trên 3 chiếc giấy luôn chứ không phải một. Máy đang được đập 76% rồi. WP vẫn đang làm tốt, họ không bị gục và có kim tiêm cho Harry P. Từ từ nhá. Con lính thuê này đầy máu, WP đánh hòa được chắc chắn luôn. Còn con đệ này thì không thể nào bắt được Hermione. Đã giải xong ấn rồi. Đang tự trích kim tiêm đến từ Harry P. Skymander cần phải cai được với 3 chiếc giấy của mình. Phải cai được. Không cai được là WP hơi bị khó thở này. Nào giấy đâu, giấy giết gì đâu hết rồi. Chịu một đòn free à? Rồi chịu một hit ấn free. 13 giây nữa mới có ấn ký sinh mới cho Sneaky. Skymander phải bỏ chạy rồi. Hunter một lần nữa nhắm về đây. Bên kia thì lính đánh thuê lại có thể trích đầy máu cho bản thân mình. Tele đi tốt. Thôi ông Sneaky, bà Sneaky này đi rồi. Bà Sneaky này đi rồi. Về đây bắt Hermione nhưng mà con đệ của Hermione đã mất ấn. Máy 80%. Bên kia máy 30. Không sao, bên này có thể sẽ hồi được máu cho nhau. Và Harry P sẽ chỉ cần tự heal mình đầy lên mà thôi. Hunter đến đây rồi, trích máu lên đi. Harry P trích máu lên đầy đi. Vẫn chưa muốn trích cái máu của mình lên đầy. Vẫn đang muốn câu Hunter. Hermione đang căn được tình huống để về đập máy rồi. Sneaky đệ ở rất xa, có thể đập được máy cổng cũ và máy gây xa cũng đang được đập. WP đánh 3 người hay quá. WP đánh 3 người, họ tận dụng tốt cái lỗi của Sneaky và đang đánh 3 người cực kỳ ổn luôn. Nhất là Skymander, tôi khen anh ta không sai mà. Anh ta đang là người cai tốt nhất cái team WP ở thời điểm hiện tại. Anh ta có mấy pha tele đi xử lý cực kỳ ổn. Chạy ra được cổng biệt thự rồi. Sneaky lạc hướng hoàn toàn. Máy Prime các bạn ơi. WP đánh 3 người hay quá. Bây giờ tốc biến cái này có khi thoát 3 thì sao? Hầm ở đâu? Hầm ở cổng cũ các bạn ơi. Trận này có thể thoát 3 được. Từ từ, chưa có ai mở cổng cả. Scamander đang làm gì đó ở khu vực gần cổng nhưng mà chưa thấy mở. Và đang đứng lại tự giải đang tự giải ấn lấy từ Scamander. Harry P sẽ bị ký sinh ở khu vực nghĩa địa này. Scamander cần phải cẩn thận. Hunter ký sinh chặn đầu. Scamander làm gì đấy? Ôi rồi. Ôi rồi. Cái gì thế này? Ôi cái gì vừa xảy ra vậy? Chuyện gì vừa xảy ra với Scamander vậy? Ôi rồi ôi, một pha mù mắt của Sneaky nữa. Trận này thắng được cho WP nha. Trận này thắng được nha. Đi lên cho lính thuê, đi lên đu vào lính thuê. Chạy thẳng về cổng. Từ hầm ở đây. Hầm ở đây. Hầm ở cổng cũ. Từ từ Scamander làm được thì sao? Harry P chạy thẳng vào cổng bên kia đi, con đệ nó sẽ biến mất. Tốc biến lên và tốc biến lỗi rồi. Tốc biến lỗi rồi. Một con đệ nữa đang chặn đầu. Nhưng mà Scamander đang hết giấy. Tele thoát 3 cho WP rồi. Xong. Bài Sneaky thua 3. Rồi. Trận này hay quá. Trận này WP đánh 3 người rất hay. Rồi Ryu đi vào free win giết 4. Thế trận free win giết 4 đánh thành thua 3. Ok Sneaky. Đau đầu. Thật sự là đau đầu. Phải đếm đến 1 tỷ cái tốc biến trượt.
WP coming in prepared, understanding the assignment, and they get the win.
The teamwork is just incredible, to be honest. Wow. You see, they didn't make the same mistake as the other team. Like the three last cipher are very far away from each other. One of the fake gate, one of the geisha, and one of the S palace. So they are very far from each other, and it makes Sneaky hard to control all of them. So they will just keep on rotating and healing each other up. So yeah, tough game, but kudos to the survivor side for making this work. Like, it was looking a potential draw, but a 3-man game is no jokes.
Yeah, and now let's look into the micro plays there. Man, Scamander is... There was not...
Uầy, cái quả đánh 3 người này của WP hay. Mặc dù một phần có thể nói là do lỗi của Sneaky, nhưng mà các bạn cũng phải nói là họ đánh hay đi. Đúng không? Chúng ta phải công nhận là họ đánh rất hay đi. Tôi thấy họ xử lý cực kỳ hay á. Voldemort đã bị đánh bại một cách thần kỳ. Với sự hy sinh của Cedric. Với sự hy sinh của Cedric thì gì nhỉ? Harry Potter đã có phần thắng.
The Mercenary to get 200% in decoding. Hermione with 236%.
Tốc biến lỗi nhiều quá. Các bạn ơi, tốc biến lỗi nhiều quá.
I'm gonna give MVP to Scamander. That was an insane play on his side. That's the little girl play I was looking for.
Yeah, that's clip that. Yeah, we just say before getting into the match that we haven't seen any.
Đơn giản là nhiều những cái tốc biến quá thành ra là tốc biến lỗi quá thành ra là thua.
This is the gold standard that we might be looking.
I would say if I would see this match, I would be like, yeah, little girl, insta ban right away. Come on, you're gonna allow her that menace, as people would say, the little menace. I don't want to, coming into this lineup, man, Scamander really used her to her full potential. And the binds were so on point.
Cedric hy sinh đúng kịch bản mà. Cedric hy sinh đúng kịch bản mà. Harry Potter đầu game có hơi nặng một chút nhưng cuối game thì hóa trao, hiểu không? Hóa trao lục ra quả kim tiêm. Các bạn hiểu không? Scamander thì là thế hệ trước rồi, outplay. Đấy, trong trận này thì Hermione tròn vai, hiểu không? Harry Potter hơi tạ ở đầu game nhưng mà cuối game thì cánh kèo. Cedric thì chết nhanh y như trong phim. Đấy, xong. Ok, chuẩn chưa các bạn? Chuẩn chưa? Y như kịch bản luôn. Scamander là cái thời kỳ trước, đúng không? Không nói làm gì, nói chung là con người đến từ cái không gian trước. Không gian thời gian trước. Còn Cedric, Harry Potter với cả Hermione đấy, Cedric chết y như trong phim. Harry Potter đầu game hơi tạ. Và Hermione thì tròn vai từ đầu đến cuối. Thấy chưa? Vậy, đầu game hơi tạ, đầu game ăn hit giờ nhưng mà cuối game lục được quả kim tiêm cánh tim luôn. Trời ơi. Cuối game lục được quả kim tiêm cánh tim luôn.
Yeah, it's more onto WP side as of now.
Yeah, and if we look at Potters as Hunters, Sculptor, yeah, that could definitely that could be a draw. That's a draw hunt. Well, it can go 4K, but it can just go for the draw. Bonbon also can go for the draw too. Just get that one. They have to go for the rescue because they can't afford to draw this one. That could definitely play into Potters' hand. Axe Boy, with the way he's been flame sniping, that's definitely a 4K hunter on his side. So it's looking kind of dire on Ryu's side, and yeah, we definitely have to change our predictions. I'm glad no one asked us for our predictions on this match.
Yeah, not to mention, Potter is also a breaking wheel player, so we might see the breaking wheel. Yeah, we could see that. But if he's playing it safe, we might just see a Galatia in the first round. To be honest, still, kudos to the side of Survivor.
Các bạn đừng tưởng kim tiêm nó không có tác dụng. Kim tiêm đấy làm sneaky chủ quan á. Tiêm 99 xong rồi làm sneaky chủ quan á. Đến cái đoạn sau mà Hunter mà dí vào là trích một phát lên đầy máu là sneaky sẽ bị hẫng nhịp, là sau đó là bên kia có thể đập được máy ở cổng cũ á. Nếu mà dí về lính thuê là đập máy cổng cũ, còn nếu mà không thì không dí thì anh ta bốc máy gây xa thôi. Họ bốc 2 đầu máy map luôn á, một máy gây xa, một máy cổng cũ. Đấy, có 2 cái máy 2 đầu thì Hunter không kiểm soát được. Cái đấy đầu game rất nát. Đầu game là thế giết 4 thua 4 luôn, nhưng mà sau đó là Sneaky phải gọi là 4-5 cái tốc biến lỗi, 4 cái tốc biến lỗi, sau đó là một đống hit lỗi, một đống tình huống đều lệ kiểm soát lỗi, xong thua. Nào, chúng ta sẽ đến với round đấu 1B. Bây giờ thì team Survival của Ryu sẽ đối đầu với Hunter của WP. Potter ZZ.
The Survivor side has time to heal each other up and decode the cipher. Yeah, I think from those bling, it's kind of turned the game towards the Survivor side. And yeah, let's move on to the game between the Survivor side of Ryu and the Hunter of WP, Potter.
So Potters, he brought out the Sculptor early on. He did want to ban out Forward Seer and Entomologist. So since it was a different map, it was on Hospital, so I think, yeah, you definitely want to ban out the Priestess to start things off. Let's see, locking in the Seer. Wow, a character that we don't see that often. I'm glad we're seeing it now.
Seer exists? What? Yeah, banning the Entomologist. Yeah, that's interesting. We usually see the second ban onto, you know, the Acrobat or the Mercenary, or any other decoding survivor like the Postman. But now the Entomologist, which is a supporting character. I think on the side of Ryu, there's a menace of an Entomologist player. And Toy Merchant! Wow!
Cake, like we said, Cake coming in BO3, bring out the Toy Merchant, and there are certain jump spots here that I want to see highlighted. Hopefully Cake can give us those highlights. Now, the last ban on Potter's side, are we going to like cancel out Mechanic, Embalmer, any of the tie? Oh wait, yeah, he wants to get a tie, so yeah, gladly use that. So is he going to ban out Mercenary?
Cấm nữ chủ tế, cấm đi nhà cô trùng học đến từ vị trí của Potter. Và lựa chọn cấm cuối cùng của anh ta là nhắm vào con bài bệnh nhân. Tiền đạo, tiên tri. Tôi đang thấy một lựa chọn khá thú vị đến từ Ryu, đó là đồ chơi. Họ pick đồ chơi ở trong cái round đấu này. Đây là một trận đấu có lẽ là Ryu cần phải cố gắng giành chiến thắng. Và cuối cùng sẽ là đưa thư. Vậy là team có khả năng support, cùng với đó là có cả khả năng decode luôn. Đưa thư nó sẽ bù phần decode thiếu của tiền đạo với những cái thư decode của mình. Và nhóc dìu được lựa chọn luôn trong round đấu đầu tiên từ vị trí của Potter. Anh ta không đánh con Gala nhưng mọi khi mà sẽ sử dụng nhóc dìu ngay round đấu 1 này. Nhóc dìu 62 tốc biến đánh hòa. Thế là round 1 WP sẽ có thể chiến thắng nha. Tôi đang nghĩ anh ta sẽ đánh như vậy các bạn ạ. Nhóc dìu 62 tốc biến đánh hòa, kiểu này hoàn toàn ổn.
Not expected at all, to be honest. Yeah, comes to a game like this, you want to establish that point deficit. So it could be Potter trying to get as much point as possible because all the other Hunter has been pretty stable in terms of getting a draw.
Right.
As for the exploit, yeah, you used to say that it's a 4K potential Hunter.
with the flames, right?
Yeah.
We did say also that Sneaky was very stable.
Cấm côn trùng là bởi vì anh ta đánh nhóc dìu đấy các bạn. Cấm côn trùng là vì đánh nhóc dìu á. Chứ còn thả con nhóc côn trùng ra, nhóc dìu nào dám đánh, đúng không? Các bạn công nhận không?
lineup, they might be able to pull something off here, but I mean, if you guys saw how scary Potter's is, those far flame snipes were just so insane, like max distance. It's crazy for him to do that.
Yeah, I think I met him in a CS:GO match and I lost to him.
I'm sure. Oh, dude.
Yeah, an interesting lineup to be honest.
I was thinking of another game, but revive me, Potters. But let's see how this one's gonna shake out, because you have to admit also, like, the distance is gonna play a factor, and also there's flywheel, just to try and if they're able to like kind of predict when the flames are gonna come out easily, they'll just flywheel away from it and just relegate him to a single hit hunter.
And not to mention there's Seer to be able to block out a potential either flame hit or normal hit, so you can prolong the game.
Tiên tri sẽ dành cho vị trí của Lemon, đưa thư cho Tofu, đồ chơi cho khách, và cuối cùng là tiền đạo cho NG. Hôm nay Wolfie không đánh. Ôi, một điểm báo là bên phía thêm quả sứ Ki thua 3 này, một điểm báo là WP sẽ tạo nên một cú hích trước Ryu chăng? Nghĩa là WP sẽ có thể chiến thắng Ryu trong kèo đấu này. Hôm nay tôi không thấy Wolfie đánh này. Wolfie bận chăng? Lemon, Tofu, Cách và NG. Đây là team rename cũ, bổ sung thêm một vài người mới nữa.
Game-changing toy merchant plays yet with the catapult. So we're gonna head straight into the second half of the first round, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, NTT and Hot Spice here. Let's see the routes Potters will be taking. Same route, actually.
Yeah. Even spawning in the same spot at the graveyard area. Will be actually not transitioning
it up,
not transitioning into the corner now, and instead moving on to the middle of the map, where
my god,
Potters, which is my god.
Ôi rồi ôi, quả nhóc dìu này có khi thắng 4 đấy chứ, vừa vào phá bắn chậm theo tôi đoán sai rồi. Không phải là 62 phá bắn 62 tốc biến các bạn ạ. Anh ta phá bắn chậm ạ. Tofu quả này là dễ đi lắm này. Chó thả trượt rồi. Chó thả trượt rồi, vẫn đang có lửa tím bu quanh người của Tofu. Potter hoàn toàn có thể có mạng trong tình huống này. Kéo. Có tăng tốc. Không sao cả. Lướt 12 và đối phương heavy attack. Ui, ông Potter lại đánh ác thật. Rồi, kèo này Ryu thua chặt. Kèo này Ryu thua chặt luôn, cú khó nhưng mà không búp kịp. Lemon không búp kịp cho người đồng đội của mình. Rõ ràng là một pha heavy attack thì hoàn toàn ta có thể phản ứng được, nhưng anh ta không búp được cú rồi. Không búp được cú là kèo này là hơi bị đi cho bên phía Ryu này. Chẳng lẽ là Ryu sẽ xuống nhánh thua? Chẳng lẽ Ryu sẽ xuống nhánh thua các bạn? Đây là điều hoàn toàn có thể xảy ra nha. Hút bóng. Ok. Một tình huống hút bóng không thành công, cú được búp và đang cố câu thêm một chút xíu thời gian đến từ NG. Này, quán nửa mẹ nó luôn bây giờ rồi. Ok, cứu tốt. Đòn đánh nó vào vị trí của tiền đạo và hút không? Phải hút này. Không hút các bạn ơi. Thôi được rồi, cẩn thận, đối phương dùng phấn khích thì cũng ok thôi. Không có vấn đề gì cả. Bây giờ hút thì sao? Và có bàn đạp. Có bàn đạp lên tầng 2 và Potter không phá nó. Có bàn đạp lên tầng 2 và Potter không hề phá nó. Lửa tím, NG, vị trí bị phát hiện. Nhưng mà đưa thư vẫn ở trên tầng 2. Pha setup cứu này khá hay. Lửa hết rồi. Lửa hết mất rồi, vẫn còn một cái lửa tím. Đây, vẫn còn một cái lửa tím nữa cho vị trí của NG. Kéo. Không kéo được mất rồi. Kéo. Đây rồi. Lửa đẹp đến từ vị trí của Potter. Anh ta sẽ kéo vị trí tiền đạo. Trải đường cây ra xong kéo ngược lại ạ. Đau đầu thế. Tofu đập luôn máy tầng 2. Tele lên Tofu luôn, đổi Tele bay lên Tofu luôn, rất hay. Ui, xử lý cực kỳ xuất sắc đến từ Potter. Anh ta có tốc biến nhưng anh ta không dùng được trong trận này nên anh ta đổi luôn Tele bay thẳng sang Tofu, người đã ngồi ghế một lần của bên phía Ryu. Nào bây giờ ông tôi nói thật luôn, Tofu này chạy kiểu gì? Hunter sắp mắc chiêu và kéo luôn lửa tăng tốc và đó là Tofu gục một lần thứ 2 của trận đấu này. Bên kia thì tiền đạo được cứu nhưng mà máy của bên phía Ryu chậm quá. Ôi đánh hay thật, tôi phải công nhận. Quả này xử lý hay này, soi được vào vị trí của Tofu một phát là đổi Tele bay thẳng lên luôn, không có một nhịp dừng nào. Nhưng anh ta xử lý rất dứt khoát luôn. Cắn thêm một cái cây ra, trong này bây giờ khỏi vào cứu luôn nha. Tiền đạo còn bị soi nữa. Rồi Ryu mất một người rồi. Họ không thể cứu được. Trừ khi bây giờ đồ chơi cứu cố, nhưng mà đồ chơi thì đặt 2 cái bàn đạp rồi. Tôi nghĩ là Potter nên ra phá cái bàn đạp nhảy lên tầng 2 đi. Cái bàn đạp rất nguy hiểm, giúp đối phương có thể lật kèo đó luôn á. Potter nên đi phá cái bàn đạp đó, sau đó là đuổi người. hoàn toàn là được. Rồi ok, ít nhất round 1 là bên phía WP thắng rồi. Ít nhất là tôi thấy cái round 1 này là WP thắng rồi đấy. Thế lực mới nổi của Đông Nam Á. Uầy, đánh ác thật sự luôn. Potter cực kỳ ổn. Ôi, kéo lửa trượt mất rồi nhưng không sao cả. Kéo lửa đấu ván là một cái khá là tối kỵ của Robbie. Nhưng mà Potter đang có lợi thế. Thôi được rồi, anh ta sẽ chả sợ được cái, anh ta đang còn 15 giây nữa là hồi phép. Đâm bóng đi. NG bắt buộc phải đâm bóng vào. Đây là khu vực không có cây. Nào, vài giây nữa Tele sẽ có. Potter nên quan sát máy dần đi là vừa. Anh ta cần phải có một nhịp Tele và phải cẩn thận tiền đạo húc. Tele vào ai cũng được. Vâng. Đây là cách. Đây là cách. Đây là đồ chơi. Phải ép đồ chơi trong khu vực này và không cho nó ra được những khu vực 2 tầng. Đang muốn kéo lửa rồi. Lửa kéo này là trúng. 5 giây cai đến từ cách. Cách đi rồi. Cách đi rồi, hầm luôn. Ôi, Ryu thua 4 tan nát. Thôi thế thì 8-1 rồi. Trời ơi, Ryu thua xuống nhánh thua luôn. Và đội đứng đầu bảng B xuống luôn nhánh thua. Đội đứng đầu bảng B đang trong một tình huống con, tao có thể xuống nhánh thua ở trong ngày thi đấu này. NG đang ở đây. Anh ta hết nhánh 6 rồi nha. Còn nửa trái banh nữa để xuống hầm. Nhưng mà thực sự là hơi khó. Hầm nó ở khu vực này luôn. Băng qua đường thì phải cẩn thận nha các bạn. Đi qua đường dây là phải cẩn thận nha. Ngoài đời hay trong game thì nó đều như vậy cả. Nào, bây giờ cam chết được mục tiêu là đơn giản là bạn chắc chắn có round 1 chiến thắng rồi. Để xem Potter sẽ lấy được thêm bao nhiêu điểm của đối phương mà thôi. Hồi đánh với WP bọn tôi ban đấy có nhóc dìu là chính xác luôn mà các bạn. AVP là thuộc về Aoisama khi mà ban pick quá hay, được chưa? Nào bây giờ thì trải một đường cây ra khu vực cổng nghĩa địa. Lemon đang bốc ngay máy ở cái khu vực lề đường thôi. Phải phá cái bàn đạp này đi, đúng rồi. Nào, bắt luôn ông tiên tri này. Treo luôn, xong nó dí ông tiền đạo. Rồi, Lemon cố gắng end chiếc máy. Lemon cố gắng end chiếc máy trong tình huống này. Đang có 2 cái cây cho Potter. Một cái cây được cắm ra. Lửa tốt. Còn 12 cho Lemon. Lại là một pha lướt 12 sớm và Hunter thì heavy attack. Rồi rồi, game dễ quá. Rồi bây giờ Ryu làm gì bây giờ khi mà thua 8-1 đây. Nào đánh kiểu gì khi mà thua 8-1 bây giờ. Máy cuối 76%. NG còn nửa trái banh để cai. Nhưng Hunter có quá nhiều những cái thứ lợi thế để mà đánh được thắng trong ván đấu này. Tele vẫn đang còn. Bây giờ quả kia mà Lemon tự dậy mà về máy mà máy rung rồi. Tôi nghĩ Potter Tele thẳng vào người rồi. Đâm bóng đi. Potter xử lý lỗi pha này nhưng không sao cả. Anh ta ép được lượng bóng còn lại của NG ra. Và bây giờ tự dậy rồi. Nên có những tình huống mà Potter nhìn máy. Máy rung một phát thì ta bay về máy luôn. Tele đang có. Máy rung là Lemon đi này. Không dám đập máy đâu mà. Rung không? Rung là Tele luôn. Rồi. Rồi, xong. Mất tự dậy. Không kịp nhảy pallet đến từ vị trí của Lemon. Bên kia thì bốc máy ở khu vực nghĩa địa. Máy cũng 70-80 luôn rồi. Nhưng mà làm sao mà kịp đây. Khi Hunter đã bò về đến nơi. Máy 90% thôi, không hoàn thành được. À, muốn cố à? Muốn cố với chúng tôi à? Không được đâu bạn ơi. 91% máy không thể đập kịp được. Ui. Không, à đây rồi, Tero Sóc đây rồi. Vậy là 8-1 cho bên phía WP. WP làm quá tốt trong cái cặp đấu này. Harry Potter và vòng playoff. Ok. Một thế lực mới nổi trong vòng playoff này. Ryu ơi, Ryu thế này là chết rồi. Ôi mẹ, Sneaky bây giờ nghĩ lại biết thế sao không giết 4 round 1 đi. Đánh cẩn thận round 1, giết 4 round 1. Có phải là 5 đều rồi không? Trận này Robbie đánh hay quá.
Just as we said that the previous match was a showcase of Little Girl, this, ladies and gentlemen, is what you show people if you want them to play Robbie. This is what you show them if you want to play Axe Boy. Potters, ladies and gentlemen, one of the goats in Southeast Asia with this character. And I'm not gonna knock on him for picking Axe Boy round 1. This was a masterclass of how to use Axe Boy. You okay, NTT?
Yeah, I'm not okay. I think I need to update my software.
I'll restart real quick. You go restart NTT while I read out the match stats here. Nung having the most containment time.
Wow.
Lemon having the most decoding time, but for
Chết mẹ rồi, vợ đòi uống Misue. Chưa đặt. Lâu rồi mình không ăn kem.
You know what? 6 pals destroyed, 11 survivor hit, 1 terror shock. I wish there was an accuracy on the flame snipes because it was. If he's not getting a flame snipe, he's still getting that speed boost, and he's baiting out your flywheel. So, GG's, like checkmate already once he sees you.
Yeah, to be honest, Porter understands XY so well that is beyond our comprehension. The requirement for Porter is to get a draw, and 4K potential hunter appear and immediately get that 4K that we have been long for, to be honest. we didn't predict that happening, and yeah, 8-1 will be the result of round 1.
1-8 cho round 1.
Such a distance that they have established.
WP, ladies and gentlemen, 8-1. The distance is 7, ladies and gentlemen. 1 round, 7 points. RYU is going to have to pull this out of the fire for them to be able to stay at the upper bracket, while WP could just keep tying things out, and they could definitely seal the deal there for them to stay, to move on still in the upper bracket of this competition. But man, sleeper, I would say sleeper team, WP, do not sleep on this. Yes, we're talking about the BLs, the GHs, the ZTs, but WP's Potters, I feel like he gained so much fans just through this match alone.
Woo. It's getting hot in here.
It's because of the flames, dude. Are you sure there's no flames surrounding you? It's getting closer and closer.
Yeah, let me check.
Dude,
Cậu uống nước gì không? Anh chỉ ăn kem thôi.
You know what? Shout outs to Crit, shout outs to Thea. They're thinking, what, Little Girl MVP or Axe Boy MVP? I honestly, I don't know. Maybe Axe Boy, I don't know. But Little Girl was so good too. You gotta admit, those are some good pages, and also the vines to the mercenary.
Yeah.
I would say Axe Boy because Little Girl, that's what we've seen, right? But I have never seen an Axe Boy like this.
I had though. I have witnessed that in the previous round that I cast. That I cast with now.
Yeah, the one in Chinatown. Who was that?
It actually was in Sacred Heart Hospital.
A hospital.
So
was it him?
It was Porter.
Yeah, there we go. See, it was still Potter. I thought it was a different Axe Boy.
Yeah, I mean, this to be expected, but he's still making gaps.
Yeah, that's why. It's just the pace, the tempo that he played this game in, the confidence in, you know what, calling, all right, long hit, or like charged up hit, or oh, you're gonna be going this way, so I'm gonna just pull the flame right to you. It's just he was just not.
Em ship được em, ship được. Em bây giờ ship được nhưng mà không được quá xa ấy. Xa thì nó sẽ chảy ra.
This round.
I'm watching the chat now. The boy who ate.
The boy. Potter. Actually, I kind of got a Harry Potter thing going on. If you guys didn't see, like, there's a thunderbolt scar with my bangs. That's why I got to put it down. So.
Okay. Yeah, and they know that Potter will do well in Sacred Heart Hospital, so that's why Ryu has banned Sacred Heart Hospital.
Ooh,
and Arms Factory will be chosen for the side of WP.
All right, so you have to for sure ban the Axe Boy. That's not a question. You're opening up Sculptor. You're opening up Bon Bon. Oh my god. Counter it with lineup.
I think it's more for Sneaky to control the Cypher as of the map, because those maps that they are picking is rather small. And I'm still quite astounded that we haven't seen any Moonlit River Park in today's playoffs.
Yeah, no love for the Moonlit River Park, man. That's one of my favorites. But I mean, I don't know, it's a controversial map. If it's not Ever Sleeping Town, people will be like, "Wow, you like this map? It's got to be Ever Sleeping Town." What? That's what. I mean, the stats don't lie. The players love their Ever Sleeping Towns. And wait, I'm gonna pull up the stats for Moonlit. Dude, oh, that's so sad. Pick rate for Moonlit River Park as of last week, group stage day 6, is 3. And bands 8. So it's like it's so far, it's so far. Nobody likes to go to the carnival, man.
I think Leo's got picked more than the Moonlit now.
Could go that way. It's actually 2 to 3.
That
So
way.
yeah.
Yeah,
Mhm.
it's close. Like
Close,
they are
man.
loving Leo's memory more. So,
Why?
yeah, why? Now Arms Factory though, a shadow ban on the Breaking Wheel, shadow ban onto the Priestess. Yeah, they're definitely gonna ban.
Rồi, nào chuẩn bị đến round 2. Để cùng xem kèo này WP có knock out được luôn bên phía Ryu không. Họ có lợi thế rất lớn ở round đấu đầu tiên rồi. Vô cùng lớn luôn.
Making us lose our breath with how well he's been playing.
What?
But
Potter is gotta flame and NNT is gotta
I mean, it's just that's
My God.
NTT. Let's go.
Nah.
Slade, yeah, show love to Potters, ladies and gentlemen, because definitely one of the MVPs of this game. But I want to see some RYU supporters, some Ryu supporters. They need it now more than ever because WP has a 7-point lead, a 1-round lead. So in Arms Factory, like you said, yeah, shadow banning the breaking wheel. But you know what? It kind of plays also, yeah, like you said, to Sneaky's hand and also Potter's hand. Sneaky has the sculptor, she has the geisha, she has the dream witch, but I'm pretty sure they're gonna respect ban.
Ok, round đấu thứ 2 đây rồi các bạn ơi. Round đấu thứ 2 đây rồi. Potter sẽ là người ra trận trước ở trong round đấu này. Và tôi nhìn nó giống như là bệnh viện Thánh Tâm ở trong cái round này vậy. Đây là bệnh viện hay xưởng ta? Nhìn không nhận ra luôn á. Ở round đấu thứ 2, Potter sẽ có cho mình 4 lượt cấm. Anh ta vừa làm gỏi ở bên phía Ryu giết 4 rồi. Và bây giờ có lẽ là nhóc Ryu phải bị cấm đi thôi. Chứ còn con nhóc Ryu kia vừa giết 4 xong rồi lại thả ra thì bên phía Ryu sợ là hơi chim cút.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah, there we go.
Thank God.
Potter still
Cấm nhóc Ryu rồi. Và Potter thì cấm đi cho mình đó là tiền đạo cùng với nhà côn trùng học. Tiên tri đang được thả ra. Ryu có dám pick không? Đối phương còn Galati á. Ông Potter là còn con Galati á. Nhóc Ryu và Galati là hai Hunter hay nhất của Potter. Và anh ta đánh được thêm một con Hunter nữa. Đấy là Polun. Lính thuê và tạp kỹ là hai lựa chọn đầu tiên mà Ryu đưa ra. Xem ra họ cũng rút kinh nghiệm từ trận đấu trước. Đó là không lựa chọn tiên tri rồi. Cấm nữ vũ công. Cấm nữ vũ công. Tôi nghĩ là cái lượt cấm nữ vũ công này bây giờ là phải là team nào lộ con vũ công một phát là cấm luôn đi á. Bây giờ cái team nào mà lộ con vũ công này ra là các team khác là phải cấm á. Nó rất mạnh luôn con nữ vũ công, tôi thật với các bạn, kết hợp cùng nhánh 12 xong nữ vũ công là một thế lực trong cái làng Kaiter và thậm chí là vẫn support được. Bạn để lại 2 hộp nhạc chậm. Bạn để lại 2 đội nhạc chậm, sau đó bạn giữ một hộp nhạc nữa để bạn đặt đi code, thế là xong. Bạn đi code nhanh hơn người khác mà bạn vẫn support được cho đồng đội và bạn vẫn cai được. Nữ vũ công là một lựa chọn rất tối ưu ở thời điểm hiện tại. Và bartender ở trong trận đấu này. Nhưng mà đối phương đánh gala mà big bartender thì nó cũng có tác dụng gì đâu ta. Cấm nốt đi tiên tri rồi. Thợ máy. À rồi, ok. Biết đối phương còn con gala thì nên là pick thợ máy ra để đánh trong kèo này. Polun. Đây là map. Đây không phải là một cái map lợi cho Polun nha. Đây không phải là map lợi cho Polun nha, mà lại còn meta 12 nữa.
Wait, I think, yeah, maybe. If he does, this is gonna be insane. Because not only is he playing a bad map for Breaking Wheel, this is a bad meta for Breaking Wheel. Yeah, like, I know we've joked around like he's not.
Hôm nay cái ông Potter này hình như chắc là đang 2 nhưng hôm trước đánh với SKG cũng làm 3 round giết 4 luôn. Hôm nay đánh với Ryu chắc hưng phấn cũng làm 3 round giết 4 nữa thì sao ta? Được không các bạn? Nghe hợp lý không? Tôi thấy có thể luôn đấy, hoàn toàn có thể luôn.
He might have to go with 9-12 build. I'm not sure about this. If this is a breaking wheel, I don't have a great feeling, to be honest.
Yeah. Okay, I'm just still trying to process this. This might actually happen. They're not changing. It's still a shadow. I mean, he's got Bonbon. He's got Sculptor. Those are safer picks than picking a breaking wheel in arms.
Yeah.
So, and I mean, we were talking about the type of build, yes, but it's still so scary because you still have that flywheel, you got some open spots, you have the silence of the acrobat plus the cipher rush of that mechanic. So
Yeah.
it's we'll see. Whew.
Yeah,
I'm getting stressed out just looking at this.
Yeah, talking about the acrobat countering that breaking wheel. Yeah. Why would you pick the breaking wheel in this map? It's just too much risk that Potter is trying to overcome here.
We'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah.
Because, we don't want to jump into any conclusions because once he locks that in, then we can start talking. I will start talking to the chat though, because Hanako gives us a shout out. He says that you're Professor Snape from Harry Potter, while I'm Harry Potter. So I think he's got the hair of Professor Snape, ladies and gentlemen. It's actually a good one. They're still reminding us of the NTT hair flip, by the way. No feaster yet, so you can't see it. We did make a deal with you, chat, that if he sees a haster, if he sees a feaster, you're gonna get that hair flip on stream. So yeah, we're just waiting for now, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting word from backstage that we are gonna do the picks and bans once again. So I mean, we almost lost it, right? We almost lost our marbles when we saw this breaking wheel. So I'm pretty sure he's not gonna bring it out. Like, he's been hiding this breaking wheel this entire time. He's not really known for a breaking wheel. Well, I mean, ever since the flywheel, at least.
Oh.
There we go.
Okay, so that's understandable.
Go for it.
I think you should go for it.
Oh, okay. Well, we just heard from backstage that yes, it is
Có vẻ như là
not a
ban
breaking wheel.
pick khá là lâu hay là có một cái lỗi gì đấy xảy ra.
It's a feaster. The hair flip is happening, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh my god. Yeah, I'm preparing my hair.
Oh wow. Okay, so we got people at
Ồ,
the back.
ok, đổi rồi, không phải là Polun các bạn ơi, Galati cho Potter. Thế này nó mới hợp lý chứ còn Polun ở cái map này thì sao mà chơi được.
Everyone that is backstage also, because I mean, to put up a tournament like this, there's a lot of people that are just, organizing and also, preparing the graphics and whatnot. So you got to give them their respect too.
Yeah, Galatia is more reasonable here.
There we go.
Yes, still, yeah. With a small map like this, the ability to keep a hold that cypher provides with a CCTV skill, and also the sculpture when you get to max present. With this lineup, still Potter still have to look out for that mechanic first on.
Yeah, with the instincts like Potter's and his predictability, I don't know if the skills of Flames to statues are transferable. We're gonna find out. I feel like they are with the way he was able to predict the movement. But yes, you need to find that mechanic first. You need to. It's a bonus. It's a happy birthday if you find the mechanic and the doll at the same time, just so you just negate that character completely. So, but if he's not able to find that mechanic, if he's gonna chase like a barmaid, like you said with the flywheel, if he's gonna chase the acrobat with the looping windows inside the factory or the mercenary, it's gonna be a tough night out for Potters. So he still can't relax just yet. Yes, he had some good momentum coming into this, but now Ryu is kind of waking up. So you still gotta realize that Ryu is a pretty, well, they're a pretty game team. Like we said, Tofu, also we've seen Lemon, Nung also, great survivors here. Not to mention, Wolfie also being one of the survivors, but not tonight though. They're definitely a seasoned team. Well, a seasoned players at least.
Yeah, and Ryu bringing that mechanic to ensure at least a draw, because it's a draw potential character here. I'm still surprised that we are seeing a dancer ban.
Yeah, can you dissect this? Wow.
Yeah, I'm still trying to understand that. Okay, dancer, music box,
Maybe
you
in
can pick that up,
arms.
but yeah,
Yeah.
maybe in arms, because there's a 3 pallet area, or in the factory.
The factory, yeah, that's true. It could be that. I think it's more of a signature type of, or preference. I mean, the entomologist as well. You could argue, yes, she does kind of counter in a way, like when it comes to dodging statues.
Nào, có lẽ lúc này là có một cái lỗi gì đó trong quá trình one pick xảy ra và sau đó là Họ sẽ phải pick lại. Lúc nãy cặp bọn tôi đánh cũng có mấy cái lỗi như thế. Mất là khá là nhiều thời gian. Potter sẽ đánh Galati và chúng ta cùng chờ trận đấu này bắt đầu.
Because WP is picking a map where there's no true story because Kick is a top tier toy merchant player. When there's no true story, the toy merchant ability to transition reduced in half. Like, he immediately nullify that ability to drop down for the toy merchant. So I think great call for the side WP. It's very strategic pick.
Yeah, now that you mentioned that, it definitely makes sense if you're just on the 2D plane instead of going 3D and going up and about and flying around. So, yeah, Arms is definitely a calculated pick on WP's side. And, you know, even though you give Sneaky that advantage too, it's still fine. At least you play to your strengths and you also kind of shadow ban the survivors just so that you can also just play to your strengths. And while we're waiting, ladies and gentlemen, just want to give a shout out also to the prisoners here. We got Cat Carry. Wow, Mini Blues here. Chocho, Maney. You guys know you are King as well, Sky. Now we're going to head straight into the match. Otters running straight into Cake.
Yeah.
Trận đấu sẽ bắt đầu với Galati của Potter. Anh ta đang di chuyển về khu vực nhà nhỏ. Robot đang được nấp ở đây và Potter nhìn thấy robot luôn rồi. Bây giờ nếu phí thời gian truy đuổi robot thì bên phía Ryu sẽ có lợi. Vẫn muốn đuổi robot của đối phương rồi. Con robot hơi khó để mà cai được nha. Ok, tượng tốt đến từ vị trí của Potter và anh ta lấy được robot của đối phương rồi. Nhưng mà Cách đang ở khá xa Hunter. Potter bây giờ sẽ có vị trí của Cách, nhưng mà có vẻ như anh ta không muốn đuổi thì phải. Anh ta muốn bắt sang một mục tiêu khác. Ok, đây cũng là một lựa chọn hợp lý. Bạn lấy một nửa năng lượng của robot, sau đó là nhắm sang mục tiêu khác. Thì ít nhất là thợ máy sẽ bị debuff. Còn con robot kia thì sẽ không đập được hoàn thành một máy. Dí về giữa bản đồ gặp Lemon ở đây. Tốc biến sắp có cho vị trí của Potter. Anh ta đang có khá là nhiều tượng. Đây là còn một cặp tượng nữa thôi. Một cặp tượng đầu tiên đặt trượt hết rồi. Lemon là một mục tiêu khá là khó truy đuổi. Tập kỹ bạn Kagala. Đây là một kèo mạnh dành cho Lemon. Tốc biến đang có. Potter ăn bóng đen mất rồi. Rồi. Ok. Potter xem ra kèo này hơi khó thở rồi. Potter kèo này hơi khó thở. Một máy đầu tiên đã xong cho bên phía Ryu. Lemon đang có trái bóng đỏ. Anh ta né tượng tốt. Anh ta né tượng tốt. Ở đây sẽ có một đòn đánh. Tốc biến đang có cho Potter để kết liễu vị trí của Lemon. Liệu anh ta có làm được hay không đây? Tấm ván ngang vẫn còn và giúp cho Lemon có thể lút quanh đây một vòng nữa. Ấy! Tốc biến qua luôn. Nhưng ở đây có bóng đỏ. Ôi, tượng đục vào đối phương. Ôi, căng thật. Tốc biến căng thật. Tốc biến kiểu bây giờ một là thắng hai là thua. Khoảng cách là quá gần rồi. Bóng trắng đã có cho Lemon. Anh ta chỉ cần nhảy được vào một cái cửa sổ nào đó thôi. Hunter sẽ thua. Tượng trượt mất rồi. Còn cái tượng tiếp theo cũng trượt luôn. Rồi khó quá. Khó cho Potter quá. Trận này đánh hòa đi thì sao? Nhảy bóng lỗi. Ba máy còn lại của Ryu đều đang đập gần xong cả rồi. Nhưng mà có một chiếc máy sẽ bị kiểm soát trong tình huống này. Đó chính là máy của NG ở khu vực giữa bản đồ. Anh ta sẽ phải buông máy ra, di chuyển và cứu ở trong tình huống này. Robot của Cách không còn. Anh ta chỉ có một tí xíu năng lượng robot thôi. Và Cách thì cũng đang bị soi. Hunter phải thiếu một đòn đánh nữa thì mới có thể có cho mình tượng hoàn hảo. Và đó mới là lúc con Gala đáng sợ. Potter, anh ta nên cam ghế. Cặp tượng đặt nó không thực sự hiệu quả. Tiếp tục là những cặp tượng đã được đặt ra. Tôi nghĩ là anh ta nên đấm đi và tiết kiệm số tượng này để đặt tượng hoàn hảo. Tero sốc thì sao? Không có Tero sốc nhưng có double down cho vị trí của Potter. Nhưng tôi vẫn thấy đây là một vai anh ta hơi lỗ. Vừa rồi hình như chưa quá nửa. Máy sẽ được hoàn thành với cái nội tại của lính đánh thuê. Lemon gục mất rồi. Từ từ máy xong kịp không? Máy xong kịp cho bên phía của Ryu không? Lemon gục mất rồi, máy chưa xong kịp và Lemon sẽ bị treo lên một lần nữa. Kèo này đánh hòa được này. Quá nửa chưa? Chưa quá nửa. Tôi đang thấy vị trí của bartender đi cứu. Máy xong mất rồi, thấy bartender rồi. Tofu phải cố gắng vào được ghế trong tình huống này. Anh ta đang cố gắng lách tượng của đối phương. Cái tấm ván ở đây vẫn đang còn. Và uống một bình rượu tăng tốc để vào ghế.
I think either
Khó cho
Porter
Potter
or
rồi.
the rescue
Đối phương sẽ
team
prime máy 4
can
người.
allow the rescue to happen.
Không được. Đấm
Yeah.
gục được Lemon.
It's
Máy
gonna be
prime lên
hard.
hơi chậm nha. Máy prime lên hơi chậm và Lemon thì không có cho mình
What did they wait for?
một quả bóng nào nữa.
Delay
Anh
there.
ta đang cai ngược ra khỏi khu vực bãi cai cổng trước này. Hunter còn khoảng mười mấy giây nữa sẽ có phép. Xuyên được ván rồi. Cổng mở chưa xong. Cổng mở chưa xong. Potter có thể treo người sau đó can thiệp vào cổng kịp. Phép đã được đổi. Cổng mới 60 mà thôi. Đây lên được này. Đây lên được.
Draw game here. Has the arcade open? It hasn't. The mechanics are near here, and also the mercenary.
Yeah, just the, he didn't even try chiseling. He just went straight for it. But now we see that the mechanic, Nung able to just try and pop that elbow pad, has one more to use, but man, a basic hit would drop him. Also a regular statue hit. So now Nung has to buy enough time here to try and help them rotate, and it seems like this mercenary will be next on the rocket chair, dropping the chisel just to see if anyone's at the exit gate, and we see that the barmaid and the mechanic are already at the other side of this map about to exit.
There's not much robot left, so mechanic can't use that bot to go for the rescue. But still, a two-man escape. That is a regular as for a mechanic game goal. Usually when the mechanic is in the lineup, a draw is sure.
Yeah, and considering how that went, it looked like it wasn't even going to be a draw because that acrobat, I mean, he was able to just provide so much time for them to decode, keeping him on that spot, and that missed blink. I mean, how many windows did he force Potters to actually go through? That just bought so much time.
Yeah.
By the time the acrobat was already chaired, 3 ciphers were on their way, and second time on the chair, 1 was already primed. So it was an excellent showing for the survivor side. I mean, NTT, let's try to recall what could have made this a 3-person escape, because was it the delayed pop? Was it
the thing is at the end game situation where when the acrobat was trying to mind game that pallet, Porter also had the same idea and also mind game in that area also. So it could have been a potential 3-man escape has the acrobat dropped that pallet early and forced the Galatea to
break it.
To break it or go around. Yeah.
That's true. Or just commit to just running to factory. Because he kept going back and forth, right? They were thinking mind game, but then unfortunately Potters was ready with just the full 180, able to hit him, leading to these match stats, ladies and gentlemen. Cake and Tofu able to escape. Lemon, though, with the triple digits when it comes to containing. Barmaid Tofu, though, able to get that rescue unscathed. That was actually quite impressive, getting that rescue. So just their builds were actually pretty good. Like you had the 2 main rescuers able to pop the Tide Turner, and Lemon, he did stand on his last heels, able to just provide a kite long enough, and Cake just staying out of the sight of this sculpture.
Yeah, now it comes to think of it. It would have been better if the mercenary actually goes toward the right and around the shack area, because the dungeon was
there.
Was there. But he transitioned to a stronger kiting area, which actually makes sense. But there was no dungeon.
Sao rồi các bạn ơi?
The potential for you.
Sao rồi?
Match,
Hòa hay thắng? Thắng hay hòa? Rất là
Yeah,
hòa
in
rồi
the
đúng không?
sense of that, I think the mercenary was just trying to buy time.
Exit gate, and we see that the barmaid and
hòa thôi.
mechanic are already at the other side of this map about to exit.
Escape in that match, kind of lower. In the sense of that, I think the mercenary was just trying to buy time for the other 2 to open the gate.
Yeah, I would have to say also it's the will or like the instinct of Potters that kind of shines here. You saw like once he tried the acrobat, he didn't even think about chiseling. He just went straight. He felt like everyone was there, and they were. So with the mercenary being the one that was.
Đó, trận này giữ được hòa là ngon rồi. Đầu game nát ơi là nát. Bị cai cháy máy rồi còn gì nữa.
Just dropping the statues, eventually was gonna fall down, but at least gave the time for the barmaid and the mechanic to open up the exit gate. So it was a really fast game, NTT. Like, I'm not gonna lie, that was like a 5-minute game. It was really fast paced.
And to be honest, even though being kite for so long, Porter's mental strength was very stable throughout the game.
Right.
So yeah, in the end game, if I was Galatia with that palette mind game, I would have lost. I would have been
Yeah.
palette stunned. So
Yep.
yeah, after doing that, and also, not using the chisel to check the gate, but instead going straight for the teleport. That took
Mhm.
some gut, to be honest.
Yeah, some hunters would definitely like play it more safe, not right, just secure the tie, but there was no tinnitus, so drop the chisel first to see. I think maybe because the chair was kind of close to the exit gate, he didn't even check if like anyone's there, so he immediately assumed everyone was on the other side of the gate. So it was still tough because if the survivors kind of played it more conservatively, like stayed in the middle, not really do anything, or maybe kind of rotate for two of the survivors to open up another exit gate while mercenary stays next to the dungeon, could have been a different story. But ladies and gentlemen, these are split second decision making on 4 players. So it's you got to give kudos to the survivor side of Ryu, putting up a good fight against Potter as a sculptor.
Yeah, I mean, kudos to both sides. They have played very well. It's
Mhm.
just that the mind game for both sides are so strong that they start to overlap each other.
Mhm.
And in the
There's
mind
a
game, yeah,
mhm.
in the game of mental strength, someone has to
Mhm.
fail. To be honest.
There's a concept in fighting games. It's a Japanese word called yomi. So it's like rock
Mm.
paper scissors type of. It's like mind games. The yomi in this game, like for them to be able to, I know you're gonna do this, so I do this. But I knew you were gonna do that, so I'm one step ahead of you. So the level being displayed in those scenarios or those situations, by
Bây
especially
giờ thì
I
team
think one of the
Ryu
best highlights
họ
of
đang
this
dẫn trước
game is
8-1
how
sau round
the
đấu đầu tiên. Tuy nhiên ở round đấu thứ hai, mũi nhọn của họ đó là Hunter Harry
yeah, the
P đã
level of
bị xin lỗi,
gameplay, well, the level
Hunter
of
Potter ZZ
we're
đã
back
bị
in the game. Am I gonna
khóa
get
lại
it
rồi
or not?
khi anh ta chỉ có được trận hòa mà thôi. Sneaky sẽ có cơ hội
Pattern.
cân bằng lại tỷ số một
I
đều
think
cho
we're
bên phía
expecting X
Ryu
coming into
nếu
that
giành được chiến
match.
thắng
But
trong round đấu thứ hai này.
coming into that
Nào,
situation
chúng ta cùng
because
chờ xem
it
với
didn't
cái
look
xưởng
like
vũ
it was
khí
gonna
này
get
Sneaky sẽ
close.
đánh
He
gì.
was able to
Mộ
manage
phù
to
thủy
pull
chắc chắn
out
sẽ bị
the
cấm rồi.
tie.
Sneaky sẽ cầm Madam ra chăng, hay là Galati đây.
See
Chúng ta cùng chờ những lượt ban pick đến từ cả hai bên.
the survivor side of Delaby gonna pay out against Sneaky in the second game. Remember that if WP survivor manages to get a 3-man escape here, it's going to be GG.
GG. Yep.
So yeah, the winning condition, a 3 or 4-man escape. The tie condition is a draw, and Ryu could still make it works by Sneaky getting a 4K or 3K.
So we see forward and seer ban to start things off, and also the respect ban on the Dream Witch. So
Good call.
could be potential sculptor coming out, but we're gonna have to see when it comes to the lineup. Is that an explorer?
Ooh, is that? It is. Oh,
my
immediately
gosh.
going for that.
Cấm tiên tri, cấm tiền đạo, mộng phù thủy của Sneaky bị cấm đi. Và đây là một lượt chọn thăm dò ngay lượt đầu. Đây là một lượt chọn thăm dò ngay cái lượt đầu tiên luôn. Vâng, Cedric lại thăm dò rồi. Cedric lại thăm dò rồi các bạn ơi. Đây game mà tôi chỉ có núp thôi. Đau đầu thôi.
In the YouTube channel.
Has the dancer gone meta when we wasn't paying attention?
Lại một lần nữa cấm dancer đến từ vị trí của
Another
Sneaky.
ban onto the dancer, and another pick onto the little girl.
I'm guessing it's this map. I really feel like they don't want to
Yeah.
risk like having the factory floor lit up with blue or the center with a blue. And now, speaking of rising in the meta, we're gonna see little girl once again on Scamander's side, and surprise, surprise, we see a perfumer.
A perfumer could deal well with Bloody Queen. Banning the
Cấm vũ
acrobat.
công và cấm đi diễn viên tạp kỹ. WP đưa ra một đội hình để khắc chế con Madame Red của Sneaky. Sneaky có dám đánh Madame không? Hay là sẽ pick cho mình con Galati đây. Rồi, né rồi. Pick Gala rồi. Vừa hương sư vừa bé gái. Thế này thì chắc là pick Gala vẫn ổn. Vẫn xoay sang Madame. Từ từ nha. WP thắng 3 trận này, WP cũng sẽ knock out Ryu nha. Sneaky này. Tự tin con Madame thì tự tin con Madame, nhưng mà đối phương rồi ok Gala là một lựa chọn ổn hơn. Gala sẽ là một lựa chọn ổn hơn. Trận này tôi nghĩ là bên phía WP đầu tiên là họ nên nhắm đến điều là hòa, là cái trận hòa được thôi là họ sẽ có cho mình là cái lợi thế cực kỳ lớn khi bước vào round 3. Đó chính là 7 điểm chênh lệch.
At least if you have perfect statues, you can kind of sniff out where Kurt is going to be at. But I mean, there's the little girl tandem with the mercenary still that could just thwart any hunter.
Yeah, and considering there is a perfumer in the lineup, that is what we call a present feeder in the meta. So so it's kind of allow Sneaky to get to Mac present earlier if she decides to go for that perfumer. But still, the chance of seeing that perfumer is like 25% every time. Galatia doesn't deal well with the little girl. Cedric will be the perfumer now.
Ooh, and we note that Cedric really wants.
Vậy là Hermione mới là người đánh thăm dò chứ không phải là
preparing for something, while Hermione will be.
Cedric đánh hương sư các bạn ạ. Ok.
Maybe that's what they want. They want Sneaky to chase the perfumer for an early down to leave the explorer alone. So kind of a bold gamble, but we're just gonna have to find out and see.
I mean, if the explorer is safe and sound, the decoding progress will be a lot. Still, yeah, there's still a winning potential for Sneaky here if she manages to find out where the explorer is. And considering it's Hermione, we haven't seen Hermione on the explorer ever.
Yeah, Hermione usually plays. Wow, just a diverse lineup: psychologist, priestess, cowboy.
Yeah.
So Hermione on this explorer could be adding a little more to the repertoire of Hermione. It's Leviosa, not Leviosa. Yeah, anyway, dude, watch the movies, dude. Watch the movies. It's great. It's good. Please.
Yeah, I might.
Okay, cool. Because like if WP wins this, you gotta watch the movies.
My God.
There we go, NTT shaking hands. We're gonna head straight to the match, ladies and gentlemen. Sneaky heading straight towards.
Trận đấu sẽ được bắt đầu với Sneaky sử dụng cho mình là Galati và di chuyển từ khu vực cổng trước về giữa bản đồ và nhắm sang hẳn cổng sau luôn. Hình như là có hương sư đang đi rón rén ở đây. Vậy là WP thay vì đánh Kai Hunter thì họ đang đánh núp trận đấu này rồi. Tìm được không tìm được người ở nhà nhỏ. Không tìm được người ở nhà nhỏ luôn. Cầm cho mình là 3-6-12 có phá ván đến từ Sneaky trong trận đấu này. Scamander đang núp lùm và có power game rồi.
Yeah, that's not usual for a Galatia to go for. Yeah, usually it would be a 3-6 a 3-6 stun reduction with Desperate Fight and Rage, or what did you call that? With a recovery.
Oh, the recovery. Desperate Fight, is that the one?
No,
attack recovery on the chair.
Yeah, the attack recovery. I kind of forget that, but yeah, you get what I mean. Usually that's
just the camping. Yeah, just so that she'll have that. Wait, so she brought 3-6-12.
Yeah.
Okay. What is the 12 on top again? Like, so this build is building towards what?
Toward trump card detention and fast pallet breaking speed, but only one point towards us.
Interesting.
So, yeah, very interesting to say the least.
Could be I don't know, a preference thing, because yeah, I mean, thinking now, you know what, when it's Sculptor, because Sculptor kind of had like that thing back like last year where people would change it up. Maybe they want insolence, maybe want this, but now it's kind of a standard of 3-6 these days. So Sneaky bringing her own little flavor. Let's see how this is gonna do. We do note that she was heading straight towards Scamander, who was the little girl, but she was crouching. So not sure if Sneaky spotted out the little girl, because that could be a good and bad find depending on how you see the situation, because this is Scamander. So this is round 2 of his matchup with Sneaky.
Yeah, and the important thing is that the Explorer is safe and sound in the Arm Factory.
Right.
Usually when there's a decoder in the lineup, you would usually bring what is that? The 50-second thing.
Quenching effect?
Okay, that is. Yeah. Usually that is the case, but a 3-6-12 is not in my book at all.
Did you happen to see her trait? What was the trait she brought? I'm guessing it was Blink. I hope it was Blink.
I think it was Blink.
Okay.
Because there's no point in bringing excitement or keeper to
or teleport. Well,
that would be
I mean, I'm not like
controller.
Wow, patroller.
Yeah.
That could be interesting. We'll just have to see, because
lâu thế, vào game lâu thế.
When it comes to the persona there, but this is still a Sculptor, and we have seen how well the statue placements on Sneaky has been. So we're just gonna wait later. ladies and gentlemen, there was a slight pause just for some technical difficulties. We want the best possible outcome of this match. Yeah, it's looking a little nerve-wracking because as a hunter, you really want to find the decoders at first, and you know that when an explorer is out and about, the ciphers could be popping left and right just like that because of that page that he finds, or if he's sharing it, or he's just boosting other ciphers.
Yeah, and to be honest, not to mention the fact that Galatea is bound to find out that best Kaider in the lineup, which is the little girl, is going to be very difficult. And considering that the little girl, after taking that first hit, can transition towards the mercenary and bind onto the mercenary to buy some time for the explorer to decode.
Right.
So it's just a buying. I think it's a buying time situation for the explorer here.
Yeah, and also early seconds found the mercenary right away, so she really wanted to transition away. And Sneaky hasn't seen yet who the main find was. So it was the little girl. So that's something that she has to take note of. If she started like just going straight, could have found the little girl. Best kiter. Still, you want to, between her and the perfumer, you want to find the perfumer first before the little girl.
Yeah, because perfumer, you can get a lot of present after hitting. Even though you allow the perfumer to heal up again, you still get that present.
It's still a trade-off you want to take. Yeah.
And to be honest, with the current meta, you would want to get to max present as soon as possible because Galatea is so scary with those perfect statue. Like, you have more chance of getting a statue hit with max present.
Yeah, how crazy was it that the changes, right? Like perfect statues now is the go-to, because before you saw how survivors didn't really understand like the kiting routes to go up against the Galatea. So
Đây rồi,
now,
chúng ta sẽ tiếp tục với ván đấu này. Và bây giờ thì Sneaky đang tìm được vào một cái dấu chân. Scamander cần phải cẩn thận. Scamander bị phát hiện mất rồi. Bé gái của Scamander sẽ là người phải cai đầu. Đòn đánh là trượt. Scamander dùng giấy. Đây là một pha giấy xong vẫn ăn tượng. Và hướng chạy của Scamander đi đâu thế này? Ok, chịu một đòn đánh. Về đây, đu lên. Gạt tượng được không? Không gạt tượng thành công đến từ Sneaky. Trận này WP sợ là hơi khó đánh khi mà máy của họ rất chậm. Họ núp đầu game và sau đó là họ không đập được nhiều máy. Các bạn nhìn ra khoảng thời gian cai của bé gái cũng không hề nhiều. Bây giờ thì máy đang khá là chậm. Tốc biến thì sao? Không, Sneaky đang đi chặn đầu nhưng mà đối phương vòng ra cái hướng khác luôn rồi. Đối phương vòng ra cái hướng khác luôn rồi. Đây, tốc biến thì sao? Tốc biến ra búng găng. Búng găng mà có một giấy đẩy lui đến từ vị trí của bé gái. Harry P đã dùng hết cho mình là những cái găng tay rồi. Và bây giờ thì bé gái sẽ phải tự cai. Ít nhất có một tin vui cho WP là Hunter đã mất phép. Tượng trượt. Tượng trượt, còn một giấy cho vị trí của Scamander. Rồi, Scamander gục rồi. Ở đây có hầm. WP nên hiến đi thì hơn. Ở đây xuống hầm luôn rồi. Harry P thì hết đồ. Cộng với đó là nửa máu. Thật ra là WP tôi nhận ra một điều là họ cai không tốt. Họ work với nhau khá là ổn. Họ có teamwork nhưng họ cai không tốt.
Explorer safe and sound. Sneaky's gonna have a hard time finding that Explorer. Explorer, it has the 50% page. We do note that the perfumer is about to pop a cipher. That's gonna be the first cipher, but Sneaky can't rest on her laurels just yet because she knows that the Explorer could just pop something out. Harry P seems like he wants to go for that rescue. Let's see if he's gonna.
Tình huống cắm cọc từ vị trí của Sneaky. Số tượng còn là cực kỳ nhiều. Harry P đang tạo dấu tài ở đây, anh ta đang không có đồ. Harry P đang không có đồ. Anh ta vẫn muốn cứu. Không đồ đạc, không găng tay, không gì hết. Chạy bo xuống hầm để cứu. Của WP, tôi xin lỗi, vừa khen họ là có teamwork. Thực sự là cái gì vậy trời. Block. Không block được rồi. Tôi xin lỗi vì đã bảo là WP có teamwork. Đây là tao đây không biết phải gọi là thứ teamwork gì nữa. Trời ơi, thật luôn.
Explorer now still holding on that 50% page. Perfumer working on another cipher. At least two ciphers are done. Dungeon already revealed.
Rồi, trận này thua 4 rồi. Có khi là 7-2 này.
That win potential, or at least that round 3 potential by sharing this mercenary in basement.
Yeah, and that's why you don't usually rescue against a basement Galatea. You are allowing Galatea to get that present that she needed.
Không còn đồ đạc gì mà dám cứu kiểu như vậy ạ.
On an easier camping session, we'll try to chip the Cedric here and chase Perfumer out of the cipher machine, and Hermione is in the vicinity.
Ooh, feeding that tinnitus. Sneaky has to be very careful. Hermione also 50% page. You know what? It's gonna be so difficult if Hermione actually goes for this rescue.
Mấy cái team ở Đông Nam Á nó cứ thiếu một tí. Mỗi team thiếu một tí. Không đủ.
Cedric now has to move on away from the triple pallet cipher. Oh, able to at least. Oh, wow. Able to, just negate the damage from those statues.
Trong người của Hermione còn 50% giấy. Hai máy đang đập gần xong, bây giờ đánh hai người thoát một thì sao? Bây giờ đánh hai người thoát một thì sao?
She was trying to predict that is the Explorer hiding right outside of this door, so she went for the hit. It doesn't work out like that.
Yeah, well, you never know. I think Sneaky was just antsy, just practicing her hits, just so that she'll be ready once she sees Cedric. Now being chased away from the cipher that is a triple pallet area. Cedric now gonna have to take this kite in the shack area.
Cedric here. Oh, hiding away from the Galatea view. So I'm not sure if
found him.
Oh, yeah, found that. Perfume is still available, but it's going to be hard with with a chip damage on you.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough. Unable to get it. Flywheels away from the basic hit. And now we see
100% giấy đang có trên người của Hermione. Một tình huống tốc biến đến từ Sneaky. Hermione sẽ xử lý thế nào đây? Bây giờ còn chưa bù được những cái máy kia nữa. 100% giấy thì sẽ được một máy đấy. Sneaky sẽ phải check được vị trí của Hermione trong tình huống này.
But actually 100% of decoding paper. And two cipher is almost done. If Explorer managed to find another paper, the cipher can be popped immediately.
Yeah, he's gonna have to live up to
những tình huống nấp rất khó chịu đến từ vị trí của Hermione. Bây giờ thì Sneaky bắt buộc phải cố gắng giết 4. Cedric bên kia tự dậy rồi. Sneaky tìm người không được. Phép còn rất lâu nữa mới có. Bây giờ nếu Cedric tranh thủ hoàn thành được chiếc máy 60% kia, hoàn toàn WP có thể đánh hai người ở giai đoạn cuối trận. Không tìm thấy. Sneaky không tìm thấy. Đối phương núp quá khó chịu luôn. Vâng, không thể nào tìm được. Máy được đập không? Có đập máy không? Có tìm được không? Không tìm được. Hermione vẫn đang núp. Vẫn đang núp. Không nhìn thấy. Không nhìn thấy là không nhìn thấy. Núp rất kỹ từ vị trí của Hermione. Bên kia Cedric đã lục được cho mình kim tiêm và đang tự trích máu rồi. Chưa vội vàng đập máy khi mà hắn ta không tìm được người đồng đội của mình. Vẫn đang núp lùm. Vẫn đang núp lùm rất thành công.
Chest in the back of the shack area. Sneaky, why is she saving these statues? She should have placed them now. There we
Không
go.
thể nào check được tượng. Hình như là Sneaky nhìn thấy rồi. Không, chưa nhìn thấy. Chưa nhìn thấy các bạn ơi. Vẫn chưa nhìn thấy. Bên kia Cedric đã đầy máu và anh ta sẽ cần phải đập máy. Anh ta cần hoàn thành được chiếc máy 60% của phía WP. 100% giấy cho người Hermione hoàn toàn có thể giúp cho bên phía WP hoàn thành được máy trong trận đấu này. Cắm góc của Cedric. 6 cặp tượng. 6 cái tượng. Ôi, một tượng đầu tiên đã trúng rồi. Đuổi của Cedric luôn rồi. Thăm dò bây giờ phải di chuyển. Chiếc máy 86% nó ở giữa bản đồ. Lát nữa có thể ra rết giấy vào cũng được. Cedric đang lại muốn núp rồi. Đừng núp với Gala mắc chiêu được không? Khi bạn không phải thăm dò. Khi bạn không phải thăm dò đừng núp với con Gala mắc chiêu được không? Tượng đang được đặt ra. Check cọc bằng 6 cái tượng nó spam thôi, đối phương có khi cũng khó rồi. Một tượng đầu tiên trượt nhưng đòn đánh sẽ trúng. Vâng, tiếp tục 4 tượng đối phương rồi mới đánh. Vâng, tượng trượt rồi nhưng đòn đánh thì không trượt đi đâu được cả. Máy đang được đập cho bên phía WP. Họ thiếu máy. 100% giấy. Máy giữa map N, xin lỗi, máy 3 ván N được rồi. Máy 3 ván N được rồi, vẫn đang muốn đuổi Cedric. Tốc biến lên hạng mục Cedric một lần nữa. Hermione N được máy 3 ván. Cắm cọc về không? Máy 99. Lộ rồi. Ờ,
Yes, Cypher will be popped.
hoàn thành được chiếc
for
máy ở
each
khu
of
vực
the
3 ván, nhưng 86%
and
giấy này làm sao mà hoàn thành được đây. Máy kia
yeah,
17%.
it will be easily
Cái máy
done.
17% ở đâu? Hermione đang đi rón rén, đang núp lùm. Sneaky tìm đúng vị trí rồi nhưng mà chưa thấy Hermione ở đâu cả. Không thấy. Không thấy. À, trò chơi trốn tìm. Trò chơi trốn tìm. Đây rồi. Đòn đánh đã trúng. 80 mấy phần trăm giấy trên người Hermione không được dùng rồi. Về làm sao được máy cuối đây? Về làm sao được máy cuối đây? Chỗ này nhét vào đủ qua máy á, mà không về được. Rồi, nó đánh trượt rồi. Đây sẽ là một trận giết 4 cho Sneaky thôi. Hiệp 2 giữa Voldemort và tổ đội Harry Potter. Có vẻ như Voldemort đã giành chiến thắng rồi. Ok, một trận giết 4.
Explorer will be down, and as for the perfumer, already lost herself here, so this will be a 4K for Sneaky. A comeback from the previous game.
Yeah, and we have to take note. This is actually, I would say it resonates well with what we told about Sneaky, right? One cipher left, the cool, calm, and collectedness of Sneaky, able to just prolong the game, and yeah, her determination. Even though in such stressful situations, she was able to have a level head.
7-2 cho round này. You come back.
I want to see the numbers because that's considered a kite, ladies and gentlemen. The way that Explorer was able to hide out like that, so yeah, kudos to Sneaky for taking 5.
Nhưng mà nếu round sau hòa thì bên phía WB vẫn sẽ thắng. Họ đang hơn điểm bên phía Rio.
They are still apart by 2 points. 3? Actually, wait.
Oh yeah, 3. Wait, it was 8 to 1, so it's 7 points. Minus 5, so 2 points.
Yeah, or 2 points. So it's a 10 to 8 situation here, and if round 3 is a draw, WP will take the win. And I believe, yeah, Ryu won't let that happen, to be honest.
Yeah. Could we see a round number 4? Who knows? If they're able to tie things up, that could definitely happen.
There's no situation for round number 4.
There's even if they tie it out? Oh, yeah, they can.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 2 points is like, yeah.
Mm-hmm. So...
Yeah, they can't, no. 3 to 1.
So if it's a draw, yeah, WP gonna win. And let's look at the match start here. You see, after a separate decoding, the Cypher progress is stagnant for a long while.
That was quite the while, yeah. But I can't believe that the little girl still had more kiting time. I mean, I thought Hermione was actually able to kite out longer, but you got to give it up to Scamander for him to be able to leech on Harry P. A lot of time was bought, but you have to admit though, if the little girls latched onto the mercenary, you need like 2 good decoders on the team, because those are two survivors that aren't working on objectives, and it was kind of heavily halted there. Cedric's still able to have a good kite. Hermione, I mean, hide and seek expert. That's
yeah, exactly.
I feel like, yes, we do have the new dodgeball game. There should be a hide and seek game.
Technically, Identity V is described as a hide and seek game.
So here are the match results, ladies and gentlemen. 1-8 in favor of WP.
Bên phía WP vẫn đang hơn điểm.
Bouncing back in round number 2,
round 3 hòa là họ sẽ thắng.
8-10 lead, well, 8-10, 2-point lead for WP. So in the next half, if WP gets 5 points, they win immediately. So that's going to be something to look forward to. But if not, Ryu's still definitely in this.
Yeah, it's an intense battle. Like, one side is getting the favorable result, and then the other side come back. So it could be the comeback of RYU, or it could be WP not allowing RYU to snatch the win away from them. So yeah, it's up to the last match, and for round 3, there will be no map ban, so they can pick whatever they want, except for the last 2 matches we see.
Yeah, and it really depends which team picks the map. That's gonna be so important. what map would you want to see NTT? Because yes, we can't see
Moonlit.
arms. Moonlit. Okay. I'm gonna be realistic here. I want to see Moonlit too, but yeah, you know what?
I have a
There's
feeling
no
that
way
it's
they're gonna
going
pick
to be Red
hospital.
Church, to be honest.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Because I was thinking maybe hospital, but they don't want to give that advantage to the survivor side, right? So they
Mhm.
want to be able to make it balanced. So it could be Red Church. I don't think it's gonna be Lakeside or Leo's, even though. No, it's not. Wait. No, it's not. It's not. Well, Ryu did pick Lakeside before.
Ryu did get a match against SG with the Lakeside
Lakeside,
Village. Yeah.
Yeah.
Um.
It could happen. But
mhm.
I do want to see Church. That's one of my favorite maps. And I feel like that's going to heavily. It encapsulates what this match was. It was just a back and forth, right? Now I feel like the momentum is in the middle. Like, and it's still up for grabs. Yes, WP, if they get 4K, they can win this whole thing and deny the second half. But I would have to say,
Tại cơ bản là cái thời gian giữa các trận nó lâu quá, kiểu xem IVL nó nhanh, nó đúng khoảng vài phút thôi, còn 5 phút thôi, nhưng mà kiểu nhiều khi những cái tình huống trong IVC nó bị lâu quá, kiểu đội này lỗi một chút, đội kia lỗi một chút, xong rồi không pick được nhân vật thế này thế kia, sau đó là mẹ nó delay ở khoảng thời gian chờ nó cực kỳ lâu, xem nó bị buồn ngủ ấy mọi người, xem nó bị buồn ngủ ấy.
The only time that the survivor side don't know what to do because someone is in the dire situation, and they still want to support a survivor, even though in that situation I believe it would have been better if they sacrificed.
Yeah, we could bring it back to the previous match that we saw with BL versus Noir, right? The basement rescue. It seems like that is the make or break situation when it comes to survivor side now, because you have to agree as a team, like, all right, let's sell the survivor, let's just feed the tinnitus, because you're giving up one survivor, but that risk is that Moonlit. We're getting Moonlit. Let's go.
Yes.
Hair flip time. Let's go.
Ok, Ryu chọn không biết đánh chăng cho round đấu thứ 3.
Yeah.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Clip that. Anyway, back to my point. It's really hard for you to kind of sell the survivor, but we saw how crazy Sculptor is when it comes to just basement shares, right? And the drop down hits. We saw like Potters have a MVP highlight in that blink drop down from the stairs, the one you and Nell were able to see. I just think that once, Cypher progress isn't so good, and no resources on the survivor side, maybe it's best to just not go for the rescue. Even though you have a Gravekeeper or Priestess, just save it. Just save the resources, because that's what the Hunter wants. They want to dwindle your resources.
And not to mention about the resources. You don't want the Hunter to get to max present early on.
Yes.
That's the thing with all the Hunter. Like, even the Breaking Wheel, even the... I think the only Hunter that doesn't benefit much from max present is the Bloody Queen. But she's already strong from the start, so...
Yeah. I mean, the mirror is already pretty strong. She's just waiting for her blink if ever she wants to down survivors. But I agree with you. Objectives of the Hunter is really just to get that presence and get fed, just so then they can start focusing on sharing. And once, it's like a moth to a flame. You want the survivors to go for basement rescues, even though, I mean, the reward isn't so much. But yes, you're able to just get out of the basement, but you're feeding them presence, you're dwindling your resources. Sure, you're able to prolong it, but at what cost? Because the Hunter is going to be more overpowered. Yeah?
Okay, so you cannot locate small explorer location with a full presence statue? Oh, that is case?
I thought you could. That's interesting.
Yeah, I
Okay,
thought you could. I believe that you could, like, previously. I think that's a recent nerf. Or it could be me, or it could be me playing Fister so much that I got
you just
used
use
to
the
this kind of
skills.
call. Yeah.
I mean,
I can check that now. Just a moment.
we'll check that out. But thank you, chat, once again for chiming in with the info. Again, it's rare to see Explorer Sculptor matchups. That's why we do have to check this and validate it. But you do have to give kudos to Sneaky, even though she wasn't like dropping statues to try and find that Explorer. She was able to find him in the end. And relying on that tinnitus. Sometimes tinnitus could bite you in the butt if you're a hunter, because it could play tricks on you. So that's something that we definitely have to worry about if you're going up against Sneaky. Now, coming into this match, Moonlit River Park, we did see Sneaky bring out a round 3 Geisha, and that could actually play really well in Moonlight River Park. On the other hand, Axe Boy for sure ban on Potter's side. Maybe you're gonna ban the Sculptor, even though you're able to get a 2/2. Force out a Bon to play on Moonlight River Park, which could be a good thing if you're able to set a crazy pace at the start.
Yeah, and to be honest, picking Mullet Rail Park pretty much play into the hand of RYU because Nikki can play so much Hunter in this map. Even the Clerk could come out because Nikki can play, as we said, Dream Witch could be banned, Galatea will be banned, the Clerk is available, Geisha is available, and also Bloody Queen.
You know what? Sneaky could
Nào,
actually
chúng ta sẽ đến với round đấu thứ 3, cặp đấu giữa Ryu và WP. Tỷ số hiện tại nó đang là 1 đều, tuy nhiên điểm số nó đang là lợi thế dành cho WP. Và họ thì chỉ cần hòa cái round đấu thứ 3 này và họ sẽ có chiến thắng chung cuộc. Tuy nhiên đầu tiên là họ phải hòa được đã, chứ không được để thua 4 như round đấu trước đó. Cấm tiên tri, tiền đạo và chủ tế đến từ Sneaky, 3 lượt cấm cơ bản. WP thì sao? Bây giờ thì Mộng Phù Thủy và Galati chăng? Họ có muốn thả con Galati vừa giết 4 bọn họ ra hay không? Chúng ta cùng chờ những quyết định đến từ bên phía của WP.
As for the side of WP, Breaking Wheel, Galatea, Bon. Yeah, to be honest,
see a Breaking Wheel.
yeah, but
Isn't that crazy?
think,
Like I want to see a Breaking Wheel now. Weird.
Yeah, so weird. Like we saw the Breaking Wheel so much. I think even in COA, like.
Constant, right?
Yeah,
always round 1 breaking.
Yeah. So yeah, the usual suspect of a ban with the forward, seer, and the priestess. So, WP though they don't really use these character, to be honest. They usually has the acrobat, the embalmer, the op meta kind of character.
Yeah, that's a good way to describe WP's playstyle, right? I can't wait to see what else they have to bring to the table once Ryu bans more survivors. Because yeah, you're still leaving Mercenary, you're still leaving Little Girl if they're gonna lock that in. You're still leaving, let's say, who else did they pick? Explorer. You're still leaving. Well, Forward is banned. Perfumer. I really feel like maybe they should have used someone else besides Perfumer in that previous match, but. It was a Sculptor. I think they were beating a single hit Hunter. So, and maybe they were just they lost the pick and ban phase. So we're just gonna have to wait and see what WP will be banning for the Hunters of Sneaky.
I think picking that Perfumer just to divert Sneaky attention and not allowing her to go for that Bloody Queen. But still, the Galatea is such a menace. So. You have to be prepared for every situation. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, and just have a diverse lineup for every outcome that could, like Sneaky could bring to the table, and also the same goes for the Survivor side. And a lot of fans out there for your hair flip. Shoes giving you love. Christina X, got Melly, got Hanako, and the Moonlit hair flip, ladies and gentlemen, courtesy of NTT.
My God. Live, laugh, love, Moonlit. No, it's actually live, laugh. It's actually live, laugh, love, Leo memory.
No, what? Well,
Lâu thế, cũng có cái việc pick nữa mà, đừng bảo pick lại ban không được nhá.
I know it's always Christmas there. It's pretty cool. Moonlit, man. Moonlit has some personality. I would say. You have a roller coaster that doesn't hurt you. That's better than ever sleeping town.
Yeah, to be honest, yeah.
Chắc là lỗi ban pick à? Phải lỗi ban pick một lần nữa.
That's true. I mean, we can make a case for that. So yeah, we're gonna head on back to us. Just gonna put a pause on the picks and bans for now. If you guys want to chime in also with what you think or what you want to request on this match, because a lot is at stake. We still want to determine who are going to be on the upper bracket and the lower bracket. Currently, if we're going to recall, it was the Mad Penguins to take the victory. It was BL to take the victory, while in the lower bracket, it is Sugar Team as well as Noir.
Noir. There we go. And now for this game, one will be moving on in the upper bracket, and one will be battling it out, having their last chance in the lower bracket. So, and alongside the I think this is a match that you guys want to see. GH versus ZT.
Ooh.
Yeah. The
That
old
was-
the old champion trying to defend their title, and the challenger. 0-2.
Old school versus new school. This was
Mhm.
IVA June, July, the one that. Oh God, that was
Yeah,
insane.
yeah, it's June. It was in June.
June, right? Oof, and that was best of 7. But now you're gonna get a sneak peek to the main event, which we've kind of made our predictions that maybe they could run it back again because it's that is grand finals potential, ladies and gentlemen.
Mhm.
So I know the 200,000 strong watching now. Tell your friends that like Southeast Asia is here to represent, and after this match, we're gonna have ZT versus GH, which I feel like is gonna be the match of matches to see early on in this playoff. So I hope you guys could do just that because, yeah, that's one that you cannot miss out on.
Mhm. Yeah, and you know, it's like a rematch after the IVA. Is because IVA is already exciting, so I'm not sure what they have in store for the
Mhm.
playoff round.
You know what? If you think about it, NTT in IVA, we were playing already to the flywheel meta, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So that and ZT took that, even though it played out all 7, right? And then they were able to win. So
It's only a best of 5, I believe.
best of 5. Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
best of 5. Jeez. Yeah, so they played out all 5. Wow, 7. Oh, that felt like 7. But yeah, they played it out to all 5. We were able to talk to even ZT, and they were pretty happy, but they still wanted to constantly improve. So yeah, could this be the changing of the guards? We're gonna find out soon enough, and not also to take away from what we're about to witness here between WP and RYU, because WP had a hot start. Ryu able to kind of just interrupt the momentum and flow of WP, and now we're here at round number 3 in Moonlit River Park. So Sneaky has a lot to. Well, I mean, there is pressure on her side, but WP, you know what? The light is at the end of the tunnel. If they're able to get all escape, they're able to solidify their victory.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Picking Moonlit is, I would say, more hunter sided for RYU, but more survivor sided for WP. So, because the survivor side needs a map that can diverse the hunter attention, and this is exactly what they want.
I guess that's why WP chose to go survivor sided first, just so that they have their best cards on the table. Like you said, Sneaky versus the survivors of WP. It could be a clash of the two point bringers here. Even though we know Potter's, yes, but he's good at round numbers 1 and 2. In this one, yeah, for sure you're gonna ban his Axe Boy. Maybe ban the Sculptor, leaving him that Bonbon, which
Chắc là bị lỗi cái gì rồi các bạn ạ.
favor of the survivors because you could just
Cái này chắc là dễ là bị lỗi cái gì đấy rồi.
pick mechanic, pick anyone that cipher rushes, divide the attention, and yeah, it's gonna be hard for Bonbon to. He's gonna have a great early chase and have a great spawn for him to try and get a 4K out of that situation.
Yeah, to be honest, yeah. I think they should just try to go for the tie potential, like playing it safe. And yeah, we're gonna head back into the ban pick. We haven't.
Chúng ta sẽ quay trở lại với ban pick của round đấu thứ 3 cả đấu giữa WP và Rio. Chủ tế tiên tri tiền đạo là ba lượt cấm đầu tiên mà Sneaky đưa ra. Và WP sẽ cấm gì đây? Map này thì Sneaky còn nếu mà tính ra trừ Hunter, Sneaky đã đánh 2 round trước thì còn Madame và Geisha. Thật ra đánh 2 Hunter này tôi nghĩ là vẫn ổn hơn là bây giờ WP đánh với Galati cùng với Mộng Phù Thủy. Cấm Geisha, thả Galati ra một lần nữa đến từ bên phía WP. Họ cấm Geisha, họ cấm Mộng Phù Thủy. Thế là pick bệnh nhân sớm. Rồi ok, ý đồ là ban Geisha đi, sau đó pick bệnh nhân sớm. Bệnh nhân lính thuê.
Do we not forget Sculptor is not bad, it's Dreamwind. Yeah. I was so engrossed.
Rồi, họ lấy 2 lựa chọn Rescue, đó là bệnh nhân cùng với lính thuê trong lựa chọn đầu tiên. Bé gái của Scamander bị cấm đi. Map này thì còn tạp kỹ nữa, tạp kỹ rất mạnh map này luôn. Nên lấy sớm con tạp kỹ. Và WP lập tức lựa chọn tạp kỹ ở trong vòng chọn thứ 2. Sneaky sẽ còn một lượt cấm cuối cùng. Đưa thư.
Doing so.
Đây là 3 lựa chọn tự sống sót khỏe rồi. Cái lựa chọn cuối cùng của WP sẽ là gì đây? Đừng bảo lại là con thăm dò nhá. Con gì kia? Tẩm liệm. Ok, họ muốn đánh hòa rồi.
Wait. Wait.
No, he looks like he's got a clean haircut. Oh no, embalmer. Okay.
Ok, họ muốn đánh hòa rồi. Tẩm liệm.
Going for the same time potential and kind of force
Nhắm đến một trận đấu hòa.
either a Galatea with teleport or Bloody Queen.
Like you said, the
Madame Red cho Sneaky. Không phải là Galati mà Madame Red mới là lựa chọn Sneaky trong round đấu này. Đây có lẽ là một lựa chọn chính xác khi mà đối phương đang lựa chọn tẩm liệm. Ít nhất là sự cơ động của con Madame nó sẽ tốt hơn là con Galati. Nhất là khi gây xa đã bị cấm rồi. Họ cấm gây xa cũng là có ý đồ cả. Rồi cấm gây xa đi thì mới đánh được con tẩm liệm kia một cách thoải mái nhất.
They need to deny WP getting a four-man escape just to push for the second half of this game.
Yes, that's the winning condition of WP to knock out RYU, getting a 4-man escape. But against a TIE Hunter, as the Bloody Queen here, yeah, Sneaky will prevent that from happening. I have a feeling about that.
Yeah, you think you were kind of spot on that WP might just go for the tie and push for the, well, kind of put the pressure on Potters, which I feel like could be playing into Ryu's favor unless Potters has a different hunter. So we're just gonna have to see how that's gonna play out.
Could be Wax Artist.
It was Wax Artist all along. I haven't seen Wax Artist. Well, we haven't seen Wax Artist. There's so much Wax Artist before now.
Yeah. Yeah. Again, this is a very tough lineup to chase with Acrobat and Patient are two great kiter in the first stop and the fourth stop area. As for the Mercenary, yeah, you don't want to deal with the Mercenary early on. You see what Sneaky had to deal with that little girl leeching on that Mercenary and buying so much time in the factory area. As for the Embalmer, yeah, you know what?
Embalmer.
Yeah, it's Embalmer.
Yeah, plant your coffin at first stop, ride it all the way to fourth stop, and just die there.
Yeah, even the mirror cannot save you from that.
So yeah, going back to your point of the mercenary and little girl, that's why it prompted Sneaky to ban this little girl. Like, she'll just deal with the mercenary. At least you don't have that little girl buff or that bind. But yeah, Harry P, you know, has proven to be a solid rescuer. Cedric as it's the nightmare to chase, especially I'm sure with this acrobat he's going to be even tougher. So the wait is finally over, ladies and gentlemen. Let's head straight into the match.
Oh, unlucky spawn to be honest. Transitioning to the fourth.
Nào, chúng ta sẽ cùng đến với round đấu thứ 3, cặp đấu giữa WP và Ryu. Ôi, vừa vào một phát rồi lính thuê ăn luôn một gương một chém thế này rồi đánh cái gì nữa à? Mấy ông WP ơi, làm cái gì vậy? Thế là bao nhiêu công lực được dồn hết round 1, sau đó là round 2, round 3 là các ông cút thế à? Hermione vẫn đang bị dí, mất một găng, mất luôn cả một máu. Gương mới sắp có cho Sneaky rồi và thậm chí là còn không cần mất gương cơ. Hermione bị lừa đèn rồi, búng găng đi rồi, thế là gương là chết rồi. Ôi, đánh như những chú voi con ở bản đôn vậy. Chú voi con ở bản đôn. Chú voi con ở bản đôn. Chịu luôn đấy. Uầy, không hiểu sao có thể xử lý lính thuê một cách tệ hại đến như vậy.
The saving grace here is that Hermione fell in the fourth stop. Everyone is over there, but Cedric seems to be rotating in.
Rồi sao chơi? WP sao chơi đây?
Or maybe Cedric is just touching a cipher, but there are more ciphers to actually work on. It seems like
it's just to plan the Tinnitus. I have a feeling about that.
Dùng hết năng lượng vào trận đầu rồi. Dùng hết năng lượng vào trận đầu rồi.
Oh, Cedric is actually moving in. Oh, Tinnitus is active.
Tất cả phép thuật mana các kiểu là dồn hết vào trận đầu rồi. Với trận này đánh hơi gãy, các bạn thông cảm. Một tình huống nhảy bóng tốt đến từ Cedric để anh ta vào được ghế. Bây giờ thì gương mới đã có cho Sneaky. Đối phương còn một găng tay nữa. Gương, búng găng đi đâu? Ôi, lách được đòn đánh đầu tiên và búng được găng đi rồi. Ok. Nhưng mà Hunter vẫn còn đó là cái tốc biến. Trận này WP muốn đánh hòa thì Hermione phải xử lý câu được một khoảng thời gian nữa. Ít nhất là lấy được phép của Hunter. Pha này không lấy được phép của Hunter là xác định là thua luôn. Không lật ván sớm. Không lật ván sớm mà đi rồi. Lật ván đi. Vâng, tốc biến. Ok. Không lật ván sớm nhìn chán thật sự thôi. Rồi Hermione sẽ gục vào trong góc lều. Và sau đó là bị treo lên ghế ở lều một lần nữa. Không nên để cho đối phương mắc chiêu.
Second time on the chair. Sneaky has changed the trait from blink to teleport, I believe. And to be honest, the objective is
Máy đang được đập đến từ WP. Họ muốn đánh hòa trong kèo này. Cedric chỉ có nửa máu thôi. Và cần có một người khác ép vào ghế cho bên phía WP. Cedric cần phải cẩn thận. Trận này thì Sneaky không cầm cho mình là nhánh soi. Madame không có nhánh soi thực sự là một thiếu sót. Một tình huống gương nhạy cảm và check được gương vào vị trí của Harry P rồi bắn móc. Bắn móc vào ghế. Vâng. Bắn móc vào ghế tốt. Bắn móc vào ghế tốt. Không có nhánh 6. Ui. Chạy thế này là muốn body block à? Ui tôi lạy luôn đấy. Tôi lạy WP luôn đấy. Vãi cả lìn body block cho ông này ạ. Thôi rồi, đi rồi. WP kèo này là đờ đi. Rồi. Tranh thủ thời gian, lính thuê đang có nội tại thì Sneaky treo luôn vị trí của Harry P lên. Máy nó sợ là không xong kịp rồi. Sneaky mất dấu. Ôi Sneaky mất dấu. Cedric cần phải cẩn thận. Cedric nửa máu. Ôi rồi, anh ta nhảy được bóng rồi. Đảo gương. Rồi, Cedric. Vậy là double down cạnh ghế của Harry P. Không biết vị trí của Hermione ở đâu rồi. Không hiểu sao lại muốn body block cho lính thuê luôn đó. Thực sự khó hiểu. Nào, di chuyển lên đây. Nhìn thấy Hermione rồi. Ngồi ghế lần cuối đến từ lính đánh thuê. Scamander phải di chuyển đi rồi. WP thế này thì chết dở luôn Harry P. Ai cứu được Harry P đây, máu gần chạm đỉnh rồi. Tự nhiên mất hai người một cách vô cùng khó hiểu. Tele về ghế luôn. Vào ghế cứu kịp không? Tero sốc thì sao? Không có Tero sốc. Phải block được hit này. Rồi, block được đến từ Scamander. Có cho mình là một cái. Rồi lại là một tình huống gương. Và lại là muốn block nhưng bắn được móc đi. Bây giờ là chết thuê đến từ Scamander. Một tình huống chết thuê. Máy ai đập đây? Máy là tập kỹ đang bốc. Hunter đang không có phép. Máy tập kỹ đang bóc. 84% máy cuối là nó ở khu vực đu quay được. Harry P hết móc biết các kiểu rồi. Hunter vài tên nữa sẽ có gương và thực sự là khó cho anh ta. Lướt 12 đến từ Harry P. Bệnh nhân có 3 móc counter có 3 móc để counter cái con Madame. Sau đó là vẫn có 12. Ui Harry P. Máy 97% Cedric. Đè. Máy Pram. Ok, máy Pram cho WP bằng một cách khá là thần kỳ. Luôn. Tập kỹ vẫn còn 2 trái bóng đen. Đuổi tập kỹ bây giờ là hơi khó. Bây giờ nhắm vào cổng và của Scamander. Anh ta chưa mở cổng ngay. Check gương được Scamander rồi. Ép góc anh ta ở khu vực A4 này. Và có lẽ Scamander sẽ phải gục thôi. Lướt 12 tốt. Lật ván tốt luôn. Từ từ này. Từ từ này. WP mà hòa được là kèo này Potter ZZ chỉ cần đánh hòa thôi. Có khi là hòa thật rồi. Teleport đã có nhưng tele vào cổng Ga1 thì đồng nghĩa với việc là hòa. Scamander vẫn đang làm tốt. Gương được đặt ra. Giúp một hit. Đòn đánh trượt rồi. Xoay gương sang Sneaky. Trong lều không còn gì cả ngoài một tấm ván yếu. Không được rồi. Cổng bên kia thì sao? Tele cổng luôn. Phải buông cổng ra đến từ vị trí của Harry P. Harry P ngồi ghế lần cuối. Anh ta đang câu được. Anh ta lật được ván xuống. Vài tên nữa gương mới có. Ôi pha này chạy thế này thì chắc chắn ăn hit rồi. Nhảy được không? Ôi trượt kìa. Đòn đánh vừa rồi nó trượt. Harry P câu được gương của đối phương. Vâng, Sneaky chưa muốn mất gương. Gục ở tàu rồi. Cedric đang mở cổng. Đây là một tạp kỹ, mở cổng sẽ hơi chậm một chút. Nhưng mà Scamander cũng đã tự dậy xong. Hai người chạy thẳng về cổng Ga4. Và đây vẫn sẽ là một trận đấu hòa. Sneaky không làm gì được hơn đâu. Treo người về đây xong gương sang là không kịp rồi. Cổng đã 50%. Mặc dù là tạp kỹ Nhưng mà tốc độ mở cổng nó vẫn sẽ kịp. Giờ gương tối đa sang được khu vực G3 mà thôi, đu quay được mà thôi. Giờ gương sang được đu quay được mà thôi. Cổng 80. Có người khác mở cổng hộ rồi, 90. Rồi cổng xong. Và đây là một trận đấu mà Sneaky không thể có chiến thắng. Với một tình huống lợi thế cực kỳ lớn đầu trận. Và team WP tự toang. Nhưng Sneaky vẫn hỏa.
Considering how crazy the start was, yeah, it was a real back and forth, right? It started out in Sneaky's favor, and then like triple down situation. Luckily, didn't see the mercenary right away.
Sợ thật, đánh. Thực sự là
But for them to hold on to this tie, that's still a win on WP.
không biết nói gì hơn. Teamwork một kiểu cực kỳ lạ đời luôn á.
That is the result that they have been looking for, which is the draw. The Embomber is known to be a tie survivor, and there was a little bit of a scramble with the second rescue onto the mercenary there, but I think they still managed to make it work out.
Yeah, considering how Sneaky played that, she did really well. Like, she has nothing to... I mean, she could rest her head tonight knowing that she was able to roll with the punches, but yeah, WP unfortunately put in the work early on, so they're still holding on to that 2-point lead. So now the burden of carrying the team will fall under Ryu's survivor's side, while Potter's, he just needs to just keep going for that tie. Like, he wants to tie this one out, play defensively, and they're going to get the W.
Yeah, to be honest, I think now it's the mercenary fault. To be honest, not going for the elbow pad early on, Hermione really allows Nikki to keep a control of the game. Right at the beginning.
I would say
Thôi, tầm này thì ZZ chỉ cần một trận đấu hòa thôi. Còn team Su của Rename bắt buộc phải thắng ZZ. Potter ZZ.
Yeah, that's the thing because Hermione was.
Potter chỉ cần đánh hòa, tôi nghĩ là ZZ sẽ làm được. Kiểu này rất dễ là Ryu sẽ xuống nhánh thua rồi.
Yeah. Even though Hermione did get the most containment time, Hermione was the first person to get eliminated, followed by Harry P towards the end. You got to give it up to WP survivors, though, rolling with the punches with such a not so good early game. Like, that was really sneaky game to win with how that played out. And we were thinking like, yo, sell him. Like, don't try and go for this rescue. But Scamander, Cedric, Harry P, they had other plans. They wanted to go for those rescues. They wanted to keep going for that tie, and that's what they got.
I mean, they make the situation work. So, yeah. Now the needed result for Potter is to get a draw, and I think with a bonbon that is easily achievable. Let's just see how this final game will pan out, because the roller coaster hasn't been used to its full potential. Like in this game, we started the 4th stop. So what if the next game started the 1st stop?
Ooh, yeah, then the roller coaster could come into play. Like, we did see a glimpse of the 1st stop roller coaster, but unfortunately, yeah, there were no hooks left on the patient side. But man, like, the patient able to get flywheel, then the pallet drop, just an amazing sequence on the survivor side.
And also the bait out of that heavy attack. Because Nikki was trying to heavy attack to bait the patient fault. Yeah, but the patient really didn't succumb to that.
He wasn't baited. Like, he was gearing towards the left to see if he was gonna like do the charged up hit. If only we could see also the cam. I'm pretty sure he was also looking at what Sneaky was gonna do and the reaction time on the survivors. I mean, this is high level play in Southeast Asia, ladies and gentlemen. So
and
each of these teams.
And that's what we have been saying. The flywheel effect kind of allows the survivor to have a second life in their kiting potential.
Yeah, it's I mean, if you think about it, flywheel is just a trait, an extra trait that, I mean, you know that hunters have a trait. I'm looking at the replay right now. It just allows, and also you can flywheel away from detention. That's insane. So I was saying that, you know, in IVC, the teams that are here right now, ladies and gentlemen, playoffs are the best of the best. So you got to give them the respect. And we want to find the best of the best. So unfortunately, there will be teams that will be going to the lower bracket and teams that won't be able to make it to the finals. But in that process, we are forging a super team to be able to compete in the highest level, which is Call of the Abyss. And they're giving us... I feel like the matches that we're having now, all the teams are definitely leveling up from the experience that they're giving each other. So Cannot wait to see the conclusion of this match between WP and RYU.
Yeah, I'm seeing a comment about why is Mike opening a chest and not trying to open the gate? Because the acrobat has a debuff on opening the gate. Because
Yeah, he can't.
he
tries,
can't
he
really go
tries.
for it. Yeah, he tries best.
I'm trying. I'm really trying. Like, what's the combination? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 4. Oh no! Like, what are they typing? What are they typing? For 60 seconds.
Yeah, the number of pi. 3.3.1415. I don't remember the rest.
It's really long. Wow, I don't remember the first two. But you mentioned pie. I'm getting hungry. We got cake. We got tofu. We got some lemons. Let's go.
Yeah, and Porto is just gonna do some magic in this game. With the first streak of
Nào,
making 3
Potter
survivors
chỉ cần một trận hòa thôi, anh ta sẽ giúp cho bên phía WP
no more in the game.
tiến vào
And
vòng
those
trong
streaks
của nhánh thắng. Đây là một nỗ lực rất tuyệt vời của Potter khi mà trong khoảng thời gian gần đây đã thi đấu cực kỳ tốt. Cấm tiền đạo, chủ tế, thợ máy đến từ Potter. Bên Ryu họ cấm đi nhóc dìu cùng với Bon Bon của bên phía đối phương. Thế thì tiên tri dính thuê chăng? Potter vẫn còn con đấy, con Galati nhá. Thực sự là việc thả Gala ra thay vì ban Gala sao họ lại ban Bon Bon nhỉ? Sao lại ban Bon Bon ta? Ông Potter đánh được Bon Bon à?
Oh, banning the acrobat. So a red call. The patient is still available, and you know, the first time that Porter isn't banning the entomologist.
This is actually a good bans. I would say great bans on Potter's side. Very strong lineup that he's banning right away. Playing into the Toy Merchant. Toy Merchant has some pretty good jump spots here. So Cake playing into her element, his or her element here. So
Yeah,
Potter's
usually.
last ban, Patient, Psychologist, another Decoder.
Yeah, what to...
Đồ chơi ở trong cái bản đồ công viên ánh trăng, một lựa chọn rất mạnh. Ryu đang có bài của mình ở trong map công viên này khi mà tôi thấy con đồ chơi được pick. Cấm nốt đi postman, con đưa thư của đối phương, ngăn cả đối phương có khả năng đi cốt nhanh. Nhân vật cuối cùng mà Ryu lấy sẽ là gì đây? Map này còn bệnh nhân mạnh. Ryu có ai đánh bệnh nhân không ta?
Prisoner can be picked. Explorer can be picked. If you want to go for the decoding
lineup. If they force it, if they want to force it, they could play it safe and go with Patient, or just go with another like Kiter.
I'm not gonna be surprised if it's the better
entomologist. Okay,
there we go.
So yeah, they want another Kiter.
If you are not scared of the entomologist, I have a feeling that it's going to be a breaking wheel. You can just ram.
Geisha cho Potter. Gì vậy trời? Potter đánh được cả Geisha. Căng nhở. Ông ấy đánh gần như toàn bộ các loại Hunter rồi còn đâu. Mà tại sao tôi... Rồi. Còn đồ chơi kia khá là sợ Geisha các bạn ạ. Nhưng mà còn tiên tri kìa. Còn đó tiên tri của nó nhà côn trùng học kìa. Cũng khá là căng luôn á. Kèo này không hề dễ.
It's still gonna be a tough chase. I'd have to say, yeah, we were singing the praises of Geisha, but with this lineup, it's so scary. You have a seer in there, you got entomologist, you got mercenary.
I would say Geisha is a Thai hunter now. Like the survivor already knew how to counter the dash, and yeah, with a single hit hunter like this, it's tough.
But that's what Potters wants, right? He wants that tie. Thing is, if the survivors come prepared and they've done their homework, they could get a 3-1, and that's what Ryu needs to win this match.
Unless you are scared of the potential roller coaster strategy, then the Geisha makes sense, because when the survivors are making their way to the first stop, you can just dash and
dash it
and block them from using the roller coaster.
Okay, I'm surprised that. And again, you know what? They are professionals for a reason. They're the ones competing for a reason. I actually would hedge a bet on him bring back Sculptor just to counter the Seer. But yeah, it takes so long for her to get online, especially with a lineup like this. I mean, I thought that's why he was banning all of the decoders, just so that he's going to take his time. But it turns out he wants to take his time with a Geisha.
Yeah, and to be honest, if Porter went for the Breaking Wheel is quite risky nowadays. So I think it's suitable for this game to not go for the Breaking Wheel, but the Geisha is a pick that I wouldn't dare see. Would dream of seeing.
I'm actually surprised Potters didn't go for BQ.
Yeah.
Also, like kind of just stable, right? Because you saw how Sneaky played that, just defensively, mirrors. I don't think Potters is also. I mean, he's no stranger to mechanically demanding hunters with the way he uses Axe Boy Sculptor. So Geisha here, solid, but the points that NTT brought up. That BQ is definitely a lot more scary. But we're going to see how this is going to play out. Potters could prove us all wrong, ladies and gentlemen. Last match of this
Nào,
series.
chúng ta sẽ đến với trận đấu 3B. Bây giờ Potter chỉ cần có một trận đấu hòa thôi. Đấy, cặp thi đấu sẽ kết thúc với kết quả chiến thắng thuộc về WP. Potter đang có một tình huống di chuyển từ trong nhà 2 tầng sang phía đường quay hỏng. Và Lemon đang ở đây, một tình huống đát bướm theo cái dấu chân của Tiên Tri. Bắt Tiên Tri ngay đầu trận có thể là một tình huống tốt. Tuy nhiên Potter là một geisha. Và Tiên Tri nói thật với các bạn là chưa meta nào nó sợ con geisha cả. Đây sẽ là một lợi thế cho Rio. Potter mà làm tốt thì anh ta sẽ lời. Còn anh ta mà làm không được thì kèo này con Tiên Tri nó cai cho ẻ chảy. Ẻ chảy 567. Ôi rồi. Đổi mục tiêu không? Đổi mục tiêu không? Nói thật, hỏi thật lòng luôn, đã đổi mục tiêu không? Đổi luôn thằng ở giữa cầu kìa. Không, thằng giữa cầu là lính thuê. Đó, con ong được đẩy đến. 2 hit ong luôn. Lemon đang hit được khá là nhiều cú rồi. Tôi chắc là như vậy. Ôi, tốc biến phá ván nhanh. 62 tốc biến rồi. Đổi mục tiêu tầm này sợ là hơi khó. Ôi, cái gì đấy? Lag à? Hơi bị nhiều cú rồi nha. Lemon nãy giờ hit được nhiều cú rồi. Vâng, có cú mới luôn rồi. Ôi, tốc biến. Tốc biến thế này thôi con Tiên Tri này nó cai cho ẻ chảy 567 rồi, đánh gây xa mà thả Tiên Tri với chúng tôi. Và lại là một con cú, đây là con cú mà Lemon đã hit trong tình huống trước đó. 2 con cú dùng tốt, tránh được tình huống tốc biến của đối phương. Hunter tốc biến được mặt vào tường. Bây giờ thì Potter đi rồi. Thật sự nó đuổi người khác được mà tại sao thậm chí đuổi lính thuê luôn cũng được. Tại sao cứ phải cố là con Tiên Tri này ta? Tại sao cứ phải cố là con Tiên Tri này ta? Một hit. Rồi, con cú mới chắc là gần có rồi. Con cú mới chắc là cũng gần có rồi. Rồi. Ok, ông Lemon, ông ấy ăn con bướm xong ông ấy trèo qua cái ván ạ. Thôi nhưng mà máy nó cũng đang đập quá nhanh cho Ryu rồi. Kèo này sợ là Hunter chim cút bắt được vào tình huống cứu của đối phương, may ra mới có thể xử lý được. Cô Phu đang bị nhắm vào. Anh ta hết đồ rồi. Làm sao mà lừa đèn được kiểu đấy? Lính thuê đang đến cứu kìa ông ơi. Không, lính thuê không cứu, Tofu sẽ là người cứu luôn. Bướm được vứt về ghế. NG đang đến đây rồi. Tát bướm về. Bên phía Ryu đang thiếu máy mới. Đó chính là cái máy ở giữa cầu. Họ muốn nhắm. Thật sự là bây giờ đổi sang kiểm soát đi còn kịp á. Đổi sang kiểm soát đi còn kịp á. Đây sẽ là một tình huống khó cho bên phía của Potter. Làm thế nào đấy là có hòa đây. Máy xong rồi. Tôi chỉ cần cứu nữa là xong. 50% máy 2 người đập. Quá dễ thôi.
I think Porter should now change to teleport if Porter did bring that trump card.
Tofu đang là người di chuyển ép vào cứu. Potter biết máy cuối của đối phương ở đâu. Anh ta có vẻ như đang muốn nhắm vào máy cuối. Đây rồi. Ép đối phương một chút, sau đó quay ngược lại ghế. Tofu đang ở đây. Anh ta không có nhánh 6. Nhưng mà đồ chơi đến chưa? Đồ chơi ở quá xa. Đấm trúng rồi. Máy Prime cho bên phía Ryu. Đấm sang vị trí của nhà côn trùng học. Tiên tri đã có cú mới. Potter sợ là hơi khó trong kèo này. Cổng đang bắt đầu được mở. Mở cổng nhanh thế này là không có nhánh mở cổng rồi. Thôi rồi, kèo này chắc là Ryu sẽ là đội thắng. Tốc biến luôn, không kịp dùng cho mình. Đó là cái con cú đã có trên vai. Nhưng mà 3 thành viên của Ryu đang thoát về khu vực cổng trước và Porter thua rồi. Anh ta thua trong cái round này khi mà đánh Geisha với tiên tri. Và Ryu họ thắng ngược lại rồi. Họ thắng ngược lại rồi các bạn ơi. Họ thắng ngược lại rồi. Chịu đấy, chịu. 10-10, kèo 10-10 đến như thế rồi. Đánh vẫn toa.
Never say die attitude with the late game like just moment.
Đánh con xác định đánh cây xa thảm mẹ nó cái con thợ máy ra các bạn. Không đi phải cấm đâu. Thợ máy để đánh hòa đâu mà chứ không phải thợ máy để đánh thắng đâu. WP vẫn chưa đủ xuất sắc. Họ có những trận đấu tốt trong ngày hôm nay, tuy nhiên là các thành viên có nhiều người cai khá tệ và sau đó là họ thất bại rồi.
Yeah, and how are you going to be moving on, as you said, on the upper bracket? As for WP, I mean, they show great skill in this game that we are having. So we'll be seeing them in the lower brackets. There are still chances for them if they, you know, they can still try to get further and further into the tournament, because I can see the potential of them getting further than this.
Yeah, for sure. When it comes to how they played that, they just gave us a glimpse of their potential, and who knows, maybe this brings up a new power spike in their team and their motivation, because they're still alive in this tournament. They're
Còn một cặp cuối nữa bạn. Còn cặp chắc là căng thẳng nhất ngày hôm nay à? GH đánh với Zero Two.
If Chocho's listening, like, she gave us her predictions and they're still on point. So shout outs to Chocho for the document she kind of gave us. So yeah, I would have to say when it comes to MVP, probably that seer kite that was so long, and looking at how long he kited, 138.6 seconds.
So yeah, the weakest link in the entire team is that toy merchant, but yeah, the toy merchant basically disappeared from the entire game. Yeah, so Porter kind of forced my survivor team into a tough situation to deal with, because the entomologist is counter to Geisha alongside the seer.
And that's who he chased, right?
Yeah, and that's who he chased first and has to deal with early on. It could have been different if Porter has quenching effect and have the teleport early on to try to find that toy merchant, but yeah, it is what it is. And Survivor sided very well.
It did. So here you have it, ladies and gentlemen. It was a tie in terms of points, but you got to look at rounds. Round 2 and round 3 goes to RYU getting the victory here. WP put up a great fight. They really stood toe-to-toe with them, but unfortunately they go to the lower bracket. We got to give our congratulations to RYU. They are moving on, cementing their spot and still solidifying their spot here at the winner's side, or the upper bracket.
Yeah, and it's so weird seeing a round 3 seer, to be honest.
Right? Like, what a character in this meta. Like, yeah, thinking about the bans, right? Like, allowing the seer to come
Còn một cặp trận nữa thôi.
I would say that really played into the hand. And speaking of the seer, here we have it. Lemon, best deduction.
Ok, MVP thuộc về Lemon. Còn bên phía Ryu khi mà có cho mình một trận đấu cai cực kỳ tốt ở round đấu thứ 3 và góp phần đem lại chiến thắng quyết định dành cho bên phía Ryu.
So yeah, this is why the CA is banned always. This is pretty much why. This just explains everything. When it comes to kiting, he's just great at it. Supporting, is a menace at it. Like the out blocking one normal hit, that could mean the entire game.
It could. I mean, we said a lot of case studies with these matches, right? And this last match just shows why Seer is always banned. He's the most banned. He's about to hit 100 bans this time.
Really?
I'm doing the stats, right? And as of now, as of last week, let's look at the Seer bans. The Seer is 94 bans.
Wow.
As of the group stage. And I feel like, yeah, just seeing this match alone, yeah, it just shows like the survivors are definitely playing. I mean, the skills of the survivors are definitely raising, right? So, with the seer, you saw he was able to farm at least 2 more owls. So again, you gotta ban seer. That's definitely something that's a no question.
Yeah, and the seer is now with me. He's here to deliver. He is to deliver one very important thing. We're
What
gonna
is
head
it?
into a break.
Boom. Ladies and gentlemen, as Eli said, we're going to take a short break. When we return, it is going to be GH versus ZT. So don't go anywhere. More of the Identity 5 Championship for
Quan
South
trọng là bạn đuổi người khác. Bạn cầm 62 kiểu đấy, bạn đuổi người khác luôn được. Bạn thả tiên tri ok. Bạn phải lấy thêm một hit của đối phương. Nhưng mà bây giờ thả tiên tri thì cũng phải đuổi người khác đi ấy. Dí luôn con tiên tri trong phút ạ. Map 1 02 Ban Mulit GS Pick Ever Sleeping Town. Ok, vậy là GS chọn cho mình đấy là thị trấn ở sau.
Greed has tainted the sanctity of faith. Pawn your lips and tongue, never to speak of the past. Pledge your beating heart, break free from the Reaper's hold. Surrender your soul, submit to eternal desire. In this never-ending revelry, you must wager your immortality.
The new season of O-Lettuce, branded parent-child wear. Loose, comfortable trousers suited for different working scenarios. Tailored t-shirts fit for everyone. Fashion options for robots are also on sale. The final version is for parent and child? Manor-themed special photo sticker machine for couples. The video is not sponsored by Bloody Queen. If the product has quality problems, Bloody Queen won't be responsible for this.
Heard that there's an amazing mirror in Olita's Manor. It is not a funny mirror, but it will make you look slimmer. Of course, it can make you look bigger. Changes across species aren't impossible as well. That is not the mirror that we should use willy-nilly. News story still goes on. Look through the Olita's Manor mirror. to see the other side of you.
The Lettuce Bar's grand opening. We have a special barmaid who can make famous Dublin drink. The bar has a warm and welcoming vibe.
Hey! Don't drink weird beverages in my bar!
It was never a ruse. This is a requiem. Requiem for peace in a chaotic dreamscape. Even if it amplifies their fear.
Ôi dồi, mệt quá.
Is to extend extracting every last drop of that crystal dew, and casting memories into the abyss again and again as they stand on the border of truth and vanity, warming them.
Don't look back! Is this place really haunted?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to IVC Southeast Asia 2022 with me, Entity, and Posh5. We will be commenting on I think this is the most looked for event in the entire IVC. GH versus 02.
Yeah, the main event, right? The most anticipated rematch. Let's say this is a rematch from IVA. They faced each other before, and now they're gonna face each other again. And for those of you guys that watched the IVA one, it was a banger of a match. I'm pretty sure y'all remember that. But for those of you who didn't, the uninitiated, it was ZT to win that one, and we also played with the flywheel rule. So they got the victory there. I'm sure GH, knowing their championship spirit, they went back into the woodwork and they tried to figure out a solution to try and stop ZT. But you know what? We were
Ow.
talking to the other casters and commentators, and they still think that ZT still has what it takes. So it's crazy to say GH is the underdog because they're the teams that's been representing us for so long.
Yeah, to be honest, the regeneration are going to improve every time we get into a new tournament. And 02 is the challenger this time around. They know the game well. We have seen their performance. Even the hunter side or the survivor side, they did very well against every team that they have met. So it's interesting to see that they are taking it all against the former champion of IVC 2021.
Yep. And here we have it, ladies and gentlemen. The head-to-head between ZT versus GH. I mean, let's start it off with you, GT. Kuga and God J. Talk to us about them.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see the clerk on the side of God J. I thought it would be the wax artist.
Yeah, we saw two wax artists come out of him on Sunday, and usually we see the breaking wheel, we usually see the sculptor, but it seems like he's honing in on his wax artist. He's the inner artist, the inner artist in him is coming out.
Yeah, and for Kuga, we are seeing that we have a Dream Witch with a 60% potential of the win. So that's very high, to be honest.
But look at the 100% on God J.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, we haven't really saw how Gotcha utilized his cloak in the tournament, so maybe we'll just wait for that to see. And now let's move on to the survivor side here with Run as the mechanic on the side of ZT.
Yeah, Run coming in with a postman and mercenary here and there. I mean, he's a name that was very synonymous to ZT, one of the veterans of ZT. But speaking of veterans, Capcom on the other side, this man needs no introduction. That name has been synonymous to competitive Identity 5 in Southeast Asia for a while. However, he's definitely being challenged. The captain is being challenged now against ZT. Yes, it's still double elimination. There's still a lower bracket, but it's so important for you to hold on to the upper bracket spot, especially in a tournament like this where it's so stacked.
And now we'll be moving on to Yash, the batter. We haven't seen a lot of batter in the tournament since there's not much of a breaking wheel game, except
Yeah, can I just
Ồ, hôm nay Yus sẽ đánh.
At the first week of IVC, Batter has been one of the most banned characters, not just because of Breaking Wheel, because of MX. But Yash, on the other hand, we'll see. I don't know. Batter could come out in the later rounds, but like you said, since the Breaking Wheel is not going to be coming out anytime soon, I don't know if Batter has been picked up as of late. And 481, let's talk about him for a bit. He is one of the rescuers and also one of the stunners in the group. A new addition to Team GH. So really excited to see how their dynamic works out because, like Eli said, they're a very support-heavy survivor team. However, that could actually play detrimental to them in the long run if they support too much.
Yeah, going for the support is great, but you still have to pay attention to the objective of deciphering the machine. And now we're gonna move on to Shadow and Little Boy. Shadow with that Enchantress, which is also a counter to the Breaking Wheel that we haven't seen appearing that much.
Yeah, we have Enchantress received a lot of love in the early weeks of IVC, but now since Breaking Wheel doesn't really come out, you don't see her that much. Little Boy, though, with the Acrobat, has also been using the Priestess, has been using a lot of Kiters. Really one of the last lone survivors in most of the games that get very competitive. So can't wait to see more of his kites. But, also on Shadow's side, Shadow has brought in a lot of memorable moments on not just his Enchantress, but on his other survivors as well.
Yeah, exactly. Little Boy, I would say, is a rounded survivor. Like, he can play supported very well. A Kaider can play, and sometime in rank, I have seen him playing the rescuer role.
A very well-rounded survivor. So can't wait to see more of that. Yeah, he's also got a dancer. He's also got a priestess. This is Shadow we're talking about. Little Boy, I mean, the roles are a little bit set for the veterans of GH. Capcom really one of the main fighters, and Little Boy always the supporters. And now we're gonna MX and Zhao Khan.
Zhao Khan và MX.
Yeah, the thief. I mean, MX needs no introduction. Like, how can I introduce him? He can play every character in the entire game.
Here's how I'd introduce him. He's a hunter in a survivor's body. Like, he wants to stun, he wants to harass. He's already. I mean, PP Jha got his attention when he was in Call of the Abyss, right? So he's definitely a character also outside of the game. So big shout out to MX. Zhao Khan, though, another hunter, another survivor we got to talk about. He's got a lot of survivors under his belt.
Skyphone vẫn không đánh cái cặp trận này. Một cặp trận như thế này nhưng mà Skyphone vẫn không xuất hiện.
We've seen him more on the mercenary role and more the rescuer role as of late.
And I think the British would call MX as a cheeky survivor.
I mean, he's on the thief, man. If you've seen Peaky Blinders, that's definitely MX's character, and very cheeky, very playful. That's a good way of putting it.
Yeah,
I would have to say.
I think the highlight of MX is that Magician used in the previous group stage, where Magician not usually seen in the competitive scene as of late, but with the clerk appearing here and there, he's becoming more and more in meta.
I would say that describes MX's Magician. You don't see him. He used 3 magic wands. The Naiad couldn't spot him. He opened up a chest to find a mechanics bot, and he was able to use that to block out the entrance to Arms Factory. So Yeah, he's very cheeky. He's very creative. So I can't wait to see how this match is gonna play out. Even people in the back, I could feel the tension in the prod room. Also the commentators. Now we see the ban of Moonlit River Park. How dare you guys ban Moonlit River Park? But we're gonna see Ever Sleeping Town. Shocking.
Actually, yeah. I mean, both sides can do well. In Ever Sleeping Town, it's a forgiving map for both sides. To be honest, both sides can do well, and with the right kiting route, you could prolong the kiting potential as well as for the hunter. If you block out the area, you can chase down the survivor very well.
Letty cấm công viên ánh trăng và GS chọn thị trấn say ngủ cho round đấu đầu tiên.
What I do want to talk about, it's your home, right? You're gonna go there after this anyway. I know we're in the studio.
I had to clean everything up.
At least you don't have to clean up spikes. You gotta clean up wax. You gotta clean up statues.
Yeah,
more spikes though.
Have you thought about the wood chip that we usually get when they break the pallet?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Just gotta pick up the pallet. You gotta wear gloves so you don't get splinters. So, aside from talking about the praises of Ever Sleeping Town, let's talk about the roster of hunters that could potentially come out. Do you think Gaji is gonna bring out wax artist now?
He is so unpredictable. I wouldn't dream of saying that, but he is so unpredictable as of late. As for the side of ZT, I believe it's going to be a Dream Witch. But yeah, gotcha.
Nào, Hunter của bên phía Zero Two đó là Kuga. Anh ta sẽ thi đấu trước trong cái kèo này. Và đây là thị trấn say ngủ với 3 lượt cấm dành cho Kuga. Hakun 481, 481 là Nerukun đấy. Little Boy và Giao Khan. Không có Skyfall xuất hiện trong đội hình này. Cấm tiên tri đến từ Kuga. Anh ta là một người chơi main mộng phù thủy, thành ra là khá là dễ đoán với những lựa chọn của Kuga trong vài đấu này. Chủ tế tiền đạo là hai lựa chọn đầu tiên mà GS họ nhắm đến. Vậy là chủ tế cho Little Boy. Cùng với đó là tiền đạo có lẽ sẽ dành cho vị trí của 481. Cấm đi bartender rồi. Vậy có lấy bác sĩ tâm lý không? Câu trả lời đó chính là có. Bác sĩ tâm lý được lựa chọn. Capcom sẽ đánh bác sĩ tâm lý. Còn một lượt cấm cuối cho bên phía Zero Two nữa. Kuga còn một lượt cấm cuối cùng. Bé gái. Nếu mà đánh mộng phù thủy bạn có thể cấm bé gái. Cấm lính đánh thuê. Đánh bóng. 2 con cover trong một trận đấu. Ok, con đánh bóng đúng không? Hay là con tẩm liệm? Rồi, xin lỗi, không phải đánh bóng các bạn ạ. Đó là tẩm liệm cho bên phía GS. Pick tẩm liệm counter mộng phù thủy của đối phương. Đó chính là GS ở trong trận đấu này. Và Kuga, anh ta đang để mộng phù thủy rồi. Anh ta đang nhám mộng phù thủy rồi. Có khóa lại luôn không? Và tự tin đánh kèo đối phương pick khắc chế luôn. Kuga sẽ tự tin trong kèo đối phương đánh khắc chế mình.
Tie it out at round number 1 just to give Gaji a little bit of... No, that's... I don't know.
I don't think getting a draw would allow Gotcha to have some breathing room.
Look, they could have picked Acrobat. They could have picked Patient. They could have picked Postman.
There's a lot of potential characters that can be picked here, but they instead go for the Priestess, which has been known to be to be countered by Dream Witch as a play. The only counter to Dream Witch is a Psychologist, because they saw the Barbite ban and they immediately went for it.
This is interesting. Yeah, GH is a team also to come up with amazing plans and amazing counters to things. So they're probably trying to change things up and try to go a little off meta or introduce a little strange into the conversation, because we do know ZT are the meta killers. So, I mean, I'm just trying to also think the benefits of Embalmer too. Aside from the coffin, like he doesn't provide any kiting support. Decoding is actually kind of okay if he's alone. So this is a little tough on GH's side, because ZT, I'm pretty sure like has been on their minds like living rent free. So
Nào,
now let's see if they
mộng phù thủy cho vị trí của Kuga xuất hiện ở khu vực cổng biệt thự và anh ta đang di chuyển ra giữa bản đồ. Ở đây các thành viên của GS đang chạy vị trí. Giao Khan ở khu vực lề đường, Capcom ở nghĩa địa. Little Boy là người đầu tiên mà Kuga gặp phải ở trong ván đấu này. Và có lẽ là Little Boy sẽ cai luôn rồi. Chạy như thế này có lẽ là mất vòng chăng? Một tình huống ấn ký sinh chặn đầu. Đục luôn vòng và Hunter phá luôn chiếc vòng của Little Boy với một tình huống đi sang bằng con chủ thể. Đục tiếp một vòng nữa chăng? Cai thẳng về khu vực biệt thự luôn. Hợp lý. Cổng cũ biệt thự sẽ là một địa điểm lý tưởng để Little Boy cai trong pha này. Anh ta có thể sẽ bị thả chó. Ván được hạ xuống. Đây là một tình huống phá ván đến từ vị trí của Kuga. Cai đệ phá ván tốt. Vâng, lấy được một hit đầu lên Little Boy rồi. Little Boy cầm cho mình nhánh 6 giờ trong ván đấu này và anh ta mất một máu với tình huống thả chó đầu của Kuga. Một vòng tiếp theo sắp có. Chiếc vòng tiếp theo sắp có dành cho Little Boy. Anh ta đang cai về khu vực giữa bản đồ. Ở đây có 481. Có ván được lật sẵn cho vị trí của Little Boy và giúp cho anh chàng này cai ra khu vực lề đường chăng? Không, cai vòng ra cổng cũ và đục một chiếc vòng cho mình về khu vực này luôn. Chó. Thả chó. Little Boy. Anh ta mất cho mình, anh ta dùng một tình huống đỡ đòn đánh bằng ấn ký sinh. Tuy nhiên Kuga sẽ hồi lại ấn sau khi anh ta unlock chiêu. Và đây vẫn sẽ là một tình huống khó cho bên phía của GS. Không làm gì thêm được cả. Little Boy trận này anh ta không cai về được khu vực biệt thự. Cầm cho mình là 36, thành ra là hơi khó để cho Little Boy có thể đổi được địa hình. Mới xong 2 máy cho bên phía GS mà thôi. 481 máy khá là chậm. Và đây là một trận đấu có lẽ là GS cần đánh hòa. Chó mới được thả. Đâm bóng vào ghế. Húc choáng được con đệ ở chân ghế. Và bây giờ con chó này sẽ cắn 481 ngay khi đối phương chạm vào ghế. Cứu tốt. Ra ghế Little Boy block được là ngon này. Muốn block đấm trượt đến từ Kuga. Rồi ok, Little Boy anh ta ăn hit đánh luôn rồi. Và cả 481 cũng mất hit đánh. Không, đây là pha này là 481 muốn block cho Little Boy thì đúng hơn. Và bây giờ thì bắt buộc phải đâm bóng đi xa rồi. Đây là một pha mà tiền đạo muốn block một hit cho nữ chủ tế được cai nhưng mà không thành công. Máy khá chậm cho sẽ cho phía GS ở trong trận đấu này. Đang có một tình huống gọi máu của Giao Khan. Người chơi tẩm liệm đó chính là Capcom, và Capcom đang bị cam máy ở khu vực gây xa này. Máy gây xa là máy đầu tiên mà Little Boy chạm vào ở trong trận đấu. Nó đập được khoảng 10-20%. 481 đang ở đây tạo một cái áp lực, tuy nhiên anh ta hết bóng rồi. Tôi không nghĩ là 481. Ôi, bị tàu đâm. Tôi không nghĩ là 481 có thể cứu được người tiếp ở trong tình huống này. Anh ta hết đồ rồi. Máy thứ 3 đã xong cho bên phía GS. Tranh thủ đập máy rất tốt đến từ bên phía GS ở trong trận đấu này. Kuga hơi nhùng. Pha này đáng lẽ anh ta đẩy ra xa, anh ta kiểm soát máy được. Máy của Capcom cũng gần xong luôn rồi. Pha kiểm soát này là kiểm soát lỗi này. Kuga kiểm soát pha này là kiểm soát lỗi này để cho đối phương xong được gần 2 máy free. Trong khi mà con tiền đạo ok xuyên ván luôn rồi. 481 đánh cái này thì chết. Còn 2 cái nhánh 12 cho 2 cái tơ thôi. Đi thẳng qua ván đấm thường đối phương. Capcom vẫn còn nhánh 12. Lách tốt đến được Capcom. Lướt 12 tốt. Tuy nhiên lật ván lỗi mất rồi. Tốc biến đã được đổi đến từ vị trí của Kuga. Nhưng anh ta quá tầm đệ rồi. Capcom đang ở ngay gần hầm. Thôi, quả này là xuống hầm rồi. Lại là một lần nữa bị quá tầm. Tốc biến về đây. Ký sinh lên 481 ngăn cản đối phương đập máy ở khu vực biệt thự. Giao Khan đang bốc dư ra một máy cho GS rồi. Đó chính là chiếc máy ở trên tầng 2 nhà 2 tầng. Có một máy đã 80 mấy %. Đó chính là máy gây xa. Máy của GS gần xong cả rồi. Họ đang bị kiểm soát chiếc máy gây xa. Có một tình huống mà tôi nghĩ là 481 cần phải được hồi máu. Trận này Kuga kiểm soát lỗi. Tốc biến qua nhắm vào Giao Khan. Con đệ bị đẩy đi hơi xa, Giao Khan vòng ngược trở lại, anh ta còn 12 để có thể vào được ván. Lướt 12 vào ván tốt, và sau đó có một pha hạ ván thành công. 481 đang gục rồi. Đây là một tình huống anh ta bị đánh gục bởi con ấn ký sinh của bản thân mình. Đấy, cú ấy vẫn chưa được bốc cho GS. Capcom đang ôm máy 90% rồi. Tự dậy đến từ 481, máy có thể xong kịp khi mà Capcom đang cố gắng đập. Máy Pram luôn máy đi. Rồi ok, con đệ này không có tốc biến. Pram máy 3 người cho bên phía GS. Chỉ có một mình 481 đang có ấn trên người mà thôi. Và anh ta đang không có đồ đạc gì cả. Kuga có muốn nhắm rằng 481 người đã mất tự dậy hay không? Một tình huống dựng hòm đến từ Capcom. Capcom dựng hòm ở khu vực nghĩa địa. Anh ta vẽ cho ai? Anh ta chưa vẽ cho ai cả. Giao Khan cần phải cẩn thận. Anh ta gục sớm nghĩa là GS có thể thua 3. Bên này còn con đệ của 481 nữa. Cần phải kéo đệ ra đến từ vị trí của tiền đạo, nếu không làm sao mà Giao Khan cai được đây. Lăn ván tốt, nhưng tốc biến đây rồi. Có hòm được vẽ đến từ bên phía của GS. Một tình huống vẽ hòm cực kỳ hay đến từ Capcom. Anh ta dình sẵn đối phương đuổi vào ai là anh ta vẽ hòm cho người còn lại. 481. Anh ta chưa giải ấn xong. Anh ta giải xong rồi nhưng có ấn ký sinh mới đến từ Kuga. Bên kia thì cổng sẽ được mở đến từ 2 thành viên của bên phía GS. Đây là một người đã mất tự dậy. 481 đâm mặt vào Hunter. Ôi dồi ôi, cái ông Neruku này đúng là tạ. Sao bây giờ ông này tạ thế nhở? Rồi, vẫn là một trận đấu hòa. 2 đều cho GS cùng với Zero Two ở trong round đấu đầu tiên, round đấu 1A. Capcom có một pha xử lý khá là ăn tiền các bạn ạ. Capcom xử lý cái pha đấy là anh ta dình sẵn là đối phương đuổi ai là anh ta vẽ hòm cho người đó, còn không là anh ta cứ để hòm đấy thôi.
Usually GH is the team that would try to go for the best result possible. But in here, they are quite
passive,
conservative on their rescue and their kiting route. Like they don't really use much of the pallet or the window.
Yeah, it's weird to see them as they were very aggressive. They're not as aggressive. They're playing very passively, especially like Capcom. He's one to just go for stuns if the opportunity presented himself, but he was just running through pallets. So it seems like maybe the respect was definitely placed on Kuga's side. It's not normal to see Kuga only getting a tie here, but still momentum is still on anyone's side. It's still 2-2 for both these teams. The question remains now, has GODJ prepared for ZT Survivors? Because dare I say, their Survivor team is actually the one that gains most of the points than their Hunter.
It's a wolf situation all over again. Like the Hunter is very stable, and then the Survivors team is the one that's bringing in all the point.
Right.
Comparing to the previous IVC, is usually the Hunter that carry the game.
That's true. Speaking of which, Kuga being very stable, getting the tied game. Early chase on Little Boy was actually great. We do see now that the new changes to the Dream Witch for her to be able to go to that portal. It seems like, you don't really prioritize banning the Priestess anymore if you have the skills like Kuga just to be able to down this Priestess. And you saw how the Embalmer was able to just give a coffin to Zhao Khan, providing the 2-man escape. So, GG's.
Yeah. Allowing the Dream Witch to go through portal is kind of like the same as the pollen, the breaking wheel in the wheel form going through the portal. You immediately chase the survivor after that.
And it doesn't matter if she's stunned, right? Because if you're able to leech them, I mean, just transfer your body to that leech, and that leech isn't stunned. So it's a win-win for the it's just a win for the Dream Witch, not really a win for the
Priestess. Main body doesn't do much, so it's a follower that's getting the win situation here.
Yeah.
Ôi, con An á, con An không ai dám đánh mấy round đầu đâu bạn ạ. An thường nó xách ra đánh hỏa mấy round 2, round 3. Round 3 thường nó xách ra nhiều hơn. Chung là người ta sẽ chọn con mèo khi mà người ta muốn đánh hỏa. Thường là như thế. trừ khi là kiểu gọi là cực kỳ đánh con mèo cực kỳ hay chắc là mới khác.
We're going to shift our attention over to Gajay and the survivors of ZT. Now, ZT in the previous outing on last Friday's match, like last week, they made their sub team or their beat team to actually play. So now it's the A team. It's the core members of ZT that are coming out. So they definitely mean business.
Yeah, I mean, in the playoff, you want to give to keep your own to the tournament if you want to move on in the favorable bracket, which is the upper bracket. You have an easier time up there, and you don't have to go through as many matches as in the lower bracket.
Right. So considering that and Gajay, we're gonna go back to our previous conversation. What hunter is he gonna be using? Because surprisingly, last week up against BL, he was really like adamant about using Wax Artist, and it didn't work out quite well. It was heavily countered at round number 1, then it kind of warmed up. But in this match,
Đây rồi, round đấu 1B, cặp đấu giữa Zero Two cùng với đó là GS. Gotjay sẽ ra trận và anh ta sẽ phải đối đầu với team survival của bên phía ZT. Run, Just, Shadow và MX. Đây là đội hình mạnh nhất của Zero Two rồi. Gotjay sẽ cấm gì đây? Tôi nghĩ Gotjay sẽ đánh sáp cho. Đánh sáp cho.
Yeah, I think the ban gonna pan out what Gotjay is going to be using. Yeah, either the priestess or the seer first. That is the potential. Yeah, priestess first.
Wow. Okay. So still doesn't say much about what he's gonna bring out. Now locked in entomologist and patient.
Ooh. Well, this new.
That's very new.
Cấm chủ tế thì Gotjay. Tôi biết anh ta muốn đánh gì rồi. Anh ta rõ ràng là muốn đánh sáp. Bệnh nhân cùng với nhà côn trùng học được chọn sớm cho bên phía Zero Two. Họ không lấy sớm tiên tri. Và tiền đạo thì bị cấm đi luôn rồi. Không có tiền đạo. Bên phía Zero Two sẽ đánh gì đây? Lính thuê chăng? Hay là tiên tri? Họ sẽ pick. Họ sẽ có lượt pick thứ 3. Tiên tri được thả, lính thuê được thả. Lính thuê được lựa chọn luôn rồi. Đội hình giải cứu mạnh cùng với có khả năng cai mạnh đến từ nhà côn trùng học của Shadow. Vậy là tạp kỹ rồi. Ok, Run sẽ đánh lính thuê. Nhà côn trùng học cho vị trí của Shadow. Tạp kỹ cho Yus. Và cuối cùng là bệnh nhân cho vị trí của MX chăng? Tôi cùng chờ hoặc là bệnh nhân sẽ được sử dụng bởi Yus. Vâng, có dây đánh sáp rồi các bạn ơi.
You got transitions from mercenary and patient. Entomologist, I mean, that could kind of get countered by the bees, I would have to say. Acrobat could silence. So he's really believing in this Wax Artist. So we're gonna have to hope and see if he made the adjustments. He's had to, because like you're up against ZT in like your spot to secure your upper bracket placing. He's definitely have to put in the work. So we're just gonna have to see if the hard work will pay off now.
Yeah, committing to this Wax Artist with a lineup like this, and if in a situation where you can be on the upper bracket or the lower bracket, it's kind of risky. So, I mean, it's not as risky as
maybe
when you are in the lower bracket and you have the potential to be eliminated. But still, this is still very risky.
Yeah, I was gonna say maybe he's figured it out. It's risky for sure because maybe last week wasn't his best showing of the Wax Artist. He's gonna roll the dice again here, and it could work out. Remember, it was the Wax Artist to give ZT problems. It was Riffernun's Wax Artist. So, thank you, Prod, for giving us the confirmation there. Remember, it was Riffernun's Wax Artist that kind of get the 4-kill up against ZT. So maybe he found something out. But I mean, ZT is just a team that they know their weaknesses and they improve on it.
You remember the time where Cocoduck used the Wax Artist to counter the
That's what I just said.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think Gotjay is digging into that and using the off meta
Nào,
character.
chúng ta sẽ đến với round đấu 1B. Kết quả của 1A đang là một thế hòa. Gotjay sẽ đánh sáp ở trong trận đấu này và anh ta, chúng ta cùng chờ xem anh ta sẽ cầm những phép bổ trợ như thế nào. Có vẻ như là không có nhánh 9 khi mà cái thanh hiện diện của Gotjay nó không tự tăng lên. 36 chứ. 36 tốc biến. Tôi đang phải phép tốc biến cho gót dây rồi, khóa luôn cửa sổ lại. Đuổi vào Shadow ở khu vực lề đường sao? Shadow đang chạy ong về lề đường luôn rồi. Khoảng cách là rất xa. Run là người đánh bệnh nhân, MX đánh lính đánh thuê, Use sẽ đánh diễn viên tạp kỹ. Vâng, áp sát được vào vị trí của Shadow luôn rồi. Vẫn đang muốn đuổi vào Shadow. 15 giây nữa có chơi sẽ có phép và anh ta đã bị rong một vòng quanh map. Shadow chạy ong rất ổn. Đây rồi. Bây giờ mới bắt được vào vị trí của Shadow. Đối phương vẫn đang lái ong và 1/3 năng lượng của con ong đến từ Shadow nó đã bị lấy đi trong quá trình anh ta di chuyển. Có đòn đánh. Ong còn một nửa năng lượng mà thôi. Bôi trơn lên được cái cửa sổ này. Gót dây có một tình huống khóa cửa sổ. Ong đang bắn. Ong của Shadow vẫn còn khoảng một nửa năng lượng. Chưa khóa cái cửa sổ nào lại mà vẫn muốn bắn đối phương. Xịt sáp rất nhiều. Ván bị phá đi. 3 máy 50-60 rồi. 3 máy 50-60. 90 sáp, 100 sáp. Có đòn đánh đầu tiên dành cho vị trí của gót dây. Ong còn khá là ít năng lượng. Gót dây đang có cho mình tốc biến. Anh ta có thể bắn tiếp sáp vào vị trí của Shadow. Sau đó là tốc biến kết liễu đối phương. Tốc biến qua luôn rồi. 90 sáp. Không, đúng rồi, 90 sáp. Shadow sẽ gục 3 máy gần xong cho Zero. Thế hòa chăng? Bắt người khá chậm. Nhưng mà bây giờ thì cũng hết ong luôn cho vị trí của Shadow rồi. Khóa được máy của Run không? Không kịp. Không kịp khóa. Không kịp khóa. Máy đối phương đã xong mất rồi. 3 máy xong. Khó cho gót dây. Run đang bị xả sáp vào người. Khá là nguy hiểm nha. Đấm luôn rồi. 90 sáp trên người của Run. Có double down. Không có double down rồi. Sáp được ném về phía khu vực cổng cũ. Và Run đã bị 100 sáp. Cùng với đó là khóa máy trong tình huống này. Chưa chắc là bên phía Zero đã có thể có được một tình huống đánh tiếp dễ dàng. Shadow gục xuống và con dây không kịp lấy cho mình điểm hiện diện cuối cùng. Anh ta thiếu cho mình là một điểm hiện diện nữa để có sắp nóng. MX đang bốc máy chính giữa bản đồ. Đây là một cái máy có thể khóa được đến từ Hunter. MX sẽ phải cứu. Và hắn sẽ bị phá đi. Thịt sáp tốt này. Rất xa. Từ từ nha. Đấm luôn. Rồi có double down cho vị trí của con dây không? Anh ta không lấy double down. Anh ta không lấy double down. Anh ta lấy mạng của Shadow. Máy mới 44% thôi. Zero không kịp có chiến thắng trong trận đấu này rồi. Máy mới 50 thôi. Họ không kịp máy rồi. Shadow sẽ gục vào trong khu vực góc của cái biệt thự này. Và cầu thêm một chút xíu thời gian Hunter phải xách ra. Phép bổ trợ đang gần hồi lại cho gót dây. Máy cuối 68% được bốc bởi Run. Thậm chí Zetty đã bốc dư ra một máy ở khu vực giữa bản đồ rồi. 3 máy cuối gần nhau. 3 máy cuối gần nhau. Tele kịp vào chiếc máy của Run đang đập hay không? 3 2 1. Có Tele không? Tele rồi. Run nửa máu. Pha này có thể toang. Pha này có thể toang cho Zetty. Nếu họ xử lý không tốt. Run chỉ có nửa máu mà thôi. Nhưng tôi đang thấy Yus di chuyển đến máy. Bắn móc đi rất xa rồi. Bắn móc đi rất xa rồi. Có người quay về máy và con dây không quan tâm đến điều này. Anh ta dí vào vị trí của Run. Máy xong mất rồi. Từ từ. Hunter không có phép. Đổi sáp nóng. Xịt sáp nóng. Máy Pram không? Không Pram. Không Pram. Xách được người lên rồi. Bên phía Zero không muốn Pram máy trong tình huống đó. Họ sợ là Run lên. Khi lên máy Run sẽ ăn luôn một đòn đánh của Hunter. Nào. 15 giây cho cái sáp nóng hồi lại. Yus chạy từ rất xa đến. Nào full sáp thôi. Đấm luôn đối phương. Sáp sẽ được vứt về ghế. Rồi. Sáp nóng. Hay quá. Qua máy lên. Đấm vào ghế từ con dây. Yus anh ta né được đòn đánh. Anh ta bết Hunter đánh vào ghế. Hay quá. Hay quá. Hay quá. Đấy thì Yus gót dây đã làm rất tốt rồi. Con dây đã làm rất tốt rồi. Nhưng mà Yus anh ta khéo hơn. Yus anh ta khéo hơn. Anh ta bết Hunter đánh vào ghế trong tình huống đó. Rồi một trận đấu hòa. Một trận đấu hòa. Ui, pha cuối con dây đánh xử lý sáp quả cam ghế rất hay.
0-2. A stable game, a very stable game.
It seems like their plan is working out so well so far. Like Wax Artist, a very stable hunter going for that tie. We did see that Kuga, his dream witch, was nullified with that tie. So I'd have to say, GH might have planned this one out because usually we see ZT kind of just steamrolling people, but now we're gonna see them play the full 3 rounds.
Yeah, and now J, I think he's, as you said, he understands the Wax Artist so much better this time around. It was a potential 3K game, but you know, the mind game from both sides, they are really equal in terms of bringing shreds to the other side.
Can we talk about that last sequence?
Yeah.
Chair hit. Oh my god.
Yeah.
I wonder what the comms are like in ZT with that. That was insane. Pop, 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 pop. Pop, 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 pop now, pop now.
I think they...
Quả xử lý sáp hay.
I thought you were trying to mimic the wax.
Quả xử lý sáp hay các bạn ạ. Suýt nữa là GS có trận thắng rồi.
With the wax, dude. Playing some wax artist.
Yeah. Yeah, the freeze
Là 4 đều.
At the last second there was crucial, and switching to horse wax, able to shoot the acrobat, but they popped the cipher there. So Gotcha was shocked at that pop. So
yeah, I think everyone was. That was insane. And if he was able to land that hit, that could have been a 4K. Like if he was able to land that hit, not actually.
No,
his teleport
3K.
was still in cooldown. 3K.
Yeah, it's still cooldown. It could be a potential 3K, and yeah, to be honest. Oh, actually. Oh yeah, it could be a potential 3K. I was wondering if he actually left the acrobat there, if he managed to down him and then go for the gate, would that have been? Would that turn into a 4K? But yeah.
Could have been.
The situation was 0 to play into the mind of Gotcha, popping the cipher at the least expected time and allow the rescue to happen. So kudos to them.
Yeah, and I would have to say, yeah, Gaje has definitely understood the assignment. This wax artist has definitely leveled up and is a huge threat that would actually, I mean, I think this would merit a ban on ZT side. I think he was able to not just understand Crocoduck from Reefer Nun, he was able to develop his own style, and the execution was good because those were not those were not long kites by ZT standards. So he was able to down them real early.
Yeah, I think the problem is they went for the rotation immediately at the start, and that kind of buys some time for the hunter because time rotating means time not decoding. And as you see at the end game there, the cipher wasn't popping when the survivor got rescued from the chair for the second time. That's usually the case for 0-2. Like when the survivor got rescued for the second time, the cipher is going to be primed somehow.
Yeah, it just seems like the way they primed that, and we know 0-2 as a team that's so synchronized. Even though in the midst of the chaos, they're still able to pull out a tie. Even though Gaje, that looked like a 3K game. So still up in the air, and like we said, ladies and gentlemen, this is the main event. This could be potentially the grand finals match with how I would say competitive these two teams are. They're like the best of the best, and even GH acknowledges, because right after IVA, when they faced 0-2, they went and studied. They studied the heck out of them, and now they're facing them off, able to get the ties. Let's see if they're able to level up that tie into a victory here, because I'll take it back to the latest IVA. It was ZT versus NM. It was tie until the last possible set. I know you, and shout out to Good Job Man, we're just so tired because, man, there's a lot of ties.
I did not have the greatest time there.
I'm dying.
Yeah,
Let me bleed out.
Yeah, tired.
Tired, dead. Today, shout outs to Chocho. Today, 5 wax artists already. So the wax artists coming out of the woodwork here, ladies and gentlemen. Gaje being one of them, getting the tie in this match, eliminating Shadow, eliminating Run. Yush able to be the acrobat decoder while Run, not to the standard of ZT, only able to get 60 seconds flat of a kite.
Yeah. I mean, pretty much. I think she rotated into the weaker position for kiting. If she had stayed in that graveyard, it could have been better. or went around that kiting area at the S palette, I think
That's
it would have
true.
been buying so much more time with the high war, and you are not allowing Gotcha to shoot the wax.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. In that open area, you just have to keep rotating around the buildings, which eventually, like, the hunters are gonna catch up to you. And he played it pretty well. So,
Yeah, even with the bee, you cannot outrun the speed of the hunter, especially when you have wax on you. The wax allow the hunter to catch up because the wax kind of apply a debuff onto the survivor.
Yeah,
A very a slow speed debuff. So yeah, still, I think Gotcha is able to make the wax artist works in the previous match.
Compared to what we previously saw, right? And we know that Wax Artist is very stable, counters Flywheel, but yeah, still gets that tie. And now we're gonna look at the new picks and bans here. Bans, Arms Factor, and now we're going to Hospital. Wow, this is actually ZT's map of choice. Like, they love the Hospital.
Okay, so here's what I'm thinking. A hospital, a lot of high war, the ruin, the hospital area, even the statue, the forest and the statue kiting area still have some high wall for you to use to counter that wax artist. So I can see that they are playing into that. Yeah, shadow banning that wax artist. To be honest, Sigara Hospital shadow ban a lot of characters.
Yeah. Pollen, Wax Artist. Yeah, there's
Even,
a lot that.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm thinking about some meta character. Even Bonbon, like if Bonbon wants to play in this map, you have to use Peeper.
Especially once survivors go into that hospital area. So this is interesting because Kuga is also gonna have to play with this debuff of the map, and we all know GH they're still very stable. Their communications have been improving constantly with the new members, and they're still a big threat when it comes to just potential, just one-on-one kiting. So we're gonna see who's gonna be coming in first. Kuga coming back into the mix here. Let's see if they're gonna respect ban that Dream Witch.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see that.
Nào, chúng ta sẽ quay trở lại với cặp đấu giữa GS và Zero Two. Kuga một lần nữa là Hunter thi đấu trước, và lần này hình như cái bản đồ nó đang là nhà thờ đỏ thì phải. Kuga sẽ mất con mộng phù thủy, đã là hiển nhiên rồi. Tôi nghĩ là GS không thể nào để thở ra con mộng phù thủy này. Và với nhà thờ đỏ thì tôi đang nghĩ đến một Hunter khác của Kuga, đó chính là thư ký. Anh ta có thể đánh thư ký Bonbon ở map này. GS sẽ cần phải cẩn thận với cả hai Hunter mà Kuga có thể sử dụng. Một con đánh lẻ máu và một con đánh theo hit. Thành ra là cái đội hình của GS nó sẽ khá là khó để mà focus vào tập trung vào một cái con Hunter nào đó của Kuga. Họ sẽ phải pick một đội hình chung chung có khả năng cai cả hai Hunter này.
You have to also admit that they haven't faced that much adversity. So GH could bring that adversity to them and kind of shock them. And I think that's the game plan for GH. Drag ZT to unfamiliar territory and play them out, because we all know that they're good in, I mean, it's in their name, 0-2, right? The first 2 rounds. But what if you hit round number 3, which we're eventually going to hit?
Yeah. So banning the Sears.
Cấm tiên tri chủ tế đến từ vị trí của Kuga. Anh ta thả tiền đạo ra cho GS này. Đánh tiền đạo không? Tiền đạo được pick, đưa thư cũng được pick ngay lập tức luôn. Tôi nghĩ là Bonbon sẽ là Hunter mà Kuga sử dụng rồi, với những lực cấm như thế này. Và tạp kỹ được lựa chọn sau khi mà thợ máy bị cấm đi trong vòng cấm thứ 2.
Still going to be a little tough on Bonbon's side. Yeah, Cypher Rush is definitely going to be on the side of GH, unless he finds 481 first.
The thing is, will GH go for the Embalmer once again? The Embalmer is also a tie survivor, and especially in Second Hospital, he is so strong that I could consider him to be a winning survivor.
You could go for that.
Yeah.
Will that give Kuga? Will Kuga realize that and also ban the Embalmer? Because yeah, that was the game-breaking moment.
There
the Embalmer. Okay.
Cấm đi tẩm liệm của bên phía GS. Và đồ chơi ở xưởng à? Đồ chơi ở xưởng có góc nào để dùng được ta?
Interesting lineup. Workable. I would say workable. And yeah.
Thư ký không phải là con Bonbon Thư ký mới là lựa chọn mà Kuga đưa ra ở round đấu thứ hai này, khá là căng đến từ Kuga. Ban pick như một bon chính hiệu, nhưng mà lại nhá lựa chọn thư ký.
They don't have an explorer. They do have postmen to kind of buff the decoding speed, but I mean, you're also gonna buff for recording you, and also you're gonna buff the undecoding speed. So Kuga on the clerk.
Oh, yeah, I think in this map, the only two hunters could work well is the clerk and the Dream Witch. But the Dream Witch is already banned, so the clerk could potentially be the other one here. I would say that the Haster is also a red hunter to be used, but yeah,
Ahem, nudge,
nudge.
Maybe, yeah. you can make a thesis video on just how good Master is on this map, but I doubt. But hopefully,
I doubt. I would force someone else to be in the Haster cult. But yeah.
The Church of Haster. NTT will baptize you guys if ever you want to join.
Yeah, we're gonna move on to the Red Church in round 3.
We'll see. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to be 300,000 strong watching. Big shout outs to everyone that's out there supporting GH, supporting 02. Let's just go with green hearts for GH and orange hearts for ZT. I just want to see you guys spam those hearts because they definitely need it now more than ever. NTT, you want to give any shout outs in the chat?
Yeah. Actually, MPLCC Sim. Pochi Poo shout out me. I'm gonna shout out you. Pochi Poo won't have the chance.
Wow, that name followed me all the way here. What's up? MPLC, I see you. I know I owe you a stream, and please call me my professional name. Poch Spice. I'm kidding. I don't know. Whatever. It's cool. I live with that name already. It's fine. I feel like the prod team is actually gonna troll me and change my name in the upcoming year. So.
Yeah, and there's someone. Actually, a lot of people are surprised to see me as the caster for IVC. So, hello.
Surprise, man.
Surprise. I'm here. Hello.
I mean, I feel like the beauty standards are getting higher and higher because NTT is here. I gotta level up my hair game. I gotta level up my cosplay game because I'm next to this beautiful man here. But
đổi rồi, bon cho Kuga. Ok, vậy là ban pick đúng theo những gì anh ta đã thực hiện trước đó. Cấm để đánh bon và sau đó pick bon ra rồi. Tôi lại cứ tưởng đánh thư ký thì lại hơi căng cái kèo này. Thư ký thực sự là hơi căng cái kèo này.
Shadow isn't here, but he still get the pick.
That's true. That is true.
Yeah.
What would you prefer, Peeper Bon or Cluck?
I'm a Bon player.
So the biasness is there. I would say Bon for now, because I'm sure GH also did their homework on Cluck, even though they faced it twice already. Even though maybe they don't have the lineup, I think they're gonna try and figure out a way to just prolong the first chase as much as possible. And we've seen them be so heavily extended when it comes to support at the start. So maybe they figured out a way. So maybe don't bring out your big guns just yet, CT and GH. Like save it for game number 3.
I mean, yeah, Bon in this map is still quite good. So actually, I would argue that Bon is better than the Galatea in this map.
Bon, really?
Because Galatea doesn't have the ability to get the chip damage through the wall like Bon.
Like in the ruins area. Well, you have to be very lucky with your statues.
Yeah, the statue you have to be very on point, not
on
just
point
lucky.
And you gotta also. You have to hope that your survivor that you're chasing is sleeping on you, not really looking around and, I got hit by the statue.
Yeah, it's kind of force you to have the bling first off.
That's true. That is true. Bon on, especially like when it comes to camping also, I feel like, I don't know if GH wants to still do that camping strategy of theirs. The tie strategy of theirs. So might force the camping game to come out of Kuga, which, I mean, he's been so on point with that. So we'll see. This is definitely a very interesting lineup because, Bon gets countered by Cypher Rush. There's the silence of the acrobat bomb, and also the distance that could be gained by this toy merchant could be game breaking for Kuga here.
You know, for the bonbon to do well, you have to down the survivor, bring that survivor at the chair that near the decoding cipher.
Đâu thế? Vào trận đi nào.
Kind of have to stop the rescue, so it's a lot of things that you have to do well. Kuga will be locking in that bonbon, and I have a feeling it's going to be either Blink or Peeper.
I think he might have to respect the hospital and go Peepers here.
Yeah.
I would say his bomb drops are really on point, so I don't think he needs the blink. Unless he really wants to go really aggressive, but you just put too much risk. Even though you don't have a priestess to help you get to hospital, it's still gonna be so tough if you lose someone in hospital. They change elevations also, just jumping up and down, and you don't know where to drop the bombs.
Yeah, to be honest. You just have to prevent the survivor from getting into the hospital area. You know, those bombs can be blocking it around. I think that could work. And if they manage to get in, the people will be dealing with that. Like you will be confusing the survivor, and
and also dropping a peeper near the coding cipher in the hospital or in birdcage could slow it down. So it could.
I mean, you have to take control of that cipher progress, because as a bonbon, you don't have any ability to do that. So the people kind of help you with that.
Yeah, that's true. But what are the advantages of him bringing Blink, if ever he's gonna bring a Blink? It's just early downs, right? But if you're in the hospital, what's a Blink? What's a Blink in the hospital if you lose track of where your survivor is running? So.
Yeah, the Blink is, I would say, the only viable at the birdcage or at the ruin area. Other than that, nah, it's not working out.
What about listen? No, let's not talk about that. Yeah, I think Kuga's gonna bring in the big guns right away. We haven't seen him bring out the clerk just yet, so hopefully he'll save it for the round number 3. But we've seen him on this bonbon. It has produced a lot of wins for the team, so yeah, GH has to be ready. And they faced other bonbons in the past, so they just have to, I think, still continue on the path. I'm sure they've done their homework. They're the underdogs coming into this, so a lot is expected of ZT. So GH, nothing to lose coming into this one.
So yeah, the stage is set. Like, they already lock in all of their picks here. It's just gonna be panning out in the match that we are having right here. Survivor side of GH.
Nào, chúng ta sẽ đến với round đấu 2A. Đây là bệnh viện các bạn ạ, bệnh viện chứ không phải là nhà thờ. 481 đã tạo một cái dấu tay ở ngay khu vực nhà nhỏ này để cho Kuga. Tuy nhiên thì Kuga nhìn thấy Giao Khan luôn rồi. Chó đã được thả. Vậy là gửi thư cho đồng đội mình một cái thư đập máy. Thư cho ai đây? Thư cho Capcom. Bom nối không thực sự tốt đến từ Kuga trong tình huống này. Đây là bom 2 giây. Rồi né rất hay đến từ Giao Khan. Căng vậy. Giao Khan né căng vậy. Chó được thả. Và nó thả trúng luôn rồi. Nhà nhỏ có 481. Rồi, bom đầu tiên là chính xác. Bom đầu tiên là chính xác. 481 cần phải cẩn thận. Giao Khan cầm cho mình đó là nhánh 12 giờ. Không, anh ta cầm 39 các bạn ạ. Anh ta, ôi, canh ván hộ đến từ 481 và anh ta ăn luôn một hit đánh rồi. Vậy là bỏ qua tiền đạo và đuổi tiếp vào vị trí của đưa thư trong tay Giao Khan. Giao Khan kích khá là nhiều nhánh 9 ở giai đoạn đầu trận, và bây giờ thì anh ta đang trong quá trình hồi nhánh. Bom hẹn giờ tốt. Rồi, tốc biến đã có. Kuga khoảng cách là khá xa. Giao Khan hơi khó để làm gì trong tình huống này rồi. Đánh trượt. Ok nha. Cái tốc biến này chưa xong đâu. Phá ván. Giao Khan hồi lại chó chưa? Hồi lại rồi, và anh ta một lần nữa thả trúng chó vào vị trí của Kuga. Khu vực này có thể cố gắng cai được. Chịu một trái bom đi. Ok, chịu một trái bom. Vài giây nữa thì bom hẹn giờ mới có cho Kuga. Ván được hạ xuống. Bom nổ, nhảy được pallet, tăng tốc nhánh 9. Chưa có tăng tốc nhánh 9 pallet. Bom hẹn giờ. Thôi được rồi, ít nhất là 2 máy rưỡi cho bên phía GS. Mặc dù 481 đang bị lẻ máu khá là nhiều, nhưng mà họ có thể đánh hòa được. Ít nhất có thể đánh hòa được. Cai khá là tốt từ Giao Khan trong trận đấu này.
Wow. Capcoon actually transitioned from inside the hospital to a cipher outside. So a risky play from Capcoon right here. But seems like Kuga
Yeah, he's not
isn't
even gonna
going
try to
yeah.
throw any bombs, but he does see the Capcoon getting chased away. So this is the trap that
Capcom đang bị lộ vị trí. Anh ta là diễn viên tạp kỹ và đây là người áp lực vào ghế để cho bên phía GS có thể đập máy được ở vị trí của 481. Cùng với đó là Little Boy. Little Boy chơi đồ chơi ở trong trận đấu này. Dí thẳng vào Capcom luôn rồi. Dí thẳng vào Capcom luôn rồi. Không có ai di chuyển đến ghế của Giao Khan cả. Anh ta bị hiến. Anh ta bị hiến và không có một đồng đội nào di chuyển đến gần. Hai máy tiếp theo của GS đang đập được khoảng 40%. Kuga rất cẩn thận check về đây một lần nữa. Có cái bàn đạp trước mặt anh ta nhưng mà chưa phá. Chưa muốn phá cái bàn đạp đến từ Kuga trong tình huống này. Cuối cùng thì cũng phá đi cái bàn đạp. Hai máy 40. Hai máy 40. Tình huống này 481 của vị trí của Neruku nên ta chưa thực sự là ổn khi mà người đầu thì bay nhưng mà máu thì chưa hồi được. Rồi, Kuga lạc rồi. Kuga lạc. Máy của tạp kỹ đã di chuyển vào vòm và tạo một cái dấu tay rất khó chịu ở khu vực này. 481 sẽ được hồi máu. 481 Neruku sẽ được hồi máu. Little Boy sẽ set up cho mình một cái bàn đạp, sau đó là đập chiếc máy ở khu vực bãi cai. Bên phía GS có lẽ bốc một máy dư ta. Hunter có phép và hoàn toàn có thể đổi phép sang Tele để bắt vào một trong những thành viên của bọn họ. Bây giờ thì tôi đang thấy Capcom cai cực kỳ tốt luôn trong cái vòng chạy quanh khu vực cái bệnh viện này. 481 bị nhắm vào. Lại là ông này. Cái ông này bắt vào là dễ là GS toang lắm này. Bom hẹn giờ. Chặn đầu rồi. Ui dồi, chạy thẳng qua bom hẹn giờ luôn. Vâng, ok, kích bom nổ không thành công rồi. Đâm bóng đi. Ok, đâm rất xa về khu vực vòm. Đâm hết trái banh, đâm lút cán luôn. Không, dừng lại giữa đường rồi. Chưa đâm lút. Né được trái bom của Kuga. Tăng tốc nhánh 9 là có. Và bây giờ 481 vẫn còn cho mình một lượng bóng đủ đâm vào vòm. Anh ta cai ra máy đồng đội rồi. Ăn một đòn đánh. Liệu Little Boy xong kịp máy không? Có. Câu trả lời là có. Máy Little Boy xong kịp. Máy Little Boy xong kịp. Đạp bàn đạp bay đi rất hay. Ok. Một tình huống work tốt đến từ bên phía GS. Máy xong rồi. Ram máy thôi. Ram. Little Boy đã về đến gần cổng rồi. Họ qua máy luôn và Hunter có mắt đỏ, có phép. Trận này vẫn có thể setup thoát 3 được. Nên xin lỗi. Capcom đâm thẳng vào mặt Hunter. Một tình huống nhảy bóng lỗi của Capcom. Khôn 3 năm dại 1 giờ là đây này. Các bạn hiểu khôn 3 năm dại 1 giờ là cái gì không? Là cả trận bạn đánh tốt, sau đó là bạn bị đâm vào mặt Hunter lúc Hunter có mắt đỏ và bạn đi. Pha này thì 481 phải câu cho đồng đội của mình rồi. Phải câu cho người đồng đội của mình rồi. Phải câu cho vị trí của Capcom tự dậy. Khôn 3 năm dại 1 giờ này. Bom, đâm bóng đi. Hunter vẫn còn phép. Hunter vẫn còn phép về đây xách Capcom lên rồi. Cổng mở xong rồi nhưng mà 481 không dám về. Cổng mở xong rồi nhưng 481 không dám về các bạn ơi. Hunter có phép, GS họ biết điều đó. Đang có vị trí của Little Boy di chuyển ra khu vực trước nhà nhỏ. Cần phải có một tình huống. Ê, từ nha, có nhánh 6 đến từ 481. Có nhánh 6 đến từ 481. Little Boy đang tạo áp lực ở đây. Kuga, anh ta chưa dám bỏ ghế của Capcom. Bây giờ thì đổi phép được chưa? An toàn, chơi an toàn đánh hòa. Chơi an toàn đánh hòa. Ok, cổng xong, cổng gần xong rồi, cổng 80 rồi, cổng 90 rồi. Rồi. Đây sẽ là một tình huống thoát 2 cho bên phía GS. Lại là một trận đấu hòa.
Yeah, he's playing it safe. I think GH has definitely brought it. That was a tough call, but at least he secured that tie game.
I think that's what makes Kuga viable in the tournament scene. He's very stable when it comes to hunting. Stable ties, or even sometimes a 3K or 4K. I have I would say never seen Kuga allowing a 4K, a 4-man escape to happen. So Great job
Right.
from Kuga.
Yeah, especially in this meta of Identity 5, you just need a stable hunter, the one that could just at least, like at the lowest point, just keep getting ties and not really lose the, like, not really get tilted or try and play into the game of the survivors and play at their own pace. And Kuga did that. There were some moments of the survivors. You know what? The dog bites on Zhao Khan was great. I would have to say it was kind of calculated that Zhao Khan wanted to take that first kite with how well it went. That was a 3 cipher kite. I know the third cipher was at the 65% mark, but it was still an amazing kite by Zhao Khan's postman.
Yeah. And able to predict the blink. That kind of allows Zhao Khan to kite more than, I would say, 80 seconds? Was that like around that? So, yeah.
Okay, I would say though that since they didn't spend so much time in the hospital, I think bringing Blink was still the right move because they were outside the hospital the entire time. It was actually kind of weird.
Exactly. So, yeah, that's actually quite questionable. I think they thought that Kuga bring Blink so they don't dare to come into the hospital.
Maybe.
Yeah, if that's the case, then you know, right after the Blink, they keep coming into the hospital.
Also, I think we have to understand that like the routes that they ran, it was a pretty good route that Zhao Khan ran at the start. I think it was just kind of cut off, and I think Little Boy was the one to just utilize the catapult to get into the hospital. Unfortunately, though, we only saw a little bit of Little Boy. He was mainly the decoder, 481 with that support, and able to get the escape. So it was the forward and Toy Merchant to escape the game, but Capcom with the most decoding time. Zhao Khan to take the early kite. Great showing on the survivor side, but Kuga still a menace when in that bonbon.
Yeah, you know, having a stable hunter is crucial for a team to be moving on in a tournament like this. So let's see if GotJ has the same attitude as it's come to hunting this time around. Will they ban the wax artist though?
Yeah. Wax artist. I mean, shout out to Chocho. I feel like she's had enough of this wax artist. She wants to see more hunters in the game. We're going to head straight into the next picks and bans, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to find out soon enough if ZT doesn't just rely on the shadow ban, but actually respect bans GotJ's wax artist.
Bây giờ GotJ sẽ thi đấu với team server của Zero Two một lần nữa.
I feel like they could rely on the shadow ban, still go for that tie, but it's really up to ZT.
Names in the audience now: Ram, Yuan, Vanilla Kid, Whisper 2, Kino, Soy Milk, Emmy, Pollen, and Aurora. Ooh.
Aurora, shout outs. Amazing performance that you guys did. Can't wait to see more of that. Soy Milk, also, good job on the commentary. Chocho was actually kicked out. I saw her in the audience and then she just left. I don't know.
Actually, she is backstage with us. Yeah. Oh! Banning the bonbon. Okay.
Cấm chủ tế tiền đạo đến từ GotJ. Anh ta thả tiên tri cho đối phương, nhưng mà bonbon của GotJ bị cấm đi. GotJ chưa bao giờ nổi tiếng với con bonbon. Anh ta đánh Gala cùng với Gala cùng với Polun ở trong meta trước nhiều. Nhưng mà bonbon thì mới đánh 1-2 trận trong giải thôi. Thực sự là cũng không có gì quá nổi bật với con bonbon của GotJ cả. Tôi không hiểu sao Zero Two lại cấm bonbon.
In this map though, I don't think wax artist is a great choice.
I agree.
You know,
we just have to see, but yeah, you were saying?
Yeah, if GotJ allow a survivor to get into a 2-story, getting a wax onto them is basically impossible.
The constant level changes, the constant like sharp turns. It's gonna be a tough feat for GotJ to pull off. So Toy Merchant banned.
Okay.
Interesting. ZT not really known for Toy Merchant, but not taking any chances. So we'll see. Prospector.
Ooh.
Wow.
What is that? Yeah, that is a Prospector. And
Dude.
Another wax artist.
I could hear the excitement in Chocho's voice seeing another wax artist. I think that's 6 wax artists. More wax. Yeah, not enough wax. You get wax. You get wax.
Lại sát à? Tiên tri lính thuê tập kỹ và đào vàng cho bên phía Zero Two, và Hunter sử dụng cho mình là nghệ sĩ tượng sáp một lần nữa. không ban sáp là Godjay đánh sáp đến chết luôn.
So that's why. You know.
This wax artist kind of counters the prospector too, because prospector wants to keep that close distance, but yeah, wax artist also wants to keep the close distance. I mean, the lineup is looking pretty okay. I mean, Godjay could actually just still tie this one out.
Yeah, to be honest, when you're playing the prospector up against a wax artist, you don't want to pull the hunter in. You want to push the hunter away.
Keep pushing. Remember that time in Lakeside where he was climbing up the ramp?
Oh
and
yeah.
He pushed it. Oh my god.
And he went out also. It's kind of like. So yeah, a lineup I would say is still very strong. They will now go with the Seer in the lineup.
Seer at least giving that vision, also knowing where the hunter's gonna rotate, could prove pretty well. They have that support of that owl. I mean, and they also have, I would say, the wild card is that prospector with the magnets, right? So we're gonna head straight into the second half, round number 2, ladies and gentlemen.
Nào, chúng ta sẽ đến với round đấu 2B. Nghị sĩ tượng sáp một lần nữa được thả cho Godjay. Anh ta có lẽ lại một lần nữa sẽ sử dụng 36 rồi. Đuổi Shadow trong nhà chăng? Đuổi Shadow trong nhà rồi lên tầng 2 rồi. Sao lại đuổi người, chấp nhận đuổi người trong nhà căng vậy? À, bởi vì Shadow sử dụng cho mình là tiên tri. Shadow sử dụng cho mình là tiên tri, cho nên Godjay quyết định là sẽ truy đuổi mặc dù đối phương đang ở trong nhà 2 tầng. 6-12 các bạn ạ, 6-12 tốc biến, một nhánh cực kỳ cục đối với Godjay và sẽ không có khả năng đổi phép gì hết. Just đang đập máy ở khu vực trước nhà 2 tầng. Vợ ơi! Just đang đập máy trước nhà 2 tầng và bây giờ thì Godjay rẽ sang anh ta rồi. Địa hình khá yếu, khóa luôn cái tấm ván này lại. Godjay lừa đèn. Lừa đèn. 500 đầu tiên đã được ném ra đến từ Just rồi. Sáp đã được bắt đầu đặt lên người anh ta. Có lẽ là phải đẩy ra chứ không được. Ôi, vẫn kéo vào à? Vẫn kéo vào là lên Sáp này. Tốc biến ra. Sáp được phu lên người của Just. Anh ta có dây vừa renew Sáp trên người Just luôn rồi. Bắn Sáp. Pha này mà ăn choáng là Just đi luôn này. Choáng rồi. Có cú được búp. Ôi, vẫn còn tiên tri trong trận đấu này. Khá là đáng tiếc cho Godjay. Và anh ta đang bị nhảy một trái bóng đỏ. Một tình huống teamwork tốt đến từ Zero. Khóa cái cửa sổ lại. Ok. Just cũng dính luôn sát trong tình huống đó. Đây là một tình huống MX muốn nhảy bóng một lần nữa. Bóng gì? Bóng đen. Rồi. Máy không nhanh cho lắm. Có một người bị ảnh hưởng bởi tình huống cai đầu này của Just. Đó chính là MX. Và bây giờ thì xuống hầm chăng? Với cái việc mà không có nữ chủ tế thì đẩy người xuống hầm sẽ là cái lựa chọn tốt dành cho Godjay. Anh ta treo luôn đối phương ở ghế gần. Có lẽ sẽ di chuyển lên kiểm soát máy mà MX đang đập. Zero coi chừng này. Pha này mà họ lỗi nữa thôi là rất dễ họ sẽ gặp một trận đấu thua. Và với cái thế đang hòa từ đầu round 1 đến giờ mà họ thất bại trong cái ván này thực sự sẽ là một cái thất bại khá là... Ôi! MX! Em thì X làm gì đây? MX! Có nhánh 6. Có nhánh 6. Muốn lấy double down rồi. MX bị double down. Đang muốn khóa cửa sổ. Không được rồi, hơi chậm một chút đến từ Godjay. Nhưng không sao, khoảng cách giữa Just và anh ta không quá xa. Hoàn toàn có thể bắn được Sáp trong tình huống này. Pha vừa rồi Godjay khóa cửa sổ hơi chậm. Và bây giờ anh ta tiếp tục khóa một chiếc cửa sổ nữa trong khu vực bãi cai. Nào, đoạn này chạy đi đâu được nữa? Đoạn này chạy đi đâu? Có đòn đánh Tero sốc cho Godjay. Mắc chiêu rồi. Sáp mắc chiêu. Khổ chưa? Sáp mắc chiêu có khổ chưa?
Godjay still playing to his strengths here. This is what the wax artist brings to the table. You know, just low kiting, and now we see that MX is also
smart
here.
play, very smart play. Sharing here, not allowing his survivor to pop the cipher in the shack area. Ron will be moving in. Godjay, was trying to share.
Gần ngồi ghế thứ 2 và bây giờ thì MX đang nằm ở khu vực máy nhà nhỏ, anh ta tự dậy luôn rồi. Run đang vào ghế. Run đang vào ghế, Sáp nóng. Xịt rồi. Double down. Rồi, nam châm tốt đến từ vị trí của Just. Run chấp nhận double down để cho người đồng đội mình có thể cai thêm. Pha lật ván hơi chậm rồi. Máy cuối của bên phía ZT đang bị kiểm soát ở khu vực nhà nhỏ này. Vì căn bản là không thể đập được. Yus đang vòng qua tấm ván. Cần phải có một tình huống tốc biến tốt đến từ Gotjay. Anh ta cần dùng tốc biến để hạ người trong pha này. Khóa máy không? MX mất tự dậy. Tốc biến lấy mất tự dậy của MX.
The saving grace is that Yush is out of line of sight, so he's not there. But I mean, above is just the last.
Lại là một lần nữa xuống hầm rồi. Run là người bị đưa xuống hầm cho tình huống này. MX đã mất tự dậy, anh ta đang bò ở đây. Bên phía Zero2 bốc một máy mới. Shadow là người còn lại ở đây. MX có thể sẽ bị treo luôn. Treo luôn MX đi. Trận này sáp của Gotjay thắng được 2 xác dưới hầm. Các bạn ơi, 2 xác dưới hầm với tiên tri cứu. Nghe có khó không? Shadow phải làm thế nào với con sáp mắc chiêu này đây? Ôi 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 ôi. Quả sáp mắc chiêu này căng quá. Nhảy xuống rồi, Gotjay. Sáp đang được bắn. Block. Cứu luôn được rồi. Sáp nóng. Shadow sẽ gục. Bây giờ MX được cứu. MX búng găng tay lỗi đến từ Run. Run búng găng tay lỗi kìa. Rồi, phải mất thêm một chiếc găng tay nữa. Gotjay. Anh ta đánh lỗi rồi. Anh ta khóa được cửa sổ. Run sẽ búng thêm nốt chiếc găng tay thứ 3. MX sẽ bị treo. Đây là một ghế thứ 2 của MX, là máy 77% cho bên phía Zero2. Treo thêm luôn cả Shadow thì sao? Đây sẽ là một tình huống từ đầu nha. Gotjay có biết có lừa không? Không lừa, treo hẳn Shadow vào bên trong luôn. Run sẽ xuống ghế. Máy Prime rồi. Nhắm vào MX. Nhắm vào MX. Sắp nóng. Rồi, Gotjay đấm lỗi rồi. Thôi, Gotjay mất thế thắng. Ôi, anh ta lỗi quá, anh ta lỗi pha xử lý với cả Run quá. Run đã đánh lỗi đến thế rồi. Ôi, nhưng mà MX cũng lỗi luôn. MX mất tự dậy rồi. MX mất tự dậy, các thành viên phía Zero2 đang chạy thẳng về khu vực cổng trước. Cản kịp không? Tôi nghĩ là không kịp. Zero2 sẽ thắng 3 trong ván này. Shadow đang đâm ra hầm. Shadow đang đâm ra hầm. Thoát 3 rồi. Rồi ông Gotjay ơi, cái quả đấy đánh trượt con lính đánh thuê, thế là nó nhảy, nó giữ được máu, nó cứu hầm.
I got chilled down my spine. Just wait a minute.
I almost lost my voice. That was, man, the way ZT was able to pull a 3-man escape after that, after a basement party, and like everyone was down. It seemed like they were able to pull that out.
Một trận rank ở trên IVC Đông Nam Á. Một trận rank ở trên IVC Đông Nam Á.
Good mechanically, they're also so creative. Jeez, the timing on their rescues and also the way they were able to change that situation around.
So, I'm blank. I'm blank on my mind right now. What just happened?
The wax.
What just happened?
You're not allowed to do that.
Chỉ cần đấm được con lính thuê thôi là không thể nào cứu được luôn á. Là phải hiến 2 xác dưới hầm á. Chỉ cần đấm được con lính thuê thôi. Vãi trưởng ông ấy đấm trượt hai lần luôn. Ông ấy đấm trượt 2 lần, nó nhìn thấy thắng mẹ rồi, nhìn thấy thắng ít nhất là thắng 3 rồi.
But then the second and the third one allow him to transition out. And not to mention that final pop, they time it so well after the basic attack.
Hot wax. A basic attack swing. Pop it, right?
Yeah, the recovery. Pop it. Yeah, the timing on that. My God.
It seemed like MX was the one popping the cipher without Welly. It's like he was there. I don't know.
Yeah.
The way he timed that.
Yeah, he is playing on 2 devices. I'm calling it.
They could be in the same room. Who knows? I mean, like, I know everything is online, but Jesus, that was.
Oh God, Gotjay was the one outplaying at the start, but then ZT immediately come back and outplay the Wax artist. I can't stress this enough. How are they doing this? You can't be this good.
You can't keep getting away with this. This is insane. Gotjay played that. I mean, he played that well. He played that strategically. He played that point by point, frame by frame. But I mean, ZT pulling out a miracle here, getting the victory here at round number 2 in a game that they were supposed to lose.
How is this possible? I'm so stressed right now. Oh my God.
I don't know, dude.
Đây là một trận đánh như kiểu đánh rank luôn á.
I would just
Đau đầu
say
thật sự.
that ZT Survivors, ladies and gentlemen, this is just, I would say, one of their highlight performances. That was a game they were supposed to lose. The way that
Yeah.
God J controlled the ciphers, controlled the last one, basement rescues also. Just it really looked like they weren't supposed to exit the basement, but they did. By some miracle, they did.
I have so much to think about here.
Okay,
Okay.
Process your thoughts and let us
let's
know.
recap.
Let's get the breakdown. Let's get the
Let's
entity
recap at the
breakdown.
start. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So the prospector was the second guy because the seer was in the hospital, so Yoche has to avoid
Chase,
from
yeah.
chasing. Yeah. So yeah, chase the prospector, able to block that pallet, but then when he go for the swing with a blink, that pallet was blocked, so prospector wasn't able to vault the pallet. If that pallet wasn't blocked, it could have been a terror shock.
Could have been. It could have been,
Yeah.
but it wasn't.
It wasn't.
it's
So
there,
that's the
yeah.
case. And then basically prospector got trapped in the basement from from that point. The game would have been easier if basement would have been
Ôi, nó chưa đến á.
yeah, in the hospital.
He would have controlled more ciphers, yeah.
Yeah, but what is going
Okay,
on?
I'm if you're on the YouTube now, I'm watching. MX is getting chaired already in the basement. Mercenary also in the basement. Oh yeah, and now we see that the seer is coming right down. Drops down, by the way, at 35% decoding. Like, man, the cojones, the bravery.
They had to rescue.
Yeah, they go for the rescue. Seer's down. Then we see the mercenary kind of fumble with that elbow pad. Both of them are down on the stairs.
Oh,
now we see him. Yeah, you're
actually,
watching the YouTube now. Mm-hmm.
I think that the seer going down so early allowed the mercenary and the acrobat to be rescued before half. So that's allow the survivor to go for the rescue in the basement once again.
Right. Dang, I guess you know what? There's a method to the madness that ZT brings to the table. Just amidst the chaos, they're still playing it very smart. Like now we see that the mercenary already at the rescue has the 90% mark, goes for the rescue, tries to go for MX, which I think God J is gonna regret later on because of how well MX is able to kite. Now switches to the hot wax. Downswing, beautiful pop, my god.
You know what a 3-man situation, what a 3-man in the basement situation would have been for me? I would call the other survivor to join me in the basement.
Yeah, right? But here, no, they were fighting till the very end. So, I mean, I'm going to take back the words I said. I said ZT doesn't face enough adversity. This was a lot of adversity, and they're able to come out. And now look, how poetic.
Moonlit.
We got Moonlit River Park.
Yes.
Thank you, GH. Let's go. That deserves another hair flip.
No.
I tried, ladies and gentlemen. I tried. Well, we're not going to get another one.
Oh my god, that was so
going
crazy,
on?
I think.
Oh,
wow.
Jesus. Oh, goodness gracious. Okay,
so... How am I sweating with AC on?
You gotta put on the jacket, man. You gotta warm... Oh, yeah, you're sweating. No, you don't put on the jacket. I don't know. It's ZT matches. They're not good for your health, I think, with how stressful they can get. Whew. Okay,
I'm just calling this first. If you don't hear my voice once again, you know what happened.
He passed out. I'm breathing too much. Yeah, we've casted full 3 games, but ZT and GH are definitely making it worth it. So I hope you guys are enjoying the matches so far, and I hope you guys can spam those hearts for these 2 teams. They're really leaving it all on the line. Oh gosh. Okay. Can we talk?
Yeah. This is what we expected from what we call an early final. Like this is an early final round in IVC. So the performance from both sides are unimaginable. What the?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't even know how to call this match, ladies and gentlemen, but I'm enjoying so far. Yeah, what the hair? I mean, hair flip. So let's talk picks and bans here. Are they finally? They have to respect that wax artist already, even though it's Moonlit. You could definitely shadow ban the wax artist, but
yeah,
I think 2 bans the hunter now, so you gotta ban the wax artist. I feel like God J has done his homework. This wax artist is definitely game.
Yeah. So I think they can only deal with the chaotic scene only once. Like, that is once in a million that happened. Usually, if for a survivor team, it would have been a 3-man in the basement on the chair. But as for them, they're able to make that work. They're able to rescue in turn. So the timing from them, I don't think they want to risk it again, especially in such a stage like this. Yeah, in such a map like Moonlit.
I would say ban his wax artist and ban another hunter that maybe BQ.
Bloody Queen, yeah.
Yeah,
because,
he's known for that, right?
Because I think ZT can totally deal with his breaking wheel.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, if they see breaking wheel, all of them just carry flywheel. All of them, I don't see a weak link in ZT. All of them have shown, like, all of them have shined. All of them been highlighted.
I can
know
only
MX
see, I can only see a strong link in ZT, not a weak
Yeah,
link.
right.
Yeah,
Yeah, they can all cover each other. It's insane. All of them can kite. All of them can rescue. All of them can decode. And I mean, MX I know is kind of the standout as the one to want to stun, and he's always wanting to go toe to toe with a hunter. So, but still, all of them they really cover their grounds. So now we're gonna see Kuga hunting. So we're gonna see Aurora back in the chat here. Hollins, shout outs, by the way. Kino, Soy Milk. Soy, you gotta give admission to others. You're already backstage in here too.
yeah.
Vanilla,
And
kinda, Nana, Whisper, Yuan, Ram. What about in the chat, NTT?
in the chat we have Ice here, IRIRJ, and MPLC Sim once again.
So,
Yeah, T.T. Is that an emote? Yeah, I think that's an emote. And yeah, a lot of people in the chat. Yeah, we are trying to see which team is currently the best in Southeast Asia right now.
Yes.
And yeah, the ban onto the usual the three usual suspects, the Seer, the Forward, the Priestess, and also from GH banning the okay, Greenwich and Galatea.
Okay, that's actually good. But Kuga can now bring out that clerk. Well, if he, I don't know. I think I don't know if he was considering the clerk at the start because he went to Bon right away. I could play it safe with the Bon as usual and just keep it safe. But let's still look at how the picks and bans are gonna go. Now banning the Acrobat, that's actually pretty smart. Getting away from Zalcon or Capcun, allowing maybe more like no, Forward's gone. Patient maybe, Psychologist.
Yeah, Patient is a great pick, but seems like
Is that a Psychologist?
What?
Oh, Enchantress?
Is he? Are they
wheel?
expecting a breaking wheel? Okay. The first two pick from GH quite meta. Even the ban are meta. But then the Enchantress picks is kind of off track a little bit.
Yeah, I don't. Usually they're known for championing meta picks, but the Enchantress, he could just not pick Breaking Wheel and just pick a hunter that could heavily counter the Enchantress. Because Enchantress, yeah, there's only a number of matchups you want are in the mix, and one of them unfortunately was Breaking Wheel that doesn't really come out. Now on the last ban, we're just gonna wait and see in prod if they can give us the last ban. Hang on.
Chúng ta sẽ quay trở lại với cặp đấu giữa GS và Zero2. Zero2 họ đang dẫn trước với tỷ số là 1-0 sau trận thắng 5-3 ở round 2 trước đó. Điểm số chênh lệch là không nhiều. GS vẫn hoàn toàn có cơ sở để cố gắng có một chiến thắng trong cặp đấu này. Tiên tri, tiền đạo, chủ tế và diễn viên tập kỹ là 4 lượt cấm đầu tiên mà Kuga đưa ra. Anh ta chấp lượt cấm cuối à? Kuga chấp lượt cấm cuối. Bây giờ Capcun, xin lỗi, đưa thư, lính thuê, mỹ nhân và cuối cùng là bệnh nhân là 4 nhân vật mà GS đưa ra. Tôi đang thấy Kuga chấp lượt cấm cuối bên phía GS và đánh cho mình là môn đồ ở ván đấu này. Không có con ong được chọn trong cái đội hình của bên phía GS.
You have to be stable. Yeah, exactly. That's the point that we have been bringing up so many times.
Right, right.
Kuga is so stable. He can get a constant tie every matches.
Airy matches, man. Like that's so good on a hunter side also that he doesn't force anything to happen. If he knows that tonight or the night he has to perform, he's got to play stable. All right, I'll just be relegated to just getting ties and playing it safe. But Kuga also known in previous matches for him to get those really big wins. So this is this is definitely going to be something to worry about if you're GH's side, because Anne, very stable hunter. If Kuga doesn't overextend or anything, just camps it out, easily a tie in Kuga's hands.
Yeah, I mean usually as for Anne, because I'm also an Anne main, I'm kind of riding her again.
Let's go.
Usually for Anne, you want to force the rescue to be happen after her, and that's what the casts are for. So in a big map like this, either survivor side are going to come in late, or they will be sacrificed. So
yeah,
Kuga is in the upper hand here.
For sure. They're put in a
khó cho bên phía GS. Đây là môn đồ, đây là ý đồ của Zero2. Họ muốn đánh hòa, họ muốn kéo hòa cặp trận này để có thể chiến thắng đối phương với round 2.
Zhao Khan is gonna have to conserve his elbow pads. We're gonna see who's gonna be chased first, but juicy targets on the board: Enchantress and Postman.
So, considering that, I wouldn't want to deal with the doggo from the postman, but he is the coder right now, so he's kinda is the potential target that Kuga wants to go for. And we're gonna head into the match right now. Spawning behind two, sorry. Will missing the jump from that panther from Kuga.
Yeah, so it seems like he's going straight up. It seems like Zhao Khan and 481 will be on this side of the map, while
nào, Kuga anh ta di chuyển vào khu vực đua quay được, và Zhao Khan có lẽ sẽ là người phải cai đầu trong trận đấu này. Zhao Khan sử dụng lính đánh thuê, không đuổi rồi, quay xe di chuyển sang K3 và nhắm sang giữa cầu. Có thông tin sớm cho bên phía của Capcom để anh ta di chuyển sớm hơn, chạy dọc theo khu vực bờ sông, và có lẽ là muốn nhắm sang nhà 2 tầng. Mèo được thả rồi, né được mèo đến từ Capcom, nhưng đối phương vẫn có thể thu hẹp khoảng cách với cái đát của mình. Capcom đang di chuyển về sau nhà 2 tầng và anh ta đã có hướng lên nhà 2 tầng trong tình huống này. Chặn đầu à? Từ từ nha, Little Boy đi tàu. Kuga liệu có nghe được tiếng không? Little Boy đi tàu luôn rồi. Kuga về đây tìm không thấy ai. Rồi, lên đây tìm Little Boy, lên đây tìm Little Boy. Lên đây tìm Little Boy. Cái tàu sắp đi đây xong rồi, Little Boy thả được chó là anh ta lên tàu luôn này. Mèo được thả. Nào, chúng ta cùng xem cái tàu này nó cooldown kịp không. Đát Little Boy chưa? Rồi, lên tàu. Lên tàu, không làm gì được. Từ từ, nổ mèo không đi được tàu. Rồi, không được. Little Boy cai được về khu vực lều rồi. Đây là một tình huống giã được khoảng cách rất xa đến từ người chơi đưa thư của bên phía GS. Máy được đập cực nhanh, máy bệnh nhân xong luôn rồi. Và 3 chiếc máy còn lại đều đã đập được khoảng 70-50. Little Boy đang núp ở sau lều và tôi không biết được rằng liệu Kuga có nhắm được phương hướng của anh ta hay không. Biết không, hình như thấy rồi. Tốc biến ra. Cái lỗ ở đây nó vừa hại Little Boy trong tình huống này. Anh ta bị đối phương tốc biến kết liễu luôn ở cái khu vực sau lều. Và bây giờ hầm ở lều. Không muốn treo xuống hầm. Kuga sẽ treo người ở khu vực sau lều này. Bây giờ nhiệm vụ cứu nó sẽ dành cho Zhao Khan. Câu chuyện khá là khó khi đây là một con môn đồ. Búng găng vào ghế. Mèo đang được cắm về. Cứu luôn rồi. Cứu luôn tốt. Tham minh thời gian tốt đến từ vị trí của Zhao Khan. Little Boy vừa có một pha thả chó trượt, nhưng mà Hunter vẫn chưa bắt được anh ta. Lừa đèn đến từ Kuga. Anh ta bị phát hiện rồi. Anh ta bị phát hiện là đang lừa đèn rồi. Little Boy sẽ gục trong tình huống này. Máy liệu có xong kịp cho GS hay không đây? Một máy 100. Ok, máy thứ 3 xong rồi. 2 máy 70. Tôi nghĩ đây sẽ là một trận đấu mà bên phía GS có thể đánh thắng được. Nhưng mà có hầm ở trong tình huống này. Kuga xách người vào hầm rồi, xách người từ sau lều vào hầm. Dãy được không Little Boy ơi? Không dãy được, bị treo dưới hầm. Giao Khan sẽ phải cứu một pha hầm nữa. Anh ta đang ở ngay trên cửa hầm thôi. Giao Khan lag. Giao Khan bị lag. Anh ta đâm mặt vào tường. Hơi khó thôi. Chỉ có nửa máu mà phải cứu hầm, sau đó lại còn bị lag nữa.
Okay, I'm not okay.
I'm not okay. I felt the emotions there. I felt you as an An main that if he snapped him out of that, or not snapped, sorry, if he activated the cat while he was on the tram.
Yeah.
Yes, we've seen that in high level Call of Duty.
I think the better thing for him to do is, you know, have the cat onto him, allow him to get onto the roller coaster. You go up with him. If he went for the roller coaster and then explode the cat, he will be dropped down from the roller coaster.
Khó, tự nhiên bị quả lag chí mạng quá.
For the roller coaster, you will be able to stun him out
hit him, right? Terror shock him out of
yeah.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, split second decision making. You saw he was kind of second guessing himself when he was at that ramp in the stairs area. But you definitely painted a picture there where this could have been a different outcome. But now Kuga defending in the basement, ladies and gentlemen. Again, he wants to just solidify a tie because the survivors were able to get a victory in round number 2 in this tied series here. So it's gonna be real tough here, and Kuga's gonna definitely face a at this point because we saw Mercenary above the basement. He can't take 2 hits anymore. He can only tank 1 more hit. I didn't see the Cypher progress. Was it 2 Cyphers remaining and both of them almost prime?
Prime already.
There we go.
So yeah, the thing is now you have to defend the chair. You have to not allow the survivor to come in for the rescue at all.
That's a tough call.
Yeah.
Well, I would say also it's tough on the Mercenary side too because he can't tank those 2 hits. There's a drop down as well. And I think he's the only one in the area because the other 2 are
Rồi, trận đấu sẽ được tiếp tục các bạn ơi.
happen.
Giao Khan hơi khó thôi. Máy đã prime.
Caught by the cat over here and I think can go for the hit.
Giao Khan, anh ta đang câu khá tốt. Có găng tay. Không được rồi. Quả lag quá chí mạng trong tình huống này đến từ bên phía của GS. Số rồi. Cái số cho GS rồi. Đúng găng tay về và nhắm thẳng đến khu vực ga 1 đang được mở. Có ai đó cover cho Giao Khan không chứ còn thực sự là hơi khó. Mèo bám đúng vào Giao Khan rồi. Thôi. Quả lag quá chí mạng luôn.
Once again, consistently get a tie here. I don't think it's safe to go for this rescue because Anne's camping game is just on another level. It seems like the Enchantress. Yeah.
They
I don't think.
they
should not. It's too risky. So they're just gonna play this one safe, going for that tie.
Đen. Chỉ có thể nói vậy cho GS thôi. Họ quá đen. Bây giờ con dây bắt buộc phải có một trận từ thắng 3 trở lên. Thắng 3 thì có tiebreaker. Còn thắng 4 thì thắng cặp trận luôn. Quả lag quá đáng tiếc luôn.
How did he get a tie? So he managed to get a hit before he stunned the mercenary. That's great. That's basically knock all the potential risk of him being able to go for the rescue. But then they go for the pop immediately. They was expecting the mercenary to go for the hour path to the dungeon instead of the gate, but yeah, he goes to the further way and he got caught by the cat. Yeah.
Cats chased up to him. That was a tough call on their side. Mercenary in particular, that could have been at least a 3-person escape in that scenario, right? And also, I mean, like, I'm gonna bring back to the early chase. They did really well, like just rotating around, able to just spread out the attention of Ant. Usually in these big maps, you really feel like the tram, you really feel like the distance that she has to cover. But Kuga able to get a tie once again and be that foundation for ZT.
So, yeah, Stable Hunter, somehow he still managed to get the tie. This is the 3rd time today. And up against a survivor side like GH is a commendable result, to be honest.
You want to hear something crazy?
What?
If GH is able to 3-1, like if God J is able to get 3 kills, we go to match number 4. But if God J gets 4K, they win. If ZT gets tie, they immediately win. So So that's the conditions we're playing at now, ladies and gentlemen. Holy smokes. Ajay, so much pressure is on his side. I mean,
Yeah.
Survivor is also kind of stable, but going up against ZT Survivors, oh my gosh. How are you gonna face a Survivor team as diverse as what we just saw? A 3-person basement, and they're still able to get a 3-person out.
Yeah, I can see Gotche having the potential to go for the win with that Wax Artist from the previous match because he utilized so well against the Survivor side of ZT. But to be honest, we are already in round 3 where there's 2 hunters ban. I don't think they're going to risk it anymore.
They really shouldn't. They should really respect that Wax Artist. Everyone in the chat also have noticed how well Godjay has improved on that Wax Artist. Yeah, you just substitute the Breaking Wheel for that. Like, just instead of banning Breaking Wheel, you ban the Wax Artist because I think ZT can't be too complacent with their standings now. They need to make sure that they get that 2 points because if they're able to send GH to the lower bracket, that's definitely a job well done because like NTT, they're the defending champs of IVC. They're the ones to win IVC and represent us in Call of the Abyss. So for ZT to do that this early on is a huge statement that they're going to make.
Yeah, and starting to imagining ZT representing us in COA next year. Yeah, and it's going to be a sight to see, to be honest.
We can't jump to conclusions just yet. We gotta.
I know.
They have to go through GH, but
I
mean, I could see the meme already.
Yeah. To be honest, Gotcha is just now a commendable hunter. Like he now used the Wax Artist to the T to deal against the strongest Survivor team in the entire IVC.
Yeah, I would say that the meta really needs Gotchay's hunters. And,
to be honest,
that goes to show for every hunter. To be honest, like we haven't seen him use Dream Witch in a while. Kuga on that Dream Witch is always like really solid and really good depending on who's using it. If you think about his hunter pool, the Breaking Wheel got hurt the most, and what a good example of that was Alex. Alex was so good on Breaking Wheel, and once the patch happened with the new changes with Flywheel, he's doing. They're kind of in the same footsteps now because it's from a 4K.
Nào, chúng ta sẽ đến với ban pick của round đấu có thể là cuối cùng trong cặp đấu giữa GS cùng với Zero2. Godjay cần phải có một trận đấu từ giết 3 trở lên. Và ở công viên ánh trăng này, không biết là Zero2 còn muốn chấp sáp của Godjay nữa không ta? Trận vừa rồi họ ban chấp con bon của Godjay á. Trận này không biết có muốn chấp sáp không? Chấp sáp luôn thì Godjay chắc lại vui quá. Anh ta đã lỡ mất 2 trận thắng rồi. 2 tình huống lỡ mất trận thắng rất đáng tiếc của Godjay ở trong ngày thi đấu hôm nay.
Gotcha is just transforming every season around. So banning the Wax Artist.
Cấm sáp, cấm gây xa. Rồi. Cuối cùng cũng phải cấm đi con sáp của Godjay. Godjay còn Polun. Anh ta có muốn đánh Polun 35 không? Polun 35 cũng là một lựa chọn.
Also banning the Geisha on this map. This could be a BQ map, a BQ game for.
But to be honest, his BQ has to be on point if you want to at least advance the game to the tiebreaker. Because Bloody Queen.
Polun 35 cũng là một lựa chọn trong tình huống này.
And the usual suspect when it comes to banning, Seer versus forward. We are seeing the Acrobat and possibly the Mercenary for that stable rescue for the side of GT.
Zero2 đưa ra 2 lựa chọn. Đầu tiên đó là lính đánh thuê cùng với bệnh nhân. Vậy là pick sớm những con giải cứu để đánh chắc kèo rồi. Họ chỉ cần hòa thôi. Sự hòa trong giờ phút này có lẽ là không quá khó đối với Zero2.
Acrobat gets banned as a response here. Now, are we looking at Embalmer? This might be. They're gonna tie this out.
A tie potential game. If they want to go for the full-on tie team, my mechanic could be inbound.
That's true. Just adding that mechanic, survive on your own. Just let's see how this one plays out. It seems like he might be gearing towards a BQ here. With that Enchantress locked out.
Oh no, Enchantress.
Cấm diễn viên tạp kỹ, cấm mỹ nhân của đối phương. Cosplay đang còn Polun. Lựa chọn cuối cùng của Zero có vẻ như sẽ là đào vàng dành cho Just. Vậy là tính thuê cho có thể cho vị trí của MX, bệnh nhân cho Run, còn đào vàng là cho Just, và cuối cùng là tẩm liệm cho vị trí của Shadow.
The return of the wheel.
Hey, I mean, the wheel that came out early on today got a 4K. So Godjay bringing back, an encore performance of this hunter. I didn't know this hunter actually existed in the game. I've never seen this before, NTT. What is this?
Yeah, who's this? No. Breaking wheel in final round. It's feels so weird to say out loud.
This is well, the thing is, yes, Enchantress counters also, all the things he banned, but they could just all bring Flywheel and just counter him.
Yeah.
Godjay với Polun ban 5. À không, Shadow là người đánh lính thuê các bạn ạ. Shadow đánh lính thuê. MX sẽ là người đánh tẩm liệm ở trong trận đấu này.
So Porches say out the winning condition for both sides, and I'm just gonna win over it again.
Go for it.
0-2 if they manage to get 2 escape.
Điều này có lẽ sẽ có đến 3 nhánh 12 cho bên phía của Zero. Cả con bệnh nhân kia có lẽ cũng sẽ cầm 12. Bệnh nhân 12, đào vàng 12, tẩm liệm cũng sẽ cầm 12.
4K, 5 point. GH gonna be the one moving on in the winning bracket.
How crazy would it be if Godjay brought out the breaking wheel and he got a 4K again?
Yeah.
What changes are you talking about? What's this flywheel? It's not OP at all. And Godjay just proving everyone wrong. That's going to be a sight to see. That could happen, ladies and gentlemen. Let's just wait and see. I want to see some hearts in the chat once again. ZT, if you're supporting them, I want to see those orange hearts. Well, GH, I want to see those green hearts. Again, we want to see the best of the best in Southeast Asia. They got to go through each other to figure it out.
Mm-hmm. So not to mention in Moonlit there's that roller coaster, and if you don't have that extended spike, the survivor side is just gotta stay on the roller coaster because you can't do anything to them. To be honest,
you can even ride the merry-go-round. Like just chill out there and just like, all right, cool. I paid for this ride. I'm gonna ride it till the end. Even that roller coaster. So there's still some areas here that are pretty good. I mean, going to the windowed areas, especially if you're not at full presence. Not to mention, they're gonna hold on to their flywheels.
Yeah, exactly. And we're gonna head into the potential final game between 0-2 and GH.
Nào, Godjay nếu anh ta có một trận giết 4, GH sẽ là đội chiến thắng và tiến tiếp ở nhánh thắng. Còn nếu bây giờ anh ta hòa thì Zero sẽ là đội chiến thắng. Bây giờ thắng 3 thì chúng ta sẽ có tiebreaker. Run có một tình huống xử lý bắn móc tốt. Lấy được một gai lên người đối phương rồi, nhưng mà đối phương bắn móc đi ở khu vực ga 4 này rất khó chịu. Godjay có muốn đuổi tiếp không? Và câu trả lời đó là có. Anh ta sẽ tiếp tục đuổi Run ở khu vực ga 4 này. 2 gai, đổi dạng luôn, bắn móc đi không? Rất khó chịu, rất khó chịu. Chỉ cần lút quanh đây thôi, không cần làm gì nhiều cả. 3 máy đang được đập rất nhanh. Và lại một lần nữa, đây sẽ lại là một tình huống Run xử lý cái móc của mình chăng? Cầm cho mình là 39, tốc biến sắp hồi lại cho Godjay rồi. Run. Rồi. Quá tam ba bận, lần 3 thì lỗi luôn rồi. Run gục. Trận này Zero chưa chắc là đã ngon ăn nha các bạn. Rồi, bắn cái móc cũng lỗi. Chưa chắc là Zero đã ăn được trận này nha. Họ phải làm nào đánh hòa đây. Shadow đang tạo một cái dấu tay từ trên khu vực cầu trượt. Một tình huống tạo dấu tay rất khó chịu đến từ Shadow. Tốc biến vẫn còn cho vị trí của Godjay. Anh ta đang bắt hướng ra quay được. Check tai soi được MX. Tai vẫn đang rất gần. Shadow xuống rồi. Anh ta bị lộ vị trí. Chat sẽ được quăng ở chân ghế. Tôi nghĩ là như vậy. Từ từ nha. Không cứu à? Có cứu. Đấm luôn. Rồi. Bệnh nhân hết móc. Tốc biến vẫn còn cho Godjay. Chat quăng không tốt. Úi dồi. Không cần dùng đến tốc biến thì anh ta cũng hạ gục được Run luôn rồi. Tình huống này Run không làm gì được thêm đâu. Mắc chiêu. Tỏa gai sẽ có dành cho Godjay ở trong trận đấu này. Và đào vàng có đến không? Just đến đây rồi. Ok. Just đang đến đây. Anh ta sẽ cover cho run trong tình huống này. Đang là một tình huống gót dây muốn lấy gai vào vị trí của Just. Một gai. Tỏa gai luôn thì sao? Tỏa gai lấy 12 của đối phương thì sao? Chưa, anh ta chưa muốn làm như vậy. Bây giờ quay về đây sách run. Chỗ này không có. Chỗ này không có cái. Ui rồi. Chỗ này không có ghế. Khổ thân gót dây. Rồi tốc biến lỗi luôn. Nhưng mà run vẫn sẽ gục. 3 năm châm đã được dùng rồi. 4 máy gần xong cho phía Zero2. Just đang đứng gỡ gai ngay trước mặt gót dây thôi. Lướt 12 tốt. Siêu kỹ năng. Đánh kiểu siêu kỹ năng. Rất khó chịu dành cho gót dây. Anh ta không làm gì được thêm cho trận đấu này cả. Và tốc biến cũng sử dụng lỗi luôn. 4 máy xong cho Zero2 rồi. Just đang gỡ gai. Anh ta lật được ván xuống. Tốc độ rất nhanh. Táp được quăng ở khu vực chân ghế. Just đang gỡ gai rồi. Just đang gỡ gai. Gai đã được gỡ xong. Khó vào. Khó quá cho gót dây rồi. Tôi đang thấy một người khác đến ghế. Shadow nửa máu đến ghế rồi. Just đã bị cứa thêm một gai nữa lên người. Cứa một gai lên người Shadow luôn. Cứu không? 2 gai. Không, vẫn là một gai. 2 gai trên người Shadow. Cháp tốt. Ôi sao lại đấm vào. Sao lại đấm vào ông kia thế kia? Rồi. Đi. Ông gót dây đi. Ông gót dây đi. Và kiểu này là Zero2 thắng rồi các bạn ạ. Cái này là Zero2 thắng rồi. Vật gai đang còn. Đấm vào góc đến từ run. Góc này Just sẽ có thể ném 5 châm được. Lại là cái góc này. Bây giờ anh ta đang chặn đối phương ở khu vực ghế bên kia. Không hút được. Đây rồi, body block, body block. Shadow cũng đã tự dậy. 2 thành viên body block. Máy Pram cho bên phía Zero2. Kỹ năng. Đánh thuần kỹ năng đến từ vị trí của Just. Thuần kỹ năng luôn. Just làm hết rồi. Đồng đội chỉ việc chơi bình thường thôi. Just làm hết rồi. Run sẽ gục. Và đây là một trận đấu tháng 3 cho Zero2. Vậy là 5-3. Cái đây nhất của gót dây là không có cái ghế ở K4 các bạn ạ. Cái đây nhất của gót dây là không có cái ghế ở K4. Họ hòa là họ thắng rồi. Có hầm cho Just. Rồi, vẫn nhảy được hầm.
Yeah, so that's basically why Pollen hasn't been used much in the That basically explained the entire thing.
Ok, chúng ta đã kết thúc đúng rồi. Đây được tính, đây có thể tính là người chơi kỹ năng chắc là top 1 của Đông Nam Á luôn đấy các bạn ạ. Just của Zero2. Và bây giờ thì Zero2 họ sẽ tiến vào nhánh thắng. Còn GS họ sẽ xuống nhánh thua. Đây là một cái bất ngờ rất lớn khi mà GS thua từ BL cho đến cả Zero2 ở trong cái IVC lần này. Họ bị mất cái vị trí đứng thứ nhất bảng C, sau đó họ bị thua Zero2 ở trong trận đấu ngay đầu playoff như thế này. Và bây giờ thì GH họ xuống nhánh thua rồi. Họ chỉ có một cơ hội cuối cùng của dưới nhánh thua mà thôi. Rồi, và cái thi đấu hôm nay đã kết thúc. Cảm ơn các bạn đã theo dõi buổi bình luận và hẹn mọi người vào ngày mai 3 giờ ngày mai MP sẽ đánh. Bye bye các bạn.